When Mila is in harmony with nature in the forest, enjoying the tranquility of hunting, does she realize her impending fate as a lycan sacrifice? And when faced with King Alpha Roman Stone's challenge, can she use her mysterious connection with animals to survive? Explore the secrets of the wolf moon. Subscribe to join the adventure. Chapter 1. I slipped through the trees quietly, nearly breathless. The sun had yet to rise, but the tendrils of its slow fingertips lightened the sky sweetly. The January air was crisp and sharp in my lungs, but I didn't feel the cold of the winter. My feet skated over the familiar wooded area, listening to what life remained around me in the quiet morning. I planted my back against the body of a tree, reaching for my weapon with ease. I equipped my bow carefully, a thin arrow just barely between my fingertips as I prepared myself. I sat quietly, listening to the cool air travel through the barren trees lazily. Just in the distance, something shuffled timidly yet too clumsy for its own good. I strung my bow and twisted around the tree lithely. My sight aimed at the creature, a young deer wandering silently for food. Its tail lifted and lowered, as it stepped hesitantly over the floor of the woods. Deer were known for being suspicious and paranoid, yet almost gracefully clueless at the same time. I was fond of them. Though if I were honest, I was fond of nature and wildlife in general. With a slow intake of a breath, I settled my aim on the deer and prepared to cause the least amount of pain possible. It lifted its head briefly, glancing around it as though it sensed me. I remained frozen in my position, blending in with my surroundings effortlessly. When it deemed itself momentarily safe, I began to release my arrow. Mila. I winced at how close the cry was to my position. The deer, on the other hand, wasted no time. It kicked off, attempting an escape in a panic. I twisted around the tree, following it with my aim just as quickly before releasing the string of my bow with deadly precision. Without waiting, I bolted from my spot, putting away my bow to withdraw a large knife from the strap of my leg. I reached the deer to find it lying on the floor of the woods, kicking and struggling for what life remained. My aim hadn't been as true as intended. "Shhhh, don't move," I whispered as I lowered myself to it carefully, lightly running my hand over its head with pity. The deer seemed to take my suggestion to heart. It fell silent, no longer struggling against the pain I caused. I had something of a connection to the animals. Sometimes, it was as though they could listen to me. "I'm sorry," I whispered solemnly before drawing my knife over its throat swiftly. "Mila, are you out here?" My brother called out determinedly closer. I cleaned my blade before putting it back in its sheath attached to my leg. I began untwisting straps that I'd used to drag the body back to the village and frowned as my brother walked into visual distance. Greg was 7 years younger than me, and despite being related, we looked nothing alike at the time, except for the eyes. He was thin and gangly, lacking muscle tone, even though he worked quite a lot with my dad on hard labor chores throughout the village. His hair was ginger, which looked funny with his excessive freckles. He took after my mother in that area, scorned by the sunlight and pale as a result. I turned out more athletic and curvy than my more petite mother. My hair was black like coal, which shined blue under moonlight. It stuck out between my family members, being than most were either redheads or brunettes. But all doubt of heritage was smothered by the young family eyes, a jealous green of emerald fire. My father, brother, and I all shared the trait. My mother, on the other hand, held amber copper, which darkened in the night to sable. When I properly strapped the deer, I stood to gain Greg's attention. "I was calling you," he groaned with irritation, glaring at a nearby bush that caught a hold of his sleeve stubbornly. I smiled as he stormed moodily towards me. He would be turning 11 soon, and already he showed signs of that teenage doom and gloom. I liked him despite his annoyances. "I was hunting," I told him, "and you almost cost me game, by the way." "You never lose the game," he muttered, disbelieving. I began walking back towards home, and he followed beside me silently. After a moment, I glanced at him curiously. "Why were you looking for me?" "Dad told me to get you." He seemed really bothered, more so than usual. When he stopped moving forward, I paused as well. "What is it?" "We should go camping for a few days." "Like how you do sometimes," Greg suggested. I laughed. "You hate camping outside." "Maybe I've changed my mind," he muttered unhappily. I looked at him carefully, having already guessed what was bothering him. January was the month of the wolf moon. Every year the human villagers were required to give up a sacrifice to the lycans for the hunt. Our particular village was one of the largest of the human habitats, so the chance of being sacrificed seemed slim. It was more likely to be killed at random by a wandering werewolf when hunting, as I tended to do. At least until last year, when one of Greg's best friends was selected. The entire process was eerie. The King Alpha of the lycans issued the requirements of the sacrifice each year, sometimes demanding young adult men, or the elderly. Last year included children between the age of 5 to 10 years old. I had never felt such raw fear as then, and so this year I could understand Greg's discomfort. The King Alpha demanded young female virgins between 13 to 18. I was snuggled in the center of the requirement. It wasn't as if I announced I was a virgin. In fact, I considered lying, but those trying to evade the process would risk the life of everyone they knew if they were caught. So I admitted my potential and now waited for appointed lycans that would arrive to each village on the day of the wolf moon. That day happened to be today. "I'll be fine," I told Greg, reaching to mess up his hair before pausing. Blood still dirted my hand from the deer. Instead, I bumped into him teasingly. "Come on. If Dad is calling for me, that means the lycans are here." When I walked into the house, it was into a world of chaos. My mother was hysterical with panic, similar to last year, when she had to present Greg to the wolves. I could still hear her cry of sheer relief and terror when he came back untouched but in tears. "Milena, where were you?" she screeched in fear. I dropped the deer in bewilderment. My close family were all buzzing around the room in equal panic. My aunt immediately began to pull off my clothes while my cousin simultaneously began tugging the presentation dress over my head. "There's no time for a bath, darling. The other potentials are already there." My aunt cooed to me as soothingly as possible, picking at the remains of the woods in my wild hair. My initial shock was turning into real fear. "I'm late?" I asked. "We sent Greg for you hours ago." My cousin stressed with anxiety. I stepped into the shoes placed in front of me, but it did me no good. I looked wrecked. A glance around revealed a guilty-appearing Greg, who no doubt had tried to postpone my return to avoid having to present me. My mother was beside herself now that I was here, wailing with fear. My father was comforting her the best he could, but he looked terrified himself. "There's just no time, Milena. Go on. Get there as fast as your feet will take you," my aunt instructed me, her voice strained. Before I could turn to obey, she grasped my face in her hands quickly. "Step lightly, my child. Remain unseen," I breathed, repeating what had been lectured to me since the requirements had been announced. She released me and I immediately ran back into the cold air of the January morning. My feet were less certain as I raced to the presentation. The sky was suddenly too bright and everyone was waking. People I both knew and didn't know were looking through windows and standing in doorways, watching as I ran past. I felt my feet were heavy, not light. I felt extremely on display, seen by all. My stomach was tight from dread. I approached the center hall, the townhouse, where the presentation was held every year. There was not a sound nearby besides my breathless gasps as I reached for the door. I hesitated, taking a moment to collect my breath before straightening my shoulders and opening the door. Finally, the village leader John declared as he saw me enter the lobby. He immediately grasped my arm, tugging me almost roughly towards a side door. "You're late and they are extremely impatient people." "I'm sorry," I apologized sincerely, trying not to panic as I was led into the presentation room. A line of girls similar to my age were standing, each with an expression of fear as we entered. Most were relieved when they saw it was just me, but many others seemed to be stuck in that constant terrorized state. "Stand with them." "I'll be right back," John announced, leaving me with the rest swiftly. I quickly shuffled to the end of the line, glancing at the others despite not wanting to. I didn't want to see the face of the one chosen. I would be haunted enough as is. However, as I stood waiting, I noticed that each girl was clean, spotless. Their hair was styled meticulously. Their presentation outfits were without a wrinkle, stain, or tear. Their skin was untouched by the outside world, if only for the moment. I hesitated and looked down at myself. My hair was untamed and still held evidence of my hunt and the woods. My dress was tattered from the run here. My hands were tainted by the blood of my game. Much of the blood remained along the back of my legs from dragging the corpse. I smelled of the trees, wildlife, and nature in general. I stuck out horribly. Step lightly. Remain unseen. I swallowed loudly and nearly felt nauseated when the door opened again loudly. The others whimpered beside me, just as terrified to be there as anyone else. I stared at the two forms that followed behind the village leader, never having laid eyes on the deity shapeshifters before. My fear was overwhelming, but at the same time, I was horribly curious and dazed at being before such creatures. One stood off to the side, obvious respect radiating towards the other, as he allowed him to take lead. The leading lycan was a looming figure, powerful in just his existence. I felt I could look at him for hours and not be able to take in more than a couple of his features. His appearance was that shocking. He was radiating energy, as he stepped in front of us without actually looking at us. His hair was either light brown or dark blonde and was short, but otherwise uncared for. He was horribly scarred on every part of him that I could see bared, which wasn't much. His face held marks of animal attacks, claws and teeth alike, but despite the apparent scars he was striking and godlike. "My name is King Alpha Roman Stone," he announced sharply, his voice a growl of distaste as he addressed us with a glance over us as a whole, as though he couldn't actually see the potential victims. I would have been stunned by his introduction. After all, the King Alpha was considered the highest on the lycan rulership, and in the same way the highest ruler over the human cattle. But my current level of panic was too high to surpass any further. I felt downright numb. "As you know, I'm here to select the sacrifice. Every village offers one to each pack, and you will be selected for the Trinity pack." The King Alpha stopped momentarily before announcing what he deemed obvious: my pack. He turned to glance at John. "This is all of them, right? Or should we just spend some time picking off members of your community until you're ready?" His tone was so dark and nasty enough as it was, but the idea that my tardiness could have caused horrible consequences made me redden deeply with shame. "This is everyone," John assured. "I apologize profusely, King Alpha. You can take 2 if you must." "I can take all of them if I must," the King Alpha snarled back dangerously, causing many of the girls to gasp with terror. He turned back to us, towering and horrifying, but seemed to calm back to boredom just as quickly. "One will do. Let's start." The King Alpha took a step forward, finally doing more than glancing over each of us. I considered taking the time to wipe the blood from my hand onto my dress, but then feared staining the fabric even further. Instead, I tightened my hands into fist firmly, looking down at the ground in front of me with anxiety. I was startled when large feet planted in front of me. Had he really gone through each so quickly? Did he pick already? Or don't they go over each potential before picking? I thought I heard him say something. What did he say? Why didn't I listen? The silence was deadly. I hesitated. I looked from the feet to the bodies next to me, trying to look anywhere but at the King Alpha. The girls all looked pale and terrified, but they were all staring at me now. Apparently, they had been listening. I asked you a question, the King Alpha growled lowly. I winced, turning my head slowly towards him. My eyes trained on his chest in front of me, his arms crossed and waiting. No? I chanced questioningly, hoping the answer would be correct. So you weren't the one who forced me to wait for over an hour? He asked. No, he repeated. I reddened again, but lifted my eyes from his chest to his face daringly. My eyes were greeted with his cold, blue glare. No, I repeated firmly. And before I could stop myself, I added in perhaps the most polite, but sarcastically seasoned way, I would not dare presume a human like myself could force any lycan to do anything at all. The following silence was probably even deadlier than the previous. I had never felt a regret so instant as this one. I nearly yelped when the King Alpha stepped forward, reaching for my face dominatingly. I held my breath, as he twisted my face side to side briefly before grasping my wrist firmly. What's your name, human? He demanded more than asked. Mila Young. I winced when he bent forward, breathing in my scent with a low growl. He pulled my wrist to his mouth, running his tongue over the blood remaining on my flesh dangerously. The sight was terrifying enough to drop my stomach to the floor. When he twisted my wrist, trailing his tongue towards the bottom of my hand, he paused to look at the small birthmark on the flesh of my palm, just under my pinky. To me, it looked like a smile or the tip of a fingernail. To others, it looked like a crescent moon. Are you a hunter, Milena? The King Alpha asked me cryptically. I could barely manage a response, yes. So am I. He released me promptly, as though the moments spent observing me were something disgusting to him. He turned to John before indicating to his fellow lycan, we'll take this one. Let's go. The first thing I heard was the gasps of relief from the surrounding girls within the room. I saw them embrace one another, their joy was that great. The next thing I heard was something of a choked sound escaping my own throat. I felt my eyes were too wide and my limbs too stiff suddenly. The lycan accompanying the King Alpha approached me and yanked me forward, twisting me in front of him before pushing my head forward and down as though wanting me to bow. Then he grabbed my hands and pulled them behind me, tying them together painfully. I remained silent momentarily, the reality of the situation not having found me as of yet. When the lycan finished, he pushed me forward towards the door. What? I asked, stuck on the initial comment, we'll take this one. The King Alpha went ahead of us and the lycan pushed me to follow him. I turned to look at my peers with sheer panic. Wait, what? Me? I began to struggle and the lycan merely shoved me forward with ease. When I refused to take my steps forward, he resolved to drag me out by the elbow. I tried to sputter more words, but instead began gasping for air as though I were being suffocated. When we stepped outside, a crowd had evolved. Families of the potential were gathered, waiting to see who had been chosen and who had been freed. As I stepped into the sunlight, a horrific wail lifted through the air. I found my family immediately, my mother screaming with realization. More wails followed, the cries of people who knew me, who had watched me grow among them, and would now watch me taken away forever. I was forced to follow the King Alpha even though I immediately struggled to run to my family. Before we could make it through the crowd, a louder mass of cries evolved. I looked towards my family in bewilderment, as my younger brother ducked under my dad's arm and ran towards me with something in his hand. Immediately, the whole of my family and friends ran after him. The lycan containing me stiffened, preparing for a fight. The King Alpha snarled furiously, stepping forward to greet the group of humans who dared approach him. His eyes didn't register Greg, who had been overtaken by the group, and for that I was grateful. However, I was terrified for my family's life. No! Don't hurt them! I cried out, trying to rip my arms from the lycan's grip. The group collided with the King Alpha, and I closed my eyes, as he easily swiped them away furiously. The lycan released me momentarily, aiming to help his king. I spotted Greg and ran to him, bending down to him. "Gregory! I brought you this," he gasped, his eyes wide with fear and disbelief. He lifted the sheath and blade I had previously had wrapped around my leg for my hunt. I looked at it to him, considering how absurd he was. "Are you crazy? Maybe you can fight them off," he pleaded, the only hope in his mind being the thing in his hands. I hesitated, but I didn't want to see that look of despair on his face any longer. I stood and stepped my foot forward. "You'll have to put it on," I told him. "Hurry." He reached under my dress and tied the strap around my leg as quick as his clumsy hands would allow. Just as he finished tightening the strap properly, I was yanked away painfully. I yelped and Greg aimed to tackle the lycan capturing me. My aunt caught him, pulling him away the opposite direction. "Fight them, Mila!" he cried out. "Don't let them kill you. Promise me. Promise me." I was ripped away, a cloth suddenly wrapped around my eyes to blind me from my surroundings. As I was taken from my village, all I could hear were cries of pain and despair, and among it all was my younger brother's voice fading away, but still demanding over and over again for my life. "I promise," I whispered to myself faintly. Chapter 2. With my sight taken from me and hands tied behind me, there was no chance of finding calm or peace in my time of terror and ultimate doom. I breathed heavily, my wrists aching from trying to get out of my bindings. I blindly shifted my head side to side occasionally, as though I could catch a glimpse of my surroundings. My only relief was the feel of my blade resting against the strap around my leg, hidden under my dress. My fear was that during this wolf moon hunt, I would be hunted with my hands tied and blinded. When we arrived, or so I assumed, I was pushed across a tricky surface, which aimed to catch my feet on rocks and roots. I fell 2 times before strong arms lifted me from the ground and slung me none too gently over their shoulder. The position wasn't comfortable, but I could only manage small, fearful cries in response. I considered ways to plead for my life, but knew already it was pointless. These were creatures of godlike magnitude. They were worshipped, feared, but considered deities. Being chosen as a sacrifice was something like an honor, though a painful and forced one. And all sacrifices never came back. Never. Werewolves weren't merciful creatures. I yelped as I was dropped roughly onto the ground. I immediately tried to straighten myself, keeping my knife covered and reaching for the ground with my hands to try to discern where I was. The floor was stone, so I was inside somewhere. When I shuffled away, my back hit a wall solidly. "She smells wild," a female voice stated without emotion. "Apparently, she pissed off Alpha Roman," a man responded simply. "They put up a fight this time, though. Had to drop a few humans before leaving. At least she's not a crier." "Those are so annoying," the woman stated, but I was still stuck on the previous statement. Drop a few humans. Did he mean someone died in the attack? It was something I should have expected, considering how lowly lycans thought of us, but the pain of knowing some of my family and friends were now dead because of me caused sudden and immense grief. I tightened my thighs together and frowned deeply, but I didn't allow the tears to fall from my eyes. When there was no more talking, I hesitated. I waited, listening for any sounds of lycans nearby. Not even the sound of shuffling feet came to me. I immediately began scooting along the wall behind me, feeling the texture and the floor for any protruding objects. After touching along the corner of the wall, my hand pricked against something, causing me to wince at the sudden pain of a minor cut. I flexed my hands apart as much as I could and began scraping it against the sharp object repeatedly. I did this for the longest time. Every noise made me stop in fear of being caught. When the fabric finally tore away, I had to restrain myself from crying out with momentary joy. I immediately reached for the cloth blinding me and pulled it from my face. My eyes took a moment to adjust, taking in the sight of a small and worn detainment cell. There were no windows and only a single, barred door. I had no idea of determining what time it was, but it had to be well into the day if not nearly the evening by now. And once the sun rested on the horizon, the wolf moon would shine and the hunt would commence. I skated along the walls of my cell, touching every inch of it as though I could find some sort of crack and manage to escape through it. Only after I tried unlocking or breaking the door, and attempting to dig through the floor, did I finally crawl to the corner of the cell and resolve to the initial idea of fighting to the death. I stayed perched in the corner, crouching in preparation for a quick attack. My hand had the fabric of my dress raised and was rested over the hilt of my knife determinedly. When it felt like days had passed, the sound of footsteps finally greeted me. I tightened my grip on the hilt, my breath coming short in panic. The wolf appeared at the door with ease. It was the same lycan that had accompanied the King Alpha to my village. He assessed my position with serious eyes before finally opening my cell determinedly. The fact that he could see I was preparing for some sort of attack, but didn't seem concerned told me what little he thought of my abilities. And apparently he was right. I lunged and was immediately thrown against the wall. I was too dazed to even cry out, having felt the impact of the wall against my rather human fragile skull. Instead, I turned into wet spaghetti against the lycan, who held me pinned against the wall easily. "You should have saved your strength for the hunt," the lycan informed me, "now you'll have a headache on top of everything else." He ran his hand under my dress, where he had seen me resting my own before. I hadn't even been able to withdraw my knife from its holster. The lycan paused when his touch found it hidden. "Sneaky girl," he exclaimed with amusement before laughing and releasing his grip on the weapon. "I won't tell if you don't. Maybe it'll make things more interesting. Come on, then." I was roughly pulled from the wall and shoved from the cell. I struggled to keep up with the pace the lycan demanded of me, my head still throbbing and my vision only just beginning to come into full focus. We stepped outside and I was only able to glance at the horizon of buildings, a far more intricate and well-off village than my own, before I was turned the opposite direction, and into the woods. My heart raced painfully in my chest with each step I was forced to take. Being able to see didn't help my fear at all. In fact, I began to see people. Werewolves. They stood in human form, just a few at first. But the further we walked, the more there appeared to be. All of them were either my age or older. I wasn't sure how I would have felt about children hunting me as well. There were hundreds of them. At some point, I couldn't see what the fun even was in hunting a single human on one full moon. Only one or a few could enjoy the kill, the rest would just be witnesses, or just be in the same vicinity. What was the point besides senseless murder? I was shoved through the pack and in front of the entire crowd was a single man, who stood looking up at the sky watching the moon with a look of intense hatred across his features. I suspected wolves revered the moon, considering it something with a deep connection to their culture. It was strange to see such a look on a deity shapeshifter when looking to that bright orb. King Alpha Roman Stone, as he called himself, turned his steel-blue eyes from the sky and found me within his sights. I stared at him, my eyes wide with terror, but again finding something curious and amazing in seeing the silhouette of such a powerful creature standing in the light of the moon. Centuries ago, humans broke the peace with the wolf packs by slaughtering our innocents in the thousands. Tonight, we hunt yet another just as they hunted us. We spill the blood of another human, not for the honor our moon goddesses. We spill this blood in spite of them. We do it for us, for the lycanthropes in our pack and all packs alike. There were cries of agreement, loud and hungry for a taste of my blood. I trembled fearfully, looking around at the faces of these creatures as they prepared for their hunt. When strong, forceful hands gripped my upper arms, I gasped in terror. I turned to peer at the King Alpha, expecting to be ripped apart right then. Run, human. Feel the fear you tried to force on us. Feel the impending doom our mothers felt when your men tore down their doors with horrific weapons. And then feel the pain of their deaths and know nothing you do will save you or your kind, the King Alpha growled, his words thick with historic anger, as if he had been there all those centuries ago himself. He turned me, facing me towards the woods where no wolf stood in my way. And then he released me. I stood frozen, stuck in a moment where time paused and not a breath could be heard. Then I ran. I breathed loudly, nearly hyperventilating, as I bolted through the trees in sheer panic. I did this for only a moment before I tripped over a jutted root, landing roughly on the floor of the forest. I pushed myself up, leaning against the adjacent tree and taking a moment to breathe deeply. While I tried to gain control of my breath, I thought about my little brother. I touched the outline of the knife on my leg, recalling my promise to him and to myself. I pushed myself back onto my feet, running through the trees with renewed vigor. I didn't have to be so blind while running. I spent much of my time in woods similar to this. My skin was still tainted from my previous hunt. I didn't have to act as though my surrounding was so unfamiliar. I began to erupt short, sharp whistles followed by clicking my tongue as I slowed my running. I paused after a couple tries, looking around for tracks or evidence of wildlife. I reached out with that part of my soul that connected with that wildlife, that was so fond of the forest and its creatures. 2 rabbits emerged from their hiding spots and I quickly flattened myself against a tree, hearing a howl in the distance. My heart rate spiked, suspecting this meant they would be coming after me. "Come here, little ones," I whispered as I approached the rabbits. They were antsy, but they held still as I knelt beside them. I pulled my knife from its sheath and pushed it against my hand, hesitating to look at that crescent birthmark on my palm of my left hand. I then forced myself to slice the blade across my hand, wincing at the angry pain that resulted. I grabbed the first rabbit, rubbing my blood on its paws and parts of its fur at random. I did the same with the other before releasing them. I hissed to them, "Run!" And as though they could understand me, they ran in 2 different directions. I used my blade to rip off a piece of my dress, wrapping the fabric around my hand. Then, I began to run again as well. I could hear the howls coming closer and closer, but it seemed to me they were spreading out and not as focused on me as would be expected. I kept running, my stamina keeping up with my legs. I leapt over a log, turned a corner, and suddenly found myself in the audience of a large, black wolf. Its fur was impossibly dark, like a shadow in the night. However, its eyes were a sapphire blue, bright and near illuminating as it peered at me. I expected to fight it, the knife ready in my hand, but there was something about it that made me feel as though I weren't in danger of it. At least, I thought so. The wolf suddenly looked into the moon and howled, long and loud. More howls followed, alerted to my position. I immediately turned and ran, believing the wolf would follow the call with an attack. However, a glance back revealed the wolf standing where I had left it, watching me go silently. I didn't stop. Just because one wolf didn't attack didn't mean another wouldn't. And this was proven when I was crossing a small stream, and was suddenly knocked down viciously. The knife dropped from my hand as I hit the ground. Claws immediately swiped at me, slicing across my stomach painfully. I screamed loudly, no doubt alerting even more wolves, but then forced myself to roll away and reached for my knife. I looked up, spotting the grey wolf standing just feet away with bared teeth and blooded claws. I only had enough time to take a single breath before it lunged for me. I immediately dove backwards, gripping my knife with 2 hands and shoving it forward. The blade sunk into the wolf's neck. If it were a tiny blade, it might have been useless, but it seemed just big enough to cause damage. The wolf yelped horribly, rolling away from me and taking me with it. I ripped the knife from its throat and instead aimed for the eye, thrusting the blade into the socket deep enough to hit brain even through that abnormally large wolf head. I tore the knife away and stabbed the wolf again, blood spilling over me thickly. It seized under me familiarly, the death throes of an animal, something I had become accustomed to in my experience as a hunter. However, when the wolf began to shift under me and took the form of a middle-aged woman, a wave of illness rushed over me. I reached for the knife planted in her eye and found it was embedded into her skull, no doubt from the shift change. I struggled with it for a moment and cried out in disgust and frustration. When wolves howled nearby, I winced and opted to try running for it again. As I ran, leaving behind the dead lycan and my weapon, I found my strength beginning to wane significantly. I held my hand and arm over my stomach, feeling the agony and wet damage of the lycan's claws. I made it only a short distance before I stumbled and then stopped. In the distance, wolves were waiting as though they knew I was coming long ago. I turned sharply and more wolves were coming into view. I was surrounded. Coat after coat of wolves shifted under the moonlight, knowing I was caught. It was the end of the hunt. I thought about my family back home. I thought of my little brother, so reluctant to let me go. I thought of my dad, strong and protective, as he taught me to string a bow with ease. I thought of my mom and all her smiles, now smothered by those terrible wails of despair, as her only daughter was sacrificed to the wolf moon. I looked from the wolves to the moon, my hands falling away from my wounded stomach. Then, as if moved by something other than myself, I lifted my left hand to the moon. I offered that wounded hand, blooded from death all in a single day. Mother, I cried out pitifully with tears in my eyes, calling to a woman I know couldn't save me. However, as the word left my lips, another image flashed behind my eyes. Another woman, familiar like my mother, offering me comfort, a goddess reflected in the moonlight. I felt an urge pulse throughout me. Just as the wolves surrounding me howled and attacked, diving towards my battered form, I fell to the floor of the forest onto my knees roughly. I slammed my offered hand to the ground and a burst of power rippled around me, clawing through the wolves simultaneously. Stop! I cried out, reaching towards them all with that power in anguish. For a moment, there was dead silence. When I didn't feel the pain of teeth and claws ripping into me, I lifted my head from the ground slowly. Dozens of wolves stood just steps away from me, paused in mid-step and panting loudly. I could feel the breath of those closer, frozen under my order. I hesitated, keeping my hand clenched into a fist with confusion. I recalled my connection with the wildlife, how they could hear me sometimes and did as I asked. The pain of my wound was throbbing, but I was afraid of staying where I was. Stay back, I ordered, igniting some dangerous growls from many of the wolves. Some shuffled their feet in place, trying to step forward, but finding it difficult. When one made a step, I cried out, "Stop! Back away!" The wolves whimpered, stepping back as I asked. More wolves appeared in the distance, but just as each stepped into range it was as though they were caught in a web. They froze where they stood, some huffing with confusion. I tried to move from my knees to my feet, but cried out when the pain intensified and I ended up on the ground again. I panted, focusing on the wolves around me determinedly. I knew if I didn't focus, they would attack again. However, I couldn't stay here. I clenched my hand over my stomach again, ignoring the blood now dripping dangerously over my legs. I winced and whimpered as I stood, staggering as I caught my footing. Just as I did, another wolf joined the circle of what had grown to at least 100 and continued to increase. I could feel whatever was happening was becoming strained under the sheer amount of wolves surrounding me. The larger wolf stepped through the frozen wolves, huffing and growling angrily. I focused on it, holding out my injured hand. "Stop!" I demanded desperately, don't move." The wolf slowed impossibly, struggling against my order. I could feel that connection reach for him, twisting through his stubborn mind and demanding that he listen to my words. The amount of focus I needed was extreme, and somehow I knew this wolf was the King Alpha. He remained frozen for a moment, catching the attention of the other wolves. When he didn't approach further, their heads turned to me and back again. I watched as the wolves stepped away, many leaning forward to bare the back of their necks towards me. It was as if they were offering themselves for me to hunt rather than the reverse. The King Alpha snarled angrily, pushing against my demand furiously. His fur was a blend of dark brown and red, flashing under the moonlight, and trading colors easily with every breath. Even as a wolf, I could see signs of battle and scars through his coat. He was terrifying. He took a step forward, breaking through just momentarily. "Don't come closer," I ordered, my voice trembling from weakness. I pushed against him with that demand, the power flaring within me again. The wolves surrounding me sniffed the air, some whimpering and huffing in a way I couldn't quite understand. The King Alpha sniffed the air as well, tilting his head. And then he began to shift. His bones reformed, his skin evolving around his form, and he lifted himself until he was on 2 human feet. I felt my will falter, unsure of how to connect to a creature that looked too human to be wildlife. He took another step towards me. "Stop," I demanded weakly, and the connection was there enough to make him hesitate. There was something crossing his features as he took me in, fighting against my order simultaneously. "You smell like wolf," the King Alpha declared, his voice low and angry. "I killed one," I both explained the smell and threatened at the same time. "And you think you can kill me? You think you can take my pack?" I glanced around at all the lycans still in their wolf forms, bowing obediently towards me. Could I take all of them on? I doubted it. I didn't even think I'd get this far. I didn't even know what was going on. When I turned back to the King Alpha, he was significantly closer. "Stay back!" I cried out in fear. The power flared within me once more, lifting whimpers from around me. The King Alpha hesitated again, his eyes skating over me with confusion. He took a deep breath, sniffing the air around me as he hadn't yet gotten any closer. "You smell like my mate." The utter confusion in this statement could do nothing to equal my own. My breath was extremely labored at this point, and the pain in my stomach was unimaginable. He took another step forward, and when I tried to order him back, I found my vision blurred. I breathed the beginning of a curse and fell into a doomed darkness. The only thing that followed was the whisper of that word. Chapter 3. I woke slowly with confusion. I wasn't sure what had happened to me, if I had a nightmare, or if I had actually died. I could feel the fabric of sheets around me, as my eyes tried to adjust to the bright light of the day. Beside me, a hand drew a warm, wet cloth over my forearm carefully. The events of the wolf moon flooded back to me and I gasped, sitting up quickly in panic. I expected immense pain around my abdomen, but instead was greeted with a small ache. "Don't worry. Calm down," a voice appealed to me pleadingly. I looked to my left, finding a woman sitting by my bedside with the wet cloth still in her hand. She looked surprised to see me awake. I looked from her to my body, taking in my appearance. Someone had changed my clothes. I now wore loose pants and a plain white shirt. When I pulled my shirt up, my stomach was wrapped with bandages. My leg was bare of my knife, but then I recalled the weapon had been left in the skull of a she-wolf. I leapt from the bed quickly, inhaling sharply at the cold of the floor against my bare feet. The woman beside my bed stood as well, lifting her hands as if this would prove her to be safe. I knew those hands could shift into deadly claws. "Where am I?" I asked her accusingly, looking around wildly. The room was mostly bare besides a lot of bandages and medicine. It looked too clean. It looked too strange. Like maybe I was going to be split apart by curious werewolves with their dissective knives. "You're in our clinic," the woman said carefully. I peered at her suspiciously. She was frail, looking for a werewolf. She was petite. I would have considered her malnourished if it wasn't for the fact that she looked rather healthy. Her hair was brown and to her shoulders in curls. Her eyes were a darker brown, but soft. The look in them reminded me of my mother. The thought struck me momentarily. This was a vicious lycan. Why am I here? I recalled being in my own village. I recalled my brother running for me, and my mother crying out in hysterics. I could still feel the floor of the forest under me as I ran into the night, the moon high in the sky and the howls deafening. The hunt was called off. "You were brought here," the woman explained softly, moving to the end of the bed slowly. I held my hand out and she stopped, backing away uncertainly. "You were hurt pretty badly. You've been recovering here for a few days now." "I don't feel hurt," I responded with distrust. I touched my stomach again, feeling only the ache of superficial cuts. I remembered the shocking pain that had come with the impact of those claws against my flesh, and the blood that had leaked over my legs. "You've been healing quickly. Maybe not as much as an adult lycan, but a child pre-shift." The insinuation the woman was making was enough to make me stare at her in disbelief. "I'm not a lycan," I told her firmly. "You smell like one," she answered, lowering her head carefully, "sometimes." "I'm not a lycan," I repeated, and then I turned away. I rummaged through a nearby cupboard, quickly picking out something sharp before moving towards the door. "You shouldn't leave. Alpha Roman demanded you stay here," the woman told me, twisting her hands together nervously. I hesitated, hearing his words echoing in my mind. "Mate?" I didn't know what he was talking about. I didn't know then, and I didn't care to know now. If it was enough for him to call off the hunt, maybe it just meant there was a mistake. Maybe it meant I could go back home to my family. Or maybe there was something worse waiting for me than a hunt. I couldn't sit here and wait to find out. "Don't follow me," I threatened the waif of a woman, pointing at her with my small pointed sort of knife. She watched me a moment before looking away nervously. I had never felt scary before, but something in the way she refused to look in my eyes made me feel just that. It probably was because I had killed one of them. I still didn't know what to make of that. I bolted from the door, looking both ways before creeping along the wall of the clinic. When I moved around the corner, I caught the attention of another woman who merely looked away and walked the opposite direction. I frowned, tightening my grip on my sharp object. It became apparent after a few meetings with the shapeshifters that they weren't going to try stopping me. In fact, some even arched forward when seeing me, tilting their heads as if baring their necks to me. It was confusing and weird. I ignored them and ran for it. I wasn't sure how to get out of the clinic, but I followed my instincts. I hated buildings like this one. I preferred being outside. I liked having space. It would have been better if there were more windows, but I suspected many of the windows were in the rooms behind doors. And I'd be damned if I purposely walked into a room filled with lycans. I was creeping along the hall towards what looked like a door leading to the outside when it was opened by a large figure coming inside. I recognized the King Alpha immediately and stiffened. He didn't seem to have expected to find me here, but otherwise showed no signs of what he might be thinking. On impulse, I immediately opened the nearest door to me and ran inside, shutting it and attempting to lock it. But of course, the door didn't have a lock. I looked around at another room similar to the one I woke up in. My only relief was that it was empty, but that was the extent of that relief. I ran for the window, opening it swiftly. Just as quickly, two hands were beside mine and easily slammed the window shut. I made a noise of disbelief, twisting around to find myself trapped by the King Alpha. I planted my back against the window, as though I could just teleport through it. "You're awake," he stated, those cold blue eyes taking me in intensely. I tried to find some place to focus on his face, but it was like looking into the sun. It didn't seem right that something so beautiful could exist. I closed my eyes tightly, deciding to just focus on his words. "Nice observation. I can see why they made you the king of alphas," I responded, the sarcasm in my words laced with fear and anxiety. "You're mocking me for pointing out the obvious," he stated once more. I wasn't sure if it was a question, or an accusation. Or just a statement. To become the king of alphas, I started at the bottom. His hand was suddenly on mine, twisting open my fingers until I was forced to drop the small weapon I held in it. Then he stepped even closer to me, lifting my hand to his face carefully. I opened my eyes widely, watching as he breathed deeply, scenting me as he had before when selecting me for the wolf moon hunt. "I killed my way to the top and now I kill anyone who challenges me," he finished simply, turning those eyes from my skin to my face suspiciously. "You don't smell like a wolf or my mate. But during the hunt, you smelled of both." "I'm not a lycan," I repeated, deciding I should probably wear this statement as a sign around my neck. "Do what you did in the forest," he demanded, narrowing his eyes as he watched me expectantly. "I didn't do anything," I answered quickly. "My wolves say you called to the mother and they believe she answered." "Do it again." I stared at him with disbelief. I was suddenly embarrassed. I didn't want to admit what I had really done in that moment. It was admitting that they had actually turned me into a sobbing child calling for her mother in the moment before death. I became frustrated. "Get off of me." I pulled my hand from his grip forcefully and began to shove him with irritation. When he didn't move, I twisted and turned, scampering from under his arms until I was free from his suffocating presence. "You'll learn to do as I tell you to if you wish to remain here," the King Alpha growled dangerously, turning with me to watch me stumble into the center of the room. "I don't want to remain here," I snapped in exasperation. "What am I doing here? I want to go home." He shifted, walking towards me in such an intimidating way. I took a couple of steps back by habit, but didn't look away from those intensely cold eyes. "You're here because I demand it. You're in this clinic because you were injured. I need you to heal fully before we can complete the challenge you issued on my pack and I," he told me, his tone dark and dangerous. My brow furrowed as I stared at him with utter confusion. "Wait, what? A challenge? A challenge? My pack has accepted you as superior to them. After all, you challenged each of them and they submitted. You killed one of us, something I thought impossible with someone of your stature. And you challenged me," he growled angrily, obviously displeased with this thought. "Our battle was interrupted. It's part of our etiquette to allow the challengers to be in full health before completing a challenge. So I'll allow you to heal," and then I remembered his words. He killed those who challenged him. "I don't want to challenge anyone," I exclaimed in panic, raising my hands in rejection. The Alpha shrugged off my words. "It's already done." He was suddenly there, gripping my arms in his hands and pulling me to him. I gasped as he lowered his face into my neck, breathing in deeply. I stiffened under him, holding my own breath, as he searched me, no doubt for that smell of wolf they kept speaking of. "I'm not a lycan," I whimpered, the phrase already too tired from overuse. "How did you control the wolves?" He turned his lips over my neck quite suddenly. The touch of them on the curve into my shoulder sent a spark throughout me. I tensed further, my answer choking under my surprise. I don't know." I struggled to respond. The Alpha growled with frustration, lifting his face from my flesh and twisting me around roughly. I immediately tried to pull out of his grasp, but he was far too strong for me. He began to lead me out of the room, through the hall, and into the outside world. I blinked against the bright light of the sun, struggling as I tried to keep up with the alpha's pace. Lycans paused as we stormed past, each of them bowing either to me or to the alpha. I just wasn't sure anymore. "Where are you taking me?" I asked in panic. "Seeing as you're well enough to run around." "I'm still hurt. I can't do the challenge now," I cried out fearfully. The alpha laughed then, the sound startling and strangely appealing despite the cruelty of this particular laugh. "You're being banished to display until the challenge. It's one of the highest shames of our pack. I'm sure you'll love it," he teased without mercy. I didn't know what exactly he was talking about, so I opted to just continue being stressed because of ignorance. "What does that mean? Banished to display? Shame?" I had an epiphany. "You're going to make me sit on display naked in front of everyone while they poke me with hot iron." "Oh, not that. Not that, please. Not that." "But you are giving me ideas," he answered, pushing me through the door of a separate building. I balked as I was led into what looked like a mess hall. Row upon row of tables were seated with various lycans eating their lunch. It looked strangely human. Eyes lifted from their food as we entered and they quickly looked away, baring necks as I was forced across the large room. In front of all the tables were separate tables, each with chains and shackles seated on top. I counted 6 tables total and the alpha brought me to one of the ones in the center. He turned to face me towards the lycans, presenting me to them. "This she-wolf has challenged me for the pack, but until the challenge is complete. I'm not a she-wolf," I snapped spitefully. "She is still considered a lesser wolf. Are you even listening to me?" The alpha yanked on my arm roughly, causing me to wince. "As such, she will be punished for defying my direct orders." "What orders?" I winced again, when he pulled on my arm for silence again. "For defying my order of staying where she's supposed to be and for trying to escape. She will be sentenced to display abuse until the challenge is complete," the alpha finished. I was pulled onto the table rather roughly and despite my struggles, I was chained to the surface easily. I spent a moment trying to pull myself out of the containment, but found I could only get as far as my knees before being unable to lift myself further. "This is it?" I asked despite trying to keep my mouth shut. The alpha planted his hands on the table in front of me, staring me down dangerously. I watched him with wide eyes, my skin heated by his full attention. "They can throw food at you if they want to," he finally said to me simply. I narrowed my eyes suddenly, a flame of anger beginning to heat within me. "Good. I'm hungry," I responded sharply. Don't miss Mila's next hunting moment. Subscribe to stay updated. In this world filled with mystery and betrayal, Mila finds herself trapped among the werewolves, her fate closely intertwined with the powerful Alpha Roman. How did she go from being an ordinary hunter to a chosen sacrifice, and how will she face the challenges ahead? Can she uncover the secrets hidden in her bloodline to change her destiny? Explore the secrets of the Wolf Moon. Subscribe to join the adventure. Chapter 4. Nobody threw food at me. In fact, no one even really looked at me. I found my time on the shame table quite boring. Besides sitting on my knees, I found I could lay down if I wanted, roll around with some difficulty, and could spend my time playing with the chains of my shackles. I was lying on my back, twisting the chain around my wrist repeatedly when something clanged against the table next to my head. I jumped with surprise, twisting quickly to find a bowl of soup placed in front of me. I stared at it a moment and looked up to find someone standing in front of the table, leaning against what appeared to be a lance of some kind. She looked familiar to me. Her hair was dark red, like blood, unlike the lighter ginger my family inherited. She had it tied down her back in a braid. And her eyes were alight, illuminating blue like sapphire gems. Looking into them, I recalled where I saw them before. You were the black wolf, I declared, now completely suspicious of her. I was, she stated, a sort of quiet grace in her tone that said she didn't raise her voice often. That is, unless it's a loud, alerting howl in the night. She lifted a hand from her weapon and pointed to the bowl. I've brought you food. You called them to me in the hunt. I continued with distrust. Yes, well. They were quite distracted by rabbits. She suddenly smiled at me as I widened my eyes. To avoid admitting I rubbed my blood all over those poor bunnies, I reached for the bowl of soup and began eating it with vigor. I was pretty much starving. My name is Kate, she introduced herself easily. I didn't stop to give my name, but continued eating while looking at her suspiciously. Despite her more serious aura, she seemed curious and playful. If anything, it was like having my aunt trying to cheer me up when I was a child. It was strange. What's your name? I finally stopped and frowned. Milena. Everyone calls me Mila. Mila, huh? What do you think of Alpha Roman so far? He's an asshole. I continued to finish the soup, ignoring Kate's laugh. When I was done, I looked at her carefully. She was clothed in a uniform of sorts. Along her waist was a blade probably no longer than her forearm, and the lance she leaned on held a sharp and impressive tip. I'm a warrior wolf, Kate explained to me before I could ask, straightening herself before posing with her lance. It took me a moment before I realized as she twisted and turned that she was being downright silly. I frowned at her for a moment, but when she feinted a trip and then steadied herself, a smile slipped onto my lips despite myself. Are you really a warrior? What's that supposed to mean? She asked me, pretending offense. I watched as she looked over her shoulder at the empty mess hall where previously lycans had fed and otherwise peered at me curiously. They wouldn't throw anything at you because you proved yourself superior to them. And also because they think you are blessed by the mother. I hesitated. Who's the mother? Kate smiled with amusement, but humored me. She's the moon goddess, or rather one of them. Apparently you called out for her just before you challenged them all, including Alpha Roman, Kate informed me simply. I called out for my mother, I finally admitted with frustration. I wouldn't tell anyone that, if I were you. She straightened herself once more before glancing at me a final time. Good luck in your fight against the Alpha. Should be a pretty interesting one, considering. Without explaining what was to consider, she walked away swiftly and left me on my own. Time passed slowly. Others might have felt more unease at sleeping on such surfaces, but I was used to camping in the harsh wild for weeks at a time when food was scarce in my village. Lycans came and went. Some, like Kate, began offering me foods and drink at random. I was able to leave my position only to use the restroom, and even that I felt was something I wasn't supposed to be allowed to do. It felt strange to be a sacrificial human in the midst of gods and being treated as some sort of creature to be wary of. I was certain this would be something that would change once this challenge was completed. After what accounted to be 3 days, the wounds on my stomach felt absent. I had removed the bandages to play with the remains of the wound, now pink scars, that was sensitive to the touch. It was strange how quickly I had healed from such a wound. Not even I could explain it. I began thinking about how exactly I would fight off the King Alpha. Just before the hunt, he spoke of humans using horrific weapons on the werewolves. We used to know how to easily harm the deity shapeshifters, but so long ago, we had been isolated and all things related to the packs were considered taboo. As long as we worshipped and gave our sacrifices, we wouldn't be wiped out entirely. The knowledge of what those weapons had been were far gone. I did manage to kill one in the hunt, though. I still got chills when thinking of it. Obviously, injury to the brain was enough to end them. I suspected a direct hit to the heart might possibly do something as well. But as for other injuries considered deadly to humans, I doubted it. I was considering how I might manage to set the King Alpha on fire when my thoughts were interrupted. Alpha Roman has accepted your challenge and announced to all that it will be completed now that you're full health, a man said to me, catching my attention. I immediately sat up, twisting to peer at the man, the same lycan that had allowed me to keep my knife for the hunt. I wondered if he regretted it. And when did he announce this? I asked, bewildered. 2 days ago, the man replied simply before reaching for my chains. What? When is this challenge thing happening? Now? I just told you. I gaped at him. He released my shackles, freeing my rather sore wrists at last. Instead of climbing off of the table, I stayed put. Can I back out of the challenge? I asked him, as though I could bargain with the Alpha through him. This man appeared to follow the King Alpha around a lot. Perhaps it meant he was important. He looked big enough to be almost as scary as the Alpha. His brown hair was rather long and loose to his shoulders. Who knew? You can, he admitted simply, holding out his hand palm up for me pointedly. Just bare your neck to him. What? But he'd just ripped my neck out, I exclaimed with exasperation. That is the point, the man answered, a look of solemn boredom set on his features. His eyes were a dark blue hazel, and they conveyed his attempt to view me as a dead woman who just didn't know it yet. I frowned unhappily at his hand. What's your name? I asked, reaching for his hand at last and moving off of the table. I wasn't hunting you, so I avoided your challenge. I'm not required to answer, he responded simply. I stared at him momentarily, as he led me out of the building. I recalled how he had yanked me from my family and life, thrown me against a wall, and jokingly allowed me to keep my weapon during the hunt, as if to rub it in my face that I wouldn't survive. You didn't hunt me. It was surprising. I have my reasons, he shrugged, unimpressed. I would offer my neck if I were you. If you win, you'll be challenged by every powerful wolf in this pack and all the others. Well, I can't win, can I? I muttered unhappily. We stepped into another building, walking through halls and ultimately arrived at a set of double doors. I could hear the lycans behind it already. When the doors opened, I was shoved into what looked like an arena of sorts. The walls were lined with lycans, all of them chattering loudly, and a type of excitement thriving in the atmosphere. In the center was a massive space. Too much space, if you asked me. The floor was dirt, but I could still see evidence of past fights in the marks of claws left on the ground. In the space provided, I noted several stands which held weapons. I blanched further. It wasn't enough that he would have supernatural strength and abilities, but he could also use weapons against me. I had to remind myself that I could use them as well. I was shoved forward once more, finding it suddenly extremely difficult to do so myself. To the right side of the area, the King Alpha stood watching me emotionlessly. I stiffened, lifting my chin and taking the shortest, choppiest steps to the opposite direction. I was a sacrifice, after all. I should have expected to die sooner than this. I just didn't think it would be at the stake of my own fighting abilities. Call it, Beta Caleb, the King Alpha suddenly snarled as I found my position across him, the massive space still not enough distance between us in my opinion. Yes, Alpha Roman, the man who had brought me here responded. Ha, Caleb. I felt a triumph, however small it was. He turned to me expectantly. Do you have anything you wish to say or do before we start the challenge? I felt all eyes on me as the air silenced, waiting for my response. My heart thudded in my chest painfully, fear and adrenaline pulsing through me wildly. I wanted to opt out of the challenge, of course. But I also felt that same determination, as I had when I ran through the forest, trying to survive. I made a promise to fight. I might not have been a fighter or warrior for my own people, but I was a hunter. I had killed a deity werewolf once already. What's an alpha king? I targeted the king alpha determinedly. Prepare yourself, I told him, my voice trembling as I shifted my feet in a way to stabilize my center more. For a moment, an undefined expression crossed his features as he watched me, as if I were a surprise to him. He no doubt had expected me to wimp out immediately. The beater, Caleb, turned to look at the ground between us. I felt my breath go light, my mind lifting above me as though my reality was no more palpable than a dream. Start, Caleb barked swiftly. The word froze me. I had expected to run for a weapon immediately, but my feet were lead under me. This was it. I was dead. Alpha Roman stood where he had been left, unmoving as well. He didn't take his eyes off of me, his body just as stiff. I couldn't understand it. I was petrified. Why didn't he attack me? My feet came back to me as fast as I had lost them. In a span of a breath, I turned heel and ran for the nearest weapon stand. I heard him before I saw him, and I quickly dropped to the ground like a sack of potatoes, crying out in fear as he flew over me. I shoved myself to my feet, reaching the weapon stand and lifting the bow I had spotted easily. I slung the case of arrows over my shoulder, and was promptly slammed into, thrown across the dirt ground roughly enough to lose my breath. However, it wasn't as hard as the wolf had hit me in the forest. And there were no claws involved. He was holding back. His loss. I rolled the minute I hit the ground, the bow now firm in my hand, and strung an arrow with such ease that it felt like another extension of me. The King Alpha stood just feet away, towering and still in human form. Spotting my weapon, an expression of amusement graced him, as though he found my attempts humorous. I aimed for his heart, breathing lightly. He disappeared in a blur, not running towards me, but not running away either. He was mocking me. However, I had great instincts. I released the arrow with deadly precision, equipping another without hesitation to release this one as well. Both hit him, missing him just inches below his heart, and caused him to freeze in mid-step. With him stunned, I aimed for his eye, preparing for the kill, while he was still processing the fact that I was able to hit him while running. I pulled the string, tightening my core in preparation, and then hesitated. Why was I hesitating? Let go. Let go. Alpha Roman disappeared from his spot and was suddenly there, knocking the bow from my hand with a dangerous growl. He grasped my arms and threw me the opposite direction of my weapon, causing me to land particularly roughly. I laid gasping for air, my heart exploding in my chest. Behind me, the Alpha was ripping the arrows from his abdomen, snarling as he did so. Blood spilled from his stomach to the ground, where he threw the arrows and promptly stepped on them. I stood up painfully, something in my own abdomen damaged by the throw. When he began to approach me, I suddenly lifted my hand, reaching into that part of me that felt a connection to the animals around me. Stop, I told him, my voice high and frightened. There were gasps surrounding us, as that power rose around me immediately, demanding to be obeyed. Alpha Roman hesitated, lifting his face to breathe in the air around him curiously. His body stiffened under my order, and I focused my entire attention on willing him to remain where he was. Now this is a fight, he growled deviously, an excitement flushing over his entire form, as though he had been waiting for me to do this very thing. I don't want to fight, I said truthfully. Then offer me that throat of yours, Milena, Alpha Roman suggested, the idea quite appealing to him for some reason. I didn't trust him, but I knew I couldn't win this fight. He had tossed away those arrows as if it were nothing to him. And he could move so fast there was no way I could accurately hit him. Would you kill me if I did? I asked uncertainly. Offer your neck and find out, he responded, his voice low and dangerous. I could feel the adrenaline wearing off into something more of fearful uselessness. But still, I didn't trust him. I shook my head firmly, not willing to chance it. If you want my neck, you'll just have get it yourself. The hard way, then, he stated, taking a firm step forward. Don't move. I shouted, forcing him to stop. Step back. He stumbled over a step backwards and snarled loudly, his form beginning to change in front of me. He growled loudly at the snap of bone, as his hands malformed and became claws. And then he took a few more steps towards me. Stop, I said quietly, my focus more on my order than my volume at this point. He paused again, huffing as he fought against my demand. I had never used this connection like this before meeting the werewolves. So often it was just me, reaching out to calm dying animals or to call them to me. It was too easy for them, but for this man it was something else entirely. I began to struggle to keep my breath. Shift, he suddenly demanded of me, his own form half changing in front of me. I was startled by his own demand. I suddenly felt something else pushing back towards me, a separate power lifting around us. The werewolves watching seemed to be reacting to his order, as many began to change forms immediately. Shift. I'm not a lycan. I cried out in frustration, but just as I said it, a terrible chill crawled under my skin like something within me reaching out to touch the surface of my body. A scent enveloped me, the smell of a wild animal, powerful and of the forest. I gasped, my focus dropping entirely. Just as quickly, the King Alpha was on me, twisting me to the ground. He suddenly smelled different as well. He smelled like pure power, untamed and seductive, something that caused a drug-like sensation to thrill through me. As he pinned me to the ground, he lowered his face into my chest with a low growl in his throat. I reached for him absently, pulling his face to mine and rubbing my cheek against his, and inhaled his addicting scent, as though I had become something wild myself. I lifted my face away, baring my throat quite suddenly for an entirely different reason than admitting defeat in a challenge. I was submitting. It was as though I had been possessed by this. Whatever it was that crawled dangerously within me. I won't accept it, the King Alpha growled from above me dangerously, anger radiating behind his curious desire. I aimed to look at him, withdrawing my neck, but he immediately grasped my hair in his hand and pulled my face upwards, keeping my throat bare to him dominantly. I gasped, that wild part inside me delighted by it, until his next words. I don't know what those wretched goddesses are planning, but I won't play along. You are not my mate. He suddenly bit my neck, causing me to yelp in surprise. However, I didn't feel the pain of wolf fangs digging into my flesh. In fact, he barely bit down, using only his human teeth lightly in a way to purposely not break my skin. It was a clear indication, but I didn't know what it meant. He released me, ripping away from me as though it were a difficult thing to do. Take her away, he demanded to those nearby, huffing with rage and no longer looking at me. I remained frozen on the floor of the arena, the strange scents and sensations leaving me all at once until I was nothing more than confused. I wasn't a lycan, but if I wasn't, what had happened to me? Banish her to the temple. Let the moon goddesses watch her wither away. Perhaps they'll view it as a sacrifice direct to their altar, he declared angrily before storming away. I was pulled from the ground swiftly. What lycans remained in human form were murmuring around me, whispering things about mates, blessings, and omens. Some were staring at the bow I had left on the ground. Others were looking to the sky blindly, as if they would be struck down by angry deities at any moment. The rest watched me, avoiding my eye when I looked to them, but holding the same general expression on their faces. Respect. Chapter 5. I was led by 2 lycans and a rather somber Caleb, or Beta Caleb, as he had been called. We halted in front of what appeared to be a completely run-down and abandoned, enormous building on the outskirts of the lycan village. I didn't fight against my fate. In fact, I spent the entire walk towards it in a daze of confusion. However, when seeing the building before me and realizing I was being banished to starve to death within it, I finally found my footing for sanity. I'm not going in there, I declared firmly quite suddenly. The building windows were boarded up and those boards had bars twisted horribly over them. The door was crossed with metal slabs to prevent entry, and even without those, chains with locks were wrapped around the door handles. Remnants of what could have been statues were shattered and ripped from parts of the edge of the roof, and it looked as though a symbol had been vandalized several feet up from the front doors. This place looked nothing like a temple, and if it had ever been once, it definitely was one no longer. You lost the challenge. You're lucky Alpha Roman didn't just rip you apart, Caleb told me simply, though a sense of unease was shrouding his words. I turned to look at him. He was looking at the would-be temple with an expression of regret, or otherwise discomfort. A glance at the other two lycans revealed different emotions, looks of distaste and hatred. Why is it abandoned? Did you make a new temple somewhere else? I abruptly inquired, curious about their reaction towards the place. Caleb turned to look at me, careful not to reveal any further expression. We don't follow the moon goddesses anymore. All temples have been ordered abandoned. It's safe to assume you won't receive any visitors here, he responded shortly before indicating for the others to open the door. It took a couple of minutes to remove all the barricades. When they finished, they opened one of the doors to the temple and moved away. I'm definitely not going in there, I repeated firmly. Caleb abruptly ducked under me, lifting me from the ground and over his shoulder, as though I were a bag of feathers. I screeched and punched his back, struggling viciously against him. Let me go, you. You jerk. I got my wish when he suddenly dropped me to the floor. I was able to catch one more glance of his face, one of hesitation, before the door to the temple was shut in mine. I cried out in panic, pushing myself to my feet and trying to open it senselessly. No. Wait. Don't leave me in here. Let me out. The door was firmly shut. From the outside, I could hear the clangs of them replacing the barricades, fully intending to carry out the King Alpha's orders. I felt cold all over suddenly. Surely this was a joke. After everything, this couldn't be the way I went. I leaned against the door and slid down to the floor in momentary defeat. I cradled my head in my hands, taking a moment to take in my situation and think of a way around it. I would just have to look for an escape. And then I could run back to my village. If I could figure out which direction that was in. Either way, I wasn't going to find an exit by sitting where I was. I opened my eyes, leaned my head back, and then hesitated. My eyes were greeted by the beginning interior of the temple. Where I had thought it would be as trashed and otherwise as harmed as the outside, I was completely wrong. I stood slowly, taking in the initial mural on the wall immediate to the entrance. It depicted 3 silhouettes of women standing atop an ocean of trees, each of them looking to the sky with their hands lifted. And in their grip was 3 moons, a waxing, full, and waning moon. I stepped forward, lifting my fingers to brush over the artwork curiously. The entrance gave me an option to go left or right, though I was certain either way would lead to the same place. I picked a direction at random and began walking. It would have been completely dark inside, except that the light of day peeked through some boarded windows. I entered another stretch of a room, which held more art, and 2 sets of double doors along the center wall. The room held a mix of statues depicting wolves, half-shifted lycans, and more figures of the 3 women. One statue was of a woman holding a moon in her hands, a circle of wolves under her with their heads tilted back howling. Another statue was a woman with a bow and arrow, pointing at something in the distance while a large wolf stood protectively next to her. I touched the arrow tip carefully before turning to try one of the double doors. The doors led to an auditorium of sorts. There were rows after rows of pews in front of a massive stage. On the wall of the stage was a large symbol, black and solid. It appeared to be a circle with 2 crescent shapes on either side, facing the opposite direction. I walked further into the area curiously, looking up and around me at all the paintings of wolves and moons around the entire temple. It took me a minute to realize there were lighted candles along each pew. When I noticed, I suddenly paused to stare at one. My eyes moved from the candles to the chairs, which were absent of dust or dirt. In fact, the entire place appeared very well taken care of for something that was considered abandoned. Then again, I wasn't sure how long ago it was abandoned. But I was certain it wouldn't have only been a few hours, or however long it would take for candles to die out. There was a sound of movement and a door closing. I immediately ducked down in panic, hiding from whoever was in the temple with me. Then I peeked from over the pew towards the sound of footsteps. A woman was stepping onto the stage towards a table set up in the center. She placed 2 bowls next to plates that were already prepared with food. Then she sat facing the pews and took a drink from one of the 2 glasses set as well. I was suspicious. Did this mean there were even more wolves hiding here? "Won't you join me, Mila?" the woman suddenly asked loudly, her voice echoing throughout the room with ease. I ducked once again, trying to hide despite being found. Then I had to wonder how she knew my name. Maybe everyone knew my name by now. "You don't want your food to get cold, do you?" At the mention of food, especially food meant for me, my stomach rolled over with excitement. If anything could influence me to do something crazy, it would be food. I took a breath and stood stubbornly, glaring at the strange woman suspiciously. "What are you doing here?" I asked her before taking a step. "I live here," she responded simply, as if that weren't the nuttiest thing out there. I frowned, but my eyes traveled from her to the food in front of her. It looked fresh and downright delicious from where I was standing. "Come join me and we'll talk, Mila. Then I'll tell you how you can get out of here." "There's a way out?" I asked, instantly intrigued further. She merely smiled and continued to eat without me. I began to approach the stage hesitantly, pausing occasionally before taking the steps onto the platform, and finally seating myself across from her. I looked from her to the food carefully, taking in the soup in the bowl and the meat and vegetables on the plate. I picked up the silverware and quickly began to dig in, deciding poison would be worth the risk. I was hungry. The woman was older, probably in her high 40s or low 50s. She had graying blonde hair, but looked quite healthy and stunning. Her eyes were the darkest of sable, which held something of ancient wisdom within them, as she watched me feast in front of her. She sipped from her glass easily, waiting for me to finish. My eyes traveled from her to the symbol on the wall once again. "It's the symbol of the triple goddesses," the woman abruptly explained to me. I looked back to her curiously, as she moved her hand to the center of the table where the symbol had been etched onto the surface. The woman traced it slowly and said, "There's the maiden, Artemis, represented by the waxing moon. Then the mother, Selene, represented by the full and new moon. And last is the crone, Hecate, represented by the waning moon. They are the 3 goddesses of the moon." I stared at the symbol for a moment, recognizing only the mother, as it appeared the wolves believed me to be blessed by her. I recalled reaching my hand out to the full moon, but then I shook my head briefly. It was all a bunch of nonsense. "The wolves said they don't follow the moon goddesses anymore," I said with a frown. "What are you doing here?" The woman sat back and smiled warmly. "I'm one of the crone's oracles," she explained to me with ease. "Alpha Roman had us all banished from the packs long ago. Many of us survive, whether living as I do in secret among the temples or in hiding in the wild. But as for why I'm here right now, I've been waiting for you, Mila." I didn't know what to think. To be told that she was waiting for me, supposedly at the behest of the moon goddesses, was just strange. The goddesses weren't my goddesses, so what did I care to learn of them? Humans worshipped only the godlike lycanthropes, as was demanded since centuries before I was born. But something interested me about these creatures and the deities they used to worship. However, I didn't know this woman, so I had to remain wary despite my curiosity. The crone's oracles. What's that? I asked suspiciously. The crone, Hecate, is the goddess of the oracles. Through us, the words of the moon goddesses are heard among all the packs. We are given visions and told information, to keep us in the triple goddesses' favor, and to retain their blessings. The woman paused somberly at a thought that crossed her mind, yet, after being banished, many oracles lost their visions and connection to the goddesses. Of what I know, I'm the only one who retains a connection. What's your name? I asked curiously. You can call me Cynthia. I'm sorry if this is a bit much for you, and it doesn't help that for everything I tell you, there is infinite more you must know that hasn't been said, she explained with empathy. I stared at her a moment, trying to take in everything she'd told me so far and determine if there were falsehoods evident in her words. I leaned back, looking up and around once again. Where did you get this food from? The King Alpha sent me here to starve to death. I narrowed my eyes bitterly at the thought of such a sentence. It served him right, that there were people living under his nose ruining his plans. This temple has always had a preserve of food in the basement, meant to survive quite some time in case of food shortages. I'm certain Alpha Roman was in such a hurry to shut the place down that he completely failed to recall this fact, Cynthia stated before adding carefully, or he knew of it and hoped you would find it. Why would he hope that? I asked, appalled. He has done nothing but repeatedly attack me and sentence me to crazy punishments for existing. I do not wish to pretend I understand the Alpha's thoughts. But regardless, he is the reason you are here. Because of his actions, the moon goddesses have chosen you, Cynthia explained further. I gaped at her, my mouth opened in disbelief. And then I closed my mouth and scoffed. They made a poor choice. Once I get out of here, I'm going straight back home. You would risk the life of all of humankind for this. I would risk my life. I'm not sure how all of humankind is at risk because of this. I sputtered over my words, confusion and frustration motivating me. I immediately reached for my glass, downing the drink quickly in anxiety. I'm here to warn you, Mila Young. The path Alpha Roman is taking is one of destruction. It spells an end to both the humans and the wolves. The werewolves have already lost the blessings of the goddesses. If he continues on this path, it means extinction. For everyone, Cynthia had leaned forward, her hands gripping the table firmly and her words strained with intense sincerity. I had no doubt suddenly that she was speaking the truth. In fact, I felt a chill shudder through me, tasting the truth of her words. What does that have to do with me? I can't do anything. I'm just a girl, I asked, exasperated. However, I thought of my family. If she spoke the truth, the King Alpha would end all of them as well. My mother and father, my little brother, and everyone I knew and loved. Cynthia suddenly reached out for my hand. I hesitated, but lifted mine as well. She looked at my left hand, palm up, and peered at the birthmark on my hand openly. And then she lifted her other hand to place a blade and its sheath in my hand. It was the same one my little brother had given to me when I was chosen, as a sacrifice, the same one I had left buried in some woman's head. As for the sheath, I thought it taken from me after the hunt. I almost dropped it, but Cynthia kept a hold of my hand to prevent me from doing so. We are all just something. I am just an oracle wolf. You are just a girl. The Alpha is just a man with hatred in his heart. But you must find a way to stop him. She tightened her grip, looking up briefly with a faraway look in her eyes. The wolf moon has passed. If nothing has changed by the night of the hunter's moon, both the humans and lycans will fall. I widened my eyes. The hunter's moon, also known as the dying moon, was in October. It was the month of my 18th birthday. What was I supposed to do? And did I really believe the sake of all of humanity was at stake? What if this woman was just crazy and wanted me to risk my life so that she could stop living in hiding. But something in her words just felt true. I looked from her to the symbol once again. Sitting within the abandoned temple, it felt as though the moon goddesses were there watching me. I could feel their eyes and their expectations, demanding me to help their wolves despite the fact I was only human myself. It felt unfair. Fine, I submitted bitterly, I'll see what I can do. But not because of you or your deities. I am doing this for my kind, for the humans. We have always known you represent the humans, Mila. But you have felt that connection to the wolves and to Alpha Roman himself. In the end, you'll find you want to change this path for them as well, Cynthia said to me wisely, a secret behind her eyes that I wasn't privy to. She looked away, sadness creeping into her form. Both the humans and the wolves have suffered so much for so long now. I wanted to disagree. In fact, the wolves seemed quite content chasing me around to kill me for no reason. But then I recalled their faces of anger as they peered at the temple, and the King Alpha's rage as he looked into the moon. I recalled Beta Caleb's discomfort, his distancing from me, and the fact that he hadn't hunted me. I thought of Kate, who had spotted me but didn't attack me herself. Something told me not all the wolves agreed with the King Alpha's tactics. Let's get some rest. When we awake, I'll show you the secret passage. If you do decide to stay with the pack, you may visit me whenever you wish. But be careful, Cynthia stood slowly, looking around her adoringly. I'm not supposed to be here. I felt I wasn't supposed to be here, either. Chapter 6. I was stirred awake sometime in the night by Cynthia, who hovered over me quiet, as a ghost with a candle in one hand. She offered me her other hand and I took it without thinking, something about her presence comforting to me. With quiet determination, she began to lead me through the temple. I had rested in what appeared to be a housing area on the top floor of the temple across from Cynthia's room. She led me back down to the main level of the temple, where wolves had no doubt previously come to worship the goddesses and make offerings for their blessings. Now it was forever silent, removed from their culture. Cynthia led me further down a more secretive set of stairs until we were walking through storage units. I spotted shelves of canned foods and preserves, but wasn't given enough time to see exactly how extensive the food storage was. I was pulled to a rather dusty cupboard and led through the cobwebs until Cynthia stopped to quietly lift an overhead latch. She climbed the steps that would lead outside first and I looked up after her. I could see the night sky, stars studding it quietly, and the waning moon resting among them. As I looked at it, my immediate thought was Cynthia's words whispering about the crone and her oracles. I followed Cynthia up the steps, looking around briefly. The exit wasn't too far from the back of the temple, but well into the woods so that there was plenty of cover. The buildings of the lycan village were dark with sleep, though many lights flickered in the distance for those who were restless in the night. I stared only a moment before looking into the woods uncertainly. If you wish to return to your village, you'll want to go that direction. Cynthia lifted her candle towards the woods, pointing south with determination. Before turning those wise eyes on me, you'll walk straight into a creek. If you follow it east, it will lead to a river. Follow the flow of the river, and you will find your village. I looked from her to the direction she pointed once again, every cell in my body demanding that I abandon my position and return back to my family immediately. How long would it even be before the King Alpha went to check on me at the temple, if ever? If he didn't find me, wouldn't he just assume I died in a war somewhere? I could hide every wolf moon among my people until eventually this entire situation was a bad, distant dream. But if Cynthia was right, if the goddesses told her the truth, my people would be facing a horrible doom in the future. They would perish by the month of my birth this year. I would no doubt go down with them. I reached for the blade, now firmly strapped around my leg once again familiarly. And if I wished to follow a different path? I asked Cynthia, turning my head just enough to look at her with determination. She had been watching me the entire time, waiting for me to make a decision, and satisfaction crossed her features briefly. "The building you are looking for is there," she informed me, turning around completely to face the lycan village. She used her free hand to point at a taller building, well into the village, but still easy to see. She looked at me once again, "And the room you are looking for will be on the second floor, the last door on the right." Cynthia stepped to me, lifting her hand to touch my face softly. "No matter where you go, no matter what path you choose, the moon will always be with you," she told me, her voice hushed and kind. She moved her hand from my face and turned away. I watched as she re-entered the hidden path into the temple, gaining a last glance of her hair shining in the darkness, before she closed the door above her. The door was nearly invisible among the forest floor. I could understand why it was missed. I glanced into the forest once more, wanting more than anything to run for it. And then I turned away to begin my hunt for the King Alpha. I hid between buildings, moving as silently as possible. When having to run into the open, I kept low and watched for signs of life warily. As I moved closer to the building Cynthia pointed me to, I spotted a lycan walking out of a separate building. I quickly ducked down, my hand on the hilt of my blade carefully. When the lycan walked past without glancing in my direction, I waited until they were out of sight before proceeding. It took some time to get to the building I wanted, and when I did, I spent a considerable more amount of time staring at it determinedly. It appeared either unoccupied or the occupant was sound asleep. The former would have been preferred. I looked around once more, and when satisfied that the area was vacant, I crept towards the building easily. The front door was too in the open, and it was likely it would be locked. I stayed against the wall of the building, hidden from view, and reached above me to try a window. The first one wouldn't budge. I tried two more before finding one that opened under my touch. My heart was pulsing loudly in my throat as adrenaline began to pump determinedly throughout me. I lifted the window further and then twisted around, sheathing my blade before gripping the window ledge firmly. I looked into the building carefully, not spotting any signs of movement. And then I lifted myself up and through the window, feeling like a bandit, a mad, insane bandit. I planted a foot on the floor of the house carefully, my bare feet silent in the air. When I was fully inside the building, I shut the window to prevent wandering eyes from wondering if someone might be in their fearless leader's house. I snuck through the building slowly, avoiding any and all furniture. I found the stairs and followed them to the second floor. I looked left briefly, my eyes taking in the hallway with a few doors. Then I turned right, walking purposely. The last door was already partially opened, which felt like a bad omen to me. That or the goddesses had used some voodoo to open it for me. Here, they might be whispering, "He's in here. Sick him." I opened the door further, slipping into the room despite the fact that my heart was panicking. My sight was greeted by a sleeping form atop of a large bed. The King Alpha was lying on top of the sheets, positively spread out and resting with ease. It was as if he hadn't just sentenced some innocent girl to die a horrible death of starvation in an abandoned temple. I got mad just looking at him, his scarred yet handsome face sleeping peacefully. I crouched slightly, removing the blade from its sheath quietly. Then I began to move towards the King Alpha slowly. He was shirtless, revealing even more battle scars across his chest under the moonlight. If I had to guess, I wasn't the first person to attempt to assassinate him. It made me nervous. He was centered squarely on the bed, far from the edges, as if to purposely make it harder to carry out the deed. I hesitated when I reached the bed, looking from the edge to him with unease. I was fit enough to have more strength in my blows than most girls in my village, but I would still need two hands if I wanted to drive my blade into his heart as intended. At the same time, I couldn't touch the lycan or else he would definitely wake up. I crawled onto the edge of the bed carefully, holding my breath, as it sank under my weight. When the King Alpha didn't move, I moved closer to him, blade still in hand. I expected him to wake any second and thought perhaps I should come up with a backup story, but nothing came to mind, so I only proceeded. When I was close enough, I hesitated a moment longer. I could try stabbing him from the side, but I had approached him from his right side, my left. It meant I would have to reach further over him to hit his heart. I would probably miss or not be able to put all my strength into it. I closed my eyes for a moment, tightening my hands into fists stubbornly. And then I began to move even closer to him. I lifted my body lithely over him until I was straddling his form, keeping myself raised enough not to touch him completely. Now satisfied by my position, I gripped the blade with both of my hands, holding it above his chest for a moment. I aimed for his heart, hesitated, and began to shift the blade in a way that would avoid the scars already on his chest. I wasn't sure why I didn't want to disturb them, and the thought was enough to frustrate me. Abandoning my attempt to be nice, I lifted the blade above my head. I stayed in this position, poised for my attack, for a moment longer than necessary. It was like when I had an arrow trained on his eye. Do it, I demanded of myself, but again my body refused to listen. I tightened my grip over the blade over and over again, my body tightening under it as well. I must have moved above him, enough to move against him. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, those steel blues reflecting the moonlight, as they found me above him. I struck, aiming for his heart blindly. He immediately reached for my wrists, snatching them in his grip dangerously before rolling over me roughly. I lifted my knee, slamming it repeatedly into his abdomen, as best as I could, and tilted my wrists under his grip to prevent the blade from piercing me instead. His tightening grip demanded I drop it, but I firmly refused. I wanted to scream, finding myself in a brawl, but my mouth remained closed with focus as I fought his powerful form. I felt the edge of the bed below us, and I thrust my entire body into throwing us off entirely. I heard the satisfying collision of his head against the bedside table, as he released me with a grunt. The blade fell across the floor unhelpfully, and I immediately crawled hastily for it. Just as I nearly reached it, hands gripped the back of my legs and pulled me out of reach. I was suddenly pinned under him, his hips holding mine down and his legs tight around mine to prevent me from movement. I immediately tried to knee him between his legs, but he easily saw it coming and shifted to avoid it. He moved to prevent me from attempting further attacks on his lower regions. I used one hand to grab his ear viciously and the other to slam into his nose as hard as I could manage, but my target was offset by the struggle, and it wasn't as hard as I would have liked. Still, he growled at the resulting pain, blood already leaking from his head from my previous attack. He pinned my dominant hand on the floor above me while I continued my attack on his ear. When he targeted that hand, I immediately began to claw at his face, which drew frustrated snarls from his throat as he bared dangerous fangs at me. He ripped my hand from his face and pinned that with the other, roughly pulling them both under my head until I had to lift my chin to avoid the discomfort of the position. We were suddenly left silent and panting on the floor of his room, my body officially incapacitated under his dominating grip. I wanted to kick myself. I should have ran back to my village after all. I wasn't a secret assassinator of lycan kings. It was stupid of me to think I could even manage it. You're supposed to be locked up in the temple, Alpha Roman abruptly growled, frustration painting his features. But at the same time, there was something of a delight in his expression, as though he were pleased to see me here. At first, I thought it mad, but then when evaluating my own emotions I felt a form of excitement in having him close to me as well. Perhaps it was this strange insanity that had prevented me from performing killing blows when available. I got out, I stated the obvious, narrowing my eyes at him firmly. You got out and you didn't run home. Instead, you thought you would come kill me in my sleep. He turned his gaze from me to the blade just out of my reach. He lifted his free hand and grabbed it, causing my heart rate to increase exponentially. How'd you know where I slept? I'm a hunter, remember? I responded sharply, squirming under him when he lifted the blade over me. He didn't appear to believe my excuse and began to run the blade over my side slowly. "Who told you where I sleep?" Alpha Roman asked me dangerously, following the blade with his eyes pointedly. I began to panic, trying to think of anything that wouldn't get Cynthia in trouble with him. I faltered momentarily, and then winced when he pulled my wrists further under me roughly. I had a vision from the crone. He paused then, looking up from the blade and instead peering at my face. "Are you claiming to be of the oracles?" he asked me, his voice low with growing impatience. Something told me this was both the wrong and right answer. I shook my head and then also nodded hesitantly. "The goddesses wish me dead, now. Is this what you're telling me?" I didn't answer this question. A chuckle rumbled through him, demented, angry, and at the same time amused. Something in my soul liked his laugh, despite the darkness of it. It pulled at that wildness inside me, drawing it to the surface until the King Alpha froze against me. He inhaled briefly before holding his breath determinedly. "You're tempting my wolf, Milena," he growled at me dangerously. "I don't mean to," I whispered, my voice strained under such an unusual feeling. "There might have been a time when I asked the goddesses for a mate several years ago," he continued, shifting forward to breathe in my scent deeply. After a moment, he lifted the blade from my side and I whimpered, afraid he would turn it on me. Instead, he abruptly turned it on himself, driving it squarely into his heart with an angry grunt. I gasped at the sight. When he didn't drop dead above me, I felt like I truly had fallen into insanity. He ripped it from his chest as he had done my arrows, my blade now bloody, and his chest healing before me. When they refused to mate, I instead asked the goddesses to kill me. He dropped the useless blade on the ground and pulled one of my hands from under me roughly. I whimpered as he pressed my palm against his healing wound determinedly, a look of anger enveloping him. "It's been centuries, do you understand? It's been centuries and the crone refuses my life. She'll take everyone around me. She'll take you, even. But never me." I was staring at him with disbelief and horror, my initial thoughts stuck on the fact that Cynthia had sent me on a suicide mission. But then I truly took in his words and my eyes trailed from his to my hand on his chest. I stared at it for a moment and then began to move my touch over his other scars. They were wounds, caused by centuries of life. An immortal werewolf, it was a nightmare if I had ever heard one, both for him and for the humans. The challenge. Everything was pointless, I whispered, wanting to be disgruntled but distracted by his body so close to mine. That wild power flared within me, recalling the challenge and the feel of that thing within me. I was surrounded by the King Alpha's empowering scent, untamed and dangerous yet desirable. Aware of my own thoughts this time, I fought the urge to pull him to me and breathe him in as I had before. "You smell of human in one moment and wolf in another," the King Alpha said suspiciously, narrowing his eyes as he huffed above me with restraint. "Why would they grant me a mate now? And one which was among the humans? They must have stolen you from us. Or perhaps you were thrown out a defected wolf." He released his grip on my remaining pinned hand and planted both of his on the ground on either side of me. He lowered himself further until his lips were over my chest carefully. It would have been a perfect time to attack him, but I remained frozen under him. I was afraid if I moved, I would throw myself to him as I had before. "I'm not a wolf," I managed painfully. "We could find out for certain if you'd just shift," he growled the order dominatingly. I whimpered immediately, feeling that unfamiliar touch of something crawling under my skin. Yet no bones snapped and nothing changed on the surface. His scent became even more addictive around me, as though the closer I got to whatever connection was between me and the werewolves, the more drawn to him I was. "What's happening to me?" I asked him fearfully, as that power thrilled throughout me. He was still as a statue above me, his muscle tensed and poised as he watched me. A normal lycan would have shifted even if they didn't want to. "You've rejected me 3 times now," he stated simply, as though I had a choice in the matter. "What should I do with you, Milena?" I wanted to demand him to let me go home. But still Cynthia's warning ran through my head that I needed to stop this alpha before the hunter's moon. I obviously couldn't just kill him, as he proved tonight. There had to be something else I was missing. "Let me stay," I abruptly requested, an expression of surprise gracing my features before his. "No," he growled angrily in response. His hands tensed into fists against the ground. "If you're an oracle wolf, or even a defect wolf, I should banish you immediately." "I'm not a defect," I snapped in irritation. "What does that even mean?" "It means you were born with deformity that would render you useless to the pack." Missing legs perhaps, or he was peering at me, his focus beginning to fade. He shook his head firmly. "I'm not missing anything," I gasped, offended. "And that's just barbaric. You're not staying." "I would," he stopped himself from continuing, struggling with his own thoughts. I hesitated, thinking over everything I had learned about the lycans so far. And then I lifted my chin, revealing my neck to the king alpha on impulse. He growled lowly, the sound vibrating along my body and reaching into that wild power within me. I wanted to crawl away, but I held still submissively. "Let me stay," I requested once again, swallowing with difficulty. I'll be your mate or whatever that is." "Is that what the goddesses requested of you, then?" he asked me with frustration, his hatred of his deities thick in his words. I wondered if it would be the right answer to deny this or to say it was true. The goddesses hadn't requested anything, really. I hadn't received any visions, but I couldn't very well admit that and keep Cynthia safe at the same time. "Then let's make them regret it," the king alpha suddenly growled, grasping me firmly before lifting me to him roughly. I gasped in surprise and then cried out when he bit me viciously. His fangs burrowed into the curve into my shoulder, but it felt as though they went even deeper. I grasped at his arms tightly, whimpering against him as his bite bled into my soul possessively. That wild part of me was drawn out, thriving under his powerful bond. I could feel it just under my skin, settling and stretching over the length of me, as if making my flesh its home. For just a moment, I wondered if perhaps I was something else, something untamed and of nature itself. Yet my body remained human in the king alpha's embrace. He ripped his bite from my flesh none too gently, panting with exhilaration. "You may be mine now, Milena," he snarled at me dangerously, "but make no mistake, I won't ever be yours." I struggled to take in air momentarily, reaching for my neck briefly. "You bit me," I merely responded, obviously behind on times. And then I promptly fell into unconsciousness. Don't miss Mila's next hunting moment. Subscribe to stay updated. In this world filled with mystery and betrayal, Mila finds herself trapped among the werewolves, her fate closely intertwined with the powerful Alpha Roman. How did she go from being an ordinary hunter to a chosen sacrifice, and how will she face the challenges ahead? Can she uncover the secrets hidden in her bloodline to change her destiny? Explore the secrets of the Wolf Moon. Subscribe to join the adventure. Chapter 7. The room was slightly wrecked. I stood at the end of the empty bed, my raven hair a wild mass around me and my clothes torn and blood-stained in places from the struggle. There was damage to the sheets from where my blade must have nicked it without me knowing. The bedside table was overturned and everything on top was shattered or otherwise broken. And the floor below was stained with blood. It looked like wild animals had broken into the Alpha's room and tried to kill each other. Close enough. I wanted to be pleased that a majority of the blood was from the King Alpha's head and chest wounds, but when I lifted my hand to briefly touch my neck I had my doubts. He had bitten me and hard. It hurt to swallow. In fact, it hurt to move at all. I wasn't sure why he had done it if he hadn't meant to just tear my throat out, though it sure felt like it. But still I woke alive and somewhat well, alone and in the very room I had tried to assassinate him. Besides that, I felt completely strange. When I moved, I could feel something in me moving with me and it was unnerving. I felt high-wired as if every smell and movement was enhanced. I didn't know what to make of it, so I decided to pointedly ignore it. I lifted my arms above my head, wincing as I stretched nimbly. And then I stepped around to the scene of the crime, dropping to my hands and knees swiftly. I ignored the feel of the dried liquid against my fingers, which were already painted in blood from the brawl. I looked along the floor, inspecting the area around the damaged bedside table, and slowly looking under the bed itself. And then I made a noise of happiness. My blade was forgotten behind the depths of the bed skirt. I flattened myself to the floor and reached for it, grasping air until my fingertips brushed the hilt of the blade. Once I pulled it from under the bed, I twisted it in front of me and made a face. It was covered entirely in that demon's blood. I stared at it a moment, remembering him driving it into his own heart, and surviving without missing a breath. An immortal werewolf. I tightened my grip on the blade and used my already soiled shirt to clean it before putting it back in its sheath. I immediately began to stealthily escape from the building. I had asked to stay, despite my intense desire to return home, and I hadn't been killed for it, so I was going to take it as a confirmation. But I wasn't going to chance another encounter with the demon Alpha until I had an idea on exactly how to kill him. I decided to crawl out of the same window I broke in through and began to creep along the back of the buildings nearby. I moved easily, and it took me only a moment to realize that I could sense when a shapeshifter was near. Without knowing it, I was anticipating their presence and avoiding them just as easily. I lifted my hand to my neck, touching the torn meat left from the King Alpha's bite, and winced further. I moved through a garden, careful not to damage any of the vegetation, as I slid beyond the gaze of multiple lycans. When I came across what looked like a school, I hesitated to move further. Schools meant children, and children were loud and bad with secrets. If I was spotted by one, I'd be outed immediately. But when I looked at the school, I didn't sense anyone in or around it. I stared at it a moment longer before quickly moving forward, going around the corner where no one passing by would see me. After a moment, I turned and peered through a window of the school. It was definitely a classroom, but it was entirely empty. And it looked far more abandoned than the temple had from the inside. Chairs were left knocked over and the floors uncared for. Perhaps werewolves didn't care for education much. I shrugged it off and continued on my secret observation of the large village. My primary mission was to find that mess hall and to force someone to give me food, even if it meant threatening them with a weapon. I felt like staying here was perhaps making me more primal than usual. Or maybe I'm always a bit violent when I'm hungry. I heard an extremely familiar sound in the near distance, the sound of string releasing, a whistle of an arrow careening through the air, and the thunk of it colliding with wood. I began to follow it out of curiosity. I found a line of railing designating a type of balcony, with steps on either side. And when I stepped to the railing, my sight was greeted with a small archery range. It seemed so out of the way, as if it was meant to be hidden from the village. A woman close to my age stood with a bow and arrow in hand, poised and aiming at her target. I leaned forward, crossing my arms over the railing to watch her with interest. As she held her pose, I could see a tattoo of a crescent moon on her upper arm. She looked familiar, no doubt one of the 100 faces I saw on the night of the hunt. But I couldn't pinpoint those curls. She released the arrow and it planted into the target directly in the center. Then she hesitated before looking over her shoulder at me. I recognized her face finally. She was the woman who was in the clinic when I woke up. For someone so small, I wouldn't expect her to handle a weapon half her size as well as she did. I straightened myself out of habit, nervous at being caught. "Why is it every time I see you, you're covered in blood?" the woman asked me quite abruptly. She lifted her chin briefly, scenting the air for a moment before adding, "It's never just your own, either." I leaned forward against the railing once again, relieved that she didn't appear to want to immediately report my presence to the King Alpha. "I had a disagreement with your Alpha," I admitted bitterly. "Oh, I see." She walked towards a storage area and set the bow within it. There were several other sizes and types of bows within the wardrobe, and I was greatly intrigued. The petite woman turned to me and smiled gently. "And who won the argument?" "I'm not sure," I answered uncertainly. She laughed lightly and began to approach me. I stepped back just slightly, stiffening. She paused, watching me for a moment. "You smell like wolf, you know," she said to me suddenly, tilting her head curiously. "Before, you did, but it faded. Now you smell entirely wolf. Did you shift?" "I'm not a wolf, so no I didn't," I replied firmly, suspicion taking over my previous carelessness. "Stop pretending you're all innocent and sweet. You werewolves are anything but. You bandage up someone 1 second and practice shooting them down the next. You dress in uniform like a healer to hide your tattoos. I'm not falling for it." I admitted to myself that I was grasping at straws by the end of my rant, but the feeling remained. I didn't trust her. I didn't trust anyone at this point. The woman looked surprised by my outburst. She looked from me to her arm, where the crescent moon was resting. Now that she was closer, I could see the lines around it, the shape of a bow shadowed in the moon. Before I came here and learned of the new laws, I was considered a daughter of the maiden. "She's the patron goddess of hunters and is valued by the waxing moon," the woman explained, making me hesitate. She looked from the tattoo to me. "I'm a healer, now. I wouldn't say I'm the most innocent person out there, but I've never purposely hurt anyone. And of the two of us here now, I'm the only one not covered in the blood of another." I opened my mouth to argue with her, but came up short. After a moment, I frowned and crossed my arms together. "Okay, fine. What do you want?" The woman smiled briefly, stepping towards me further. I held still as she reached for me, moving my untamed hair from my shoulder to look at the bite wound on my neck. For a moment, she only stared at it. Then she swallowed heavily before releasing me. "You've been marked," she stated simply. "I've been bitten," I corrected her, disgruntled. "It feels like it's on fire. And I think he infected me with something. I've felt weird ever since I woke up." "What do you mean by weird?" She coaxed me for gently. "I mean I feel like I've been given something. A disease, maybe. My skin doesn't feel like my skin and it's like everything is louder than usual." The woman looked at me quietly, mulling over my symptoms silently. Then she lifted her hand and gripped my upper arm. "Let's clean you up and take a closer look. There's a few things you need to know that you obviously don't already," she stated, her voice exasperated from sudden anxiety. I opened and closed my mouth, uncertain of what to say. She looked at me briefly. "My name is Diana, by the way. Sorry we weren't introduced properly." "Yeah, okay. I'm Mila," I answered, utterly confused. I thought I would be led back to the clinic, but instead I was taken to an actual home. I felt my eyes were too open. I was looking at things I wouldn't typically notice before taking in sights and sounds that were amplified more than usual. My skin crawled each time Diana's flesh brushed against mine, recalling that power that now felt just under the surface. "Caleb," Diana called out briefly, looking around quickly as we entered her home. I looked from my surroundings to her quickly. She didn't mean Beta Caleb, did she? I shook my head. Either way, there was no one else in the house. "Come upstairs." Diana led me up the stairs and into a bathroom. She started draw a bath with ease, testing the water before abruptly disappearing through the door. I looked around slowly, my eyes landing on the mirror. I was strangely not startled by my appearance at all. Besides the wound on my neck, I had looked worse before. Especially when I was younger and used to play with the boys in the village. When participating in fake battles, I was the one who would cover my entire body in mud and stalk them like a beast in the night. They thought I was downright terrifying sometimes. Diana appeared with fresh clothes folded neatly along with a towel. My clothes are too small for you so. She blushed suddenly, looking at me with embarrassment. She specifically eyed my breasts and then quickly looked away. I'm sorry if they end up looking ridiculous. We'll go looking for better-fitting ones later. She left me alone to bathe. I cleaned myself, inspecting my body for hidden wounds while I did so. When it came to the bite wound on my neck, I could only briefly clean around it before quitting altogether. Once I was done, I dried myself and looked at the new clothes presented to me. The pants were far too tight, outlining my every curve uncomfortably. The shirt was probably worse. Despite Diana's attempt of giving me something loose, it was still too tight for me. And the cleavage that resulted from my attire was embarrassing. I tried my best to fit it as well as I could, and then I equipped my thigh strap sheath and blade quickly. I walked downstairs to look for Diana and found her in the kitchen. My sight was greeted by a display of a hearty breakfast. I stared at it a moment. Go on and eat, Diana suggested to me kindly. I only hesitated for a second before immediately seating myself and digging in. Food won over distrust again. She let me finish in peace before sitting next to me expectantly. I turned to her and frowned. You said there were things I needed to know, I stated shortly. Diana placed what looked like a bandaging kit on the table in front of me. I tilted my head when she reached for me silently, wincing when she began to clean the wound professionally. You've been marked, she repeated firmly before taking a moment to inspect the bite once more. She ran her finger behind the bite, indicating the length of the area. This is where the mark is to be made, on the left side of the neck just on the curve. It's above your heart. When a wolf marks their mate, they are answering a request of the mother, who is the patron goddess of lovers. The mother gives you a mate, you accept the gift by marking your mate, and it's considered an honoring. However, she hesitated. What is it? I felt a sense of doom in her words. Was my head going to fall off? Well, did you mark him? I pulled away just to stare at her and her absurd question. I thought not, Diana said with a sigh before reaching for me again, to put a bandage over the bite gently. You cannot mark a mate without it being reciprocated. It's considered the opposite of an honoring. It's an insult to the mother. It's a way to announce you recognize her gift and are considering to refuse it. And the mother does not take insults lightly. None of the goddesses do. Wait. Are you saying I'm insulting the goddesses? I asked in disbelief. I didn't even know what the whole mate thing was. I was just trying to survive a fight. He's immortal. Why did no one tell me he can't die? I can't kill something that can't die. Diana reached for my upper arms, catching my attention firmly before smiling sweetly. Calm down, Mila, she told me gently, I have more to say, but you must remain calm. It's not the end of the world, yet. I found her words ironic in comparison to Cynthia's, who had declared the end of the world was actually in the near future. When a mark is given but not taken, the mother grants you until the next full moon to complete the marks of the mates. You just need to mark Alpha Roman by then, she informed me, her voice clear and sincere. Mark him how exactly? I asked, appalled at the idea of biting the King Alpha. The same way he did you. It would require that you shift, at least partially. I groaned. I'm not a lycan. I can't shift. My mother and father are humans, born in a human village, and surrounded by human family and friends. There were witnesses to my birth, you know. Some people have known me since my first breath. Diana bit her lip nervously, looking away. There are no mates, either. And yet you're marked. I can smell him all over you, and everyone else will, too. So maybe you are a lycan. Maybe the moon goddesses blessed you, a human, with the gift of the beast. I don't know what it means, but I do know if you don't mark him, you'll die a horrible, painfully slow death, she warned determinedly. I had too many questions all at once. Death? What do you mean, death? I exclaimed before continuing in a hushed voice, what do you mean there's no mates? I mean what I said. There hasn't been any mates for years. The mother has been thought to have abandoned the wolves long ago, taking away her blessings with her. She has taken away our ability to find mates and you know what that means, don't you? To wander around looking for our mates and never to find them. Like humans except worse. You can't mark someone who isn't your mate. It's just a bite, but you've been marked. Diana was suddenly looking at the distance, a frown deep on her face. Maybe it means there's still a chance, that they haven't abandoned us forever, she whispered to herself, as she reached to brush her fingers over that tattoo on her arm. She turned her gaze on me before giving me a half-hearted smile. Do your best, Mila. Mark Alpha Roman, become our Luna, and cherish what none of us are allowed while you still can. Or else die horribly, I muttered in frustration. It was just all entirely unfair. Chapter 8. I slipped out of Diana's home as soon as I had the chance to without her notice. I was told that no one would stop me from wandering around. Many considered me superior, and others just thought of me as blessed by the mother. Besides that, I smelled of the mark, something that clearly declared me as belonging to the King Alpha. I was more than disgruntled by this fact, and if I was honest with myself, I was becoming overwhelmed by the entire situation. I felt like too many people had far too many expectations for me. I was bound to disappoint. I decided to head towards the secret entrance into the temple. Perhaps I could choke Cynthia, until she admitted that she threw me to the wolves, literally. For someone so connected to omnipotent higher beings, she sure failed to mention the King Alpha's immortality, and this wouldn't be instantly forgiven. My steps were stressed as I walked in the direction of where I recalled the temple to be. I passed by members of the pack, purposely avoiding looking at them. But I could still sense them stepping just slightly towards me, enough to try and scent me. They could smell wolf, no doubt. If I focused, I thought I could feel it resting just under my skin, something alive and untamed but patient. Something ancient. When I couldn't stand their looks any further, I slipped between buildings and began avoiding them once more. I did this for a few more minutes before a lance suddenly lowered threateningly directly in front of me, freezing me mid-step. I looked from the lance to the wielder, spotting a familiar face. Kate stood dominatingly, poised momentarily as though prepared for a fight. Her fiery hair was in that same braid that fell low down her back, and she wore that same uniform, which fit her curvy frame quite well, but also seemed fit for a battle. When it was obvious she got my attention, she lifted the lance and propped it over her shoulder easily. "Hello again," she said quietly, tilting her head. "I didn't sense you," I responded, disturbed by my own statement. "I guess it would be weirder if I did." "I don't sense you, either," she answered simply before breathing in sharply. What do you think of Alpha Roman now?" "He's an asshole," I said angrily and began to stomp away. Kate began walking alongside me in silence. I felt suddenly quite visible with her next to me. She was too tall and graceful, her weapon too loud and violent. I stopped walking and faced her. "Why are you following me?" "I like you," she shrugged simply. I opened my mouth and then paused. "You insult the Alpha, but he's marked you. Did you reciprocate?" No, I snapped in irritation. You should probably fix that, Kate responded, leaning against her lance before looking at me with amusement on her features. You're flustered because you're not a lycanthrope. I don't want to be one, I glared at her. Liar, she said easily, you like the feel of it. That wolf under your skin. I stared at her with wide eyes. As a human, you hide. You're afraid. It's all submission and peace, but as a lycan, you fight. You have power. You hone it and others are afraid of you. You like it, she reaffirmed her previously statement determinedly. Then she stood her full height, shrugging off her statements easily. I understand. I like it, too. Are we going to the temple? Is this part of your plan to seduce the alpha? I nearly choked on air. What? Well, to get him to mark you, you must be seducing him. I tried to kill him, I corrected her firmly. Huh? Yes, I can see how that would be seductive to him, Kate answered thoughtfully, no doubt trying to imagine the entire scenario. So you lock yourself in the temple until he has to come break you out. I understand, I think. He already knows I can get out. That makes no. Wait, I'm not trying to seduce him, I shook my head, already entirely confused by the direction of the conversation. I tried to continue on my path, but Kate stepped in front of me forcefully. I attempted to step around her twice before glaring at her. What? I'm bored, she sighed then, her face a picture of ultimate melancholy. Just as quickly, her features lit up. I have an interesting idea. Will you match against me? I stared at her openly, expecting her to laugh and say she was joking. When she didn't, I scoffed. Are you asking me to fight you? Yes, Kate seemed quite excited suddenly. Not a challenge, just a match. For fun. But you're a warrior and I'm just I hesitated, about to say a girl, but Cynthia was suddenly there in my thoughts. I'm just a girl. She's just a wolf. I had killed a wolf already and fought against the King Alpha twice. Perhaps a part of me did like the violent aspects of the wolves and their culture. You won't kill me, will you? That's against the rules, she teased, reaching out to pat my head. I slapped her hand away, irritated by such a gesture. I wasn't a small child. But at the same time, it reminded me of my younger brother and I. How many times had I placed my hand on his head teasingly? Okay, a match, then. How does it go? Follow me, Kate said, waving her hand before walking away. As I followed her through the village, the lycans that had been just slightly curious before were all eyes. They watched Kate strut in front of me, her lance now propped over her shoulders with her arms dangling from it, and then stared as I followed behind her purposely. Some began to follow as well, seeing that I was interacting with one of their own. We reached a building and Kate led me further in, opening a particular set of doors to what looked like an armory. I stared with wide eyes as she indicated for me to pick from a vast set of weapons. Behind me, several lycans were peering at us from a distance, curiosity bringing whispers along the hall. I stepped forward, finding a section of boughs. I picked through them, feeling their weight and aiming them briefly before deciding on one particular bow that seemed to fit me perfectly. I picked up a quiver filled with arrows along with an arm brace and leather gloves. Once I had everything ready, I unlatched my blade, flipped it in the air once to make sure it was well enough, and then grabbed a block I spotted for sharpening. Kate watched me with amusement, but also a type of excitement on her features. She was sharpening her own weapon, that dangerously long and threatening lance. She removed her own blade from her hip, revealing that forearm-length blade only a few inches bigger than mine. When we both were prepared, she tilted her head for me to follow her once again. I did so, feeling much better equipped with my familiar weapons. It was as though I was going out for a hunt. What's going on? A man not much older than me asked curiously out of the gathering pack. A match, I lifted my bow as indication of the fact before continuing after Kate, who hadn't stopped to answer at all. The man seemed shocked and those who heard began to hiss whispers at one another, some running away immediately. I thought about asking what their problem was, but an eagerness was growing as Kate led me towards the woods. As we walked, lycans began to fold between and around us, suddenly less timid and more excited. Hands brushed over mine briefly, and when I looked at those who touched me, they bared their necks and danced away. When I looked to Kate, who was being separated from me, I noticed many doing the same to her, as if they were wishing us luck. I was tugged by the arm to the right, while Kate continued left until I could no longer see her at all. A man pulled on my arm and pointed at a tree, catching my attention. "Blue means you've reached the edge of the match. If you go past, you forfeit," he told me over the sound of excited chatter. I could see blue paint lined along the trees, accentuating a barrier in which I would be allowed to fight in. I nodded in understanding, glad that someone would think to tell me the rules. "When you hear the first howl, that means the match has started." "I can't believe you're fighting against Kate," another lycan stated with disbelief. "She's known as the Shadow of Death, you know. She came here with Diana from a pack of rogues," a voice added unhelpfully. "Her lance is considered blessed by the crone. It's laced with silver, untouchable by anyone except Kate herself," another hissed in excitement. "They say she gave up her voice to get that blessing," one agreed with the previous statement. "She's never said a word the entire time she's been here. The only time you hear her is when she howls." I turned at this comment, now certain they were all just telling me nonsense to frighten me. Before I could dispute their facts, the man who pointed out the trees pulled on my arm to gain my attention once again. "She'll start on the opposite side of the match. When the first howl is made, you'll have to find each other. The winner is determined by whoever submits or falls unconscious first. Death blows are not allowed and is considered a crime among our pack. No one but the fighters are allowed in the match. Good luck to you, Tala." "It's Mila," I tried to correct him as he and the others began to recede beyond the trees. Their words echoed his "good luck, Tala." For some reason, I suspected they knew my name wasn't Tala. It probably meant something else entirely. I would have to ask later. I stood alone, the line of blue-painted trees behind me and fading into the distance on either side of me. My only option would be to go forward or follow the perimeter of the match and chance being knocked out of the match. Knowing that Kate would be on the opposite side of the arena, I hooked the bow over my shoulder and looked around, plotting on what it was to do in this fight against her if I wanted to win. I obviously would have to use my connection to the wildlife. I felt a sense of excitement just thinking of it. So often I had avoided that connection, considering it cheating when hunting and not wanting others to find out about it. Now, it didn't matter. It was vital. I inhaled sharply at the sound of a long, high howl in the air. I knew it wasn't Kate. No doubt it was one of the many bystanders waiting to see the outcome of the match. With the howl having announced the beginning of the match, I began to jog carefully through the trees, delving more into the arena cautiously. When I was satisfied with my distance, I stopped and raised a hand above me, reaching for the ceiling of the trees. I whistled, high and purposely, until a flutter of wings appeared on low branches around me. I turned to look at the gathering of several birds who had answered my call. Then I lifted my finger to my lips. "Shush," I said to them before pointing towards the middle of the match area. "I'm hunting the wolf." For a regular person, I would have to be more specific, but for animals it was different. It was as though my actual words didn't matter, the power was more mind over volume. At my words, the birds took flight and disappeared into the trees. And just as quickly as they were gone, so was all noise within the forest. I stood unmoving, listening to the sudden silence of nature. No bird chirped. No feet scurried across the floor. It would have been completely eerie if I hadn't intended it to be this way. I only remained frozen until I heard it quiet chirping in the far distance, short and melodic. I immediately began to run, twisting through trees silently. I had yet to obtain new shoes since the ones I lost from the hunt, but my feet were used to the forest. Still, the shoestrings would have been useful for setting traps. Instead, I used the occasional chirping of a single bird to determine which direction Kate was going. I would anticipate her path and strike her down as soon as I saw her. When the chirping was approaching nearer to my distance, I halted and looked at the trees carefully. I picked an easy climb with the best coverage and planted my hands along the bark, lifting my body and grasping for branches. I crawled my way up the tree with practice until I was among the thicker top branches. The leaves had fallen with winter, but I could still remain hidden with care. I removed my bow from my back, equipping it with an arrow and facing the direction of the lone chirping. She was closer now. I held my bow to my hip, not drawing the string as of yet as I waited patiently. My heart was pulsing loudly in my chest with excitement. Adrenaline was threading throughout me, and that wild power within me stretched under my skin dangerously. I felt quite at home. The melodic chirping increased in volume exponentially, indicating that Kate was going to appear any moment. I lifted my bow, drawing the string and aiming purposely at the floor of the forest where her path would lead. Just as she stepped into sight, the bird silenced itself suddenly, making her pause mid-step. I aimed for her shoulder and released my arrow, equipping another just as quickly. It was as if everything exploded around us, the wildlife singing and moving at once in excitement. In the second it took to shoot at her, she pulled her lance from her side swiftly and sliced it through the air, snapping the arrow in half. I released another and she brought back her weapon, deflecting it just before it would have pierced her. And then she began to run towards my location. I began to rapidly target her, releasing arrow after arrow expertly and watching as she sliced through them. One deflected only just in time, and only enough that it still grazed her arm. She growled at the cut and burst forward, roaring as she swung her lance powerfully at the base of the tree I was hiding in. I yelped as her blade tore entirely through the wood, feeling my world fall around me as the tree tilted forward towards the ground slowly and powerfully. I both kept my eye on Kate and panicked, tucking into myself so as to not break my weapon, as I leapt from the falling tree in attempt to gain control of the situation. I rolled as I hit the ground, dodging the branches of the tree and ending up on my back. I immediately pushed myself to my feet, crouching and equipping my bow. I began to shoot at Kate once more. She sliced the arrow dangerously, panting against her own exertions. Then she lunged towards me. With her so close, I equipped 3 arrows, turning my bow horizontally before releasing them at once. She swung, hitting 1, 2. The third struck her hand in mid-swing, causing her to all but launch her lance across the distance into the woods. She groaned in pain, but didn't stop her attack. Instead, she ripped the arrow from her hand and grabbed her blade at her waist, releasing it with a loud, sharp sound echoing in the air around us. I dropped the bow and tore my own blade from its sheath, pushing myself into standing before lifting it above my head just as she brought hers in a downswing. Our blades struck one another's with a loud crash, causing me to take a step back, but nothing more. I could feel that wild power brushing against me under my skin, pulsing with strength under my attack. I twisted out from under her, sliding to the ground quickly and slicing the blade against her lower leg. She danced out of the way just barely too slow so that the knife only slightly cut into her flesh, and then tried to stomp on me altogether. I dodged quickly and then cried out, lunging towards her and tackling into her body as forcefully as I could. If I could get her on the ground with me, I might stand a chance. We collided and she just as quickly used her amazing speed to jump over me, turning my own attack on me until I was the one on the ground with her on top of me. She swung her blade down, suddenly appearing quite intent on a killing blow in my opinion. I gritted my teeth together and placed my blade over the palm of my free hand, lifting it forcefully until it met hers painfully. She cried out simultaneously with me, my blade digging into both of our hands, though more so into hers. It was enough to hold her blade from being buried into my chest. I held this pose, growling completely unlike myself, as blood seeped over our hands and over my arms thickly. I reached out with my power, calling blindly for anything surrounding us. Suddenly, a large roaring form tore its way through the trees and into a surprised Kate, knocking both of our weapons from our hands. I rolled under Kate, as she was ripped from me, gasping as I turned to see an extremely furious bear biting into her viciously. I cursed loudly with astonishment. Kate roared angrily, her bones snapping, as she began to shift into her own angry beast. Her form grew under the wild beast, midnight fur sprouting over her claws and fangs. I panicked, both not wanting the wildlife around me to suffer from my fight, and knowing she would be attacking me in this form next. The bear swiped a heavy paw at her fully formed wolf muzzle, knocking her to the ground viciously. I scrambled to my feet, spotting Kate's lance in the near distance flat on the forest floor. I ran for it, turning my head towards the battling beasts. "Run!" I demanded of the bear powerfully, making it stumble away from Kate with confusion before turning away to make its escape. Kate stood bleeding and panting, growling continuously under her breath, but not otherwise continuing her fight with the wild creature. Instead, she turned those diamond blue eyes on me dangerously. In a breath of a second, she came for me. I dove forward, landing on top of the length of the lance roughly and gripping it tightly. Kate leapt into the air, intending to collide into me with all of her power. I twisted from my stomach, lifting the lance with me until the tip targeted the center of Kate's form. In a half-second, I could see the surprise in her eyes, as she saw the certain death blow coming. In that same second, I felt a wave of triumph knowing she couldn't avoid it. I just as quickly dropped the lance, falling on my back flatly as she landed on top of me, her paws planted firmly on either side of my head, and a roar erupting from that fang-filled mouth into my face. I laughed with delight, reaching out to place my hand on her nose abruptly. "I won," I said firmly, "submit, you devil wolf." Kate panted above me, the tip of her nose still just under my palm. I considered the idea that she could take advantage and tear into me now that I was useless under her, but instead of being afraid I merely trailed my hand further up her muzzle until it was between her ears. I patted her head, as she had done me earlier, hearing her growl in response with irritation. Suddenly, she was full-bodied slammed into and torn from on top of me, her form rolling across the floor of the forest and into a tree painfully. Another wolf stood over me, large and shaking with rage. He growled angrily as Kate struggled to get back onto her feet. Kate began to shift back into her human form, tilting her head to bare her neck submissively. As she gained her human features, she winced begrudgingly at the King Alpha, but said nothing. The King Alpha moved as though he intended to attack her, and I reached out for him, gripping at his fur blindly. "Wait!" I cried out, tugging at him forcefully. It was just a match. We weren't really fighting. The King Alpha turned those cold eyes from Kate to me dangerously and began to shift himself, his bones reforming to that of his human form. I released my grip on him, and he instead reached out with his strong human hand, snatching my wrist in his grasp firmly. He lifted my hand roughly to inspect the deep gash of my knife wound angrily. "You're my mate," he snarled furiously, turning to glare at Kate. "Don't ever think about sparring with her again. I take any injury to her as an injury to me, as you know." He roared those last words viciously, pulling me to my feet angrily. As he turned away, he forcefully began to drag me behind him, refusing to let go of his grip on my bleeding hand. I looked from his grip with confusion to Kate behind me. I expected her to be injured and regretful. But as I looked at her and she looked at me, a slow smile rose on her face. It was one of devious intent. It was a smile of triumph. "Devil wolf," I whispered as she faded from sight. Chapter 9. The King Alpha's grip along my hand was like the whip of a flame warm, and yet biting at my flesh overwhelmingly. Something stirred under my skin, as it recognized his presence, and it was unnerving to say the least. I was distracted by it, and at the same time, I was extremely distracted by him. It was the first time I'd seen him since he marked me. Something about him seemed more radiant than ever before, and yet where I used to have trouble keeping my eyes on him, now I struggled to look away. His muscles were taut with suppressed anger, as he tugged me along behind him, the heat of it pulsing through him visibly. I could sense him in a way I couldn't sense the other shapeshifters. He was raw power, and it was like a lullaby to that power within me. It called to me in a way the light of a flame calls to the cold and weary, and I was drawn despite being aware of the danger and the doom that would follow if I got too close. I felt in a daze until he suddenly released me momentarily. "You've spelled me," I accused him quite abruptly, causing him to pause mid-stride. I looked up and away from him, recognizing my surroundings immediately. He had pulled me to his house and back into his room without my notice. My accusation was all but confirmed. "Did I?" he said simply, digging through his belongings until he removed bandages from them. I frowned, surprised but also suspicious. When he turned to me, he added in the most unconcerned yet all-knowing tone, "Why do you think that?" A blush of embarrassment caught me. As if I would tell him that I just spent the entire trip here staring at him and his everything. Without missing a beat, the King Alpha pushed me just enough to make me stumble. I sat on the edge of the bed to steady myself and glared at him in response. And then I widened my eyes with surprise when he kneeled in front of me, reaching for my injured hand once more, but much gentler this time around. My heart thudded painfully as he began to clean the blooded wound on my palm. "I didn't do anything to you. Many wolves have tried to mark others and all have failed. If the mother truly cared for you, she wouldn't have blessed you." He spat the word as if it was the opposite of a blessing, a curse. And for that moment, I truly felt the same. When he finished wrapping my hand, he turned those cold steel eyes on mine dangerously. "And now we'll both suffer from her blessing, if only to cause her pain, too." He all but announced that he knew I would die from the mark. "What do you mean, we'll both suffer?" I asked, my voice shaking slightly. "As I said before, an injury to you is an injury to me," he told me, his voice low with growing bitterness. "When you go, I will feel it, but the pain I've felt because of those deities is worse than any pain you'll cause me. It will be worth it. Why do you hate me so much?" I abruptly whispered, the unfairness of it all suddenly too much in that moment. I felt the sting of tears in my eyes and tensed, steeling myself from allowing this monster to see me cry. I shifted the sadness and self-pity into anger and resolved myself to glaring at the King Alpha. He remained kneeling in front of me, a look of surprise just briefly crossing his expression before he lowered his face enough to guard his features. "I hate the humans who raised you. I hate the goddesses who bless you." He growled dangerously, his words stinging even though I didn't want to care about them. He remained quiet a moment. "When I met you, you smelled wild, fresh from a hunt. I could taste the forest around you, the joy of it. You were free. I hated that scent. It reminded me of a life without pain. I hated being reminded of something I can't have. But you." He paused, truly taking a moment, as though he had to analyze my existence and exactly how he felt about it. "No. I don't hate you," he finally confessed. I was momentarily speechless. "Then why?" I began, but he interrupted sharply. "Because the goddesses chose you to be my next punishment, Milena," the King Alpha snapped angrily, "and I won't just go along with it. I have made my choice. It's just bad luck on your part." "Bad luck?" I was officially furious. Alpha Roman reached forward, running his hands over my thigh quite abruptly. I gasped with surprise, but then protested loudly when he suddenly snapped the straps of my blade from my leg with ease. "What do you think you're doing?" I cried out, appalled at the mistreatment of my equipment. He continued to pull the blade and its sheath from me, tossing it across the room with determination. I stood quickly and he did the same, towering over me far too close for comfort. "No more fighting," he ordered firmly. "Any challenge against you is a challenge against me. I will fight your enemies for you." "Are you insane?" I sputtered with confusion and frustration. "No more weapons. No hunting. No running about doing whatever you feel like doing. You're staying here and only here from now until the next full moon," he continued, ignoring my protests without consideration. I was positively shaking with anger. "I'm not going to be your obedient little slave," I hissed venomously. "You're mine and you'll do as I say," he responded dangerously, those ancient eyes staring into mine in a show of dominance, as I glared at him defiantly. I looked away from his eyes just briefly, immediately wanting to kick myself for giving my thoughts away as I glanced at where he tossed my weapon. And then I tried to duck around him. I didn't make it further than a single step before he snatched my arm, twisting me around and capturing me with my back against the length of his body so firmly that it was impossible to escape. "Let go of me," I growled through my teeth. "Stop struggling," Alpha Roman demanded sharply, the order a powerful one that reached into me like the brush of his fingers on my soul. I yelped in surprise, a chill raising hair along my flesh in response. It was a familiar feeling, his demand, like when he had ordered me to shift a few times before. But more than that. It tasted similar to that power within me. That which hid under my flesh recognized it momentarily, and moved inside me uncomfortably. "You let go," I demanded right back at him, pushing my own order towards him, and that beast of nature always just under his surface. We both struggled in the moment, my body half trying to escape his grasp and half giving up, and him both tightening his grip and relaxing his body simultaneously. "I thought the mark might sway you more, but you reject me still," Alpha Roman said, panting with exertion. There was something of delight in his tone, as though he was pleased I could still disobey him. And then he suddenly had me on the bed, my wrist captured by something metallic and firm. He released me and I immediately began pulling at the cuff that now contained me to the bed post firmly. I groaned in frustration, stepping a foot against the bed frame and pulling against the steel, as much as I could tolerate, before turning to glare at Alpha Roman. "Why do you want to keep me here? What does it matter if I fight or get injured? It's what you want in the end, isn't it?" I asked with growing irritation and confusion. Roman suddenly began to crawl closer to me, reaching for my face determinedly. I pulled away angrily, but he grabbed me and forced me to look into those dangerous eyes. "I will be the one to kill you, Milena. That weight will be on me and me alone. If anyone else tries to take you from me, I will destroy them," he said so slowly, his words so dark and heavy that I felt short of breath. I knew in that moment he meant it. He meant to keep me here, enslaved in this one house, until I took my last agonizing breath. And when that time came, he intended not to aid me. Before I could say anything more, he was gone. When I was younger, my mother liked to refer to me as the beast. She would constantly make the reference when it came to addressing my existence. "Tell the beast to stop climbing that building. Oh no, the beast is terrorizing those poor boys again. Go fetch the beast and tell her supper is ready." And yet, I'd only been punished seriously just one time from what I could recall. I had grown weary of my short life in our village. I was always something of an adventurer, and I wanted to see other places the other humans we were forbidden to see. So, I had decided to find them myself. I ran away, only about 11 at that time, and I was absent for at least a few days. However, I was grossly unprepared. I had no idea where any of the other villages were, and I didn't think I would miss my home so much or so soon. That, paired with the idea that wolves would catch me in the night, was enough to eventually make me turn back. My parents were both relieved and livid. I was confined to my room, trapped and contained for days. It was the worst thing that had happened to me. I craved the outside and loathed containment. Here I was years later, trapped in a room that wasn't mine, contained to a village that wasn't human, and greatly missing the family I no longer could get back to. I remained where Alpha Roman left me, tugging on the cuff around my wrist repeatedly for an immeasurable amount of time. I wanted to give up, to lay down in a ball, and just wait for whatever would come next. But something in me refused. It whispered about my family who thought me dead, and my life which I felt had only just begun. So, I tugged on that cuff, letting it dig into both my flesh and the wood of the bedpost until both were properly carved into. When night blanketed the day, I finally heard Alpha Roman return. I stopped pulling on the cuff and instead shifted on the bed, leaning into the bedpost as though trying to hide the evidence of my daily activity. Then I glared at the door of the room, waiting for the true beast to arrive. He opened the door easily, his arms filled with clothes and on top of those a tray of what appeared to be food. I watched silently as he approached the bed and put the tray down on the surface in front of me. He placed the clothing beside the tray and then began to lean towards me. "What are you?" I began defensively, but paused when he merely unlocked the cuff around my wrist and released me. He took a moment to look at the damage done to my wrist due to my struggles, but merely made a noise of disapproval before letting me go. "Eat. Clean yourself up. Change your clothes." There too Alpha Roman paused, looking at my clothes momentarily. A flash of interest crossed his features and I instantly moved to cover myself with my arms, glaring at him angrily. He decided against continuing his line of thought and instead added, "They don't fit." "Fine," I said bitterly, "but only because I want to. Not because you told me to." I expected him to say something in response to my comment, but he only narrowed his eyes and remained silent. I reached for the food first, eating it in the most unappealing manner, as though I could offend him by not eating his offerings with grace. Then I roughly snatched the clothing offered to me and stood to find his bathroom, where I would promptly find an escape. Before I could move to leave, Alpha Roman grabbed my wrist firmly. "You'll leave the door open," he ordered, indicating to a door that must be connected to the bathroom. I looked at it and then back at him with disbelief. "Are you a pervert?" I asked, nervous suddenly. "I'm a good guess of character," he answered with amusement. "I know what you're planning. The door stays open." He released my wrist, moving away to rummage through his own wardrobe. I entered the rather large bathroom, frowning as I noticed the shower was indeed in direct view from the bedroom. At least there was a curtain for some form of privacy. A second door was to the left, no doubt leading into the hallway. And to the right was a small window big enough for me to fit through, in my opinion. I started the shower, looking behind me into the room to see Alpha Roman sitting on the bed, his back to me. I didn't trust it. So I stepped into the shower and only began to strip after the water was already cascading over me. After showering, redressing, and otherwise relieving myself, I stood silently and stared at the small window wistfully. I did this against my own judgment for far too long and heard Alpha Roman clear his throat pointedly. I turned sharply to find him watching me from the door frame. I was tired. I couldn't even bring myself to glare at him. "I can't go outside ever again?" I asked mournfully, looking away from him and back to the window. I could see the sky just outside of it, those blinking stars, and the moon waning like a small smile. Or perhaps a frown. When there was no following answer, I turned my gaze away from the image of the sky and to Alpha Roman, who stood unmoving as he watched me. His hands were in fists next to him, and anger or maybe frustration over his features. Something in the way his head was turned, just slightly to the right, made me feel his anger wasn't actually directed at me. "Come on. We are going to bed," he finally said sharply, turning away to return to his room. I didn't follow at first, immediate discomfort flooding me. I finally convinced myself to approach the bed, and hesitated once more. When you say we're, you mean both of us? I do sleep, too. Yes. Alpha Roman shifted the still-torn sheets on the surface of the bed, preparing it to rest on. You mean on the same bed? My tone was becoming most obviously anxious. Do you see another bed? He responded sarcastically before rolling onto the bed lithely, stretching out in a way that made him seem suddenly more intimidating than he had ever been before. My mouth went dry and my heart stopped momentarily. I took a step back. I'll just sleep on the floor, or I took another step back when his eyes found my form dangerously. He crawled across the bed, approaching me slowly. I stared at him with both wonder and reluctance. Only when I realized that he probably was going to grab me did I snap out of it and turn to run. His hand caught mine and he roughly pulled me to him, causing me to stumble and fall onto the bed. I yelped in surprise, pulling away and struggling to get free. Roman laughed suddenly and I froze, that sound thrilling throughout me despite my reluctance. I have never had a female fight so hard to get out of my bed, he abruptly teased before shifting against me, using my moment of surprise to better pull me further into his grasp. I breathed harshly as I found myself face to face with him, my arms tucked between us with his around me powerfully an entirely different cuff. So you've had a great deal of women in your bed then? I asked sharply, unsure of why I'd even want to know such a thing. I had one recently. She climbed on top of me. She put her legs around me, he told me, lowering his face to peer into mine easily. I shifted uncomfortably, my body flushed from his being so close to me. I didn't want to know about his sexual escapades, but he seemed intent on describing them. And then she tried to drive a knife into my heart. I laughed abruptly, my relief easing the discomfort of my situation. I wasn't sure exactly why I was relieved except that I was glad to not have to hear any descriptions I didn't want to hear. Roman suddenly tightened his grip on me and I held my breath, just as quickly as I had laughed. Go to sleep, Milena, he muttered unhappily. I looked away from him to his chest. The only one who calls me that is my mother, and only when I'm in trouble. You can call me Mila, you know, I whispered with a frown. When he didn't answer me, I looked back to him carefully. Can I call you Roman? No, he answered firmly. Go to sleep, Milena. Good night, Roman, I responded defiantly, smiling only briefly and allowing my exhaustion to take me in spite of my captivity. Don't miss Mila's next hunting moment. Subscribe to stay updated. Mila finds herself not only imprisoned by the King Alpha Roman, but also mysteriously marked by him. How will she escape this cyclic captivity and face the impending full moon? How will her relationship with Roman evolve, and can she find her way back home? Explore the secrets of the Wolf Moon. Subscribe to join the adventure. Chapter 10. I spent my days and nights captured in the same cycle that Roman demanded of me. When he was there, I was allowed to be somewhat free, as in no longer cuffed to the bed. When he was gone to deal with his and his surrounding packs, which was often and for long periods of time, I was left in that cuff. The moon faded from that of the waning frown to an empty new moon, pulling me ever so much more closely to my future doom. I didn't feel any pain or sensations of impending horror, but I wasn't the type to doubt the dangers of the lycanthrope or their goddesses. So I spent every chance I had on trying to pull myself out of my current captivity until finally I found success. The cuff had worn through the wood of the bedpost enough so that with the proper force in my kick, it finally gave with a loud crack. I gasped in both pain and delight, and then hesitated as though Roman would find me out that very moment. When neither he nor any others showed up to stop me, I continued to work through the damage I'd done until my hand was free. I looked at my wrist, still contained by the cuff. From what I could discern, I healed fairly quickly, but I wasn't truly allowing myself the time to heal. Instead, my wrist was raw and wet from blood every day as evidence of my attempts to escape. Roman was never pleased, but otherwise did nothing to prevent my efforts. And now he would pay for it. Free from my containment, I immediately approached the bedroom window. I lifted it with ease, glancing at the ground quite far below before planning my escape. I turned and clasped the window frame before crawling through the opening with reckless abandon. I clung to every protrusion and dug my feet into any crevice until I finally was left with the option to complete the drop in a fall. I landed on my feet roughly, glancing around wildly. I wasted no time in escaping into the surrounding forest. The sun was bright in the sky, but it did nothing to ease the cold of the winter around me. The floor of the forest was bare and hardened from the cold, waiting for the snow that would no doubt be arriving soon, and the chill sent shivers over my skin despite the adrenaline pulsing through me. However, I was free, and because of that I found delight in everything. I arrived on the outskirts of the village, following my memory to where the well-hidden door waited for me. When I found it, I paused a moment, glancing in the direction Cynthia had pointed that would lead to my village. I hesitated only for a few seconds before my hand found its way to the mark on my neck. My home was no longer an option at this time. I reached for the hidden door and climbed down into the pathway that would lead me into the abandoned temple. The further I got into the building, the angrier I became. I had been cheated. I was sent on a suicide mission under pretenses of goddesses and paths, promises of doom, and only found my own in the process. I had many questions for this mysterious Cynthia. I found the main altar room of the temple, where I had first met her, but she wasn't present. I began wandering through the temple, pulling on doors that held paths to places unknown. I considered calling for her, but didn't want to somehow be heard outside of the temple by any passing shifters. Just when I thought about giving up on this particular quest, I found a passage into a particularly dark and mysterious room. The only light that illuminated the area was seemingly from a mesmerizing body of water in the center. At the edge of the water, Cynthia was seated on her knees, her hands clasped in her lap and her eyes closed. I hesitated, something about the feel of the room whispering to that power within me. It was as though I could suddenly feel that water running over my skin alluringly, and behind it was a call, like the song of a siren. "Won't you join me, Mila?" Cynthia asked quietly, echoing her initial greeting to me not too long ago. I knew I had been searching for her in anger, but now that I had found her, it was as though the anger had dissipated into nothing. It was peculiar. I stepped towards her cautiously and lowered onto my knees as she was. Then I turned my eyes from her to the water curiously. As I looked into it, I thought I could see the sky on the surface, but instead of the bright blue I had just seen before entering the temple, it was dark and glittering with stars. I gasped and looked up sharply only to see the dark of the ceiling, proving it impossible that the water would be reflecting the sky after all. However, when I looked back to the water, that same reflection mirrored back to me. "What is this?" I asked suspiciously, reaching a hand forward to touch the water. Cynthia opened her eyes and reached out to grasp my wrist lightly before leading my hand away from the surface. "Patience, Mila. You've come to ask me questions, haven't you?" I turned my eyes reluctantly from the water to her, taking in her presence. She looked just as well as before. Her hair looked more silver than blonde in the light of the water, and her sable eyes reflected those stars, as she watched me pleasantly. I couldn't help but feel warm under her gaze, all irritation and anger having been lost in her presence. "You asked me to stop Roman, but you failed to mention he's immortal," I decided to start with. I expected a flash of concern to cross her face, but she remained pensive and untouched. "I believed if I told you this, you would have abandoned any thought of helping the wolves." "Of course I would. I can't kill an immortal, I interrupted, a taste of irritation returning to me. And he bit me for trying, by the way. I took this moment to show off the mark that remained on my neck. The wound wouldn't heal. It was just as raw as the day his fangs tore into me, and the pain of it was a constant reminder to my fate. Cynthia looked at the mark, and for once a deep expression of something, perhaps anger or general offense, filled her eyes before she closed them stubbornly. I never specified that you were to kill him, Cynthia finally stated before looking at me once more. There are other ways to stop the seemingly unstoppable. I am, however, deeply sorry for hiding the truth from you. I will do whatever I can to help you survive the insult the King Alpha intends to deliver to the mother. I stared at her quietly for a moment, expecting her to put up more of a fight. I wasn't used to be apologized to so quickly. I also was trying to recall if she had ever mentioned killing Roman. When I thought about it, she did only say stop. Wait. In what way was I supposed to stop him if not kill him? I asked in confusion. Cynthia turned to the water slowly, frowning. The goddesses weren't clear on that path exactly, she finally admitted, much to my disdain. She looked at me briefly. I would think, because you are marked, that they believe love may be enough to persuade him to return to the true path. I gaped openly at her. Love, I hissed in disgust. Love? I can't love that thing. He's horrible. For once, Cynthia appeared quite amused. Her smile held back secrets, a great amount of wisdom hidden behind her eyes, as she appraised me briefly. I couldn't see exactly what was so funny about my situation, but I was glad one of us found it entertaining. Yes, I can see how this is problematic, but I intend to aid you, of course, she continued with ease. She tilted her head towards the water while she watched me, throwing my gaze from her to the surface of that curious lake easily. This is called the Crone's Eye. In every temple, there typically is a room preserved for the oracles where they can focus on channeling the crone and seek answers for questions they may need answers to. Cynthia reached out to lightly brush her hand over the water. As she did so, the color of the water seemed to change before us just as quickly as the ripples folded over it. And then it faded back to its original state easily. The moon and the earth's oceans have always danced together, a movement of harmony that can close the bridge between us and the goddesses who watch over us. Remember this, Mila. Many Maida and Maidan can even call for answers with the smallest body of water. What are Maida? Maidan? I asked hesitantly. This pulled Cynthia's gaze from the water to me pleasantly. I forget you aren't of us sometimes, she teased lightly before continuing. The wolves have a pack system, where they are given titles. The highest is King Alpha, of course. His mate is the Queen Luna. Other packs have their Alpha and Luna. The right-hand wolf is Beta, and so on. Those who don't hold status titles are sometimes separated by their patron goddesses, depending on if they appear to be blessed as such. They are given tutelary titles. The crone's title was given to oracles, the female wolves being Maida and the male being Maidan. The mother's title was given to those with the blessing of mates, which was the most common of the titles in the pack. They called the females Gaho and the males Hago. And those blessed by the maiden showed prowess and particular skill in hunting or fighting. They were called Tala for female and Alta for male. I instantly recalled the match against Kate, in which many wolves wished me luck and garnished me with that name Tala. It was a title, not a name. I felt strangely uncomfortable. It was as though in that moment they actually considered me a wolf like them and titled me as one. I was stunned. I want to help you, Mila, Cynthia interrupted my thoughts carefully, but I want you to seek answers from the crone herself. Do you understand? I stared at her blankly. What? I asked uncertainly. You mean through the crone's eye? I believe you can receive her visions. And if you do so, I believe you can gain a better understanding of lycanthropes and of the King Alpha himself. It may help you learn what you need to succeed in your path, she continued cautiously, as though unsure if I would completely run away at this point. I've never received any visions, I said quickly. I'm not actually an oracle or anything. I stopped myself from repeating that phrase, just a girl. But still Cynthia smiled at the unspoken words. At some point, I had to start believing I wasn't just some girl after all. There was always something strange about me. What typical girl could sway the wild and the wolves as I could? I could feel something within me, just resting under my skin. I could smell and feel things I couldn't before. I was partially mated to the King Alpha of the lycanthropes, when mates weren't even possible any longer. Fine, what do I have to do? I muttered without allowing her to respond to my previous statements. Cynthia stood gracefully, looking into the water quietly. Then she began to step forward, lowering herself into the water until it was to her waist. I expected the water to change as it had before, but it remained quiet and unmoving, not even a ripple in response to Cynthia's presence. It was eerie. She turned to me and held out a hand beckoningly. I stared at her a moment, looking from her to the water below her. And then I pushed away my doubt and stood to follow her. I stepped into the water expecting it to be cold, but it was only just so as to be comfortable. The surface remained unmoving as I stepped through it curiously. I reached for Cynthia's hand, taking it in mine breathlessly. She only glanced at the remaining cuff on my wrist, but said nothing about it. Lay back, she said to me quietly, causing me to look behind me at the water surrounding me most suspiciously. Trust me, Mila. I won't let you be harmed. I hesitated a moment longer, but then inhaled deeply before allowing my body to fall back until I was entirely in the water. I floated along the surface, and when Cynthia released her grip on me, I felt entirely weightless, as I stared into the darkness above us. Close your eyes, Cynthia directed me, her voice becoming increasingly quieter. I blinked a few times, taking in the sight of the darkness around us that seemed to be growing. My heart thudded louder than ever in my chest. I closed my eyes firmly. I took a breath. Then I took another. And then a hand suddenly pressed firmly on my head, submerging my body completely into the water so abruptly that I inhaled in surprise. I expected to take in a large amount of water into my lungs, but instead it was as though I had fallen into a void. There was no water. There was no Cynthia. Not even I or my body seemed to exist. There was only the darkness moving around me. I could suddenly see a flicker of images, like a flood of incoherent memories that must belong to someone other than me. Behind the images were various sounds trying to make sense of their surroundings. And behind the sound were whispers from something else entirely, telling me things normally impossible to know. I saw a boy crouched in front of a tree, carving into it with a sharpened rock absently. I knew immediately it was Roman despite the fact that he was much younger in this vision. His skin was unmarred by battle, his eyes were soft from innocence, and an uncharacteristic smile was always light on his lips. He was probably about my younger brother's age in this image. I looked at the carving he was focused on to see him finishing the curve of a crescent moon, Artemis moon. In one moment, I knew nothing about him. In the next, I knew he was considered one of the maiden's wolves, like Diana claimed to be. Even at his young age, his loyalty as an altar wolf was strong, and the maiden was kind in return. He was blessed. He was special. A creature of the wild abruptly sprinted from the hidden depths of the bushes nearby. With speed startling even to me, Roman lifted his bow from the ground swiftly and launched an arrow at the animal, striking it expertly. The image changed until only a few years had passed. Roman was sitting along a river next to his younger brother. They were almost identical. Roman was helping him carve his name into the hilt of his favorite knife. By now, Roman could shift into his wolf form, but he remained with his family on the outskirts of the pack. Many in the Trinity pack expected him to begin rising among their ranks, but he preferred the peace and quiet of his current life. Again the image changed, and with it came a sense of urgent panicking. I could hear screams of horror around me. And in place of the younger Roman was one nearly full-grown, standing in the doorway of a burning home. His chest heaved with harsh breaths as he stared at the scene before him. His family was strewn across the floor, blood and broken items scattered among them. His mother was mangled immediately in front of him, as though she had been killed the moment she opened the door. His father was further in, a hole burned into his chest dangerously. And his younger brother was nearby, a deep wound buried into his neck and the remains of a weapon driven into his heart. Roman knew it was the humans. They had come in a small army, attacking the wolves on the outskirts of the packs in many places. He could hear their cries even as his remained silent. Without a word, he turned away from his burning home and began to walk towards the wolf village. As he walked, a power roared deep within him. It rippled along his rage and touched any lycanthrope he came to pass. The pack followed him almost in a daze. They were mesmerized by his hatred and by his call. Roman stood before the highest statuses among them. And without hesitation, he began to strike them down. He ascended from his stance of peace, cutting through the ranks that challenged him, until the final blow was landed on the Alpha himself. He turned to the pack and with one word, he was king. Submit, he ordered, a familiar power roaring within him and demanding the wolves to obey even if they didn't want to. It was the maiden's blessing rarely given to any in the history of existence. But Roman, he was special. With this blessing, he would rule all the packs. And with the packs, he would get his revenge on the humans. Music Cruel World by Fantagram. Chapter 11. I made my way back to Roman's home in something of a daze. Coming from the visions felt similar to waking up from a vivid dream. Time was lost and in it so was connecting actions. Somehow I had left the temple and somehow I had ended up crawling up the side of Roman's house, having decided to come back without even knowing when the decision was made. My mind cleared only when I climbed through the same window I had escaped from. As soon as I straightened myself, the room to the door opened and I was caught in the act of my return. I stood with my lips parted in surprise as Roman stood at the threshold of the door with a look of mild astonishment on his own features. His eyes followed the cuff dangling on my wrist to the bed where I had managed to break through it. The dots were easy to connect. You were not to go outside, he said in warning, frustration in his tone. I looked down at myself for a moment. My clothes were soaked through from my activities with Cynthia. It was damning. I went for a swim. A swim, Roman repeated, stepping towards me intimidatingly. Do you think I've forgotten about you being a so-called oracle? It was like he could see right through me. I frowned and narrowed my eyes as I inspected him. Did you seek their guidance? He asked me abruptly, his question laced with deep-seated anger. Did they give you their oh-so-special visions? What omniscient advice have they bestowed upon you? I didn't respond. He was mocking me. Or maybe he was just mocking the goddesses. Either way, it was a dangerous line of questioning and the way in which he shot them at me suggested he wasn't interested in the actual answers. I began to shiver as the cold wind flowed into the room from the window behind me, teasing at my wet skin mercilessly. Roman stepped even closer, his anger only rising. I have my guesses. They want you to trap me to pin my limbs with the strongest of steel and to lock me away. They want me buried far from the surface of this earth. A coffin fit for one who will never find death, he growled lowly, taking another step towards me. I expected to feel fear as he approached me, but I only trembled from the cold. I was confused by his guess. I hesitated. It was an awful thought, that's what it was. Why not? It's what they demanded of their oracles in the past, he admitted, seething from the memory. Or do they have something else planned? I'm sure they know what I intend to do to the humans. Are they afraid, Milena? Did they plead to you for their help? How kind of them to fear for the humans and yet to condemn the wolves. What do you plan to do to the humans? I asked, my heart beginning to race in my chest at his words. You won't be here, so it doesn't concern you, he responded sharply. I glared at him, my anger beginning to rise above my hesitation. In the visions, I saw the younger version of Roman happy and carefree. But that Roman was long gone. I couldn't even recognize him in the man standing before me. I have a question for you, I said angrily, my emotions taking over my rationality. Do the wolves follow you because they want to? Or is it because you are blessed by the maiden? Roman froze before me, his eyes narrowing dangerously. And what do you mean by that? He asked warningly. I could have backtracked immediately, but instead I did what I do best. She gave you the ability to control the wolves, something she hasn't gifted to anyone else until me. You told me they took away their blessings, the mother wouldn't give you a mate, and the crone wouldn't take your life. But you're a liar. You can still control the wolves because you have the maiden's blessing. And you hypocrite. I bet you still use it to this day. My voice rose against my better judgment. Roman growled furiously, closing the distance between us rapidly. I gasped, trying to step back, but finding no space to do so. I closed my eyes, wincing at what I knew would probably be a painful attack. When nothing followed, I opened my eyes to glare at him. That isn't her blessing, Roman told me firmly, surprising me. He turned away before adding, birth, that's her blessing. The maiden took away our ability to exist. In a few decades, I will be alone. So you can go tell your goddesses to fuck themselves. He stormed from the room without another word, leaving me free to do what I wish. Roman decided to ignore me from that point on. I thought that it would be the best thing to happen to me for a long time, but I found myself drawn to him in a way that made me feel as though I were just as imprisoned as before. If I had the option, I probably would have cuffed myself to the bed just as he had done. But now, the cuff was removed and yet I still remained. It was strange. Besides, the plan to mark him before the full moon was becoming an obvious failure. I considered running back to Cynthia, but Roman's words had painted something dark on my own soul. If he was telling the truth, it meant the goddesses were indeed as cruel as he made them out to be. And if I thought about it, I could recall that empty school and the lack of children around. He had to be telling the truth. It was one thing to curse the King Alpha, but to curse the entire race of the lycanthropes. Why would they take their anger out on every wolf? Was it because they had turned away from their goddesses? Or did the wolves turn away because they lost their blessings first? I was too confused. The fate of the wolves wasn't supposed to be my concern, but Roman had clearly indicated that he had something planned for the humans as well. I didn't want my family to be doomed to whatever horror he had stored for them, but I also couldn't see how things could work out. I lied curled on one side of the bed, staring at Roman's form on the other side. He was on his back, his eyes closed. I inspected him quietly, frowning as I stared at him. Why didn't the goddesses just strike him down, if they were so concerned? Why go through the trouble of making him immortal, of punishing him, and sending me to him if they just wanted him to be stopped? Why curse anyone at all? It was frustrating. I can feel you staring at me, Roman abruptly stated, his eyes remaining closed. I nearly jumped, surprised that he said anything to me at all. But then I took his sudden acknowledgement of me as an opportunity, and immediately said the first thing on my mind. How did you get that scar? I asked. Roman opened his eyes slowly, turning his face towards me. It was an absurd question. He had many scars and I hadn't been specific. Which one? He asked carefully. I absently reached for him, tracing my fingers over a particular set of claw-like scars over his face. He closed his eyes momentarily in reaction, his jaw clenching under my touch. I moved my hand away, surprised I had even dared to touch him. An alpha I challenged and killed, he admitted, much to my surprise. I hadn't expected anything from him, but then maybe he had finally decided to stop ignoring me since I had stopped being as much of a pain as I tended to be. Why did you kill them? I hesitated, realizing I was talking about what I saw in the visions I had. I mean, couldn't you have just ordered them to submit to you? They wouldn't have been able to fight you. Death is final. It leaves no options for future challenges. I took the present scars and prevented future ones, he answered sharply. Are you sure you prevented any? I mean, you have so many scars, I said humorously before reaching out to touch the scars that riddled the flesh of his chest and arms curiously. I expected him to respond angrily, but he remained quiet and unmoving as I inspected his skin carefully. I have my scars as well. I reached for my top, lifting it until the scars from the wolf moon were apparent on my stomach. I ignored those and instead directed his attention to one jagged scar higher up on my side. I grabbed his hand and placed it on the scar without thinking about it. His touch was warm and vibrant like electricity. I tensed under it, but pushed my words forward. The trees around my village had limbs so thick you couldn't see the sky beyond them. I used to climb them. I saw wild creatures move from tree to tree, and thought I could manage to do the same. But one time, the branch broke under me and I fell down. I was really high up and I landed wrong. A piece of the limb broke off into my side. I explained my story to him before lowering my shirt nervously. It's not nearly as interesting as fighting, I guess. When Roman didn't react, I continued. My little brother is clumsier. He fell off the roof of one of my neighbors and broke his leg. Many people in my village thought it would dissuade him from following my father's footsteps in his line of work, but even with a bum leg, he would hobble behind my father determinedly. My mother used to scold him all the time. I laughed lightly at the memory. Gregory, stay off of that leg or else I'll break it myself. I paused, watching Roman as he watched me. Ask him, I demanded of myself, but I knew it would be like poking a bear. I hesitated for a few moments. Did you have family? I managed in a whisper despite already knowing the answer. Roman closed his eyes slowly and opened them again, his face expressionless. Yet I knew he was struggling with his own thoughts. I could imagine him determining the pros and cons of speaking to me at all about anything personal. He finally answered. I did once, he stated honestly. Milena. I know, go to sleep, I frowned, associating the name with trouble. Yes, that too, Roman mused with sudden amusement. He then set his face into one of thoughtful seriousness. To answer your question from before, I don't use that ability unless I have to. I hesitated, taking a moment to realize he meant the ability he shared with me. I watched him for a moment. Our villagers aren't allowed to contact, I stated cryptically, looking away as I began to admit something I never had told another soul before. We survive off of our farms and crops. The rest of it came from hunts. If we could trade with other villagers, we might not have struggled as much as we did. I hesitated to get to the point. I found out I could sway the wildlife a few years ago. I considered the idea of making them come to me, of collecting meat for my village in large amounts, but the thought of using that ability against them like that. It felt like cheating, I said carefully before looking at Roman once again. A few years ago. He abruptly asked, his interest suddenly piqued in response. I looked at him, watching his discomfort with confusion. Yes, I said simply. It was an innocent enough fact. I thought it started on the night of the hunt, he continued carefully. When I didn't respond, he sighed with irritation. Then, he reached out to brush his fingers over my face just briefly. I froze with surprise. What a mystery you are, Mila. I found his words strange. If anyone was the mystery here, it was Roman Stone. Chapter 12. The fever set in only a few days before the full moon, and with it came the fatigue. Soon after that, a dull ache began to pulse from the mark on my neck. My appetite became non-existent, which as a person who deeply appreciated food was alarming in itself. As time moved forward, I began to feel more and more aware of my own heartbeat. It throbbed in my fingertips, rushed blood loudly in my ears, and pushed painfully through the ache that was only growing with each breath. I'd never been sick before. It was one of the few blessings I'd received in life. While my little brother would shiver and whimper in the night, I was impervious to such times of weakness, until now. If I was uncertain of Roman's ability to empathize with my pain, the certainty came not long after I became unable to hide it myself. He looked paler each time I caught a glance of him, but also angrier. Soon, he refused to see me at all, either hiding out downstairs or at another house altogether. My only pleasure was that every heavy, painful thud of my heart echoed across my mark and to the bond connecting me to him. He would feel it to the end. Despite trying to be brave myself, with time the fear only grew within me. My skin was damp with sweat and heated by the fever, which licked at my flesh like an increasingly growing flame. Some would beg to find relief, to walk into the light or darkness that waited after this life, but I was fierce in my own fears. I didn't want to die. I hadn't wanted to die in the hunt, nor the challenge afterwards, and that sentiment only followed me through the pain the mark brought with it. Time blurred. The sun rose and fell. The moon grew fuller among the stars. And finally, I felt a slur in awareness. It was as if in a moment, time both went forward and back again. Sounds echoed around me before muting entirely. The pain was both intense and non-existent. I was aware of my own heartbeat, and also aware that it intended to stop. I gasped, sitting up sharply in Roman's bed. I panted heavily, my limbs trembling from weakness. It took me a moment to take in my surroundings, the dark of the room, with only the moonlight shining in from an open window. I knew if I stayed where I was, I would die here in this same room. I wanted more than anything to go home. I pushed myself from the bed, swaying as I stood on my own 2 feet. I absently reached for my neck, wincing as my fingers brushed against that cursed mark. I walked unsteadily towards the opened window, the cold air doing nothing to cool the heat of my skin. I reached for the window frame, looking up to the moon which shined a bright, full glow in the cloudy night sky. My body had been correct. It was the full moon. I wouldn't last the night. I wanted to go home. I flung my leg over the window ledge, climbing from the room as I had done before. Only as I tried to lower myself down the side of the building, my arms shook with fatigue, and my lungs burned from the strain. I made it down only halfway before my hands faltered and my world spun around me unhelpfully. I suddenly was weightless just briefly before I hit the ground roughly, landing on my back and losing my breath momentarily. My vision spun and blurred around me. I gasped for air, closing my eyes against the confusion, and after a moment it all finally steadied until I felt I could move again. I pushed myself back to my feet, glancing around deliriously before heading in the direction I hoped the temple was. I could find my village from there. I walked with difficulty, holding my neck with pain as though I could contain it myself. I could see my breath in front of me, fogging the cold air thickly, and yet I could only feel the fever pulsing heavily throughout me. I continued until I found myself distracted by the sound of a beat that wasn't my own heart. In the night among the trees, I could hear a low rhythmic beat pulsing with determination. I hesitated, glancing in the direction of the noise and then in the direction of the temple. The temple seemed so much further away, miles or planets away, whereas the beat was growing louder in my skull, calling to me. I followed it curiously, watching as the dark of the night became brighter. Through the trees, light flickered along the surface of the trees in the distance, as the music grew louder. For a moment, I thought I must be dreaming. Or perhaps I had stepped into my own village without realizing it. My steps became faster, more desperate to reach the source of the beat. Every full moon, there was a celebration in my village in honor of the shapeshifters, as an old tradition. Music was played, there was dancing, and it was one of the only nights children were allowed to be awake late into the night. It was the only way I suspected humans maintained a sense of happiness in a world where deity creatures threatened their existence annually. I stepped through the trees and finally made it through to the source of the celebration. A large bonfire roared in the center of the clearing, catching my immediate attention. I stopped where I stood, lowering my hands and staring into the bright flames as though hypnotized. The music was loud around me, drowning out the beat of my own pained heartbeat. There were shapes of bodies moving around the fire freely, their steps swift and dancing along the beats of the drums with ease. Hands reached for the air, reached to the moon, and my eyes were drawn from the flames to those bodies. I looked for my family, for the faces of those who raised and loved me. I listened for my brother's cry, when he would see me before I saw him as always. I waited for someone to grab my wrist and pull me into the music. But no faces belonged to my friends or family. No hands reached for me and only a deep, masculine voice called for me. "Milena," I heard Roman from the distance. I wasn't home. I was still in the wolf's den. And now I could see their eyes glowing in the dark, staring at me from all around, predators watching a weak prey that would be dead soon. I turned and ran away from the deafening music and away from Roman. As I ran, it began to snow. Flakes fell from the roof of the trees, falling freely and melting on my heated skin. The fever was growing. I felt my flesh was burning and my lungs with it. My heart was loud in my head, easier to hear with the drums quieting into the distance. Pain struck my mark, causing me to yelp and fall to my knees briefly. I clutched at the bite with a whimper before shaking my head and pushing myself to my feet again. I ran further, weaving through the trees and breathing painstakingly through every pulse of pain. It was as though I thought I could outrun the curse entirely. I came across a lake and stopped hesitantly. For a moment, I just stared at it, tilting my head as I looked at the surface. The snow fell quietly around me, hovering over the surface of the lake before dissolving without disturbing it. I could see the stars and moon reflected in the water, and I looked up to see clouds covering the glow of the full moon mysteriously. I looked back down to the lake, feeling delirious. Another sharp pain pulsed from the mark on my neck and I cried out, swaying briefly before allowing myself to crumble to the floor of the trees weakly. With my face pressed against the cold of the ground, I could watch the surface of the lake, and for some reason this was just as hypnotizing as the flames of the bonfire not too far away. I wanted to go home, but I knew it was impossible. I could fight monsters. I could stab at them, shoot arrows, and hurt them. But I couldn't fight a curse. All I could do is tell myself to keep breathing as long as it would allow me to breathe. Arms pulled me from the ground, twisting me onto my back, and lifting me until I was cradled against the strong form of the King Alpha. My eyes lifted from the lake to his face, taking in his features blankly. His expression was stony, carefully composed despite the obvious displeasure in his eyes. I wanted to hate him. But instead, there was only the fear that echoed within me, that awareness that my end was extremely close. And in that awareness was the simple fact that I just couldn't hate Roman. "I want to go home," I whimpered, sounding much like a child suddenly. "Not possible," Roman responded shortly, his tone pained against his will. He aimed to lift me, probably to take me back to his room, and I reached to grab onto his shirt desperately. "I don't want to go back," I pleaded, gasping at the growing pain within me. "I want to stay out here. Please." Roman hesitated, as though he didn't want to grant me any reprieve in case it ended up being a snowball effect, but after a moment he settled into the ground with me, holding me against his better nature. As you wish, he muttered lowly. I sighed with relief, rolling my eyes from Roman to the sky above us and the trees around us. I reached for the ground, tracing my fingers weakly against the cold dirt, and what brown grass remained in the winter weather. At what point did you stop loving this, the earth around you? I asked absently, watching the snow falling around us intensely, as though afraid of closing my own eyes even for a moment. Can you hear it? It's like one long rhythm celebrating every minute of every day. You're delirious, Roman responded slowly. Another sharp pain pulsed through me and I tensed, clenching my mouth shut to prevent any cries from escaping me. I wasn't sure why I didn't want Roman to hear any signs of weakness from me in my last moments. I wasn't trying to impress him. Perhaps I was trying to protect him for some reason. However, when this pain was followed by an immediate aftermath of another, my attempts failed and I cried out in agony. I clung to Roman, whimpering as the pain dulled only briefly. Will you take me home? I asked senselessly. Not possible, Roman grunted, repeating his previous sentiment with difficulty. Afterwards. Will you take me after I'm gone? My family, I inhaled sharply at another pulse of pain, my muscles tensing as though trying to absorb some of the shock throughout me. Roman didn't answer my request, though I felt it probably would be the same answer. It wouldn't matter, anyways. You can leave me here, I gasped with difficulty, you don't have to stay. Shut up, Milena, Roman finally growled angrily. His grip tightened and I whimpered, my skin already sensitive from the heat. He turned his glare from me to the lake, where the moon shined oddly along the surface like the eye of the goddesses themselves, watching and judging his every move. Roman abruptly shifted me, lifting me up until I was face to face with him. He gripped my upper arms roughly, shaking me just enough to get my attention as my vision blurred around me. I blinked forcefully, taking in his features in my state of delirium. Give me one reason, he said dangerously, obviously frustrated. One reason why I should let you live tonight, Mila. The pain had begun to dull and my mind was growing fuzzier by the minute. His request made no sense to me. I only stared into his steely eyes, hypnotized by them, as though they were as mesmerizing as the flames of the bonfire. With a hint of insanity, I leaned forward slowly, as though approaching an entirely different fire. Roman froze altogether, and he remained unmoved as I bravely brushed my lips over his briefly. I'd never kissed a man before. It was like a cold heat thrilled through me, unlike any feeling I had felt before. And even if death was what drove me to it, I couldn't find it in myself to be embarrassed. Roman huffed as I pulled away, obvious frustration coating his features. Shift, he demanded me abruptly. I closed my eyes briefly, exhausted, and he tightened his grip enough to make me yelp. His power rose from within him, reaching out to me firmly before he repeated that familiar demand, stop fighting me and shift, damn it. I'm not a wolf, I sharply responded, strength suddenly growing in my voice. You can deny it all you want, but I know a wolf when I see one, Roman antagonized me. I was suddenly becoming irritated and much more aware. His familiar power pushed against me, demanding that same request. Now shift, Mila. I can't, I said, but whimpered as that same sensation within me began to stir in response. I could feel it under my skin, brushing against me like cold liquid. It was unnatural. The mark on my neck burned painfully and I tried to reach for it, trying to distract myself from those strange feelings, but Roman pulled my hand down firmly. Shift, he repeated with a growl, anger pulsing through his demand dangerously. My heart leaped to my throat when I felt that power try to reach beyond my skin. The forest became loud around me, a roaring of noise in what was only silent before. I was quite aware of how close Roman was to me and his scent was purely intoxicating. I leaned forward to breathe him in, and his chest rumbled with frustration as he held me back. Shift, Mila. You have to shift. I can't. I cried out just before yelping when my hands began to change in front of me. It was like ice around fire, pushing back the fever within me. My fingernails formed into hesitant claws and back, as though it were just a trick of the eye. I cried out in fear. My hands. What? Shift, Roman pushed harder, his power tearing around me forcefully. My hands deformed, claws forming unnaturally, and with it my mouth began to change as well. My teeth felt strange in my mouth, sharper and stronger. Roman moved me in his grip, pulling me to him sharply. Now's your chance, Mila. I panted uncertainly, staring into his eyes with raw fear. My chance for what? I asked, panicked. Revenge, he answered simply, turning his head to bare his throat to me in the most uncharacteristic way. For a moment, I stared at his throat with surprise. And then I understood what he meant. He wanted me to mark him as he had marked me. Only I was still stuck on the idea that I wasn't one of them. As I looked at that curve of his shoulder, the power within me stirred excitedly. His scent was far too intoxicating to ignore, and the power was far too demanding. It was clear what I was supposed to do if I wanted to live. I took a sharp breath and then I leaned forward uncertainly. With hesitation, my lips hovered over his shoulder, brushing over his skin carefully until his breath hitched with surprise. I liked the sound, oddly enough, but I didn't have it in me to bite down. I leaned away, closing my eyes firmly. I can't, I repeated, shaking my head. I can't bite you. The thought of it. Abrupt pain tore through me and I cried out as Roman tensed against me in response. His hands suddenly gripped my face firmly, and I opened my eyes wide to face him. For once, stop fighting, Roman insisted, and it took me only a moment to realize he was the one pleading me. An injury to me was an injury to him. He didn't like the feel of death despite the fact that it was what he so desperately wanted for himself. I closed my eyes again, breathing as though I was about to dive into water, and then I pushed myself forward. I struck his shoulder, biting down as hard as I could manage in my state. The response was immediate. It was as though the power within me stretched beyond my skin, an animal reaching out to that beast within Roman. With my mark, the mate bond was completed. I felt very much mold into him, and just as quickly I was myself again. I released Roman far quicker than he had released me. I fell to the ground and crawled back, the taste of his blood in my mouth. Roman didn't move. He remained crouched on the ground, panting heavily in response to the mark. I felt the fever fade within me rapidly, being replaced by a different, more pleasurable fever. As I lay on the ground, I felt something stirring within me dangerously. My skin crawled with it. It throbbed in my heart and burned in my veins. It wasn't painful, but at the same time it felt unnatural. I rolled onto my knees and pushed myself to my feet, looking at my hands which trembled before me. Mila, Roman growled, obviously struggling with his own beast. I glanced at him, watching as his features shifted just briefly before he smothered them back into human form with difficulty. My breath hitched in my throat and in a sudden panic, I did what I tend to do best. I ran. Don't miss Mila's next hunting moment. Subscribe to stay updated. Mila finds herself not only imprisoned by the King Alpha Roman, but also mysteriously marked by him. How will she escape this cyclic captivity and face the impending full moon? How will her relationship with Roman evolve, and can she find her way back home? Explore the secrets of the Wolf Moon. Subscribe to join the adventure. Chapter 13. The forest was a roar of sounds around me, wave after wave crashing through me as I stumbled through the path before me. My heart ached within me, demanding that I turn back the direction I came back to him. But the further I moved away, the more that crawling sensation, an unnatural deforming of my flesh simmered back into something familiar and safe. I wasn't sure how long I had ran for before my legs finally had slowed down, but within that time howls had only grown among the night in magnitude. At first, I hadn't noticed them, but now that my panic had begun to subside if only a tiny bit, I paused to listen to the symphony within the night. My senses were so much more amplified, more so than I could understand. I didn't know what I was anymore, but I knew I definitely wasn't human. Humans didn't grow claws and fangs like I had only moments before. Humans couldn't listen to the sound of animals crying into the night and understand the meaning behind them. Something had changed. There were howls of despair and also of utter joy, anger, and ecstasy. The wildlife within the trees responded, awakened, aware, and agitated by the change in the environment. I felt a sudden tug within me, a whisper of Roman beginning to step towards my direction, and I bolted in the opposite direction in reaction. I stepped over a collection of rocks and limbs, turned a corner, and stopped sharply. In the small clearing, a form stood looking at the full moon unmoving. Her blood-red hair made it easy for me to identify her, but the sight of tears in her eyes unnerved and silenced me. She turned at my presence, lifting her hand to wipe the tears away quickly. "I saw you at the bonfire," Kate stated quietly, obviously trying to cover any emotion she had been revealing when thought alone. "I thought tonight the crone would be taking you." I was struck by the idea that Kate was declaring the reason for her tears was for me. We barely knew each other. "I'm okay, I think," I tried to reassure her, looking down at my own hands uncertainly. I lifted my touch to my neck where Roman's mark had somehow healed into a rather sensitive scar than the previous raw wound from before. "Yes. I think I'm okay." Kate tilted her head in response to my dazed comment. "You sound as though you're in shock. Did you shift?" I shook my head quickly, looking down at my hands quickly as though they would form into claws at any moment once again. I felt that tug again, the one that reminded me that Roman was in this forest with me, and that he could no doubt feel me as clearly as I could feel him. I immediately responded by aiming to run away, but Kate abruptly blocked my path and gripped my upper arms curiously. "I'm okay, I think," I told her again. "You're panicking," Kate confirmed shortly. She lifted my hair from the mark on my neck briefly before nodding with understanding. "You marked him. You shifted, at least a little bit." "I'm not a wolf," I shook my head firmly, over and over and over. But then I added in whispers, "I'm not human. I'm not human." Kate abruptly pinched my arms roughly, making me yelp with sudden pain. I ripped myself from her grip and glared at her. "What's wrong with you?" I demanded in anger. "Nothing. I'm pretty much flawless," Kate teased, shrugging and suddenly at ease with herself. I stared at her with suspicion, recalling all the spooky things the wolves were saying about her before the match. I looked around briefly for her lance and found it leaning against a nearby tree. "Before the match, people were saying." I began slowly. Kate swiftly interrupted, "I wouldn't take any gossip here seriously, especially now that you'll be the Queen Luna. People like to talk." "Apparently not you," I continued, ignoring the Queen Luna comment pointedly, as the mere mention brought on a sudden wave of anxiety throughout me. "They said you were a mute. And that you gave up your voice to the goddesses in return for the lance. Laced in silver." I expected her to be shifty and hesitant, but Kate remained unmoved and at ease. "Silver hurts lycans," Kate informed me easily, moving to her lance slowly before lifting it from its spot and twirling it carefully in her grip. "Silver is an antiquity metal said to have come from the moon itself, created by the Mother and given to mortals as a form of protection against any dangerous lycans that would wish to harm them. The King Alpha worked hard to ensure humans would forget about that weakness." "How can you touch it then? If you're a lycan?" I hesitated, recalling how I had lifted it myself during the match to win our fight. "And how can I, if I'm?" "It's not really laced with silver, obviously." "I just don't want anyone to touch my lance," Kate teased me lightly, reaching forward to rub my head fondly. She paused just after, pulling her hand away and frowning. I guess I shouldn't be so informal to the King Alpha's mate anymore. Appearances and all. Another wave of anxiety rushed through me, but it was halted by the sudden appearance of another lycanthrope, who rushed into the clearing with utter confusion written among his face. He looked from me to Kate, lifting his hands with submission. Something's happened. The mother's blessing has returned to us, the man said briefly. He seemed to be waiting for response, but I wasn't sure what he meant, and Kate had turned into stony silence in the presence of someone other than myself. The lycan apparently sensed this and began muttering to himself, the mother's blessing has returned. And he continued to wander through the forest in a daze. I looked from his receding presence to Kate with my own confusion. Is it normal for the forest to be so alive like this on a full moon? I asked her, listening to that symphony of the wild echoing throughout the trees. I hesitated a moment and then began to step towards the sounds of the wolves in the distance. Kate immediately held out her arm in front of me to block my path. If he spoke the truth, you don't want to go in that direction, Kate warned me carefully, lowering her arm to tighten her grip on her lance. You know what the mother's blessing is, right? Mates, I replied faintly, turning to look at her tense form. Why is that bad? It's been decades since the mother took away her blessing. Lycans have been wandering as humans do, searching for their soulmates themselves. Many have bonded in their own ways, hoping that deep down they are truly mates, Kate explained patiently, pausing to listen before continuing. Imagine it. You're with someone for 10 years. Then suddenly the mother's blessing comes and that person isn't your mate. Maybe someone else is. Maybe you have no mate in this pack, but the one you love has found theirs. It's a blessing, sure, but initially it can be a curse. If he spoke the truth, there will be a lot of confusion and anger before we can find the joy in it. I understood now why the symphony of the night was so confused. If the mother's blessing was back, the wolves were finally able to discern their mates. Some were joyous at finding each other without a doubt, but some would be losing someone they loved. Your alpha will be busy breaking up fights tonight. He will have to put his pack above you for now. You can relax, Kate informed me before turning to glance at me. I had widened my eyes in response, wondering how she knew I was feeling for his presence nearby. I was waiting to run if he was too close in case that unnatural urge to shift came over me again. We should hide out until the moon falls, just in case a stray pup decides to pick a fight with us. I felt with Kate's history, that would be a mistake on the other lycan's part than hers. Okay, I agreed hesitantly. I let Kate lead me further into the forest, away from the Trinity village and the howls that echoed through the darkness. She eventually stopped at a large tree, gesturing for me to climb it as I had done plenty of times before. When I reached high enough, she followed and soon we were both perched easily among the branches unseen by those below. I leaned against Kate's warm form on instinct, resting my eyes quietly and listening to the sounds of the night in the distance. I found myself reaching for Roman hesitantly, feeling his breath in his lungs and the strength in his limbs. His hot skin felt just under mine, flushing over me powerfully, and I knew in a pause of his step that he could feel me just the same. Within a span of a moment, he shifted like liquid from one form to another, his wolf towering and powerful. A howl ripped through him, reaching for the pack that was out of control around him, and lifting into the air so tremendously that it easily found me as well. I gasped, sitting up straight with widened eyes and looked to Kate quickly, who had become more alert as well. Silence followed the call, the forest stunned into a quiet that I had only ever heard before when I had demanded it of the wildlife myself. When nothing more happened, I relaxed cautiously in my spot again, listening to the peace that had finally fallen over the trees. I awoke shivering and alone. Overnight, the snow had blanketed the earth with silent precision, and with the sun rising over the horizon, the white of the scenery was nearly blinding. I looked around for Kate, but she wasn't nearby and there was no evidence of when she had left among the snowfall. I dropped from the trees quietly, rubbing my arms for warmth and huffing to make clouds of breath in front of me with amusement. I looked around for tracks to follow Kate back to the village, but it was as though she had disappeared from existence overnight. I began to move in the direction I hoped would lead me somewhere useful. It wasn't as though I was in too much of a hurry to get back to the lycans, but the air was awfully cold around me and the chill was only growing deeper despite the light of the sun. I began to consider ideas of what I would do if I truly became lost when I felt a jolt within me. I twisted around sharply and took a step back. Roman stood not too far away, his form tall and intimidating as he peered at me hesitantly. My thoughts flashed to the delirious way in which I had willingly kissed him, and my eyes immediately glanced at his lips in response, just briefly before a flush of red flashed over my skin embarrassingly. "Why are you here?" I asked, as though this were my home and not some random place in the forest that I had wandered to. "I came to bring you back to the village," he stated quite obviously. "I can find my way back by myself," I responded firmly before turning away to continue on my path determinedly. I ignored the growing cold throughout me and the way Roman's presence tugged on my insides, demanding my attention. "You're going the wrong way," Roman finally told me. I paused and then turned with the intention of declaring my flawless directional skill. My response was silenced when I realized just how close he had been following me, his body just inches away from me. I looked from his chest up to his face, momentarily startled. Roman only stood solidly, tilting his head as he looked at me. "I was taking the scenic route," I answered half-heartedly. "You're cold and hungry. I don't like the discomfort. Follow me. I have some ground rules we need to discuss." His features had shifted into one of familiar coldness, a distrust that I was beginning to recognize was his way of proceeding forward despite the demands of the goddesses. "Ground rules." I narrowed my eyes with my own suspicion. "I've allowed you to mark me. We are now linked. However, I refuse to allow you the title of Queen Luna, being that you're barely a lycan as is. And I won't allow you to run around doing as you please. It'll be a distraction every time I have to wake up to the feel of your self-destructing decisions," he abruptly announced, tensing immediately for my reaction, as though I might try to attack him as I'd clearly done before. "You won't allow me to do anything because I don't need your approval to do as I please." I tried to control the growing anger that was warming my body despite the cold around us. Roman stepped forward, lifting his hands to wrap around my arms easily. I gasped at the fire in his touch, any shivering felt before fading away almost immediately. "You feel this?" Roman demanded more than questioned. He moved closer, lowering his face over mine dangerously so that his scent and power seemed to flow over and through me. I was stunned by the heat of it, lifting my own face most agreeably as though enthralled by him. "You're my mate. But you are also my prisoner," Roman growled firmly against me. "You are an oracle and you are of the humans. You are not an equal nor are you fit to be Luna, much less a member of my pack. If it weren't for the cursed goddesses, you would be dead or banished by now. You will learn to obey me, or I will make your life much more uncomfortable than you can imagine." I ripped myself from him just as abruptly, gasping from his touch with surprise. I thought about the Roman who had kept me in his room for the past month, angry but also not at me. I thought of him saving me from a horrible death only last night. This Roman was not as appealing. He was cruel and horribly mistaken if he thought I would be intimidated by the feelings the mate mark forced on me. "Go ahead, make my life uncomfortable. An injury to me is an injury to you, right? It would make me the happiest person in the world to know you are suffering, even if I am, too." I mustered every ounce of venom into my words dangerously, just so they would land home with great satisfaction. Roman stepped towards me sharply and I turned to escape, but was far too slow. His arm suddenly snaked around my waist and I was lifted from the ground. I screeched loudly and began hitting Roman's arm and kicking him violently. "Roman! Roman, let me go!" I cried out angrily. "Stop throwing a fit like a child and I might," he answered simply. I stopped struggling momentarily, waiting just as he took another step, and twisted my foot around his. The effect was immediate. Roman stumbled and I struck with my elbow to attempt to hit his face. We both fell to the ground, the landing rather rough. Roman was above me, his torso half over me as though he had to catch himself from crushing me entirely. I paused only a moment and began to twist away in order to make a run for it. "I'm leaving," Roman suddenly said to me with frustration, making me stop in my attempt with confusion. I rolled onto my back, facing him with a frown. "What do you mean?" "I mean what I said. I'm leaving. I wanted to go over the ground rules in a more suitable place, but you've made it clear you prefer the wilder things." He huffed and shifted above me as though to get more comfortable. I was stuck on the initial statement, wondering what exactly that meant if he was leaving. "Am I leaving, too?" I asked with a deepening frown. I didn't like the idea of going further away from my home village without any idea on which direction to go if I could escape back to them. Roman watched me for a moment without any hint to his thoughts. "You will stay here. I'm sure you heard last night. The mother's blessing has returned. I must travel to the other packs and ensure your goddesses haven't caused complete chaos. And to make sure the packs will." He paused, almost having said something more than he intended. I lifted myself up on my elbows, my suspicion overriding my need to remain far away from him. "Will what?" "Continue not to worship your goddesses. Afraid they may end up having second thoughts now that they are given their mates. Afraid they might make the connection that the only reason they are not in the goddesses' graces is because of you." A deep anger ripped through Roman so quickly that I found myself flattened to the ground breathlessly by it. "You think you know everything, Mila," Roman growled, lowering himself intimidatingly. "What could I have possibly done that would require a death sentence on all of the lycanthrope kind? I just did to the humans what they wanted to do to us. I refused to be locked in a coffin underground. And I banished a bunch of useless oracles. The rest of the packs followed the foolish goddesses up until their curse fell on us. Only then did they turn away." "What came first, Roman? The curse? Or your world-ending plan for the humans?" I whispered the last part almost fearfully, afraid of that anger heating within him uncontrollably. I was frozen underneath him, but I continued to glare at him steelly, tensing under the heat of his rising rage. "It doesn't matter now, does it? You should have begged me to let you die. Now you'll be lucky enough to see what will happen to the humans, including your pathetic family," Roman growled furiously. I widened my eyes with the mention of my family, a fear entering my soul at the realization that despite everything it was very clear that whatever doom Cynthia had warned me of was still coming, and it would take my family with it. Roman punched the ground beside me with sudden frustration, pushing himself away from me and disappearing with seething anger. Chapter 14. The ground rules went as follows. While Roman was gone, I was under the care of Beta Caleb, who was the acting alpha until Roman returned. I was to listen to every demand given to me by Beta Caleb. I was to live under the same house as Beta Caleb. I was not allowed to be out of sight of Beta Caleb. If Beta Caleb saw fit, I was to be locked up accordingly. While Roman was gone, I was not to talk about the fact that I was his mate to anyone in the pack. I was not to demand submission from anyone in his pack. I was not the Luna, the Queen Luna, nor a member of said pack. Therefore, I was not to participate in any pack activity, including matches. While Roman was gone, I was not to participate in any oracle nonsense, or any nonsense to do with the goddesses in general. This included any witchy water stuff, visions, and temples. I was also not to mention any of said nonsense to anyone. While Roman was gone, I was not allowed to be touched by anyone. This included in any nefarious or tender way. I was not to be harmed or loved in either measure. After all, I was his mate. This meant no other wolf or human was allowed to find comfort in my arms. And this meant no other was allowed to try to kill me, besides Roman himself, of course. Were the rules clear? Yes. Was I going to abide by them? Probably not. I sat in the general living room of Beta Caleb's house, my arms and legs crossed defensively, as I glared at my environment with displeasure. I had been in this house before with Diana, the nurse wolf with a knack for archery. However, she hadn't appeared since Roman left me here, so I was stuck glaring at the form of Beta Caleb, who merely played with a blade absently. "You can stop looking at me like that at any time now," Caleb said absently to me, a tone of warning behind his words. I only uncrossed my legs, crossed them again, and narrowed my eyes further as I glared at him. "The last time I saw you, you locked me in an abandoned temple," I accused him with obvious distaste. Caleb shrugged half-heartedly, lifting his head to sniff the air silently. "You got out, didn't you? And you left a bloody mess in my bathroom." "I assumed we were even," he replied with a smirk. "I could smell you all over the place." Then again, Diana always had a thing for bringing home strays. I continued to glare at him in anger. "Is it still called straying if you're kidnapped and nearly murdered? I didn't pick you out from that village. And I already told you I didn't hunt you either." "You're angry at the wrong wolf, girl," Caleb stated in a sing-song tone. "I'll remember that when I'm dreaming about you attacking my crying family members for trying to save me," I snapped back at him. "Roman is gone now. You can just let me go do whatever. It's not like I even have the slightest idea of which direction my village is in anyway." Caleb paused and leaned forward slightly, peering at me carefully. His dark blue eyes were unnerving if only for a moment while he inspected me. Then he leaned back with a look of satisfaction. "First of all, it would be suicide to even consider disobeying the King Alpha. Secondly, I have absolutely no doubt that you know which direction your village is in," Caleb announced easily, twirling the blade in his grip with amusement. "I was an idiot to let you keep that blade for the hunt. I had no idea you'd actually know how to use it. Even though I knew you weren't the typical human girl who shows up to a selection covered in blood. It's like seasoning yourself for us. I thought it might intimidate you," I muttered sarcastically. "You were shaking like a leaf." "Intimidating," Caleb laughed briefly. The front door opened, interrupting a conversation that was only growing to irritate me. A woman who was undeniably Diana entered with ease. She turned to greet Caleb, and paused before a word came out when spotting me. Her eyes moved from my defensive and angry form to Caleb's relaxed form to the blade in his hand. "Goddess, Caleb. Put that thing away, please," Diana scolded him with a huff of breath. Caleb rolled his eyes, but did as she asked and sheathed the blade at last. She then walked towards me, bending down to give me a rather warm hug. I blinked in surprise. "When did you get here?" "I'm Beta Caleb's prisoner until Alpha Roman comes back," I sneered with irritation. "Prisoner? That's ridiculous." "You can be our guest," Diana answered with confidence. "Diana, you can't just," Caleb began with a tone of exasperation. "Come now, love. We can still do as we are ordered without being cruel. This is our Alpha's mate after all. She's pretty much our Luna at this point. And we've never had a Luna before. It's exciting, isn't it?" Diana seemed just that excited. She turned to look at Caleb, who looked awkwardly in response. "Yeah, he's refusing that title to her. And also a position in the pack," Caleb told her simply. Diana hesitated, looking from Caleb back to me. "Well, that doesn't make any sense. He let her mark him, right? He let you mark him. She was addressing me now at this point. I took a note from Caleb's book and shrugged apathetically. Diana moved closer to me, tilting my head to the side to look at the healed mark on my shoulder. Yes, the mark is completed. Diana, just drop it, Caleb pleaded with her pointedly. I just don't understand. I thought this meant things would change. That we could. Caleb cleared his throat dangerously, staring down Diana with a suddenly tense form. Diana hesitated, obviously torn between just throwing caution to the wind and keeping things hidden. She finally decided, turning back to me with a smile. Oh well, you're alive at least. Are you hungry, Mila? I was torn between distrust and hunger. My hunger won easily when I found myself nodding before I realized it. Diana took the chance to dance her way into the kitchen with satisfaction. I suspected she'd already learned food was the best way to my heart based on the last visit I had with her. I stood to follow her and Caleb stood just as quickly to block my path. I honestly didn't think there could be another man as annoying as Roman, I told him with irritation. Diana cleared her throat from the other room and Caleb glanced back momentarily before stepping aside and holding his arm for me to step by. I walked towards where Diana was preparing me something to eat with Caleb close behind. I sat down at the counter, glaring at Caleb when he sat nearest to me, and turned to Diana. So are you two like a couple or something? I asked, causing a knowing look to exchange between the two of them. Diana dropped a plate in front of me and smiled sweetly. We have been for a while now. After the snow moon, when the mother's blessing came back to us, we thankfully were made aware of our mate status, Diana explained to me, shifting her curls to reveal the healed mark of a bite on her own shoulder. A blush appeared over her skin at revelation, but for some reason a sense of relief came over me. A part of me was drawn to Diana, in the same way I was drawn to Kate or Cynthia. They were kind to me for no reason, so I wished happiness on them despite their status as a werewolf. I made no further comment on the mate subject, instead digging into the food presented to me with a sense of joy. I was looking at Diana from the corner of my eye, thinking about Kate as well. You know, I heard that you came here with Kate from a pack of rogues, I finally said carefully, noticing Caleb shift uncomfortably next to me. I turned to glance at him, wondering why the statement would bother him. I'm just wondering what you know about her. About Kate? Diana verified curiously. Yeah. I like her, I mentioned simply. Well, that's a first, Caleb scoffed with disbelief. Caleb, Diana scolded him teasingly. What? She hates Alpha Roman, but likes the mute. Naturally, he shrugged with amusement. So she's a mute. I tried to steer the conversation the direction I wanted it. I've never heard her say a word. I met her a year or so before I ended up joining the Trinity Pack with her. She just kind of wandered in from nowhere, and was pretty helpful with the rogues, despite her scary demeanor. She had a lot of hunting and fighting skill, so it was safer with her around. When we first arrived here, Alpha Roman demanded her to pledge herself to him and well, you know you can't reject the King Alpha's direct command, but she didn't say a word. Just bowed. Only a true mute would be able to manage that, Diana explained. I had stopped eating and was only listening to her explanation with confusion. I could imagine Kate kneeling in front of Roman, pledging herself silently despite being told through his all-consuming command to voice it. I heard you fought the shadow of death in a match before Alpha Roman interrupted, Caleb addressed me, quite interested suddenly. I frowned at him pointedly, making it clear I didn't want to speak to him rather than Diana, but something in his comment irritated my competitive side. I did. And I won. I muttered bitterly. You should take her with you to the hunting grounds, Diana suggested to Caleb eagerly. Absolutely not, Caleb responded just as quickly. Alpha Roman said she can't fight or participate in any pack activities. That includes matches, hunting grounds, food halls, bonfires, any of the runs. No eating. No sleeping. No breathing. I began to mock him with irritation. She's not allowed near the temples or bodies of water. She's not allowed to talk about the goddesses or the mate bond. Caleb continued to ignore me. No smiling. No twirling. No blinking. No speaking. I wish that last one was true, he said to me sharply. Well, you're stuck with me, so whatever I can't do, you can't either, I told him triumphantly. I can lock you up in a dungeon while I go do those other things. My mouth dropped open with disbelief. I quickly closed it and glared at him. Yeah, throw me in more cages. It's an ongoing theme on your part. I'm starting to wish I had hunted you after all. We can fight right now if you want. I stood sharply. Caleb stared me down intensely. Diana looked as though she had completely lost control of the entire situation. I only kept Caleb's gaze intently, prepared to lunge myself entirely at this werewolf even without any ammo. If I could go against the King Alpha and the shadow of death and survive, I felt I had one up on this man. You are definitely Alpha Roman's mate, Caleb finally said. I can see it now. Come on. He stood in front of me and bowed slightly, lifting his hand palm up in front of me. I wasn't sure what the motion meant, so I only stared at him dumbfounded. I am offering you acceptance and a form of submission. I will not admit you as my superior until I have been bested, but I will admit you as an equal. Let's try to be friends, shall we, Tala Mila? Caleb said to me simply. I hesitated further, recalling how hands had brushed over mine before the fight with Kate. Going on instinct, I reached forward and brushed my fingertips over Caleb's palm, and he straightened up in ease. Fingertips are rude, especially for a tutelary title to do to a beater, but I'll accept it as a rookie's mistake, he informed me, turning to gesture to Diana. Diana failed to hunt you as well. She's only ever preferred the bow to the bite. Diana looked entirely pleased. She smiled and held her hand out to me, palms up. I took the hint much better this time, and I used the entirety of my own palm to brush against hers. It felt silly, but a part of me could feel the scent of her hand on mine, like a different type of mark. For the wolves who submitted to you during the hunt, you won't need their acceptance in such a form, because they've already given it to you by force. In this way, we aren't demanding a challenge. It's a lot more relaxing, unless you were to deny it, Diana explained to me, probably recognizing the confusion written on my face. You are our guest, until Alpha Roman comes back. But please don't abuse such a title. Any failures on Beta Caleb's part will be punished upon his return, and it could be brutal, especially when coming to a famed mate. I paused, considering her request in earnest. For Roman, I definitely would do everything in my power to go against him. But for someone like Diana, who had done nothing to harm me, I couldn't find it in myself to let her down. Fine. A willing guest. I'll do as you ask, I submitted, turning to peer at Caleb determinedly. I guess it would be better to have friends, rather than more enemies. I went a few days before I began to feel that nagging sensation within me. It kept me up at night, and I found myself hugging my knees to my chest, listening to that beast under my skin. Most of the time, it felt like something wild and dangerous, unnatural. But sometimes it felt different, like the softest kiss of a rabbit's nose when it greets you. Whatever it was very clear on what it wanted more than anything else. I thought about Roman. I thought about his unsavory threats on me and my family's life. A feeling of displeasure associated with the thought of him, but behind that was the beast within me that very much enjoyed every time he had touched me. I absently reached for him, searching for him through the trees of the forest, bending with the river, under the light of the moon, until something in the mark that connected us allowed me to feel his flesh as mine, if only for a moment. And a short moment it was. Roman immediately rejected the connection, cutting off my reach just after I had touched him. I lied back in bed with irritation, both at Roman and myself. After a moment longer, I thought about my family. I recalled sitting between my mother's legs as she ran her fingers through my hair soothingly, watching my dad show my little brother how a certain work tool was used. I wondered if they had prayed over my death, wishing it to be swift and painless. I wondered if my mother had stopped crying over my absence, or if my brother had accepted the fact that I couldn't have survived after all. I felt guilt that I hadn't somehow let them know I was alive, if not escaped to return to them by now. When I rolled over onto my side, I looked at my hand, which reflected the light of the night softly before me. I thought about how it had shifted into something half animal before my own eyes. Would the thing I'd become even be welcomed back in my village? Would it not frighten those who thought they knew me? I closed my eyes, thinking over Cynthia's warning. Even if I did go back to them, Roman was planning something awful. The goddesses thought I could stop it, though I wasn't sure why. I obviously wasn't making a difference. Being Beta Caleb's guest was a lot less dull than being Roman's prisoner. For the first week or so, he was quite strict on following all the rules laid out by his alpha, but after a couple days of prodding from Diana, he began to relax more when it came to me. He allowed me to follow him around the village, to begin meeting members of the pack. The youngest member of the pack was a girl just a few months older than I was. Her name was Deb, and she enjoyed plants, growing them and learning about all the different types and their properties. She apologized to me for trying to kill me in the hunt, though she apparently was nowhere close to being the one to catch me. Not too far outside the village was a vast farmland and crops, which were withered under the snow. Some of the pack kept over the collected crops, keeping them healthy and distributing them with ease. Most of them seemed interested in my presence, but a look from their beater kept them from addressing me too informally. Besides the farming, there were groups of hunters who would gather what they could from the wildlife around them. There were collectors and traders, who moved from wolf pack to wolf pack freely. Communication was open between them. Besides some obvious differences in freedom, I found myself struck by how similar the people of this deity village were to my own. On one random day, Caleb took me to the arena, in which I had fought Roman in during our challenge. Some straggler wolves were watching from the safety of the seats and stands surrounding the place, but within the center there were at least a dozen men and women sparring with each other. Most were in human form, but some had shifted at least partially. Many also were using weapons, and none were actually intent on killing each other. "This group is my responsibility," Caleb told me with a critical look. "They are our top performers, our strongest warriors. I believe your friend Kate is the least friendly-looking one over there." He pointed out Kate to me, and I saw what he meant. She stood in front of her sparring partner without a weapon, but something in her serious expression was weapon enough as is. When her partner finally lunged at her, she moved faster than I could see and had him pinned to the ground with his arm twisted behind his back easily. I was beginning to suspect she let me win in the match against her. "Why do you need warriors?" I asked, trying to sound aloof, but obviously failing when I saw the look Caleb shot me. "For wars," he answered simply. "Against other wolves." I turned my gaze to his form slowly. "My village didn't train our people to fight. We weren't even supposed to hunt more than what was in our designated area, and that meant mostly fishing. How many times had I risked my life by searching for food further than I was supposed to?" "Logan," Caleb called out, ignoring my line of question easily. The man being demolished by Kate grunted, and Kate released him before pausing when seeing me. A short tilt of her head was all she gave me before walking further away into the arena and out of my sight. The man, Logan, approached Caleb and stopped when peering at me. He narrowed his eyes momentarily, something about my presence bothering him, and then he bowed almost comically low, revealing his neck to me briefly. "Tala," Logan greeted me gruffly. "It's Mila," I responded quietly. Logan was reportedly one of the first to be forced to submit to you, Caleb told me, something in his tone indicating that this was something of an embarrassing fact for Logan. I hesitated, taking a moment to look at the man further. He was dangerously tall, with dark red hair. Despite the usual pale that came with gingers, he was deeply tanned as though he lived in the sunlight. And his eyes were a light brown that narrowed when meeting mine. I was also the one who would have won the hunt, Logan stated determinedly. I recalled the heat of the wolf's breath on the back of my neck, just mere inches away from ending my life before my power had held them all at bay. A chill went through me despite my best attempts to appear confident. I want you to watch over Mila for a while. I'll be nearby, Caleb ordered Logan briefly, pawning me off on one of his warriors without hesitation. I immediately felt discomfort at the idea, especially in the responding look on Logan's face. But Caleb didn't wait for approval from either of us before he was off speaking to the others without me. I narrowed my eyes at Logan suspiciously. You aren't even going to apologize for trying to kill me? I finally asked him accusingly. So far, he had been the only unapologetic wolf I'd come across. He turned his head to the side to look at me emotionlessly. You killed one of my friend's cousin. She was pregnant with a pup nearly 2 decades ago, when the maiden took away her blessing. She was one of many who lost their child in their own bellies. You killed one of ours. I tried to kill you. I find we are mostly even, he responded simply. Did you ever apologize for taking that life? I was staring at him openly, remembering the feeling of horror and utter disgust when that wolf had shifted back into a human with my blade embedded in her skull. Back then, she had been some unknown beast among many with supernatural abilities, and my life had been on the line. I didn't like to think of it, even now. So I kept quiet. Do you want to spar a bit? Logan ignored his previous question with ease. I'm not allowed to fight apparently, I answered quietly. Light sparring, then. I saw your fight with the King Alpha. You have a natural talent, but you lack the information needed when fighting against those of our kind, he suggested, which confused me. I thought you didn't like me, I hesitated. Logan half shrugged, glancing at me once again. I don't like to be bested. Especially by little girls. He huffed with damaged pride and then gestured for me to follow him. I frowned and paused, uncertain if this was the best route to go by, but without Caleb paying attention, and without Roman around to interrupt, it seemed a more fun route than just staring and listening all day. Logan's light sparring was not light by definition, however, he did manage not to harm me much when knocking me to the ground. He was also a pretty decent instructor, constantly pointing out weaknesses that I should aim for and strengths I should fall back on when going against someone obviously more powerful than myself. I know I shouldn't even have to say it, but in a fight you should utilize your command that blessing the mother gave you during the hunt. It may seem unfair, but in most cases it would probably be the only way you win, Logan instructed me gruffly before pausing, but you do smell of wolf and of the King Alpha. I'm assuming you must have shifted by now. I pushed myself from the ground with a grunt. I corrected Logan and telling him the mother didn't give me that so-called blessing during the hunt, but something told me it would be too much of a hassle to argue over. As for his question, I considered the answer and hesitated. I guess, a little bit, I answered uncertainly. Many wolves will shift during a fight. We are stronger in our beast forms. It gives us more focus. Sometimes you can shift only part of yourself, if only to focus the strength in a specific way, but that takes great concentration, and even greater skill. In either case, to aim for the kill you want to go for the brain, as you know, or the heart. Logan placed a fist on his chest above his own heart. Stab it. Remove it. Destroy it. It's an instant win. If you try to just win by submission, or by knocking the other unconscious, it's much more risky on your part. Logan lifted his hands, waving me to come after him. I did so, feeling a bit silly but determined, and promptly was knocked to the ground again. You would also want to take your fighter by surprise. You're weak like a human. Slow. A wolf would no doubt make a game out of you. Until you learn to shift, your only advantage would probably be to just act weaker and slower, to make them lower their guard, Logan instructed firmly. I pushed myself up and lunged at him. I was abruptly yanked away in mid-attack by a rather irritated Caleb. I said watch, not fight, Caleb scolded both of us. He wasn't hurting me, I answered with disappointment. Let me go, I want to play with him. Yes, Beta Caleb, let me play with the little rabbit, Logan added, something in his tone making him sound like a cat playing with a mouse before eating it. Caleb began to pull me away from the arena without a response, but I threw Logan a wave goodbye with hope that I would be able to learn more from him in the future. Okay, I groaned at Caleb before he finally released me. You must be careful around the pack members, especially the ones you made submit. If he found you unworthy, Logan could find reason to challenge you again, and the next time, he would not give you a chance to use any blessing against him, Caleb warned me sternly. Wouldn't that be suicide? Roman wouldn't like that, I mean. The King Alpha isn't here right now. That's why there will be no fighting, Caleb said sharply, plus, you obviously aren't above challenging a person yourself. And if you challenge someone, there's nothing the Alpha could. Caleb hesitated and stopped speaking entirely. If they could, my ears would have perked up with interest. Oh really? I asked slowly. I should have locked you up, Caleb muttered unhappily. He's going to kill me when he gets back. I might as well start digging my grave. Make a tombstone. Can I speak at your funeral? I teased with amusement before adding sincerely, I don't intend to challenge anyone ever again if I can help it. Your secret it's safe with me. Caleb peered at me momentarily, as though to deduce if I would keep my word or not, but then seemed satisfied. As for myself, I knew any real fights with wolves would no doubt lead to my own death. It was not appealing to me. What was appealing to me was learning about them. I didn't intend to challenge anyone, but I did intend to get Logan as an instructor in the near future, no matter how much time it would take to bug Caleb into agreeing to it. For once, my future didn't look so bleak. Chapter 15. Artemis, Huntress of the Moon, make my aim true. Make my aim true. Make my aim true. A whisper was echoing through my mind, something barely heard among the noise of my own thoughts trailing through my dreams. Give me goals to seek and the constant determination to achieve them. Grant me communion with nature. Allow me to live surrounded by plants and animals that I can grow, protect, and nurture. Grow. Protect. Nurture. 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 My breath hitched in my slumber, and I twisted under the sheets with discomfort. Allow me the strength and wisdom to be my own mistress, not defined by the expectations of others. And sustain my sexuality to be as yours, wild and free as nature itself. Wild and free. Wild. Free. I sat up sharply, my eyes wide with momentary confusion. It took me a second to take in my surroundings, and to recall the guest room I'd been resting in for over a month since Roman had been gone. The night was dark outside the window, but it wasn't quiet. At least not to me. I could hear the hum of something powerful through the air, whispering words I could no longer understand, and it called to me in a way I hadn't felt before. I flung the sheets from my legs and carefully made my way to the door, opening it easily before stepping out of the room entirely. I didn't look for Caleb or Diana, instead focused entirely on the eerie call that sang to me like a siren in the night. I wasn't sure if the front door was unlocked or if I had unlocked it in my days. Either way, I was suddenly outside in the cool April air. Without knowing where it would lead me, I followed the call to the nearby woods, stepping with ease through the trees. My fingers brushed against a tree, causing me to pause momentarily as I looked at it curiously. The rough edges of the bark felt vivid, reminding me despite the strange sensations that this wasn't a dream. I didn't have to walk too far. Before long, I was coming across a familiar space, a lake in the trees with a clear surface that reflected the sky above it flawlessly. I had nearly died by this lake. I had marked Roman by this lake. And now I had been called to it again. I wasn't alone. In front of the lake, there were 5 women of the Trinity pack, dancing under the stars. 3 of them held a lit torch in their hands, lifting it to the sky as they twirled between the other 2, before passing them with an ease hard to understand. A red symbol marked each of their foreheads, flashing in the night black 1 second, and red along the light of the torches the next. Words were being whispered among each of them, over and over again, as though they were pleaded with life itself. It took me a moment to realize that I recognized at least one of the women in the group. Diana passed her torch to the next wolf and swiftly turned to spot me. I thought I would run, but instead I stared wide-eyed curiously. She stepped towards me and lifted her hand to me welcomingly. I hesitated, but then moved to take her hand with wonder. She pulled me towards the other wolves, who folded me into their circle as easily as breathing. I wanted to ask what was going on, but something in the siren song was striking me dumbfounded. I only stood as one wolf traced her fingertip over my forehead slowly, drawing that symbol I had seen before in their abandoned temple. It's the symbol of the triple goddesses. I instantly knew this was something I was not supposed to be doing. Roman would be furious to know any of his wolves were drawing symbols of the goddesses on their forehead and dancing for them under the stars. And at the same time, this made me much more eager to participate in this strange situation. I fell into the dance with a familiar ease, as though I had done it before. And while I had done dances before, I hadn't done one such as this one. I lifted my hand when a torch was held out to me, taking it carefully and staring at the flame with wonder before continuing to twirl around the other wolves curiously. 3 torches, 1 for each goddess. Artemis, Huntress of the Moon, I heard the whispers around me and for some reason I knew the words as well, make my aim true. Diana had stopped twirling and was instead in the center of the circle, first on her knees and then on her back. 1 woman took the torch from me and they all 3 were staked into the ground around Diana carefully. I continued to follow the lead of the other wolves, twisting around Diana, lifting my hands up to the waxing crescent moon and closing my eyes. Maiden of freedom, you are the eternal virgin, the holy bride of nature, and the revealing light within the shadows. Through you, all that is good comes to birth, Diana called out, her words like static electricity throughout my limbs. There was power in them, something I couldn't explain, and when the women around me began to repeat Diana's words, I followed in suit. Mother of compassion, forever fertile, Lady of the Forge, you are the creating force of love and the strength which nourishes all that lives. Through you, the cause of life is served, Diana continued almost desperately. The women began to repeat the words, but my voice trailed into quiet whispers, and my steps slowed until I was no longer moving. Instead, I found myself staring at Diana's form on the forest floor. Crone of wisdom, ancient one, keeper of the cauldron, you stand at the gates between the worlds and carry the shining sickle of death. Without you, nothing can be transformed. Diana's words echoed around us as the women repeated them, their movements speeding up as they twisted around us determinedly. I lowered myself to my knees next to Diana, my actions of no concern to the wolves around us. Light of the goddesses, by the power and will of she that is 3, Diana pleaded as I lifted my hand to her curiously. The power crawling under her skin called to me, asking me to feel it and feed it. I rested my hand on her stomach just as she continued, blessed be. The prayers grew louder around us, a question being sent to the goddesses above and begging to be answered. I knew what it was they asked, and a part of me wanted it for them, for Diana, as well. I'd heard of stranger rituals, asking for fertility in women who had no hope. I couldn't hear the wolves around me repeating the prayer around me. I could only feel the shift of the power under the palm of my hand, pulsing throughout Diana. Just as suddenly as I felt it through her, it sparked under my palm and then throughout me like lightning. The torches around us blew out in unison. I gasped and immediately tried to pull my hand away, but Diana grasped my wrist just as quickly. "Don't be afraid," she told me gently, but it was easier requested than done. But just as quickly as I had felt the power, it was suddenly gone. The wolves around us collapsed as well, panting in the darkness. It seemed like they were really listening that time, one of the younger women panted hopefully. I wasn't focused on the other wolves. Instead, I watched Diana, who sat up to peer at me curiously just the same. I looked at this lycan, a woman I thought was a normal lycan, but for some reason she felt like something else entirely. "Let's go home," Diana said, standing before holding her hand out to me once more. I took it, but something still nagged at me inside. That hadn't been a regular prayer. And I hadn't felt power like that before. In the week that followed the incident in the woods, things were normal. Diana didn't speak further on the strange ritual under the stars, and I was smart enough to know I shouldn't mention it in case we were overheard. The only indication I received were from the women who had been in the woods with us, who would greet me much more warmly than before, as though we were some form of family now. I continued to follow Caleb around for the most part, though I found it easier to interact with the pack without the curiosity and suspicion that they held from before. Sometimes I would help with tasks, some familiar to me such as laundry, dishes, making food, and cleaning. Other tasks I was less familiar with, though the only time I was approached with those was when I was around Logan. Something about Logan made us click almost instantly. I was completely certain that he intended to gain back the upper hand that he had lost during the hunt at some point in time, and in that fact I should be more careful around him. But he knew just what kept me interested. Every chance I could grasp, I would use to slip away and to find Logan something I was very good at doing. On one particular day, while Caleb was distracted with an issue among the rations, I twisted out of sight and easily began to sprint away. I could sense the shapeshifters around me, but I found I could also track down specific ones if I wished to. I used this sense to hunt Logan, slipping between the buildings until I could sense his presence nearby. Logan wasn't alone. He was training with the other warriors, practicing for a war that I wasn't allowed to know about. I remained hidden out of sight for a while, watching as he sparred with one of the other warrior wolves intensely. This went on for a while until Logan suddenly had his opponent pinned, a claw to their throat dangerously. A tap on his arm in surrender and he released the wolf promptly, allowing them to take a break. Their ability was still far from my reach, but it didn't keep me from trying. I grasped at the blade in my hand, a present Logan had gifted me with after having lost my previous one to Roman. With Logan's back to me, his eyes on his receding previous opponent, I suddenly attacked. I ran across the space between us, ignoring the knowing looks of the other warriors who had already saw me coming, and lunged at Logan. Without looking, Logan swung his arm back and blocked mine roughly. I winced, but didn't falter. My blade was in my other hand. Having used my initial attack as a decoy, I swung the blade at Logan's side. He quickly leapt back, just barely missing the tip of my knife. Then he grasped the arm he had blocked, twisting me around and swiping his leg under mine until I found myself slammed into the ground onto my back solidly. I immediately lunged for the blade that had fallen from my grasp, but Logan kicked it away just as quickly before grasping my wrists and pinning my arms to my chest. He lifted a partially shifted hand threateningly, aiming to strike my throat. "Dead," Logan stated dangerously. "Oh man," I groaned and then squirmed in his grip in an attempt to escape his strong claws. When this failed, I sighed and then glared with determination. "I demand a rematch." "You always do," Logan responded with amusement before releasing me promptly. I moved to attack him, and he shoved me back down to the ground. Then he sat down in front of me. I frowned, less happy with this form of practice than the sparring matches I preferred. Come on, hands up. You know the drill. Logan tapped his legs and then lifted his hands palm up. Do we have to do this part? I pouted unhappily. Until you stop being afraid of it, yes, he responded with a shrug. I hesitated, but then lifted my hands until they hovered over his. Logan watched my hands intensely, hiding any thought he would have behind that stony expression. I knew already he was intrigued by my backwards nature. With much pressure from Logan, I could partially shift parts of my body, my hands, feet, and teeth. It was a skill most wolves had to spend years into their full shifts to conquer, but it was the full shift that I found I couldn't do myself. I still couldn't explain what I was, how I could shift any part of me at all, and why I wouldn't be able to shift entirely if I wasn't human at all. I clenched my teeth together, as I reached for that wild power under the surface of my skin. It reacted to Logan's own beast not far from my grip, sensing something powerful and dangerous. My power was defensive when called on. It twisted my grip until claws began forming on the tips of my fingers instead, and my teeth lengthened with dangerous fangs. You're getting better at it, Logan praised me, slowly lowering his hands away from me before pausing. I struggled to keep the form, but just the minor distance between us was enough to begin receding those dangerous claws back into my natural human form. He made a noise of disappointment. You're too eager to shift back. You need to learn to hold it without my help. I know, I grumbled, pulling my hands back into my lap and rubbing them together with discomfort. It still felt unnatural to me, but the power in the shift was both intoxicating and frightening to me. With a look from Logan, I rolled my eyes and lifted my hands again to practice the partial shift further. When you have control over the shift, you'll have a weapon much more useful than any blade or bow. Should you find yourself fighting a wolf, you'll want something reliable as this. You're small, slow, and weak. Disarming you would be easy, Logan lectured me as I attempted to hold the partial shift every time he moved his hands away, before failing and returning back to human form. I didn't like to be called small, slow, or weak. I narrowed my eyes at him. What are you doing after this? I asked Logan, pointedly ignoring my urge to respond to his provokes. Logan paused and then lifted his hands until his palms were resting against mine. I blinked in mild surprise, feeling the pulse of power under his skin against mine. A few of us are going to the hunting grounds to gather some provisions. It's a good way to let off some steam, so I volunteered as well, Logan stated, tilting his head as he watched my reaction. The thought of hunting intrigued me. The thought of hunting with the wolves seemed like something I shouldn't do, and something I had been forbidden to do. But the way Logan watched me said he knew my desires before I did. Can I go? I finally asked despite myself. Logan smiled deviously. If you can hold your shift for 30 seconds, you can go, he told me, much to my dismay. I took a deep breath and frowned in concentration, as I looked at my human hands. I reached for that power again, forming those unnatural claws and pulling at the beast under Logan's skin, which still remained against mine. He waited a moment and then pulled his grip away, taking that power with it. I felt my form falter, but I really wanted to go to this hunt. I pushed at the power, demanding that it remain even if the danger wasn't as close as before. I recognized the difference. I was usually relieved to go back to my normal form, but if it was a desire to remain changed, it was easier to hold the partial shift. I knew you could do it. Logan reached forward to poke my nose, causing me to lose my focus for a moment. My hands reverted back to normal as I blinked at him. Come on then. We should probably go before Beta Caleb finds you again. I followed Logan across the grounds eagerly while simultaneously keeping an eye out for Caleb, who would no doubt be looking for me by this time. I usually couldn't get away with more than an hour with Logan before he would show up to scold me, though something told me Caleb was allowing it more than being outsmarted by the likes of me. When we arrived at the edge of the woods, there was already a small group of wolves waiting. A couple of them were in full shift, stepping carefully around the group, impatient to start. The few that remained in human form greeted Logan expectantly before pausing when spotting me. "She isn't allowed to go, is she?" One man questioned Logan uncertainly. "Of course not, she can't even shift," another interrupted before reaching to shove me away. Logan snatched his wrist and glowered at the man, the intensity in his silent threat enough to cause the wolf to back up. I myself was a bit surprised. It had been a while since anyone in the pack tried to do anything to me besides look away or bare necks. "Tala here is with me. Let's just go as usual." Logan released the man and gestured for them to move away. Then he turned to me with a knowing look in response to my own expression. "That's Vio. He's one of the wolves who wasn't in the range to submit to you. Probably doesn't enjoy the idea of a previous human being around here." "He's not the only one," I grumbled unhappily. The small pack of wolves began to enter the trees, each one either already shifted or beginning to. I hesitated, watching them land on all fours before lunging into the forest easily. Logan was the last to go before me, looking back before gesturing for me to follow. "Try to keep up." With his final advice, I watched as he shifted as easily as breathing into a large domineering wolf with coat of silver and black. It had been a while since I'd seen Roman in such a form, but even knowing that he must be even larger, it was hard to remember when seeing Logan like this. I tried not to let them intimidate me, reaching to my waist to clutch my knife reassuringly before stepping into the trees as well. I paced myself, racing behind the wolves quick enough to not lose them entirely, but slow enough to not overexert myself. The weather was finally beginning to warm as spring approached. Animals which normally would be hiding out among the snow were now finding the courage to wander outside of their homes, so I suspected the game collection wouldn't be too bad after this hunt. I was used to my type of hunt. As it wasn't allowed beyond a certain point, many humans focused more on growing crop than the less dependable option of meat. So I didn't usually have anyone with me in my own hunts. The wolves hunted as several members, but in the end it was more like they were one. They would use tactics to draw out prey, even if it meant not getting the kill for themselves. They also traveled as far as they wanted, without any concerns of potential attacks or other dangers. I enjoyed the feel of it, the freedom of racing through the trees, pausing to inspect tracks, before searching for whatever beast waited among the forest. At some point, I felt entirely immersed in the hunt, focused on putting in effort to prove myself useful to the group. I landed swiftly behind a sheltered bush area, pausing when hearing the shuffling of greenery not too far off in the distance. I reached for my shoulder, pausing when realizing I didn't have my bow this time around. Instead, I lowered my hand and grasped the blade at my hip, pulling it from its sheath carefully, as I moved slowly towards the noise. I breathed ever so slowly, afraid any false sound would scare off the potential game. However, with a short step, my presence was made known with a small snap of a twig. I tensed, expecting the creature to run the opposite direction. Instead, I started with surprise when the beast let out a horrific screech and began to charge at me. A beast I had never seen before burst from its shelter, short but large and fitted with long tusks along its opened mouth, as it came at me. I leapt to the side, dropping my blade like an amateur, and cursed myself. The beast didn't run away after passing me. In fact, it turned to charge at me again, fully intent on injuring and killing me itself if necessary. I grasped for my blade once, twice, panic setting in. Normally, I would have just used my gift to halt the beast, but for some reason my thoughts went blank at such an unfamiliar creature. I felt in danger, but also I felt it was still my prey. I focused on my right hand, calling my own beast within me until I felt my hand twist and shift into something more dangerous than a blade. Just as the beast would ram into me, I swiped at its face, sending it reeling into the ground with a loud cry. Deep gashes remained across its flesh in response, leaving it panting with its injury painfully. I paused, standing straight and feeling my hand already receding into that of a human's. Then I lowered myself and grabbed the blade that had evaded me before, moving to finish off the beast so that it wouldn't suffer any longer. I hadn't even noticed the wolves were far ahead of me at this point. Just a look around showed none were nearby, having continued their hunt without me. I looked from the distance to the beast with a sigh, knowing this meant I would have to drag the creature's body back to the village myself. I didn't have rope on me, but after inspecting the body, I suspected I could possibly sling it over my shoulders with great difficulty if anything. It would leave me messy, but I had already learned to expect such a thing by now. As I bent over my game, determining the best way to lift its rather heavy form from the ground, I felt a twinge of something from within me, like a quiet alarm. I lifted my head slowly, looking around me without moving. A shapeshifter was coming towards me. I could sense it, but it wasn't someone I was familiar with. I figured it was someone in the hunt, so I didn't think much of it. I continued to work with the beast on the ground before me, ripping at my shirt to use the fabric to bind its feet together. Before I could finish, the faint alarm suddenly got louder, forcing me onto my feet before I even knew what I was doing. I turned to see a fully shifted wolf lunge from the trees towards me, teeth bared dangerously, and claws extended towards me. I felt numb all at once. The wolf was too close already. I had no way to defend myself. I opened my mouth to breathe in sharply, but before I could make a sound, another wolf slammed into the one attacking me. I stepped back, stumbling over my game and falling onto the ground roughly. I recognized Logan immediately, as he towered over the offending wolf dangerously, a growl tearing through his throat terribly. The wolf in his grip shifted abruptly to the human form of who I then recognized to be Vio. He held his hands out in surrender, baring his neck and trembling before Logan. Without hesitating, Logan shifted into his human form as well, holding a foot firmly on Vio's chest to prevent him from getting up. I noticed his hands remained partially shifted into that of dangerous claws, flexing threatening above his victim. "You dare attack the King Alpha's mate?" Logan asked the man coldly. "I won't accept some half-human as one of us. She should have died on the wolf moon," Vio spat despite his trembling form, and anger radiating through him as he glared past Logan to me. "You seriously are willing to submit to that?" Logan held his pose over Vio, his features guarded and his body tense, as though in preparation for something horrible. I pushed myself from the ground, my heart pounding in my throat with fear. "Logan," I began to try to stop him from doing anything destructive, but before I could he abruptly swiped at Vio. I screamed sharply, before covering my mouth just as quickly. Logan swiped at the man again, ignoring his violent spasms, before savagely shoving his claws into Vio's chest. He just as brutally pulled a chunk of meat from it and tossed it to the ground. I stared in horror, a wave of illness washing over me, despite the fact that Vio would have left me in a similar state if Logan hadn't stopped him. I stood speechless and frozen as Logan turned to stalk towards me, blood on his hands and across his chest. I took a step back despite myself, but he only bent forward to grab the beast I had slain only moments before and flung it over his shoulder. "You did good," he said gruffly before beginning to head back towards the direction of the village. I stared at his form as he walked away determinedly. He didn't seem too bothered by what he'd just done. I knew that Logan was still a stranger to me, and I knew he was a warrior wolf. But for some reason I hadn't really taken the time to think about what he was truly capable of. He paused when I didn't follow, turning to gesture ahead of him. "Let's go." I threw a last glance at Vio's blooded and lifeless body, knowing full well that could have been me instead. Then I took a deep breath, closing my hands into fists, and turned to follow Logan as requested. Don't miss Mila's next hunting moment. Subscribe to stay updated. Mila unexpectedly becomes the Queen Luna of the wolf pack after a life-and-death struggle, but her victory seems to be just the beginning of a larger conspiracy. How will her relationship with Roman develop? Can she truly control the wolf pack and uncover the truth hidden behind it? Explore the secrets of the wolf moon. Subscribe to join the adventure. Chapter 16. I scarfed down the food on the plate before me with vigor, pausing only to drink from the glass nearby before continuing my feast. Cynthia sat across from me patiently, quietly watching me as I devoured the meal prepared for me. We were seated on the stage within the abandoned temple yet again. Caleb had me on lockdown at this point. After finding out the situation during the hunt, both Logan and I were on his bad side. I was officially no longer guest status, nearly kept as a prisoner at this point. If it weren't for Diana, I'm pretty sure Caleb would have left me in a dungeon cell until Roman came back. As for Logan, I knew he was being punished, though I didn't know how. I also knew his punishment had nothing to do with killing a pack member. I had almost been hurt during a pack hunt. It was two broken rules at once. I felt guilt for several reasons. If I hadn't gone on the hunt, it wouldn't have created an opening for a wolf to try to hurt me, so Vio would still be alive. Logan wouldn't have been punished, halting any training I had planned with him. And Caleb would not be waiting for his alpha to come back and delegate a punishment suitable for his beta for not being as alert as he could be around me. However, guilt wasn't strong enough of a feeling to outweigh the need for freedom. So it was with great stealth and difficulty that I was able to finally sneak out for a moment of freedom. The temple was like a safe haven to me, a place none would go to if they were hunting me. By the time I was able to finally sneak out and hide away there, Cynthia was waiting with a meal already made, as though she had been told ahead of time. I'd already begun to accept that she was a creature beyond my ability to understand. He's been gone for ages, I finally spoke first, skipping all the formalities of pretenses that everything was okay. How am I supposed to stop him from killing all of humanity if he isn't even here? My frustration became renewed when voicing my own question, but Cynthia didn't seem fazed by my concerns. Have faith, Cynthia said wisely. I put down my fork firmly, gripping the edge of the table and sitting up straight to peer at her with indignation. Her dark sable eyes only watched me with that deep knowledge, calm as the lake under the moonlight. In what, exactly? I finally muttered before looking away grumpily. In yourself. In the King Alpha. And in the moon goddesses. Cynthia suggested one after the other, as though she had an entire list beyond that of the three listed, and I were the one being unreasonable. I still don't understand any of this. How can I shift, even a little bit? Did my entire village lie to me? Am I really some outcast wolf? I just don't understand, I sighed in exasperation, leaning forward to rest my head on my hand. Your village didn't lie to you. Your mother is your mother and your father is your father, Cynthia confirmed carefully, that familiar tone of voice creeping in. I just knew that she knew more than she was willing to say, always picking and choosing what information to divulge at any given time. Or perhaps she's an all-seeing witch who has had this conversation, and all future conversations with me in her visions already. But still, her statement brought me a form of relief. I wasn't crazy. I still belonged to the family I yearned to see again. And they would welcome me back as their own. As long as they didn't know the creature I had begun to turn into. I frowned at nothing in particular. The wolves are going extinct. And yet Logan didn't hesitate to kill one of his own. And me. I killed one, too. I know it was to save my own life, but it feels like. I hesitated, unsure of what exactly the emotion I was feeling was entirely. A great sin. A great shame. All life lost is a shame, but we all must rest in the crone's bosom at some point, Cynthia responded softly, reaching forward to touch my free hand in comfort. Except Roman, I whispered, my frown deepening. He will be coming back sooner than you think, Cynthia finally admitted, making me straighten in immediate alertness. She kept her grip on my hand softly, but there was something in her face that held a hint of concern. He will bring before you an obstacle, and you will have to make another hard choice. I do not know what the outcome will be, but it will be either life or death. I groaned loudly. Not one of those. Do you know how many times I've almost died in this year alone? I stood reluctantly, preparing to sneak back into my prison before Caleb would notice. Good luck, Mila, Cynthia called to me as I left. I walked behind the young wolf, Deb, while dropping seeds into the small pits she'd made in the farming ground. Caleb stood not too far in the distance, speaking to another wolf about the farming, crop, and harvest plans. He must have been in a decent mood to allow me to walk even a couple of steps away from him, but more than likely he didn't see anything dangerous in allowing me to help with planting future crop with some of the pack members. So, you are the King Alpha's mate, aren't you? Deb asked me in a hushed voice, glancing towards Caleb, as though she knew it was a topic we weren't supposed to speak of. Technically, I responded shortly, I guess. Then are you preparing to become Queen Luna? She asked, reminding me of Diana's hopeful tone, as she'd expected the same result. We haven't ever had a Luna before. I'm not sure about that. I began hesitantly. There's been rumors, Deb answered, as though that was the only thing that needed to be said to accept my fate. I waited for her to continue, but she seemed content in that explanation entirely. What rumors? I finally pressed with frustration. Rumors that could get you a death sentence from the King Alpha, Deb said gravely before smirking, well, if you weren't his mate and in line for Queen Luna. What rumors? I repeated with more exasperation. They are saying you can half-shift as easy as breathing. Oh, now that's just I tried to butt in, but Deb continued without interruption. They are saying you hunt with the pack. And you train with the warrior wolves. That your union with the King Alpha is so blessed by the moon goddesses that you will bring back the last blessing and save our kind once you're Queen Luna. Deb spoke almost without take a single breath between any of her words, an excitement lighting in her features. I had stopped following her, staring with surprise. The last blessing. The mother's blessing came back when you and the King Alpha completed the mating mark. I've heard that the maiden's blessing may come back if you and the Alpha. You know. Deb smiled then, giggling like a small girl at the words she didn't say. I dropped everything in my hands altogether, opening my mouth in stunned surprise and then complete embarrassment. Absolutely not. I declared loudly before crossing my arms over my chest almost defensively. I'm not some mare to be bred for everyone's benefit. Deb laughed then loudly, bending over to pick up the basket of seeds I'd spilled. I paused, but then bent down to help clean up my own mess as well. Do they really believe the maiden's blessing will come back because of me? I mean, if I become that ridiculous title. Luna. Whatever, I became flustered at the thought, but pushed on further, the pack isn't entirely against it. Well, some are against it, of course. Because you're from the human village. They don't understand why the moon goddesses have picked a human to bless above the lycans. But many of us still hold faith in them, even if they had forsaken us. And those who lost faith are getting it back because of you. Deb stood and held the basket out to me easily. I hesitated, but took it from her, mulling over her words. It's also very entertaining watching the King Alpha get so worked up over you. I think you would make a good Luna. You could bring our pack great fortune. Or great disaster, I thought solemnly. Before I could press Deb further, there seemed to be a sudden change in the atmosphere. The wolves who were helping with planting crops along the soil all stood together, looking towards the village with a tension that I hadn't quite developed. Deb lifted her hand over her brow, squinting through the sunlight. I turned to look as well, but they were seeing something beyond sight. Mila, Caleb called out to me sharply. I looked to him to see him waving me towards him. I turned to Deb and handed her the basket with a sigh. "I've been summoned," I said dramatically. "We all have," Deb replied simply. I frowned, but Caleb called out my name again with more impatience. I waved to Deb shortly and began to stalk to the impatient wolf with my own irritation. The wolves in the field followed, gathering their supplies and beginning to pack up as though they had somewhere to be. I looked around me with confusion for a moment before approaching Caleb with furrowed brows. "What's going on?" I asked him. "You can't feel it?" Caleb asked me, curious all of the sudden. "Feel what exactly?" "When you're mates, you should be able to feel each other's presence. It makes it easier to track each other in case of dangerous situations," Caleb said slowly before pausing. "Where's the King Alpha right now?" I opened my mouth, but then halted my smart reply, looking inward. I had tried to experiment with that bond between Roman and me, but even now as I inspected it, it was closed tight. Roman didn't want me to feel him, so I couldn't. "He's blocking me," I finally admitted to Caleb. Caleb sighed, running a hand through his hair anxiously. "That sounds like him. The King Alpha is here now. He's just returned. And he's summoned the pack to the arena for an announcement. After that, I'm sure he'll want a complete report on your activities while he's been gone. I can't wait to see what's in store for me." The sarcasm was strong in his last statement, but any guilt I felt was halted by the fact that Roman was back. I recalled Cynthia's prediction that Roman would come back soon and bring an obstacle of life or death before me. I felt immediate dread, my hand impulsively going to the blade at my hip. Caleb saw the reaction and frowned. "I wouldn't worry too much, Mila. I'm only mostly joking," he tried to comfort me suddenly. I narrowed my eyes. "I'm not worried," I scoffed, stomping off towards the arena with renewed determination. "Oh right, I forgot you're the fearless human not human wolf not wolf girl not girl," Caleb replied, following close behind me. I shot him a look of daggers at his little joke, but he only smirked in response. I hadn't been in the arena since my sparring matches with Logan, which had been a few weeks at this point. When I entered, my eyes immediately scanned the crowd of wolves that had begun to form around the arena for any sign of him. I found him standing to the side of one of the weapons displays, his arms folded and his face stony, as he watched the crowd as well. I couldn't see any signs of punishment, but then the situation had happened long enough ago that I felt any injuries would have been healed by now. I watched him only a moment longer before giving up hope that he would ever look in my direction again. Instead, I scanned the crowd further to find Diana, who waved excitedly. I tried to walk towards her, but Caleb halted me, holding me next to him instead. I glared at him, but he only bumped my arm with his elbow teasingly. My eyes caught several other wolves I had begun to get to know over time, smiles greeting me, and eventually I found Kate, whose eyes were already on me solidly. I blinked in surprise, but then lifted my hand in a quiet greeting. Kate nodded, but didn't look away, as though there was something she wanted to say but couldn't. The arena was cleared in the center, much how it had been when I had to complete the challenge against Roman when I'd first arrived here. Weapons were displayed in random carts on the edge of the arena, and my eyes automatically noted bows and blades by habit. The crowd parted and he was there, walking into the center of the arena. I hadn't seen Roman in nearly 3 months, but it wasn't as though I had truly forgotten his appearance. However, seeing him now, it was as though I was seeing him for the first time in years. A beast seemed to stretch out under my flesh at the sight of him, delight thrilling through me mindlessly. I pushed the urge to approach him, as my beast knew he was my mate and that made him mine, but I wasn't a beast. Instead, I only held my breath, watching his commanding form take center stage among his pack. "I'm glad to see you all well," Roman finally greeted his pack, his voice thunderous and alluring. I tightened my hand into fists anxiously. "I've visited our brother packs and it is as we expected. The mother's blessing has come back for all wolves. There was a rustle of hushed voices, exclamations, surprise, and excitement at the announcement, but Roman lifted his hand and they were quieted. This doesn't change our new laws or our pending fate. The maiden's blessing has still been refused. We will proceed as we planned, Roman continued, an anger slipping into his tone at the statement. My attention amplified at his statement about a plan, curious as to what exactly he meant by it, but this would be forgotten soon because Roman then cleared his throat and continued. To show my devotion to our laws, I have agreed to terms with our brother Pax. In regards to our Queen Luna. The arena was dead silent at this point, no shuffles of confusion or curiosity, just pure attention. I watched as an unfamiliar figure stepped into the arena, approaching Roman with confidence in each powerful stride. The woman stopped next to Roman, looking around to peer at the pack around her carefully. She was older than me, though I couldn't be sure just how much older. She was taller as well, her limbs holding clear power in them. Her hair was a strawberry blonde in braids that fell on her shoulders softly. And her sharp blue eyes were staring into the eyes of each wolf with superiority. They said, I am queen. I have judged several she-wolves based on ability, skill, qualifications, and power. I have accepted Lillian as my Queen Luna, Roman announced firmly. My world warped around me at the statement, watching as this woman reached for Roman's arm, touching it to suggest familiarity. My hope is that you all will accept her as well, but if not, well, that's why we are here. My eyes didn't leave Lillian, this new Queen Luna, before the pack. Even when Roman stepped to the side, leaving Lillian there to greet the pack, my eyes didn't follow him. I felt strange. Quiet even. It was as if every part of my mind, all questions, anxieties, fears, or anger had slipped away into silence. I didn't know anything about this woman. She hadn't done anything to me specifically. In fact, I wasn't sure she even knew about me at all, but still. I couldn't take my eyes off of her form, with that silence swamping my thoughts. I am from the Red Moon Pack. I am the daughter of the Red Moon Alpha, so I know what will be expected of me. I'm excited to be joining this pack and I can't wait to get to know each of you, Lillian declared, her voice powerful despite the femininity. Eyes were on me as Lillian spoke. I could feel them, those wolves who knew I was the King Alpha's mate. They looked at each other, at me, and at Lillian. It was as though time had halted into this moment, when no one was sure what move to make next. And before Lillian could speak further, a loud screech of metal echoed around the arena. The wolves' eyes moved to the source, where Kate had stepped forward slowly, dragging the tip of her lance loudly along the concrete beside her. The threat she presented was clear despite her steely silence. I understand, Lillian said easily, changing her stance from one of ease into one in preparation for any attacks. The pack shuffled around the arena, and as if Kate had set off a spark of a flame, women began to step forward just as intimidatingly. The threat wasn't just to Lillian. It was to each other. The intent was clear. Just having the title Queen Luna wouldn't be enough. It was keeping it that would be the true task. And Lillian hadn't made a single Trinity Pack member submit as of yet. I remained where I stood, my eyes trained on Lillian, with that dead silence still throughout me. My mind hadn't truly noted the gravity of the event that was going to unfold before me. The challengers were still stepping forward, preparing to fight one another, and then Lillian for the title of Queen Luna. And then they would have the King Alpha to themselves. I stepped forward. Caleb reached to stop me, probably by reflex, and a member next to him growled at him. I didn't know what response Caleb gave, because I was mindlessly stepping into the arena, with a determination that felt purely beast, more so than Milena. My eyes only moved from Lillian when I stepped past the female wolves who were preparing to enter the challenge. I turned my back on Lillian, staring down each female wolf from unknown to Kate, and let out an extremely uncharacteristic growl. Anyone who wants to get to her will have to get through me first, I snarled dangerously, a power flaring through me that reached towards the wolves before me savagely. The wolves stepped back almost immediately, their stances changing from ones of intimidation to that of fear and then respect. Kate was the only one who smiled, a pleased look satisfying her features before she silently stepped back into the crowd. The other wolves did as well, each one rescinding their challenge in my presence. I turned to face this new Queen Luna, making sure to pull my power back into me before she could get a taste of it. I wouldn't cheat. Not here. Not against her. Not for this title. This was purely between my own abilities and hers. What do you think you're doing? Roman asked from his position in front of the pack. I didn't take my eyes off of Lillian, my concern with Roman in the furthest depths in the back of my head. This was a matter of beasts, and my beast was positively fuming within me. Roman was mine. Even if he didn't want to be. Even if I didn't want him to be. He still was mine. I'm the King Alpha's mate, I declared, lifting my blade from my hip dangerously. I challenge you, Lillian of the Red Moon Pack. I challenge you right now. And when I win, I will be the Queen Luna. I then threw the blade to the side, not even throwing it a passing glance when it tumbled across the floor and under the feet of the pack. I didn't have to see Roman to feel his shock. The bond between us was suddenly open, as though his concentration had faltered with my statement. I let his presence wash over me, feeling that beast flex within me in a delighted response, but my focus was entirely on Lillian. I've heard about you, Lillian mused with entertainment. Aren't you no better than a human? I've heard you can't even shift. A laugh trickled from her throat as she straightened, no longer as tense as before when presented with a challenger. While she was caught off guard, I silently pulled at the power of my beast, focusing on my legs and feet only. Within a breath of a second, I lunged forward, moving faster than I'd ever been able to manage against Logan. I didn't care for her look of surprise. I only focused on the strength in my foot when I slammed it into her legs, twisting to grip her arm and shoulder before putting that unnatural strength into my arms and abdomen. Lillian was launched over my shoulder, thrown to the ground violently in the distance, just as Logan had taught me. Lillian rolled onto all fours quicker than I thought she would, launching herself towards me with a snarl in her throat. I twisted sharply, dodging her fist as it came for my face. I grabbed her arm, turning and using my own form as leverage before brutally twisting it until I heard a loud snap. Lillian yelped and then kicked me in the side hard enough to launch me across the arena. I rolled over the ground, the attack enough to cause a sharp pain of a no doubt broken ribs in response. I pushed myself to my hands and knees with a bit of difficulty, my breath sharp in my lungs, and looked to Lillian. She was snapping her arm back into place, a renewed anger fresh on her features at the attack. With her arm no doubt healing before me, she turned to face me again, holding her hands to her side dangerously. I stood with difficulty, my own injury not proceeding to heal as a wolf's does, and watched as her hands began to shift into that of claws. My heart thumped nervously in my chest, but I told myself to remain calm. I thought about my fights with Logan, focusing on his pointers, and took as deep of a breath as I could. Lillian knew I had strength unlike a human now, but she believed I couldn't shift. If I shifted now, with her, we would fight as one half shifted to another half shifted. Only, my injury hadn't healed like hers, so she would have the upper hand. I would have to try for underestimation. A potentially painful and risky strategy, act weaker and slower to lower her guard. She lunged for me and I dodged her once, twice, and then cried out when her claws caught my shoulder down to my clavicle. I stumbled, falling to a knee, and she swiped my back next. The pain was sharp, her claws tearing into my flesh deeply, and I screamed in response. I collapsed onto the floor in agony, panting under her. Lillian paused, intent on attacking again, but stopped after noticing my flesh not healing as a wolf's would. She straightened, watching me carefully before smirking pleasantly. "Nice try, pup," she mused, watching me pant at her feet momentarily before looking up at the pack around us. She lifted her claws up triumphantly. "I am your Queen Luna. Not even your alpha's so-called mate can defeat me, as you can see." It hurt to breath. My flesh was wet with blood, a pain throbbing through me, but as I struggled for air, my eyes caught those of Logan's, who watched me with cold determination. I panted further and then abruptly smiled at him devilishly. He blinked and then slowly smiled in response. I didn't wait further. I called on that beast just under my flesh, feeling it stretch within me excitedly. I felt it mold with me, its fur running along my skin, its fangs extending over my teeth, and its powerful claws twisting over my human hands until they were unrecognizable. The pain in my flesh was heated into numbness, the power flooding into my limbs until it was all I felt. I launched stealthily at Lillian, whose focus was on the surroundings around her. I swiped at her shoulder and neck, feeling my claws tear into her flesh, deep into the back of her neck, and through her spine. Lillian didn't make a noise. She collapsed to the floor like a lifeless doll, her eyes wide in surprise and horror. I straddled her form, lifting my half-shifted claw up and over my head dangerously. With her there, staring at me with fear, I felt a hint of hesitation. I knew several things. I knew she was already healing from the spinal damage. I knew she would not underestimate me again once she was healed, and she would come at me with her entire force. I knew she wouldn't stop until I was dead. My breath came quick. My limbs trembled from the power and adrenaline. I had an image of Cynthia before me. I didn't want to kill, but I could hear her warning. Life or death. We all must rest in the crone's bosom in the end. "Don't be afraid," I told Lillian, finally allowed my power of persuasion to flow over her softly like water. She seemed to relax at the suggestion, and then I struck. My claws tore easily into her chest, breaking through her ribs horrifically, until they wrapped around a throbbing muscle. Her heart pulsed powerfully in my grip, and with a cry, I ripped it out. Lillian seized under me repeatedly, choking on nothing, until finally she fell into a dark sleep. I gasped for air above her, as though I were choking as well. I looked from her to her heart in my hand, letting it go mindlessly. I took a deep breath and then another, trying to calm myself. Then I stood slowly above her body, raising my eyes to the pack determinedly. As I stood before the pack, I was reminded of Roman's own memories. I could see him standing, blooded from battle, before the same pack with different faces. Each of them watched me with all sorts of expressions: surprise, admiration, fear, anger. It didn't matter. I lifted my blooded claw, still shifted as part beast. "Submit," I demanded to the pack, the threat clear in my tone. At this point, I could feel the adrenaline still pulsing through me. My beast wanted more. It was ready to tear through any chest of any wolf that would stand between Roman and me. But I didn't force the suggestion onto them with my power. I didn't sway their will with my words. And still, they all bent forward and revealed their necks, each and every one, until the fact was clear. Whether Roman wanted it or not, I was Queen Luna. Chapter 17. Once the adrenaline of my latest challenge had worn off, my world became one of intense agony and confusion. I may have also tried to attack any wolf who stepped forward to help me, mostly because I felt more unsafe than I had ever felt before. Did I really just force my way into being Queen Luna? Why did it matter to me if some random chick took the spot? My only goal was to stop Roman from whatever plans he had against the human race. That didn't mean I had to go this far, did it? Anyway, Diana had been the one to bring me back down to reality. With a quick jab to my side, the pain was so sharp that I may have fainted. To me, it felt more like a warped blink in which 1 second I was in the arena, and in the next I was back in a clinic setting. "Don't move, Mila," Diana's voice sang to me softly, but the pain that followed didn't request the same from me. I realized I was on my stomach, the fabric of the bed sheet pressed against my face, with Diana above me doing who knew what that felt like flames on my back. I immediately began to attempt an escape. "Can you hold her?" Diana requested from someone else in the room. Two firm hands gripped my upper arms from behind, pinning me forcefully against the bed. Despite the sharp pain on my shoulder, I froze at the touch, feeling the spark in Roman's hands as they held me. "Let me go," I snarled, my voice strained in pain. "Your wounds aren't healing like a wolf," Roman responded stiffly. Diana moved over my flesh sharply, sending a sickening wave of pain throughout me. I groaned, tightening my hands into fist and clenching my mouth shut to suppress a scream. "Almost done, Mila," Diana cooed as though I were a child. "I'll kill you," I threatened in response, though the threat lacked true conviction. "Oh, that's not nice," she sighed before continuing, sending a renewed wave of pain through me. I struggled against Roman's grip, trying to move away from whatever it was Diana was doing to me. Besides the pain across my back and shoulder, there were other aches and sharp pains throughout me. My lungs seemed to scream with each breath, so I was unable to take a deep breath needed to cry out as I wanted to. "Okay, all done with that, just need to bandage you up. King Alpha, can you help her to sit up for me?" Diana asked Roman with a lofty voice of pleasant innocence, as though she weren't just torturing me moments before. Roman released his grip on my arms and instead began to grasp my elbow to help me begin to sit up. I winced painfully, following their request most obediently, before noticing that I was entirely shirtless. I looked down briefly and then yelped in alarm, crossing my arms over my chest before glaring at Roman. "Look away, you pervert," I demanded of him immediately. Roman had a look of someone in an out-of-body experience, confused and not seeming to see the problem at hand. Then he slowly rolled his eyes before turning around to face the opposite direction as me. I turned to Diana, who stood with fabric ready in her hand, her mouth opened in surprise as she had watched the interaction with amusement. I glared at her until she noticed and jumped. "Right, lift your arms. The Alpha can help you if you need him to," Diana said, a smile on her face despite herself. I grumbled, but lifted my arms myself with difficulty. It seemed harder to breathe with my arms lifted, as though the weight on my lungs was too much. Diana began to wrap the fabric around my torso carefully, keeping it loose enough to not apply pressure to my abdomen, which would no doubt make it even harder to breathe. "I can't breathe," I grunted, before my arms faltered weakly. I felt the sudden light touch of Roman, just barely slipping his hands under each elbow to help me hold my arms up carefully. I aimed to demand him to look away again, but a glance showed his eyes skyward purposely, leaving the words lost on my lips. I relaxed slightly, allowing the assistance for now. "A few of your ribs were fractured. It'll hurt to breathe for a while, but as long as you take it easy it should heal on its own. The injuries on your shoulder and back were more concerning, but I've closed them up. You heal faster than a human, but still not as fast as a wolf. Like I said when we met, it's like you're pre-shift." Diana finished wrapping my torso and bandaging my shoulder, before helping me with a shirt carefully. I whimpered during the process, my skin damp from the pain. When Diana was done, I was panting with strain, my body shivering from the aches. "Diana, give her something for pain, please," Roman requested, a strain in his own voice. I glanced at him to see a look of discomfort on his features, as he looked at nothing in particular. Before I could question him, Diana was holding a small glass out to me. "Drink this, Mila. It'll ease your pain," she said softly. The liquid in the glass was warm, but it didn't smell like any tea I had ever had before. I was hesitant, but took a drink. It was sickly sweet, enough to distort my own expression in a way that made Diana laugh. "Go on, drink all of it." I grumbled, but drank the rest of the concoction. Then I handed her back the glass before looking at Roman again. He didn't look at me at first, but I suppose he must have felt my eyes on him. He slowly turned that gaze on me, a million words hidden in his eyes. Am I making you uncomfortable? I asked him, my words beginning to slur suddenly. Yes, he confirmed shortly. I guess if I died that would have made you even more uncomfortable, I answered with a withering look of accusation. You deserve it. At my words, I felt that heat of anger from Roman, not particularly directed at me but still warm enough to ease the pain within me. Or perhaps the concoction was taking effect. Either way, I could breathe easier, and I felt a relief within that began to lull me into a drowsy state. We'll speak about this later, Roman said, the statement almost a threat. I can speak. My words slurred dangerously, my body melting from the inside as I felt myself drift. About it. Now? I sighed, and then fell into a drugged sleep where the pain didn't follow me. I spent a few days in the clinic, mostly alone except for Diana and Caleb, who was assigned to guard me when Roman wasn't available, and for those few days, he seemed to be unavailable. I suspected he was avoiding me, for good reason. As my wounds healed, my anger seemed to grow. The image of Lillian's heart in my hand kept haunting me, echoing like some bad reoccurring dream, even worse so than when I had taken the life of that wolf when I was being hunted. Even worse than when Logan had killed Vio in front of me. The three deaths seemed to repeat in my head: stab to the head, Logan slicing through Vio, and finally my own hand tearing into Lillian with her eyes wide in surprise. Was I becoming a monster? Was I already a monster? When it eventually became too much to stay put and be stuck in my own head, I decided abruptly to end my clinic stay. By that point, I was already feeling better. My ribs didn't hurt as much and the wounds on my back and shoulder were becoming nothing more than sensitive scars. I didn't like to even look at them. My anger felt alive. And I knew just who to direct it at. I didn't have much in way of clothing. I only had the shirt and loose pants provided by Diana. I wasn't even sure what had happened to my previous outfit except to assume it had been ruined by the challenge. However, I wasn't unaccustomed to just making an escape as I was, so I didn't hesitate to open the window within my room and leap out into the world. It was dark outside, but thankfully the air was a nice cool rather than the harsh winter I'd suffered through among the wolves. It felt promising, whispering things of summer sun, flowers, and laughing children. At least, that's what it should have been promising. I marched my way with determination towards Roman's house. Since the challenge, our link to each other remained widely open. At any given time, I could feel him. A jolt to his heart would travel to mine. A shift over his hands felt like liquid over my own, even though physically there was nothing. And the anger, it was always there, heated and eating away at the both of us. I opened the door to his home, finding it surprisingly unlocked, but the surprise was short-lived when I was met face to face with Roman. He stood half-dressed before me, expecting me, leaving me only just enough room to step forward and shut the door behind me. I felt immediate conflicting emotions. Beneath the surprise was an inherent delight at suddenly being so close to him, with no one around to distract his steel-blue eyes from taking in every part of my existence. Beyond the delight was uncertainty, a type of insecurity I wasn't used to allowing myself to have. And above all this was the various colors of ugly emotions: green for jealousy, blue for pain, and bright red for fury. On my way to Roman, I had so much bottled up within just waiting to explode, but with him standing suddenly in front of me, the words were lost in the moment. I forgot where I wanted to even start. Roman, on the other hand, turned to stone in preparation, as he opened his mouth. "Don't you even," I hissed before he could start. "What is wrong with you?" We both snapped in unison. "Me?" I cried out in response. "You could have died." Roman snarled, his anger rushing through my veins. I rubbed my arms absently in response. "You could still die. Do you think this is a game?" I glowered at him, narrowing my eyes as though I couldn't bear to see him. How would you have felt, huh? If I would have had my arms wrapped around someone else when you came back, stupid face and all, announcing to the world, oh, this is my new whatever. I felt that green emotion flare up within me just at the memory of Lillian's touch on Roman's arm, the insinuation that he was hers. Roman scoffed. You're jealous. Even now, you're jealous, he announced in surprise. I'm not jealous. I snapped defensively. I blocked that emotion, but closely behind it was blue. I huffed, my hands trembling from the whirlwind of feelings within me. It was confusing. How could you? You let me mark you and then you just left. 4 months. And then to come back with some other woman, as though I never existed. Roman stared me down without a word. And then he made a noise in his throat before turning around and storming up the stairs without answering. I opened my mouth and watched him go for a moment. But then the red fury only rose further within me. He wouldn't get away that easily. I stomped up the steps, determined to follow him. I'm not just going to go away, and you know that, I said with anger as I stormed into his bedroom. Roman was pacing within the room, his own anger throbbing within him. Why are you always so angry, huh? Do you have nothing to say? Oh, I have plenty to say, Roman growled dangerously. By all means, go ahead. Tell me just how wrong I am. You act like I just pranced into the woods, tralalaed my way to your village, interrupted your life, tried to kill you, banished you to shame timeout, tried to kill you again, banished you to starvation, tried to kill you again, bit you first. You don't understand anything, Roman interrupted me seethingly. Tried to kill you again, I continued. I gave you direct rules to follow while I was gone. You ignored. Roman began to count on his fingers sarcastically before scoffing, oh, I'm sure all of them. That's not why you're angry, I ignored his statement. Forced you to shift. To shift? I didn't even know I could slightly shift. You've been fighting with the warrior wolves. You've been hunting. You were apparently almost killed during that hunt. You've directly ignored orders given by Beta Caleb. I have no doubt in my mind you participated in the lost religion. Roman began to talk over me, his anger only growing. That's not why you're angry, I hissed furiously. Why? He finally snapped, storming towards me. I tensed, feeling his power towering over me and blanketing my own emotions. He reached for me, making me wince, but only grasped my upper arms roughly to pull me towards him. Why did you challenge her? I don't understand it. I was at a loss of words almost immediately. I was protecting you, you idiot, Roman continued furiously. You have no idea what it means to be a wolf, much less the Queen Luna. There are countless steps in between, steps you couldn't even begin to take as you are. I swallowed heavily, but then set myself determinedly. The steps don't matter. I'm Queen Luna. No, you're not, Roman stated firmly. I am the Queen Luna, I told him just as stubbornly. No. You're not. I am Queen Luna, and if you don't shut up I'll be the King Alpha next. I cried out, lifting my arms up before sharply ripping them down and out of his grip. I took a stumbling step back, my breath heavy, but then stood tense and determinedly before him. Roman stood in confusion, tilting his head as the confusion battled the anger within him. Why? Why do you even want the title? Roman asked slowly. I looked from him to a random spot on the floor, thinking about the question within. I didn't want the title. I didn't want to be Queen Luna in the first place, so why did I risk my life to have it? Why do I continue to risk my life to keep it? I thought about the small space of time between having completely denied ever willing to be the Queen Luna to the moment I took up the challenge, and I hesitated. Because I can't stand to see another person by your side other than me, I admitted truthfully, an embarrassed blush rising to my face unlike myself. I refused to look at Roman again, waiting for him to laugh at the statement, or otherwise shame me. I felt him move closer to me, but my skin still was heated from my words and so I remained still. Roman slipped a finger under my chin, lifting my face so that the only option I had was to look at him. I expected more anger, admonishment, or anything equivalent, but instead I was greeted with a look of interest and suppressed desire. So nothing I can do will persuade you to relinquish it. I stared at him openly now, uncertainty creeping its way into my veins. I shook my head no, afraid if I spoke I would probably chicken out after all. Then we must finish our ceremony, don't you think? I hesitated. Our ceremony. Our mating ceremony, he stated cryptically. Roman released his grip on my chin, but I remained staring at him now suspiciously. There are steps to take, like I told you. He picked at the bandage still over my shoulder absently. What kind of steps? I asked dubiously. You have the instinct for it down already. You proved that the night we completed the mark. Roman described the situation lazily, next picking at my shirt lightly. I thought about his vague description hesitantly. There's a certain tradition we keep, once mated. Out in the woods. Under the moon. A hunt, of sorts. I have the instinct. When you made me bite you, I ran away, I responded, considering his words carefully. Roman nodded briefly, still moving his gaze over my form until I realized he was inspecting my injuries. I folded my arms over my chest defensively, interrupting him. What do you think you're doing? I'm determining if you're fit for this hunt. We can do it now, if you want, Roman said slowly, a sense of danger in his tone. He moved closer to me, lowering his face carefully until his scent all but enveloped me. I'll try to be gentle. I was both enthralled and then startled by sudden realization. You don't mean? My face was already flushed from before, but now I felt the blush over my entire body down to my toes. Roman watched me with amusement, a smile just barely beginning to play on his lips at my reaction. I'm telling you I will accept you, seeing as you're so determined to be. I will accept you right now. Just turn around and run. I'll chase this time, I promise, Roman told me deviously. I immediately stepped back, causing him to tense just as quickly. Wait. I mean, hold on. I mean, I've never. Well, I'm just saying, maybe. I think maybe I'm not feeling too well. I suddenly reached for my bandaged shoulder, making a show of a false pain. Oh, yeah. It's still pretty fresh because, you know, I'm not a shifted wolf and all. I probably should just go back to the clinic. Really? Roman asked knowingly as I took another step back. Yeah, I mean, don't follow. I'll be okay. I'm not running away. Like in a ceremonial way. Does this mean you've changed your mind about the title? He asked, taking a slow step towards me with enough intent to raise my panic further. No, of course not. It's just like you said. Injuries and I turned and bolted for it. My initial panic that Roman would still take my fleeing as an invitation to complete our ceremony was only eased when he didn't follow me as threatened. I got all the way to the clinic window, stopping only when it was before me, and turned around in the direction I knew him to be. I panted, bending over to clasp my hands on my knees as I recovered. I asked myself a question I probably should have been asking myself since the wolf moon. What the hell have I gotten myself into? Chapter 18. What would you do if you woke up and your hands were made out of brooms? I asked, leaning on the handle of my mop, as I looked to the ceiling while considering my question. Once decided, I smirked and turned, grasping the mop determinedly before continuing to clean the floor of the mostly empty mess hall. There was a group of wolves around me, only 3, all doing various chores while preparing the mess hall for the day. Elle was an older wolf, maybe in her 50s, and dedicated to wiping down all the tables. She was an all-work, no-play type of person, and if it weren't for my title at all she probably would have been beating me over the shoulders for conversing with the others instead of focusing entirely on mopping. Sam wasn't far from me, mopping another section, but he paused when considering the question at hand. He was only 2 years older than me, brown hair that reminded me of one of our family horses, and oddly enough, 2 different colored eyes, one a deep blue, and the other an average sable. Do you mean full-length brooms? Like would the handle start where my hands were and then go all the way out, you know? Sam asked, putting way more thought into the question than necessary. Yeah, sure, I replied simply. I would be the best mess hall cleaner in existence, Sam said with a dramatic sigh. I would need to find my dustpan-handed mate next. April, the third wolf nearby, launched into laughter before getting a sharp look from Elle in the distance. She immediately cleared her throat and continued to wipe down and set the chairs at the tables. It had been only a couple days since Roman had suggested we complete our ceremony, and once I was released from the clinic, I had been spending my time randomly assisting in chores around the pack in places I felt Roman wasn't near. Each time I volunteered, wolves would assure me it wasn't necessary. After all, the King Alpha didn't spend his time mopping the mess hall. A Queen Luna was expected to be doing much more important things, whatever that was. But after a bit of pressure from me, they usually caved. Do you think they'll give us first pick on food? I asked April, raising my head to look towards the kitchen with interest. Sam stifled a laugh, making me throw a glance at him. What? I'm hungry. You're the Queen Luna. You can have food whenever you want, Sam said with great amusement, first pick. Have you really been helping us clean just for food? I acted offended, raising my hand to my chest dramatically. I would never give my aid just to get food. Anyway, I'm not just going to walk in there and demand it. I continued to clean with renewed determination that would make Elle proud. Whatever you say, Sam replied before continuing as well. I was thinking about what type of food had been prepared, considering just how much I was going to eat, when I felt something within me stretch out in sudden anticipation. I stopped mopping, standing up straight, and listened to the instinct within me. Roman was coming in my direction. I dropped the mop and fled, escaping through a side door and moving around the building until I saw him in the distance. He was walking with Beta Caleb, listening as Caleb discussed with him some unknown topic. They both entered the mess hall without a glance my way, though I knew Roman must have felt me nearby as well. Why are you hiding from the King Alpha? I heard Kate suddenly from behind me. I jumped with surprise, still not used to being unable to sense her presence. You really are the shadow of death, I exclaimed, turning on her with mild irritation before smiling. I hadn't seen Kate since the challenge. She looked as healthy as ever, tall and mysterious. She proved mischievous as apparent when she stepped calmly around me and pointed to the mess hall with a curious tilt on her head. Do you want me to let him know you're here? Did you want to have breakfast with him? It would be good to be seen by his side, now. Kate lifted her hand to her chin in thought as I immediately began to panic. No, I already ate, I lied quickly. I felt Roman change direction and head back towards us from within the hall. I quickly reached out and grasped Kate's arm before tugging her to follow me. Let's go somewhere else. But I haven't eaten yet, Kate responded with a pout, no doubt trying to stall in order to force me to confront Roman. I'll get you a whole cow if you want. Let's go, I hissed, relieved only when she allowed me to begin to drag her away towards safety. Kate followed me as I walked determinedly behind buildings, moving hastily until we were at the abandoned school for children, who no longer were being born. I opened a window, climbing in quickly before standing in the eerie classroom. I stepped forward, running a finger over a nearby desk and leaving a trail in the dust. I heard Kate enter the window behind me and turned to find her looking around quietly with her own look of sadness. "Isn't this a sad state?" Kate said simply before wandering to the teacher's desk and collapsing in the chair. She lifted her legs up, propping her feet on the desk and causing a cloud of dust to disperse around her. "Take a seat, Miss Young. Class will begin shortly. Maybe Kate could help me." I couldn't avoid Roman forever, but I couldn't be sure he wasn't just messing with me in the first place to scare me off from being Queen Luna. I also had no idea what the title meant, and I was clueless about. Well, I'd never been with any man before. I sighed loudly and obliged Kate, sitting stiffly at a nearby desk in the front row. "You're a warrior wolf, which means you're right under Beta Caleb's demand, right?" I asked her vaguely. "I am." Kate was playing with her lance, twirling it on the floor next to her, as she rocked herself in what had to be an ancient chair by now. "So you probably hear a lot about Beta Caleb's business. And the King Alpha's business, too." Kate smiled briefly, but nodded. "You do know you're the Queen Luna. If you want to know something, you can demand it of anyone. Even if the King Alpha demanded discretion, I'm sure they wouldn't stand a chance against you." Yes, I was hearing this often lately. I can demand this. Demand that. I was far more used to fighting for what I wanted and being nothing more than a village girl. Just saying I was a Luna, or a queen or anything else didn't make it feel true within. "It's not something I would want to talk to a lot of people about," I muttered unhappily before groaning and holding my head in my hands. I moved my hands over my face and continued with a muffled voice, "Okay. So first of all, Roman said he wanted to protect me. That's why he brought the Red Moon Wolf here, and claimed to have chosen her as the Queen Luna." I lowered my hands and looked at Kate. "That would be one valid reason," she responded to an unasked question. "Being the Alpha's mate is dangerous enough, but by claiming someone else as Queen Luna, it would have taken the target off your back. The King Alpha is unbeatable. His queen, maybe not so much." That part one understood, of course. Roman never had a need to pick anyone to be his Luna, because he had no mate. No one did. When I came, the position became acquirable. Kate noticed my silence and continued, "As his mate, you have an obvious right to the title. All you would need to do is demand it and the challenges would begin. Maybe they never stop. Maybe because no one can defeat Roman, it made the next best thing desirable and attainable. But that isn't the only reason he brought that woman back." I paused at her statement. "What other reason did he have?" I asked intently. "The brother packs demanded it. The mother's blessing came back to all wolves, as the King Alpha announced. Apparently, the Alphas all demanded the King Alpha prove he was still loyal to the new laws. They wanted him to cast you to the side and pick a Queen Luna other than his mate." Kate played with the dust on the desk absently. "He definitely didn't think you'd know you could challenge for the title. And he had no clue you could win a challenge, too. You pretty much screwed up his entire plan in one swift match." Kate looked all too proud at the statement. I wondered what the other packs would think when they learned Roman's mate killed their chosen Luna, and still took the title anyway. Would it cause unrest between the packs? I felt uneasy instead of satisfied with the answer. Roman said there were steps to take, to becoming a Queen Luna. I treaded carefully forward, my face already beginning to heat up at the topic. Kate wasn't completely paying attention, which made it slightly easier. If he announced that Wolf as Queen Luna, said he checked out her skills and such, and accepted her, would she have already gone through those steps before she arrived here? "You want to know if he slept with her, huh?" Kate asked slyly, her attention on me more so now than before. She removed her feet from the desk and leaned forward easily. Why don't you ask him? I think he would enjoy that line of questioning. I'm not asking him. My heart jolted at the thought of even bringing it up, knowing already that he would feel that ugly emotion painting my soul at the thought that he may have accepted Lillian to that extent. I'm not asking for Roman's virtue. I'm just wondering about the culture part of it. He could have, Kate shrugged, if he couldn't wait to. She wasn't his mate, but that hasn't stopped wolves before. As for the culture aspect, there's usually a pattern depending on if the Luna is mated or not. I stared at her intently now, knowing she was heading directly into an explanation that would either prove Roman was just messing with me or prove that he was dead serious. I wasn't sure which I hoped for, honestly. And I pushed Kate when she didn't continue. What do you mean? If the Luna isn't a mate, like Lillian from the Red Moon Pack, may the crone rest her soul, usually she is selected from a group of she-wolves. Maybe even having to complete challenges for the title right then and there. The alpha would select the most superior female and announce them to their pack for acceptance, as the king alpha did. If the pack doesn't approve, challengers come forward and the Luna would need to keep her title. If she does keep her title, then it would be more likely they would mate afterwards, she explained quickly, clearing her throat before leaning back. If she's a mate, things are different. You first would need to complete the marks and solidify yourself as true mates. Usually it happens on the same night. He bites her, she bites him, she tests his claim, he proves it, and they are together in eternal joy. After that, the claim to the title can be made. Many times, it won't be challenged at all, due to the choice being made by the mother already. I was sitting open-mouthed at this point. She tests his claim and he proves it. What do you mean by that? I asked nervously. I knew it, Kate said devilishly, sitting up further. You didn't complete the ceremony. I knew you'd play hard to get. I was entirely red at this point. I'm not playing hard to get. I didn't even know about this ceremony hunt thing. I thought he was just messing with my head to get me to change my mind about being Queen Luna. The King Alpha must be showing stubborn restraint. How do you plan to seduce him? I gaped at Kate, standing up sharply from my seat. I never have and I never will. Seduce that man, I whispered the last few words in embarrassment. I am a virgin, okay. Can I not be Queen Luna, the King Alpha's mate, without keeping my virtue? Oh, come on. It's natural. And you're well past breeding age. Kate was taking way too much joy from this conversation. I felt my horror only growing. Breeding? Beasts? You're all beasts, I declared in offense before turning to flee from her. Have you heard their hopes? That you will bring back the pups. Kate called from behind me. I froze in my step. Around me, the dusty desks remained silent relics. How many children had filled these rooms? How did it feel to have this place here? A reminder every day of what they no longer had. I have sacrificed everything, I said quietly, and anger and frustration within me. I won't sacrifice that just in the hope that it will break a curse. If I gave up my virtue, I would want it to be out of love, not duty. I continued towards the opened window, determined to hide away forever at this point. Queen Luna, Kate's voice echoed across the empty room. I looked back at her to see her watching me with her hands folded under her chin politely. What do you think of the King Alpha now? I stared at her for a moment, frowning unhappily, before huffing and climbing out the window determinedly without a response. My mind was spinning with thought after thought, pulsing through my brain in a way that left me uncoordinated and distracted. I stomped around the school building and behind another before finding myself stopped in my tracks. It was the same archery range I'd found Diana practicing after being marked by Roman. Instead of Diana standing with a bow in hand, Roman was there. He had already shot at the target, his arrow hitting it in the center with so much force that it was half buried in the post. I hadn't noticed I was walking towards him while in my entirely frustrated state, that evil beast inside of me probably seeking him out without my permission. I glanced around to see Beta Caleb was no longer with him. I considered making another run for it, but then Roman equipped another arrow, standing tall and aiming at a target further away. In just that moment, I remembered a similar sight, one of Roman in the far past, hunting just as I had hunted, without the scars or rage on his face. He was an altarback, then a maiden's wolf. Even though the visions had been so long ago, I could still remember the fondness the goddess had of him, to bless him with her own powers, and to watch over him through his good and terrible days. The arrow hit the target with a loud snap, jolting me from my thoughts. I was certain Roman knew I was there, but he didn't turn to acknowledge me. So I quickly turned away, and made my escape without being stopped yet again. That night, like many nights before it, was yet another where I struggled to sleep. I stayed in the guest room with Caleb and Diana, as it was probably the only place I felt familiar enough to stay. When I did fall asleep, my dreams were filled with feelings of anxiety, heat that felt more feverish than enjoyable, and flashes of his face. Mila, a voice whispered loudly to me in the night. My entire body felt heavy, like the dirt of my future grave had already been packed down over me, but the voice persisted despite my resistance. Mila, wake up. Mila. Hands shook my arm annoyingly. I groaned, but turned to face the demon that was bothering me. Diana was a glowing angel in the night. I rubbed my eyes, but her smile still was lit up like some otherworldly creature. I wanted to be suspicious, but her overall mood seemed to light up the world with her. I found a smile beginning to creep along my own lips and lifted my head inquisitively. What is it? I asked her curiously. It worked, she told me quickly, climbing onto my bed and moving closer to me. I sat up quickly, not yet comfortable with even the wolves that were never cruel to me. I preferred fighting as a bonding technique. But Diana didn't notice my distrust. It's a miracle. She listened. It worked. What worked? I pressed, now confused. The ceremony, Diana whispered, looking at me pointedly. I stared at her a moment, but then recalled that strange night, when her and several other wolves were praying to the goddesses in front of the lake. I remembered their voices chanting in the darkness, the pulsing of that strange power, and my hand on Diana's stomach. But I never had found out what that was all about. It happened and then no one spoke of it further. Okay. What does that mean? I continued, frowning now. It means the triple goddesses are returning. They've lifted all the curses. We are not doomed, Mila. We are going to be okay. Diana was ranting at this point, a happiness bubbling up within her that was quelled only by her desire to tell me this news in a whisper. I stared at her blankly, trying to understand what it was she was telling me. All the curses. You mean? I was struck by a sudden realization. Someone is pregnant. Diana shushed me, lifting her hand to cover my mouth quickly. Not just someone. Me, Diana said to me quietly, a desperation rising in her tone as she admitted this to me. I widened my eyes in surprise. When the mate curse was lifted and I knew Caleb was my true mate, we finished the marks and our ceremony. Then I asked for the goddesses to give me fertility and they listened, Mila. Diana released her hand from my mouth slowly, hesitantly, but I understood for whatever reason she really didn't want this to be something other people knew about. How do you know? I asked her, looking from her face to her stomach openly. She didn't look any different to me. Diana reached for me, grabbing my hand and pulling it until my palm was on her stomach. Listen. Listen closely, she insisted firmly. I hesitated, but then took a breath and closed my eyes to focus. I couldn't feel anything, but then it probably was way too soon to feel any movement from the little thing. I remembered resting my head on my mother's stomach, as a young child when she was with my little brother. Back then, I could hear the pulse of my mother's body, the heartbeat that rushed blood through her, the shifting of muscles and other odd sounds, and the baby running its hand along the surface of her stomach so that I could feel him. Now, as I focused, I heard even more. I heard Diana's heart racing with her own excitement, as she held me still. I could hear the rush of air entering and leaving her lungs. I could hear the blood flowing throughout her. And underneath everything, I could hear a smaller rhythm. The beating was faster than Diana's heart, and separate from the rest of her body's rhythm. But it was strong. It was a new life. I opened my eyes wide with surprise. I can hear it, I said, stunned. Diana's smile widened even further, and she released her grip on me before lunging forward to hug me. It's because of you. You were there, so they listened. Thank you, she breathed gratefully. She pulled back to face me again with sincerity. I don't know about that, I said, embarrassed for a moment. I stood to my feet suddenly. We should tell Caleb. Oh, and Roman. This would change everything. We could make things how they used to be, or maybe even better than before. This is amazing. My mind was racing. This would mean the war Roman had planned against humans, whatever world-ending scenario he was coming up with, didn't need to be acted out anymore. The wolves wouldn't go extinct. The old laws could come back, the old religion no longer considered a crime, and the schools would one day be filled with children again. We can't, Diana hissed, grabbing me roughly to pull me back onto the bed. She tugged my arm further until I was close to her once again. My train of thought was halted by her statement. Why not? I asked in confusion. It isn't safe. It isn't like the mate curse. I'm the only one, Mila. None of the other women, none of them are with child. If anyone found out, some would be happy, but something is happening. Diana's voice got even quieter. With the humans, this would ruin decades of planning. There are people who would do anything to make sure we don't change our course, do you understand? I recalled Kate's explanation of the brother packs, how they had demanded Roman prove his loyalty to the new laws by throwing me aside and picking his own Luna. So there were wolves like that. Wolves that would rather stay within the new laws, where humans were oppressed, and would eventually be wiped out by the wolves. Would Roman be one of those? Would his first response to this news be the urge to deny the maiden's blessing and to kill the child, just as he had denied us and tried to let me die? I shook my head firmly. He was an asshole, but not that big of an asshole. We should tell Roman. You need protection, I said to her firmly. You can hide it for now, but what will you do when you're showing? You'll be a walking target by then, and everyone will find out anyway. Just wait, Mila, please. When the time comes and I can't hide it any longer, I will tell the King Alpha and my mate. I will get protection. But for now, the best protection is to keep it a secret for as long as possible. Promise me, please. Diana was desperate. I wanted to immediately announce to as many powerful people as I could. Maybe even the warrior wolves. The idea that someone would go after Diana was making me panic. Maybe we could hide her in a cage somewhere until she was safe again. How long would that be? Fine, I grumbled unhappily, deeply reluctant, but not sure in the end if my eagerness to tell Diana's secret would result in her safety or put her in danger. But if things start to go south, I'm not letting the world go to hell to keep your secrets. This could seriously change everything. I know. I understand. Thank you, Queen Luna. I'm never going to get used to that, I groaned, laying back on the bed in exhaustion. As I lay there, watching Diana look down at her stomach, as though willing the child within her to grow quickly, I realized yet another thing. The ceremony between Roman and I, it hadn't mattered after all. The maiden had given her blessing without it. It would stand to reason she would do so again. It was a relief, knowing such a curse wasn't on my shoulders to lift any longer. When others become pregnant, you won't have to hide any longer, right? Diana lifted her head, mulling over the question thoughtfully. I guess not. She admitted, the thought a wistful one. Then I'll pray. If it's because of me, because they are only listening to me, I will pray for you. I'll pray for everyone. The intensity in my words was enough to stun Diana, who looked as though I had proposed to her after a lifetime of courting. I cleared my throat and then put my hands together, lifting my face to the sky before adding jokingly, I call upon you, maiden of the moon, let everyone get knocked up. Diana laughed in amusement, pulling on my arm before looking at me intently. If you're serious, I will show you how. It is a crime, just so you know, she continued to speak in her quiet whisper, but her words were striking enough to quicken my heart. I think I've broken enough rules for an execution by now, I said before pausing. Actually, now that I think of it, I broke out of my execution, too. Besides, I'm the Luna now. People keep saying there's perks, jail free should be one of them, right? Diana hugged me once more, her warmth soothing. Thank you, she repeated, pulling back to rub her hands down the sides of my face adoringly. I'm so glad you came here. I know you'll do wonderful things. I was stunned by her words, by her feelings towards me. I was beginning to notice a pattern among the wolves, the general approval of my existence, and the affections that were coming with it. Even though it felt nice, it made me terribly homesick. Don't miss Mila's next hunting moment. Subscribe to stay updated. Mila unexpectedly becomes the Queen Luna in a fierce confrontation with the werewolves, but her acceptance of this new identity seems not to be voluntary. What is the real relationship between her and Roman? Does she really want to be his mate? What is Roman's true plan? Does he really intend to destroy humanity? Explore the secrets of the Wolf Moon. Subscribe to join the adventure. Chapter 19. I wanted to feel entirely relieved and ecstatic about Diana's news, but for some reason it only grew to make me nervous as a few more days passed by. A part of me wanted to just immediately tell everyone about it, but another part could remember Diana's pleas. It would be the worst thing ever if I slipped up and this put her in danger. Either way, I had to keep telling myself it was a win. It was yet one more reason for the packs to rethink their ways. It was another reason for Roman to reconsider whatever plans he had for humankind. The end of the werewolves wasn't as near as he suspected. So why was I still so nervous? Would he still want to move forward, even knowing the last of the curses was lifted? They lifted all the curses. I was sitting in front of the lake where that strange ritual had happened under the cloak of night a bit over a month ago, my knees to my chest with my arms wrapped around them comfortably. I kept being drawn to this place and I wasn't sure why. Was it similar to the crones within the abandoned temple? If I stepped into it, would I feel the water on my skin? I was here on this peaceful night because I couldn't sleep. I found myself lying in bed with my mind twisting and turning over the situation that was my life. So far, my new title as Queen Luna hadn't changed my situation much compared to before I'd gained it, but I was certain it was only because I hadn't completed the steps needed to truly become it. Would I need to know how to fully shift? I looked at my hands absently, flexing my fingers as I remembered the power that coursed through them when they were shifted. I had a sharp image of my hand in Lillian's chest and immediately clasped my hands into fists, wincing in response. They lifted all the curses. Diana's words were bothering me. It was true, their goddesses brought back mates and now even birth, but did they really break all the curses? The oracles had been banished, but if they were still here, would their connection to the goddesses be revived, or is that link still severed as Cynthia had told me? And Roman? Roman Stone. He was still immortal, wasn't he? It bothered me. This entire messy situation began with him, didn't it? I was relieved the wolves weren't doomed and they finally could be happy once more, but wouldn't that turn things back to the way they were before the blessings were taken away? Roman had still been cursed, then an angry soul tormented among those he couldn't allow himself to deeply care for. I knew the entire reason I had begun this entire quest, the reason I had decided to stay in this village instead of running home, when I had the chance, was to protect humanity, and more specifically the ones I had left behind. In that time, my life had been expanded further than I ever had imagined before, and I had grown to desire a sort of happiness to be given to the wolves as well. Or maybe peace. Now, there seemed to be another desire picking at my spirit. Roman was still cursed. Even if he decided not to harm the humans and allowed me to go home to live my human life, he would still be cursed. It bothered me. The creature within me stirred as I remained gazing into the surface of the lake in deep thought. I paused when I felt the twinge and then dropped my arms to push myself to my feet quickly. I considered running away, as I had been doing for a while now, but I knew I couldn't keep running forever. Plus, I didn't like Roman thinking I was completely terrified of him. I wasn't. Maybe. Roman stepped into view and it was breathtaking. He paused when he saw me, as though he weren't expecting me, but he must have if he could feel me as I felt him. "You're not going to try to avoid me." His voice carried easily over the peaceful tune of nature in the night. My heart began to pick up pace just at the sight of him, but his question made it only worse. I shook my head wordlessly. Roman stepped towards me, beginning to close the distance between us warily. His eyes slipped from me to the lake just briefly before turning back to me. "Were you looking for guidance from the goddesses?" he asked me, sarcasm slipping through his tone before he cleared his throat and added more politely, "In the past, there were talented oracles that could do it even with puddles, so I'm sure a lake wouldn't be too difficult for someone like you." I considered several snappy comebacks. "If I said yes, would you ban me from even drinking water?" I considered asking if he would think of allowing those oracles, who did survive, to come back to the packs once the blessings of the goddesses all came back. My mind thought over ways to immediately make him angry, to feel that heat even in my own veins, if only to give me that familiarity I was more comfortable with when dealing with him. They lifted all the curses. Except for his. Why did I care? I wasn't, I admitted honestly, turning to look at the lake myself with a frown. "The goddesses and I don't really get along like that. You're the first wolf I've ever known to be favored by all three goddesses." "I think you're mistaken," Roman responded, and the annoyance I expected to come hand in hand with such a statement from him didn't follow. He was acting oddly respectful. "Well, I think you're the only one cursed by all of them, so I guess we make quite a pair, don't we?" I said with a nervous half-laugh. "Two of them." I paused. "What?" "I was only cursed by two of them," Roman corrected me. I could guess which two he spoke of, but it still surprised me. I was used to him openly hating all the goddesses, as one being. Even after all this time, it seemed he still didn't blame every one of them as equally as I thought. "You shouldn't be out here by yourself. You shouldn't go anywhere by yourself." I finally turned my gaze back to him. Roman was standing only a few steps in front of me now. His scent was drifting in the air with the breeze and catching the attention of that beast within me in response. I tensed, balling my hands into a fist before releasing and repeating again. "I'm not by myself," I answered quietly. "If you give up your title, you would be free to do as you wish without worrying about challenges or attempts on your life." Roman ignored my comment, but his voice had grown rougher. "And so, we were back to this topic. We could find a volunteer to take your place, stage a challenge to relinquish the title, and leave you with your life in the end. That sounds humiliating." "No thanks." A heat of anger flashed through me, from Roman, but also from me as well. The image of some volunteer taking the title and taking him was enough to bother me further. I sighed, running my hand over my arm as if to rub away that heat. My sudden frustration made me brave. I already told you. I don't want anyone else by your side. It doesn't matter who's by my side. It doesn't change anything, Roman said carefully, hiding what thoughts were crossing his mind from appearing on his face. But the heat from his anger had faded almost the moment I told him the truth. His words still stung even without anger. Is that true? I asked him. I knew he meant it wouldn't change how he ran the pack or maybe even what plans they had for the future, but did it really not matter to him who was his Queen Luna? Was I really just a body he saw unfit? Would anybody do? Roman tilted his head, his face set in such serious lines of someone deeply dissatisfied. Do you want the truth? He finally inquired, his voice quiet. It made my heart jolt nervously. Did I? I nodded without speaking, my eyes wide on his as I tried to prepare myself for further insults. I'm worried about you. If the title puts you in danger, I don't want you to have it. That's the truth. I hesitated. He was worried about me. And before he said he was trying to protect me. For some reason, it made me happy to hear it. Even though we pretty much had been fighting each other since day one, it made me glad to know I was able to do even this much to chip away at that steel heart of his. Why did it make me happy? With Diana's pregnancy, I could relinquish the title, couldn't I? I could use the last of the blessings as reason enough to no longer continue the path the goddesses placed before me. After all, why keep going? The wolves would probably see no point in harming humanity. Everything could go back to how it was. I could give it up now, knowing Diana's situation would be revealed far before the hunter's moon. I looked at Roman carefully. He was frighteningly beautiful. I felt out of my element. I could ask them for you, I said slowly before even realizing I was speaking. I felt stupid the moment I said the words and I didn't elaborate further in hopes that Roman wouldn't catch it. Of course, he did. Ask who what? I blanched. I tried to think of a cover-up, something that would sound natural, but my mind was blank. Instead, I tensed in preparation of further fury and told the truth of what had crossed my mind. I could ask the triple goddesses to make you mortal. I finally forced the words from my lips with great difficulty. When I didn't feel a responding anger and Roman didn't answer immediately, I felt awkward. I wouldn't even know where to begin with trying to ask any goddesses anything, but I wasn't lying. The goddesses seemed focused on stopping Roman, on taking and giving their blessings based on if the wolves were in their good graces, but nothing seemed to indicate they would release Roman in the end even if he were to change his mind. If it was a matter of just praying, Diana was secretly going to teach me the ways in that aspect. I wasn't sure how well Roman would take me offering to do a criminal act for him despite it being outlawed by him. Roman's beast seemed to stretch out within him even before he said anything. It was speaking to that otherworldly creature within me, making my skin heat up wordlessly. Even if Roman acted like I was the biggest headache in the world, his beast never held animosity towards me. I didn't feel threatened by the odd sensation. I've asked them for that for centuries. What makes you think they'd listen to you? His voice was low, a struggle underneath them that I couldn't understand. You said it yourself. They favor me. If they refuse, I could offer them something in return. A blessing for a blessing, maybe. I could ask them to take away my ability to control animals in return for releasing you from that curse. I was rambling at this point, embarrassed at how childish I sounded. Like I could just ask the sky for a trade and it would work flawlessly. You would give up your blessing for something like that? Roman was stunned. I hadn't expected him to be. Before I could answer him, he took a large step closer to me, closing the distance between us abruptly. Do not even think of doing that. You wouldn't last a day, as you are if you lost that power. His tone was sharp and demanding once more, but his words were yet another echo of what he'd been forced to say before. He was worried. He wanted to protect me. Even if it means giving up mortality. I asked in disbelief. Roman was silent a moment, too close for comfort. I felt like I was suffocating, but for some reason I didn't mind it. My skin felt sensitive, waiting for his touch after him standing so close to me, but he hadn't lifted his hands to even grab my shoulders, as he'd done in frustration before. I would never pick myself over my mate, Roman finally said, his voice uncharacteristically soft. I was caught off guard and in my discomfort, I resorted to a bit of sarcasm to protect myself. But you'd pick another woman over me, I answered quickly, sharply. If it means keeping you off of our brother pack's hit list, then yes, I would pick anyone else, Roman replied, still not budging on his idea of protecting me. Forget it, I said stubbornly, hit list or not, I'm the Queen Luna. You'll just have to make sure to protect me. Jump in front of me if I'm being attacked. Take all the injuries. Be my shield. All that stuff that come with the perks of being an immortal mate. I was half-heartedly joking, but the way Roman watched me only made me more nervous as I spoke. Then you've decided, he said simply, without elaborating. My heart jolted in my chest at the simple statement. I felt more comfortable when facing potential death-fighting deity beings than standing before Roman like this. I had decided. It wasn't my duty to make any decision. I didn't decide based on what the pack needed, or even what humanity needed. It wasn't to win blessings from the goddesses that played with our lives. It was an accumulation of understanding, of unexplainable feelings beyond anger and fear that had been stirring ever since the moment I had first taken in his scent in our first actual battle. I nodded once, afraid to speak. I had hoped you would change your mind, but I also hoped you wouldn't, Roman admitted, his voice lowering with wolfish intentions. I was a statue in front of him, staring openly for any hints as to what doom awaited me. And yet, my blood within me sang of a type of excitement and adrenaline different than that which came with fighting for my life. I have my demands. Demands? I asked absently, my mind racing. You'll live with me from now on. I'll groom you into the position of Queen Luna. I don't want you known any further than you already are to the other packs until you've shifted completely. Roman listed the demand easily, as though he'd already considered this as an option long ago. He lowered his voice further before continuing. I want you to stay close to me. So you can be my shield. I'll count to 100. Roman ignored my question. The abrupt declaration startled me. His eyes were watching me with fresh hunger, his usual stoic features were lit up with it. What? I asked, my mind going blank. I'll give you a head start, as is custom. Run as fast as you can, he said firmly. A deep blush flourished over my skin. I was not prepared. My heart was pounding in my chest and my breath was heavy. Roman's eyes raked over my form, a look of satisfaction crossing his features before he closed his eyes reluctantly. 1, 2, 3. He counted slowly, deliberately. It was as though he knew it didn't matter how far I was able to run, he had no doubts he would catch me. He continued counting and I stood frozen before him. I took a couple quick steps back, intending to run as he had suggested, but I paused. I didn't want to run. I'd thrown myself into death matches without running and I wouldn't run now, even if there was some sort of tradition. I wasn't prey and I wasn't a wolf. I peered at him, as he stood so tense and ready to follow through on such an animalistic ceremony. It felt more comfortable with his eyes closed to look at him fully. He seemed less intimidating. I lifted a trembling hand to the fabric of my shirt, lifting it from my form and dropping it to the ground below me. I'd been dressed to go to sleep, so it left me bare from the waist up. This was the extent of my bravery. I lifted my arms to cover myself, feeling entirely breathless with uncertain anxiety. 68. 69. You're supposed to be running, Milena, Roman called my name teasingly. With enormous courage, I forced myself to take those steps closer to him that I'd previously taken away. Have you changed your? Roman opened his eyes, the blue of his irises glowing in the night, as he took in my presence. I felt exposed and uncertain as to what to do, but under his stare I felt something else entirely. I felt admired and beautiful, all in one look. My skin heated under the intensity of his gaze. You won't run? He asked, his voice husky with desire. I don't want to fight you anymore, my words trembled truthfully. Roman lifted his hand abruptly, making me jump despite all efforts, but he only clasped my wild onyx hair between his fingers carefully. I tightened my grip around my chest, as though I would be forced to expose myself any moment to him, but he didn't even look away from my face. He released his grip on my hair, grasping at his own shirt before pulling it off as well. I looked from his face to that scar-riddled chest of his, spotting the fresh scar he'd placed above his heart when stabbing himself with my own dagger. I absently lifted a hand, touching the scar carefully and remembering his anguish. Roman grabbed my wrist and caught my full attention. He paused and I could feel the desire of his beast boiling within him throughout me. I wondered what he felt from me. Still, he didn't ravage me as I felt his beast wanted. After a moment of gaining control, he stepped impossibly closer to me and lowered his face over mine. I lifted my chin on instinct, my eyes fluttering shut, and lost my breath as his lips claimed mine. The mark pulsed on my shoulder, and it made my entire body feel like it was on fire. I forgot everything. I lifted my hands up and around his neck while his arms moved around my waist to pull me close to him. His rough hands trailed along my bared back, the feeling so foreign yet entirely too enjoyable. Roman released me from his kiss and immediately lowered his lips over my shoulder, where he had bitten me so angrily long ago. I gasped in surprise, the touch of his lips on the mark enough to send a shock of pleasure throughout me. He growled appreciatively against me, and chills trailed over my body in response. Lay down, he demanded roughly, his voice thick with desire. I took a shuddering breath, my mind reeling under all these new feelings, but his demand made me nervous all over again. When Roman released me, I tried not to immediately cover myself and run away despite my previous stance on the entire thing. I took another steadying breath and lowered myself on the ground nervously as he'd requested. Even though I tried not to, the moment I was on my back, I covered my chest again with my arms. Roman was immediately hovering above my form, lowering himself to the ground just to the side of me in a way that felt much less intimidating than the times I'd fought him and ended up in a much more intimate position. I watched him openly, trying to deduce what he would do next before he did it as though I could prepare myself. I won't hurt you, Roman said to me, tilting his head as he looked at me. I know, I whispered softly, my voice nearly lost under the pounding of my heart. Will you kiss me again? I couldn't believe I even asked, but Roman didn't tease me for it. He immediately lowered his lips over mine, sending me reeling all over again. Roman's hand started caressing my waist first, trailing over my stomach, and then up under my protective arms, between my breasts, and over my throat possessively. I immediately grasped his wrist in response, forgetting about covering myself. His hand then trailed over my collarbone and grasped my exposed breast, caressing me fondly. I gasped against his lips, my face hot from such an invasion, but I didn't fight him off. His lips moved from mine to my throat, lowering over my chest until he was running his tongue over my breast eagerly. I had lost my grip on his wrist and instead grasped at the dirt under me, panting at the pleasure pulsing throughout me as he devoured me. Roman only removed his mouth from my chest to begin pulling the fabric of my shorts down from my waist over my legs. My heart was in my throat and my skin felt heated all over as I let him bear me completely. I kept my knees tightly pressed together, only allowing an inch of space when he undressed me before closing them again. I felt entirely shy. I didn't know what it would be like my first time with a man. But I definitely hadn't expected it to be a deity shapeshifter under the stars among the trees. I trembled underneath his hungry stare, afraid but not wanting him to stop. Roman moved forward to place his lips over one knee and then the next, coaxingly. His hands gripped my thighs lightly, not forcing anything. I held my breath, but then parted my legs slowly and just barely. It was enough. Roman slipped between them easily. I gasped, feeling the fabric of his pant press against me, as he settled above me comfortably. His lips were suddenly over mine again, his hand running over my body as I panted below him. And then his hand moved between my legs, between us, and brushed deliberately over my most sensitive area. I tensed in surprise, grasping his shoulder and arm on either side as though he could steady me. But as his lips continued to devour mine, and his hand caressed me at my core, I found myself melting in his grip. He was intrusive, exploring me and suddenly moving in a way that sparked enough pleasure to make me throw my head back in response. Roman used the opportunity to run his lips over the mark again, nibbling at the curve of my neck demandingly until I was shaking with desire. I didn't even notice when he'd moved above me, moving his hand from between my leg to grip my thigh firmly. I cried out. Roman was pushing into me, far more carefully than he wanted to. I could feel his own desires clawing at me from within, and I could feel him fighting his urges. I dug my fingers into his flesh, panting heavily as he continued to push deep into me. He waited a moment, breathing heavily as well against my shoulder. I didn't need to hear him say it. He felt amazing. Even the sudden sharp pain didn't take away the pleasure of him inside me. I lifted my head, spotting the mark I'd given him on his shoulder as well, and placed a fluttering kiss on the mark. I felt the shock of intense pleasure thrill through him and gasped in surprise. "You're tempting my wolf," Roman warned me, his voice thick with his beast. I didn't hesitate. I lifted my lips again and bit lightly on the mark, running my tongue over it and almost purring at the responding pleasure I could feel within him. Roman growled, tightening his grip on me, and he began to rock into me with a struggled restraint. I released my kiss on his shoulder, falling back to the ground as I felt him thrusting into me, taking me as gently as he could at first. But as I clung to him, grasping at him and asking for more, he began to lose the control he struggled to keep. I whimpered as he grew rougher, his hands grasping at me hungrily and his hips thrusting against mine more wildly. I felt something pooling low in my stomach, a feeling of heat and pleasure beginning to quicken my breath mindlessly. Roman made a noise of such beastly longing, grasping my nape of my neck to pull my lips to his hungrily. I gasped against him, tensing as a rush of pleasure exploded throughout both of us, blinding me further with passion until it faded slowly. We remained panting for air in each other's grasp, Roman's face just above mine. I lifted my hand to touch his face, my thumb running over his cheekbone affectionately. I felt, for the moment, that I had known him for hundreds of years. And in that moment, my heart was so full I felt it might burst. Roman kissed me deeply again. Chapter 20. I was looking at a map. Only, it wasn't a map like any I'd seen before. In my studies, I had only ever learned about one place, and that was my village. The map for my village had been small. It did nothing more than identify buildings and areas immediately around the village. The rest of the map had been blotted out with images of trees, and that had been the extent of our education in the matter. This map was large enough to spread across a large table within a room I'd never been in before, which was within a building I'd never been in before either. The King's Corner, Roman had told me with a hint of amusement, as though the name held a secret inside joke I wouldn't understand. Apparently, it was where Roman spent much of his time when he wasn't resting at home or patrolling the Pax village. It also was where I would most likely end up spending much of my time once I'd learned what it was to be Queen Luna. What is this? I asked aloud, looking at the detailed drawings of trees, mountains I'd never seen, rivers spiraling through the land, and several symbols, words, and other information that didn't translate for me. Roman was resting a weight on the end of the map he had unrolled for me. You don't recognize the world in which you live in? He answered with a question curiously. There was something guarded in his words, as he'd asked, that told me he'd thought of something he didn't want me to know. Still, I was very much distracted by the picture of this world before me and also by his own question. I glanced from the map to him with interest. This is our world? I inquired curiously, looking determinedly. Where are we? Roman stepped closer to me, leaning forward to rest his fingertip on the symbol of the triple goddesses. It was obvious enough that I felt a bit silly for not noticing, but my embarrassment was overwhelmed by my curiosity as I looked at the land around the Trinity Pax village. Roman lifted his finger from the spot and gestured to the entire map. This is Moirai. It's where lycans and humans have coexisted since before even my time, he explained to me patiently. He pointed again to the Trinity Pack before then pointing to another symbol not far off. Each pack has its own village named after their pack. They have their own identifying symbol, and their own hierarchy of alphas and lunas which all report to me. And soon you. The symbols of the packs were etched in colors of gold, silver, and red. I noticed in between there were other symbols more like letters than drawings, smaller and colored in solid black. I looked back to where Trinity was on the map, my eyes slowly following the surface under the village south, down until a small line of water had been drawn. I followed it east until it met with a larger, curved river. I stared at the river blankly, hesitant. Which way did it flow, I wondered. I followed it north, but it only passed by Trinity closely before traveling further into more pack land. My eyes darted back to where the creek met the river and I looked south. Not too far south, a letter in black was drawn, though I didn't know what it meant. Did you find it, yet? Roman asked me, having been watching me quietly. I looked from the map to him, my mind swarming with uncertainty. What? Your human village, he said simply. I paused, but then turned back to the map and lifted my finger to rest on that small, insignificant letter just to the west of the river. Then I looked at him for confirmation. He nodded, not appearing to be concerned that I could find it. It's called Alpha. I felt a jolt of surprise. I'd lived my whole life in a nameless village, a citizen to a nameless town with an unimpressive map of our world, while the wolves lived in a vast land of plentiful resources and connections. It felt unfair. I knew this would make you unhappy, Roman sighed, frowning. His words drew me out of my own head. I looked at him quickly. I just never knew it had a name, I told him honestly. Why Alpha? Before I became King Alpha, things were different. Humans vastly outnumbered lycans. The largest pack, the first pack, was named Trinity after the triple goddess. Your human village came from the largest human city, named Hominidi back then. We were all children of the goddesses, lycan and human together. We were at peace, Roman explained, capturing my attention entirely. When they attacked the packs, I became the King Alpha and led the war against them. We were outnumbered, but they were overpowered. After they surrendered, I relocated wolves and humans alike in masses. Roman pointed to the symbols once more, but immediately indicated to the small letter of what I was beginning to realize were other human villages. Not far from every single pack was a human village, to the point that it was obvious it couldn't be a coincidence. I broke apart every human city, separated them into smaller populations. I broke apart packs, assigned new alphas and lunas to each of them, and posted them nearby. I implemented rules that would control the humans' knowledge, resources, and population so that they could never harm us as they did before. And then I named those human villages by letter alpha, beta, gamma, delta. Roman pointed to each of the villages in order, as he said their names. I was staring at him openly now. He stated what he'd done as a passing fact, without any remorse. That's horrible, I said quietly, frowning. They intended to wipe us from existence back then, Milena. I could have done the same to them. It was a war, he merely responded firmly, a heat of that familiar hatred rising within him at the memory. He subdued it rather quickly with a sigh. I'm only going over this because as Queen Luna, you need to become familiar with the land, every single pack, and their leaders. I will give you a list so you can learn on your own, but in the future you will be meeting them as well. After you've shifted. I hadn't truly realized that agreeing to being groomed to be Queen Luna would mean learning an entirely new world, but I hadn't expected it to be easy work either. Roman began to roll the map back up, placing it where he'd gotten it from behind the desk at the end of the room. When he returned, he stood before me with his arms crossed. I felt suddenly nervous with his eyes on me, but I withstood the inspection without blushing. How much do you know about the hierarchy within the pack? Roman asked me, lost in his own thoughts as he no doubt considered what all I would need to learn. I know of the Alpha, Luna, and Beta. I've heard other words. Rogues. I was told about tutelary titles. Maida and Maidan for the crone's wolves, which are oracles. Gaho and Hago for the mother's wolves. And Alta and Tala for the maiden's wolves. I listed my knowledge while counting them off on my fingers, thankful that I had learned even this much during my time here. There are also warrior wolves. But I don't know where they fit in the hierarchy. That's a start. Here, Roman pulled a chair from the table and indicated for me to sit. I did as he asked and he stepped away a moment before returning with a piece of paper and pen. He sat next to me, placing the paper between us. He was really close and it was pretty distracting, but I made myself focus. Every pack has its own hierarchy, but it's the same titles for all packs. At the top, there is the Alpha and Luna. The Alpha is the male leader of the pack. The Luna is the female leader of the pack. A pack can have either an Alpha by itself or a Luna by itself, but their mate will usually be named as the corresponding Alpha or Luna in turn. These titles must be held up through challenges, as a leader has to have the power to lead. Roman wrote the names on either side of the paper, so that they were even but separated. He drew 2 lines directly down under both titles. The Beta is chosen by his or her Alpha. The title itself cannot be challenged, but the wolf can be. If the Beta is ever killed, another must be selected. The Beta is considered the Alpha's right hand. They are considered the Alpha's guardian, enforcer, and will act as Alpha in the Alpha's absence. The Beta is under both the Alpha and Luna, though their primary duties are to the Alpha. Roman wrote Beta under the line that was connected to Alpha, and then turned to the line connected to Luna. The soul is the Luna's equivalent of the Alpha's Beta. This person is the Luna's guardian, enforcer, and acting Luna when the Luna is absent. Just like a Beta, this wolf is chosen, so the title can't be earned through challenge, Roman explained before drawing AV under the Beta, and soul titles so that they combined underneath. The rest of most of the wolves in a pack are considered deltas. These include medics, warriors, surveyors, workers, and it used to include oracles. Roman wrote delta largely and underneath this he listed each type, including the oracles, which he crossed out purposely. He listed random descriptions under each one: healers for medics, soldiers and enforcers under warriors, messengers and spies under surveyors, and several duties under workers such as hunters, farmers, cleaners, cooks, builders, and a mark to indicated several more duties available. Then he drew yet another line leading to another class below, even a delta. The lowest rank allowed in a pack is that of omegas, Roman continued wisely, drawing a symbol next to the word and indicating to it, you'll know them by this brand on their neck. These are wolves who have committed a crime against the packs worthy enough to earn a life of servitude, imprisonment, and shame. Some may be challengers who failed to win, but survived the battle. Roman paused as he mentioned this and he glanced at me. "You're lucky I didn't brand you," he said with a small smirk. "I would have loved to see you try," I responded fiercely. Roman's smile grew and it held me mesmerized for a moment. I wasn't used to his patience, the gentleness of his words, or the smile that didn't hold malice behind it. He turned to add another word, not connected to the branch of the pack. "Rogues are wolves without packs. Most are banished wolves or have chosen to leave their pack, some may be omegas prior, and even those who are born rogues were probably born of someone who had been banished, branded, or abandoned their pack. They can be problematic, but many times they are taken in by packs if they wish for it," Roman said, his words reminding me of Diana and Kate, who had been with a pack of rogues before joining the Trinity pack. I could imagine Kate being mysterious and devious enough to be kicked from a pack, but I couldn't imagine someone like Diana doing anything to warrant being banished. Did she leave her previous pack? I was extremely curious, and now that Roman was more open to giving me answers, I felt I could ask. "Diana and Kate were rogues before, right?" "Yes. Diana was born rogue. She claimed responsibility for Kate, because no one knew the circumstances of her past. That and Kate's talent for fighting were the reasons why I agreed to accept her with Diana." "Is it because she wouldn't tell you her past?" I asked him curiously. "Kate is mute," Roman stated simply before pausing. "You should have noticed. Something strange was definitely up with Kate. Yet the last time I had mentioned it to her, she had said it was just gossip. Or had she even answered? Should I just tell Roman that she could speak? Was she hiding her voice for a reason? A part of me wanted to just tell the truth, but another felt an attachment to Kate and wanted to protect her. What if I caused her trouble by telling one of her secrets? Maybe she just didn't like anyone. Right? I responded shortly, closing my mouth firmly. "I want you from now on to stop every pack member you come across. I want you to learn each of their names, if they have a tutelary title, what their duty is as a Delta wolf or otherwise, and who they are connected to either by mate or by relative. I don't expect you to learn about all the wolves in all the packs, but as Luna of this pack, you should know who you are meant to lead," Roman instructed me determinedly, adding to my work steadily. "Okay," I agreed confidently. I had time. I could do this. I had already learned many of the names of the people of this pack in the months he'd been gone, so it wouldn't be too difficult to learn more about them. "Follow me," Roman stood suddenly, holding out his hand for me. I lifted my own, grasping his hand and standing to do as he requested. He began to lead me out of the king's corner, out into the village determinedly. It was a cloudy and humid day, the weather warm enough to dampen my skin immediately. It would become hotter soon, but I'd always enjoyed the summer air. I did as Roman suggested, as we went on our journey through the village. I stopped every wolf we came by, greeting the ones I knew and being introduced to any I didn't. I asked more questions beyond their names and added the information into the depths of my mind, like putting them into boxes that I would be able to access later. In between this, Roman held my hand and led me without second thought. His hand was rough in mine. It reminded me of the night before, in the forest, when those hands had been exploring every part of my body. I blushed at the thought and immediately tried to think of something else in hopes that Roman wouldn't notice any change in my behavior. I was living with him officially now. Would it be like how it was before I'd completed the mark? Or would we fall into that passion again in the future? A part of me, the part of me that enjoyed the thrill of it, hoped it wasn't just a one-time ceremony. Another part of me tried to remind myself that he was responsible for the misery of my entire family, including my ancestors, so I shouldn't have any feelings beyond hate for him. Roman ended up leading me to the arena, where the warrior wolves were training with Beta Caleb. He released his grip on my hand when we arrived. I felt an immediate anxiety rise within me upon seeing Caleb. Did he know his mate was pregnant, yet? He would be the first lycan father in nearly 2 decades, based on what Logan had told me before. I suspected he would be absolutely ecstatic to learn this, but I didn't want to be the one to spill Diana's secrets. That was me, the keeper of secrets. Beta Caleb, line them up, Roman greeted Caleb, sliding back into his shell as King Alpha. Caleb glanced at me just briefly, nodding respectfully, and then immediately shouted for everyone to line up as Roman had ordered. From what I could tell, all the warrior wolves were here, including Logan and Kate. I had to fight the urge to greet them all as old friends, recalling my many weeks of visiting this very place to practice fighting. Would I get to do this again? Once everyone was standing stiffly in a line, Roman looked at each one before turning to me. He stepped towards me, ignoring everyone else for the moment. These are our strongest wolves in the pack. Not only will they be able to protect you, but they will be able to survive challenges. This is important when picking out a soul, Roman explained to me carefully. Picking a soul. I knew he had just explained to me the hierarchy of the packs, but I hadn't expected to have to pick my version of a beta so suddenly. I won't be able to be with you every moment of every day. Normally, I would give you more time to decide, but pre-shift leaves you vulnerable as you are. So I need you to pick now. Be wise. You need to pick someone you feel you can trust. Someone who you feel would be suitable to play your role when you are unable to, Roman continued, turning me to face the line of warrior wolves. Select your soul. I stepped from his grasp to approach the line of wolves hesitantly. It felt intensely odd. As I looked at them, I had an image of a line of human girls waiting to be selected for the wolf moon. But these weren't scared girls. These were dangerous wolves, all of which looked at me as though any one of them would be okay with being selected. If it was someone I had to trust. I immediately looked at Kate. She was leaning against her lance, the stiffness that the others retained out of respect missing in her own form. She was obviously pleased about something. She would be a good guardian, as the shadow of death, and I did trust her. I didn't like the idea of putting her in danger by keeping her at my side, but I knew she was tough. Could she act as Luna when I couldn't? Kate is mute. She didn't communicate to the rest of the pack. Wouldn't that end up a problem if she were my soul? I hesitated. My eyes slid from her form to Logan's slowly. I missed training with him, and I felt a sense of gratitude for what he had taught me. I wouldn't have survived the fight against Lillian without his training. I wouldn't have survived hunting with the lycans if he hadn't stopped Vio's attack. He'd proven he could protect me. Did I trust him? He had been the one who would have killed me during the wolf moon, but then if I based anything off of that, my options would be severely limited. Would he be able to act out my role as Luna when I wasn't able to? I couldn't see why not. Logan, I announced determinedly. I stepped in front of him, lifting my hand as though I were going to lead him into a new world. Won't you be my soul? Logan's light brown eyes peered at my hand, his face remaining emotionless as he did so. He didn't reach to take it. He only lifted his eyes to my face before lowering himself to the ground, onto a knee. If you feel I am worthy, I will accept, Logan said respectfully. You're worthy, I answered, lowering my hand hesitantly. I glanced at Roman, but he didn't offer me any ideas on what to do next. Queen Luna, I will guard you with my life. I will walk with you at your side as long as I am able to. I will be your weapon and your voice. I will remain loyal to you, your mate, and your pack for as long as I live as your soul, Logan declared formally. He abruptly lifted his head to look at me, offering his hand with a smirk of something like sarcasm, as though he were teasing me for my previous action. Will you accept my vow? I will, Soul Logan, I responded, humid as I placed my hand in his. When he stood, I had a sudden urge to attack him like I'd done many times before, just as an impulse. I must have tensed because he immediately did as well. "You're out of practice. I'd win," he stated, guessing my thoughts easily. "We'll see," I muttered, removing my hand from his grasp, but I didn't try to attack him. I would have plenty of chances to do so in the future. I hope he looked forward to a life of surprise battles. "Continue as you are, Sol Logan. Luna Milena will come for you tomorrow," Roman ordered before indicating for me to follow him once again. The learning never stopped, it seemed. But as I looked at him, I absently smiled, a fluttering feeling of warmth flooding within me at knowing he wasn't planning on leaving me somewhere for someone else to deal with. I could feel Kate's devious eyes watching me, no doubt filled with glee at this turn of events. Even despite his stern presence, I easily stepped towards him and linked my arm under his to grasp his hand, as he had allowed before. He softened almost immediately, tilting his head to look at me in a way that made me nervous and self-conscious. "What's next?" I asked curiously, my heart beginning to quicken at his stare. Roman cleared his throat, tightening his grip on my hand as though he had gotten lost for a moment. "Patrols." This was all I got from him before he turned and led me from the arena, continuing to introduce me further to any wolves we came across, while also explaining to me in more depth what duties were assigned in each area within the village. I knew Roman was speaking professionally, explaining these things to me like a teacher would, but I felt myself drawn by his voice. Nothing he said seemed boring, and every word seared into my brain like its own brand. The entire time he spoke, I felt compelled to be close to him. So I was happy when he continued to hold me in his grasp, as though he felt the same. I tried not to think about it any deeper than that and decided to allow myself to just be with him as we were. "I have time," I told myself. Chapter 21. What kind of things did you like to do? Do you like to do? Besides being an alpha. My words were light and curious as I looked into Roman's face. I was resting on his lap much more comfortably than I thought I'd ever be with him. My hands were lying against his chest, but his was tracing my face with his own curiosity. I felt backwards, upside down, but oddly content in being so. "I don't do anything I like," Roman responded simply. I frowned. "You're immortal and you've lived for centuries, but you don't have anything you do just because you like to?" I asked skeptically. I couldn't imagine having his power, status, and not just doing whatever I wanted to do. But then, Roman seemed like someone who would punish himself even more so than he was already being punished. It had already been weeks since I'd first mated with Roman officially. I'd spent most of my days learning everything about the Trinity Pack, its origins, its members, and its territory included. I'd been learning about other packs and their leaders. I'd also been training, both with my soul, Logan, and with Roman himself. Where Logan seemed more intent on honing my defensive and offensive fighting skills, Roman had been helping me learn more about shifting. I was stubborn to this day. I could hold a partial shift longer than before, but the full shift still evaded me. While I might spend some days without Roman, I spent every night with him being devoured by a wild passion that I was certain I'd grow tired of but never did. What did I think of the King Alpha now? He was terribly handsome, and his touch brought heat to my skin. He was untamed, monstrous even, but his voice was like cool water, refreshing and relieving. I looked for him when he wasn't around, and I looked only at him when he was. What did I think of him? I like to train with you, Roman answered my question, running his thumb over my bottom lip slowly. That's work, I frowned seriously. I like to play with you then, he continued, unfazed. I smiled, despite trying not to. I meant before me. There was nothing before you, Roman shrugged simply. There were centuries before me. You're such a sad excuse for a wolf, Roman, I sighed, leaning forward to rest my forehead against his. Roman only chuckled at my insult, running his hands over my back delicately. I inhaled deeply, breathing in that indescribable scent of his that made the beast inside me shiver in delight. "You smell." I paused to keep myself from saying something embarrassing. "Amazing. Wonderful. The best excuse for a wolf you've ever met." Roman teased me, leaning forward to steal a kiss. I pulled away sharply, holding my hand over his mouth before looking at him determinedly. "Like a dog," I lied. I squeaked in surprise when he twisted, flipping me onto my back below him on the bed. But when he hovered above me, I didn't try to struggle or find an escape. I'd long stopped trying to escape him by now. Roman lowered his face over mine delicately, trailing his lips over my right cheek, just below my eye, and I closed my eyes in response. My heart was racing in my chest and my skin was hot with enjoyment. "You smell like the trees," Roman said slowly, trailing his lips over my jawline carefully. "You smell like the earth and the rivers, the day and the night." He lowered his lips over my collarbone, where Lillian's claws had left a nasty scar, and my eyes fluttered open in response. "You smell like prey and predator. Human and wolf." He lifted his face back over mine, watching me hungrily. "Tempting and dangerous." I pulled him to me, lifting my chin to capture his lips with mine. Before he lost himself completely, Roman pulled away, laughing when I reached to kiss him further before pushing me down firmly. "I have something for you," he explained when I frowned at him. Roman pushed himself up and stood to grab something from a drawer nearby. I sat up, pulling my knees to my chest and peering at him curiously. "What is it?" I asked, trying to peek around his form, but he kept it hidden. Then he turned and sat close to me once more. I expected a typical gift a man would give a woman, maybe jewelry or flowers. Instead, he held out a sheathed weapon, the hilt of strong metal with intricate designs of wolves among it. I was enthralled. I reached out for it with great interest and he quickly pulled it from my reach, a determination in his features. I pulled my hand back to my chest and looked at him like a lost puppy. "Is it not mine?" I asked. "It's silver," he responded, his voice suddenly intensely serious. He lifted it so that I could see it again, pulling the blade extremely carefully from the sheath until I could see the metal, a sharp and brilliant silver blade. "It's lethal to wolves. A wound by silver is like a wound to a human. We don't heal from it like wolves. You will have to be careful not to harm yourself with it." Roman suddenly ran the flat part of the blade across his forearm, not even wincing when the metal hissed angrily against his flesh in response, as it burned him. I could feel the heat of the wound in my own arm, furious and sharp like fire. The beast inside me seemed to explode with it, desperate to end the source of the pain. "Stop!" I cried out, reaching to stop him, but he held me back from touching the metal myself. He healed almost instantly, the pain nothing but a memory of an ache on my own skin. Not even silver affected him like it did other lycans. "Sorry, Milena," he said sweetly, placing the blade back into the sheath carefully. "I forgot that would hurt you as well." Then he lifted the weapon for me to take. I did so quickly, if only to prevent him from trying it on himself further. Once it was in my grip, I looked at it curiously. "I want you to keep it with you and don't be afraid to protect yourself with it against any wolf that tries to harm you, understand?" Roman was watching me with a frown until I finally turned to smile at him. "I understand," I answered. He trusted me with a secret weapon not allowed to any other wolf or human, if only to help protect me. It warmed me just knowing that. It also frightened me to know I held such a dangerous weapon in my grasp, and I hoped I'd never have to use it. The water was cool over my legs and up to my waist. My bare feet flexed over the soft dirt underneath me. Diana stood in front of me, her hands held with mine pressed against them before us. We stood in the dark of the night under the waning moon, just her and I. It wasn't cold, despite the water. The air was warm from the previous summer day. I was in a tight sleeveless shirt. Before we got here, Diana was in something more loosely fit, though as she stood before me she had taken off her baggier shirt to reveal the tank top underneath. She was beginning to show, only slightly, a tiny bump over her stomach that could be mistaken for a food baby. No one had seemed to notice that she was sticking to a baggier wardrobe to hide it. She had been training herself to match her heartbeat with the child's with a determination only a woman desperate to protect her unborn could do. Even now, before me, I couldn't hear the child's heartbeat beyond hers. It was impressive, really. I had no idea what type of things she'd done to prevent Beta Caleb from finding out, but I could tell already there was a strain between them and Caleb didn't know why. I wanted to tell him, but I knew it was up to Diana to do so. She was afraid he would tell his alpha. And even though she wouldn't speak it, she was afraid what Roman would do. After all, there was still not a single other wolf with child in this or any other pack. I hadn't participated in any prayers for fertility yet, so that may have been my fault. With the new tasks Roman had given me, along with the training I did with Logan, plus spending my nights in Roman's bed, it was hard to find a moment to get away. On this night, I'd only gotten away long after Roman had fallen asleep, and even this was stressful enough. I had expected him to catch me at any moment. "We must be respectful to the cycle of the moon," Diana said to me finally, her voice quiet as she glanced to the sky. "And in our respect, we must still be grateful to the Trinity. So when we want to pray to the Maiden, we do so during the waxing moon. When we wish blessings from our Mother, we do so during full or new moons. Tonight, any prayers we give will be in honor of the crone, our goddess of the waning moon." "Is that why we are in the water?" I asked her curiously. "You know of the crone's eye?" She responded, twisting her fingers through mine before looking over our hands to me. "I've been told," I answered truthfully. "The water acts as a bridge between our world and the goddesses. It's where oracles go to seek answers from the crone. And tonight is in the honor of the crone, under her moon. So yes, this is why we are in the water," Diana confirmed easily, flattening her hand over mine again. "How much do you know about Hecate?" "She's the one who brings death," I said, my voice hushed as though it would summon tragedy just speaking it. Diana chuckled at my ominous statement. "Without an end, there would be no cycle. The flower would grow, absorbing the fruits of the ground for eternity, until the ground had nothing left to give. What might have grown in its place will never be born. And the flower would be alone in the end, without peace," Diana said to me wisely, closing her eyes, as she took in the breeze lightly drifting over us. "The crone is the most frightening goddess to those who are already alive, but to the dead, she is warmth. It is her face that will be our last comfort before she guides us on our last and longest journey. Do not fear her, Mila." I closed my eyes as well, imagining what type of otherworldly creature would exist to guide the souls of the dead into the afterlife. Would it be a morbid goddess? Or maybe an angry one, who's seen nothing but the anguish of those who wanted more time? I couldn't imagine a kind, warm type that Diana apparently thought of. Even the name spoke of something old and decrepit, a crone. "Artemis, Huntress of the moon, make my aim true," Diana began, her voice soft yet solid in the night, as she repeated the prayer from the night she'd asked for fertility. I followed her lead, repeating those words in an echo: "Aim true, aim true, aim true." As she spoke, the water seemed to still around us, and I could hear the beginning of that familiar call in the night, an energy raising around us that made my voice lower, to a whisper hesitantly. "Selene, white-armed mistress of the shining moon, the silver crescent crowns your ebon hair. Cloaked in darkness, you cross the night sky, O goddess. To you, Selene, I offer my greeting, my praise, and my thanks for your many gifts," Diana called out, the humming around us seeming to grow. I opened my eyes, looking to the side and around us as though I could pinpoint where it was coming from. The surface of the lake had turned into that eerie vision of the night sky, clear and vibrant yet smooth like the surface of a mirror. Even my movements did nothing to disturb this. When I looked to Diana, she was looking at me as well, a small smile on her features as though to comfort me. I was struck with the image of my own mother, comforting me after a bad dream in the night. "Is there nothing you wish to ask of the crone, Mila?" Diana asked me lightly, as if there was nothing frightening in reaching out to touch gods. But her question made me calm, as I thought about what kind of things I would ask the goddess. The call around me still hummed vibrantly, an energy pulsing as though waiting for my words. "Mighty Hecate," I began quietly, without Diana's assistance. I hesitated, but then cleared my throat and closed my eyes before starting again, with more determination. "Mighty Hecate, goddess of the oracles, you are both the dark and the light. You are the way and you are the light along it. My goddess, you hold the keys of all creation." Diana began to repeat the prayer, chanting it as I stood stiffly before her. Could the goddess hear me? Would she be listening, wondering why this pitiful mortal was calling to her now? Would she answer if I asked her to? "Please," I said, frowning at myself, "stop punishing him." Diana hesitated mid-chant, but then continued determinedly. "Stop punishing Roman Stone," I repeated, "please, let him rejoin the cycle and find peace." After repeating my request several times, actually pleading with a goddess I wasn't sure would even hear me like some religious fanatic, I began to chant the prayer with Diana once more. I didn't receive any vision nor hear any response. In the end, the hum of energy faded into the night, as though it never came, and for all I knew, even if the goddess had heard me, she probably turned away stubbornly. What had Roman done to deserve mercy, after all? After leaving the lake, Diana put an arm around my shoulders, pulling me to her fondly. "I think she was listening," Diana told me, her mood light. "Yeah, right. I probably annoyed her," I replied, my own mood darkening. Now that we were walking back towards the village, I felt a bit ridiculous talking to the sky in the middle of the night. "Many wolves have prayed for the King Alpha to die, so I'm sure she's used to it," Diana answered, laughing at the look of sudden horror on my face. I stopped walking, clasping my hands together anxiously. I wasn't asking her to kill him. I suddenly burst before turning to storm my way back to the lake and let the cursed goddess know just that. I know, I'm just teasing," she quickly declared, pulling me back to her. "The goddesses can hear our intent beyond our words, of course. You don't have to worry." I still felt nervous as she continued to lead me back, glancing behind me and thinking maybe I should go back just in case. "Anyway, let's clean you up before sending you back to the King Alpha. He won't be happy at all if he hears you're participating in illegal rituals," Diana answered with a sigh, running a hand over her stomach thoughtfully. I glanced at her small bump curiously, wondering what the world would be like after her child was born. Was that what the goddesses were waiting for? Would the curse be fully broken after Diana's child was born? "I'll come during the waxing moon next time," I told her, lost in my own thoughts. "If you think it'll help. But maybe you shouldn't do any more rituals yourself. What if you're caught?" "I'll be careful, Queen Luna," Diana reassured me before looking at me long and hard. "Thank you for keeping my secret. I'm sure it's been killing you." "Honestly, seriously killing me," I groaned, running my hand through my hair in exhaustion. Diana laughed, which made me smile in turn, and we continued back towards her house before I would return to Roman, keeping yet another secret from him in the night. After I changed clothes at Diana's home, being quiet and sneaky per her direction, we both were saying our goodbyes when the lights suddenly came on within the front room. I yelped and hid behind Diana, knowing we had been caught in the middle of the night by Beta Caleb. "What are you?" Caleb began when he saw the two of us, Diana standing as though nothing were wrong and me hiding behind her, as though something definitely was, but then he shook his head. "I don't even want to know. Is everything okay?" Diana asked Caleb, ignoring the fact that we were obviously up to no good. I looked at Diana in surprise. She was good. It was no wonder she could hide her pregnancy from her own mate so far. She didn't look guilty at all. Alpha Roman just summoned me. Caleb responded somewhat stiffly, reminding me of the tension that still remained between the two of them. At Roman's name, I stood straighter, realizing there was no way he didn't know I wasn't where I was supposed to be now. I was doomed. Is it about the Queen Luna? Diana pressed, pulling me from behind her protectively. She was no doubt about to think of some brilliant excuse to save me. It is and isn't. There are visitors from the brother packs here. They want answers about the Red Moon Alpha's daughter, Caleb answered honestly. He turned his eyes on me with a frown. Stay here, Luna Mila. Either I or the King Alpha will come for you when it's safe. Okay, I said quickly, much too agreeable. I had been saved by the brother packs. Or maybe they had doomed me. Either way, I wasn't in immediate danger of having to explain to Roman why I had been out in the middle of the night. As Caleb moved to head out, he reached out as though by habit towards Diana, who quickly stepped just out of reach. Caleb paused, tensing his outstretched hand into a fist, and turned away before leaving without another word. I looked after him and then back to Diana, feeling my own heart twist at the sight. I know, Diana said with her own pain in her voice to whatever thought must have crossed my face. He just needs to wait a little longer. With Roman and Caleb meeting with the brother pack visitors, I was left back to the familiar guest room within Diana's home. In the night, I thought I could hear her quiet cries which broke my own heart listening to, but I reassured myself they would be okay once Caleb knew why his mate was keeping her distance. I was restless. Were the packs demanding that Roman pick another Queen Luna right this moment? He wouldn't tell them of me until I was fully shifted, as he'd said so many times before, so what kind of answer would he be giving them in the meantime? I rolled over in my bed, uncomfortable. Maybe I could just go eavesdrop a little. I shouldn't. I had already done one thing to anger Roman tonight. I shouldn't add another. I hesitated, but then reached out for him tenderly across our mate bond. I couldn't feel him. He was blocking me again. I sat up sharply. This meant he wouldn't know I was nearby if I did eavesdrop. I laid back down. I really shouldn't. Honestly, how much could I get away with in one night? I rolled over with a sigh. I couldn't hear Diana anymore. She was probably deep in slumber by now. I could just go peek, just for a moment. I flung myself from the bed, and began to make my escape. No one stopped me as I snuck out of the house, making my way towards the King's Corner. I had no doubt that's where they would be. I'd gone there plenty of times to learn how to sneak around, too. Besides this, I was Queen Luna, and the entire Trinity pack knew this. So I didn't have to sneak around if I didn't want to. I approached two of the lycan guards, Ben, who was Deb's mate, and Thomas, who was without a mate so far. They nodded to me as I entered without a word, not making any move to stop me as I expected. Roman probably hadn't thought I would come. He would learn one day, I'm sure. I was a lot sneakier once inside the building. While I didn't mind pack members seeing me, I didn't want any non-members to announce my presence. I went the back way towards where a private entrance to Roman's office was. I carefully opened it to find no one within, but I could hear Roman's voice in the distance. In the room adjacent to this one was the large table room Roman took me often to teach me about the world we lived in. The wolves were in there, speaking with vigor and full of dark emotions. I carefully approached the door, as quietly as possible, listening intently as I did so. I don't believe you, a man declared sharply. Why wouldn't you send word of what happened if it was that simple? Lillian lost the challenge. And the challenger died as well. It's a ridiculous claim. It's a true claim, Beta Caleb stated angrily. There is no Queen Luna of this pack. How many times does your king have to tell you this? Then pick another. I won't, Roman said darkly. It was a foolish thing to do in the first place and a waste of time. There were shuffles of discomfort and anger at his declaration. So you expect us to believe you'll continue to reject this abomination of a mate, with no Queen Luna between you, and proceed as planned. I leaned against the door further with intrigue, and it opened just a tiny crack silently. I paused, not hearing what was said next, but when no one seemed to notice I used the crack to peer within the room curiously. There were 6 men within the room. Roman and Caleb were standing with their backs to me. The angriest of the visitors was standing across the table from them with his arms crossed. He looked older, more so than my own father, but still strikingly handsome. Beside him was another man, equally as intimidating. And on the other end of the table were 2 more, who seemed more focused on the table itself. This mate is a last effort of the goddesses to change the fate of the humans. It won't work, Roman stated dangerously, leaning forward to rest his palms on the table. We will proceed. When the time comes, I will send out the message. Alpha, Beta, and Gamma are our biggest concerns, Beta Caleb chimed in, pointing at the table determinedly. I slid my gaze from their forms to the table itself and realized it was the same map that Roman had shown me before. There were figurines on top of the map this time, indicating packs and human villages. Caleb moved 6 of the pack figurines together, pointing to the 3 human villages he had mentioned. The 6 packs were surrounded by the villages. Or rather, was this on purpose? A meeting point, where they could fan out easily in one swoop. We will attack together, ending the highest density of humans here, while the rest of the packs will wipe out the ones they are stationed by simultaneously. From there, we'll comb the lands for any who might have escaped. This might take months to years until the purge is complete, but on this night, the first night, it will be over. Roman spoke the words coldly without a hint of remorse or mercy. It was convincing. It was truthful. I watched as he knocked over the figurine for Gamma, Beta, and then hesitated over Alpha before promptly knocking it down as well. This is what I intended from the beginning. I won't stop now, he promised the wolves before him, standing stiffly. He turned his head just slightly to the side, as though listening towards my direction, and I froze. Then I promptly turned and bolted from the room before I could be caught. My heart was racing. I knew he was planning to end humanity since the beginning. I knew this, but it felt different knowing just how it was going to happen. My family flashed in my mind, my mother wailing in terror, my father clinging to her protectively, my brother standing frozen among the chaos, and all of them being torn apart. I can't stop it. I can't stop it. Don't miss Mila's next hunting moment. Subscribe to stay updated. Mila unexpectedly becomes the Queen Luna of the wolf pack, but her acceptance of this new identity seems not to be voluntary. What is the real relationship between her and Roman? When Roman's secret plan is revealed, how will she face the upcoming challenges? Explore the secrets of the Wolf Moon. Subscribe to join the adventure. Chapter 22. I didn't know where I was running to until I was already there. I collapsed just in front of the hidden entrance to the temple, pulling on it desperately before climbing down wildly. I stumbled as I tore through the passageway, knocking over preserves of food, and pushed forward anyway. I ran into the temple, straight towards the stage before the row of pews, and turned blindly. I couldn't see her. I lifted my hands to my head in a panic, my chest rising and falling before I cried out. Cynthia! I yelled, feeling like I had run out of time completely. I forgot about keeping quiet. I couldn't think of anything beyond my panic. Cynthia! I felt her hand on my shoulder before I saw her, and turned blindly to bury myself into her arms without even taking a moment to glance at her. It was similar to how I would do my own mother in my most desperate of times. I felt her hand stroking my hair down to my back, and over again, as I stood shaking in her grasp. "I can't stop it," I finally said, shaking my head back and forth. "You can," she answered softly. "I can't. I've seen it. Even now, after everything, he's going to kill them all." I lifted my head, looking into those dark sable eyes that were wise with knowledge I couldn't dream of gaining. She grasped my face in her hands delicately, peering at me adoringly, as though I were her own child. It comforted me. "You have to be patient, Mila. The hunter's moon is still months away," she reminded me easily, patting my face before grasping my shoulders and rubbing them gently. "It's so close," I denied her logic, the anxiety biting at my soul fearfully. "I won't be able to stop it." "I can't." "You can," Cynthia continued to argue against me warmly. "And if you can't, then so be it. This cycle will end and perhaps a new one will begin, don't you think?" I was struck by her words, as though she had heard Diana speaking to me just a few hours before in the lake. I was also struck by how, despite her past seemingly desperate pleas for me to help the werewolves and humankind, she suddenly didn't seem so bothered by my own ideas of failure. "I don't want this cycle to end," I frowned unhappily, much calmer now in her presence than before. I turned to look around briefly, noticing the cool emptiness of the temple, as though she hadn't expected me at all. "You didn't know I was coming." "I was speaking to the crone," Cynthia admitted simply, lowering her hands from my shoulder to her sides. Something seemed off about her, but I couldn't pinpoint it. "When you say speaking..." I hesitated, remembering Diana and I calling to the crone in the night. Was it different for oracle wolves? Could they hear directly from the goddess themselves? I wasn't an oracle wolf myself. I had lied about it to protect Cynthia since the beginning, even though I did see visions. But maybe that had been a one-time thing. I didn't ever hear any goddess speaking directly to me. "Yes, she was speaking to me through a vision," Cynthia continued, a little hesitant, as though she hadn't wanted to tell me this. "About things that may come to pass and things that may not. It's a bit too soon to discern the meaning, so it's nothing for you to worry about now. Are you feeling better?" I inspected myself slowly. I didn't feel the panic as I had before, but the worry was still there. The pressure was heavy on my shoulders and I wasn't sure I could succeed. However, the warmth of Cynthia's arms had been enough to ease some of it so that I felt sane again. I relaxed further with a sigh. "I think so," I answered finally. "Don't lose faith in yourself, Mila. The goddesses are with you always. Nothing you do will disappoint them." "Nothing," she told me firmly with conviction. I nodded mutely, swallowing heavily under her words. "Can I stay here a little longer?" I asked reproachfully. Cynthia reached for me once more, brushing her finger over my cheek softly before lowering it again. "You must go now. He's waiting for you," Cynthia gestured towards the distance. I hesitated, turning towards the general direction she'd indicated and reaching within me to feel for Roman. He was still blocking me, probably waiting in his home for me to return and explain myself. I turned back to her. "I'll come see you again," I promised, "soon." "I'll be waiting for your return," she answered with her own promise. I walked slowly back towards the hidden exit, a reluctance dragging my feet below me. I both wanted to remain in the comforts of Cynthia's presence and also avoid having to face Roman, but I wouldn't be allowed either reprieve. As I reached for the ladder, looking up to open the exit, I realized it was still open from my previous panic. Beyond this, lights flickered strangely, which I'd never been greeted with when leaving the temple before. I hesitated, but then climbed up to the surface bravely. I lifted myself to stand before the secret doorway and Roman was there, his arms crossed as he waited for me. I stiffened before him, a dread flooding me at the cold expression upon his face. I couldn't feel him, even now as he stood so close in front of me. He wasn't the only one here. Beta Caleb stood just in the distance and others not far from him, all of them holding torches in their grasps, as though they had been searching for me. I recognized some of the wolves from the king's corner. Messengers of other packs or perhaps alphas as well. My eyes didn't linger on them for more than a second, drawn back to Roman's form, as though he were a magnetic force on his own. "Who else is in there?" Roman asked me, his voice even and steely. "No one," I answered quickly. "Even now, I would protect Cynthia." "Who else is in there?" he repeated dangerously. "No one else is in there." I hesitated to come up with an excuse as to why I'd just come from the abandoned temple. I was speaking to the crone. I echoed Cynthia's words, uncertain if this was the correct answer or not. "Speaking to the crone." Roman repeated my words and a hint of his anger sparked between us. "And what did the crone tell you, Milena? What did you ask of her?" I was confused by his anger, even if I couldn't completely feel it. "You don't trust me?" I asked, a splash of pain coating my heart quite suddenly. "What did the crone tell you?" Roman ignored my own question. "She told me of things that may come to pass. And things that may not." I flinched when he took a sharp step towards me, tensing further before him. "Typical oracle nonsense," he said with venom before raising his voice. "Burn it." "What?" I replied with confusion, but then realized he hadn't been speaking to me. I turned quickly, inhaling sharply in surprise, but Roman had my arms in his grasp just as quickly to stop me from fleeing. "Wait." The wolves were throwing the torches into the temple as demanded, except for Beta Caleb. It happened so quickly that it felt unreal, if only for a moment. Roman's hands were hot on my arms, firm and impossible to get away from. And then I was stunned by a new thought. Cynthia was in there. "Wait!" I screamed, "Don't!" The power within me flared at my command, tearing into the wolves by the temple with such ferocity that they fell to their knees. But it was already too late. The torches had already been thrown. And I couldn't control fire. I twisted to face Roman. "Roman, don't put it out," I demanded him, my focus entirely jumbled in my panic. He was looking at the temple coldly, the flames beginning to rise and reflect in his eyes. Instead of putting it out, he dragged me to Caleb's form, still panting on his knees painfully, and lifted his torch before pulling me back roughly to the hidden door. "I am done with your goddess's games. I should have burned this down years ago," Roman told me angrily before dropping the torch into the only escape Cynthia would have and slamming the door shut behind it. "No!" I screamed, all shock that may have frozen my body now turned into a wild panic. "No!" The word tore from my throat furiously, as I clawed at Roman, twisting in his impossibly strong grip in any effort I could make to get free. "Cynthia," I screamed her name, abandoning all ideas of keeping her presence a secret. I screamed for her, even as the flames roared to life around the temple angrily. "Cynthia!" I screamed even as it hurt my throat, and then my scream only rose wordlessly when a portion of the ceiling fell damningly into the terrifying and destructive fire. "Let go!" I mustered every bit of pain and rage into my command, turning my attention on Roman with such heat that when the command hit him, there was no resistance. He was knocked back, stumbling, and then on one knee as though winded. I immediately used my freedom to run towards the temple, as though I could pull Cynthia out myself. I ignored the wolves nearby, approaching as close as I could before the heat of the fire was too much for me to move closer. The smoke was terrible and vast, billowing from the destroyed building as though it wanted to blot out the sky completely. I tried to step even closer, but the flames licked at my skin painfully until I had no choice but to step back. "Cynthia," I cried out hopelessly, stepping back further and falling down onto my own knees. She was gone. In just moments, she was gone. Without a word or a cry, she was gone. Had the crone told her this would happen? Was that why she didn't follow me out? She knew Roman would be waiting and there would be no escape regardless. Had she been protecting me? It was my fault. I wasn't careful enough. Tears were falling over my cheeks and I didn't know for how long. The wolves nearby had begun to stand again, and still I remained, crying helplessly in pain. One reached out for me, whether to console or to obey whatever command Roman may have given in my grief, but my power rose within me angrily before they could. "Don't touch me," I snarled furiously, and they were unable to approach any further. I wasn't sure of so many things in that moment except for one. I was done. I was done with the wolves. I was done with goddesses and paths. I was done. I wiped my face, my hands blackened by the nearby smoke, and then pushed myself from the ground stiffly. I turned silently towards the wolves, most of them familiar to me. I felt I might kill them all, Caleb included, if they tried to say one word to me. They must have felt it as well because they all merely stepped away, the wolves from the other packs as well, submissively. I walked towards that hidden door, now flooded with thick smoke. Roman stood next to it, his own features carefully expressionless, as he watched me approach. I stopped just before it, turning to look where Cynthia had stood the first night I'd met her. I remembered her lifting her candle, pointing south, and I turned towards this directly stiffly. And then I began to head home. The way in which I walked through the trees could only be described as puppet-like. A string tugged on one foot, lifting my leg, and released it before doing the same with the other. I didn't run. I didn't walk with the speed of someone making an escape. I walked, mindlessly yet entirely determined, towards my past. I could still taste the smoke on my tongue, and its flames flickered behind my eyes like a never-ending nightmare. It was all I could think about as I walked forward. "Milena," Roman's voice followed me, much softer than before. I ignored him. I didn't want to hear his voice. I didn't want to see his face. I wouldn't even give the beast inside of me its own voice. If it was even there, it was buried deep, hiding from the pain I was suffering without it. "Milena," Roman repeated, and I felt the touch of his grip wrap around my arm. I paused, turning to look at his hand as though it was something inexplicable. I was done. Didn't he know I was done? Why did this beast follow me? I looked from his grip to his face slowly in confusion. "Let go," I suggested, my voice light as though I were offering him a drink of water rather than demanding him to release me. "Come back," he made his own suggestion. "No," I answered, my mind and tone sharpening. He tightened his grip on my arm firmly. "I didn't know there was someone in there," Roman said, beginning to explain himself, unlike the typical no mercy, no remorse type of demeanor he took. I had to make a statement for the brother packs. "I didn't know." "Let go," I interrupted him, "or else I'll make you let go." "Milena," he began. "Don't call my name," I snapped. "I'm done with all of this. Whatever all of this is. I didn't ask to be here. And unless you're going to kill me right now, I'm going home." I reached determinedly for my own arm just above his grip, my hand shifting into dangerous claws without a second thought, and aimed to slice into the meat of my own flesh. Roman released me immediately in surprise. "You would rip your own arm off?" he asked me, but I only let my hand slip back into that of a human's before beginning my trek back towards where I would find my village. I could hear his steps behind me, following me quietly. Each step was like a pinch of pain on my spine, irking me further and further until I stopped. "Do you want to know what I said to the crone?" I asked the emptiness in front of me. Roman had halted behind me, waiting for me to answer my own question quietly. I asked her to stop punishing you. Isn't that stupid of me? I asked her to stop punishing you and you punished me. You killed. I saw a flash of Cynthia's face in my mind and stopped speaking for fear of losing control of myself. Mila Roman began, but I cut him off again. I think I'm in love with you, I said painfully, reaching for my chest as though I could just rip my own heart out, but I can't stand to look at you right now. You're a monster. An actual, real-life monster. You kill so many people every year. And you're going to kill so many more. I can't stop it. I already know. Roman had grown eerie silent, and yet I still couldn't face him. I waited, but I wasn't sure what I was waiting for. Maybe, if by some miracle, he could renounce his plan right this moment. Maybe I would be able to turn to him then. But instead, there was just us in this darkness and silence surrounding us. I took a deep, surrendering breath, and looked down at my hand though I wasn't sure what I was looking for. Diana is pregnant. I said, the life gone from my voice. Mates? Children? If you stop being stubborn, you could bring back the oracles, I'm sure. The blessings are back. Your plan is pointless. But I finally turned, just slightly, to look at him. Roman stood just steps away, solid like a statue, and almost just as lifeless as one. You don't even want to stop being punished, do you? I asked him quietly. I looked at him as though this would be the last time I would be allowed to. I took in those steel blue eyes, nearly glowing as the sky began to lighten around us. I looked beyond those scars that marked his immortal body. How sad this creature was, a curse I had fallen for. I'll be waiting for you. When you come for the humans, you'll have to kill me, too. I didn't wait for his response, nor did I check to see what expression might cross his face. I only turned away, and this time, when I walked forward, I didn't hear his steps following behind. Chapter 23. The sun had risen far into the sky by the time I found my home village. I had thought the moment I saw it, I would be overflowed with such wild emotion that I would throw away all concerns and run into the arms of the first person I recognized. Instead, as the village came into view in the distance, I stood staring at it quietly. It looked different. Were the buildings always so unimpressive? And the farmland nearby was a much sadder and smaller replica of the ones that the wolves contained. I had known, living the life of a human, that we weren't allowed the wealth the deity shapeshifters had, especially without being able to move beyond a certain range of our village. But had we always lived in such a sad state? Still, after some time I began to remember and recognize things. That building was the schoolhouse. And that one was the center hall. It felt like years ago that I'd been selected from there. This was my home. I moved quietly along the edge of the village, watching the humans go about their day, as they did every day without me. I recognized most of them, images of memories flashing through my mind when I did. But I didn't want to speak to them. I wanted to go home. I continued until I finally was near the house I'd grown up in. I didn't see my father, mother, or younger brother anywhere nearby. Being that the sun was so high in the day, they would be working to bring food to the table. I could probably sneak inside and get some rest before revealing myself to them. Would they accept me? Or would they know the moment they saw me that I wasn't the same Mila that had left them? After much hesitation, I finally moved towards my home. I reached for the door handle, opening the door quietly like a ghost. Just the sight of the room within flooded me with memories. How many times had I run through these rooms like a mad child, my mother calling out behind me to slow down? How many dinners did we have together, our laughter rising despite our small living? My eyes scanned the common rooms quietly, and then I froze. My mother was there, in the kitchen. She stood silently looking out of the small window above the sink where she was cleaning the same bowl over and over again. Her head was tilted slightly and she breathed slowly, looking at nothing as though she weren't truly there. It was a vision that shook me to my core. Her hair was usually a crimson fire that matched the colors of the leaves of the tree outside my bedroom window during autumn. Now it was dull from lack of care, flattened to her shoulders rather than the lively waves I'd been used to. Her skin was even paler than before, which was something I didn't think was possible. And yet, she was still this thin beauty, frail but still there. "Mama," I whispered, afraid that if I spoke too loudly she would just disappear into the air before me like the spirit she seemed to be. Mom froze, the bowl held stiffly in her suddenly tight grip. For a moment, I thought she wouldn't even turn to look at me, but then she did almost violently. The moment her familiar amber eyes landed on mine, the bowl slipped from her hand and crashed loudly on the ground. I knew I must have looked like a beast to her. My skin was blackened from the smoke of the temple fire, streaks no doubt patterned through my face from my tears. My hair was untamed and longer than before. My skin held scratches from my travel through the forest and my clothes were slightly tattered just the same. Would she even recognize me? "Mama, it's me," I began, but before I could finish, she was suddenly rushing towards me. I lost my breath when she threw herself at me, caging me into her arms with such intensity that it was blinding. "My baby," Mom cried out, a wail of pain and happiness all in one. She tightened her grip, and a sob tore through her so violently that it hurt me. "I thought you were," she sobbed hysterically. "I thought you were." "I know, Mama," I whispered, wrapping my own arms around her and burying my face into her chest. I closed my eyes, inhaling her scent deeply. She smelled of the perfume she made from the lavender plants, just outside the village, which was familiar to me. But I could smell even more now. She smelled like freshly cut vegetables and cleaned linen, scrubbed vigorously with her own hands. There was also a hint of blood from preparing fresh game for feasts, though it had been a while since she'd done this. I had never been able to put such specific detail to a scent before being with the wolves. We clung to each other, and I let her cry into my soul, my own eyes dried, as though I couldn't express any deeper emotion after the night I'd been through. But I didn't shove her away. I would stand like this for months, if that's what my mother wanted. Anything to soothe the pain in her cries and to make it clear to her I was home. In some ways, my home village, or Alpha as they were unaware it was called, reacted to my presence just as I worried they might. But it was for different reasons than I expected. I had worried they would sense this beastly nature that had begun to consume me while living with the Trinity Pack, but it seemed they, as expected of typical humans, could sense nothing. Instead, what they feared was that I had escaped the clutches of my sacrifice, living in the wild like an animal, and only just was able to find my way home. When I had been selected, there had been several injuries following the reaction and resulting attack on Roman, and people like the village leader, John, worried their luck would be lost by accepting me back into the fold so easily. My parents convinced him to let them hold me as prisoner in their home, isolated from the rest of the village, while a message would be sent out to the Trinity Pack of my existence here. I hadn't even felt a twinge of concern in such an action. It was nice to know that my own people would actively go out of the way to ensure I couldn't faithfully escape, should this have been that type of situation, but Roman knew already where I had gone. A message from the humans wouldn't be a surprise. I did as they asked with a sense of listlessness, as I was prone to do since coming home. I remained with my mother. I helped her with chores, repairs of clothing, preparations for food, and listened to her humming with a sense of happiness now that I had returned to her. My father held a slight fear in his heart, that my presence was something of a dream and the wolves would return any moment to drag me to my fate. My younger brother, Gregory, had aged in the time I was gone. His face was settled into one who knew of pain. He'd been punished for causing the uproar during my selection. Scars marked his back from a whipping the village leader declared upon him. Beyond this, he looked at me with determination, without surprise, as though he'd known all along I would have survived anything. He was patient. He greeted me with joy the moment he saw I'd returned, but something in my presence made him pause. And now, I'd catch him watching me from a small distance waiting. In the night, I'd find myself standing just on the edge of the forest. Time was passing quickly. I'd clench my hands into fists and then release them before doing it again, the whispers of those I'd met with the wolves echoing in my mind. Should I warn my village? A great purge was coming, led by those they worshipped and feared. No one had any idea. It was so isolating here. There were no ideas of preparing for battle. There were no weapons being created or defenses being built. When the packs come, it would be a brutal, swift massacre. And the only thing between the wolves and the humans would be me, a strange half-breed, who couldn't even shift, who healed like a human, and who struggled to pause even one pack, much less 6. And if Roman led the way? My heart stung to consider. Weeks went by like this. When no word or wolf came for me, the village leader released his declaration of my imprisonment, considering it an act of mercy from the deities. From then on, I was allowed to roam the village as I wished, under the acknowledgement that if the deities did come back for me one day, the village wouldn't protect me. I wanted to tell them it was a pointless disclaimer, their actions wouldn't save them in the end. But I only accepted quietly. The hot summer air was slowly fading into cooler weather. The leaves were beginning to fade, as well, their colors shifting from bright greens to quieter browns, oranges, and reds. I would look at them intently, asking them why they wanted to change so quickly. Didn't they know what was coming? On one random walk around the village, I found myself in front of the map of Alpha. This map had no name. It was so much smaller than the one Roman had shown me. The village was lined out, a small line of trees beyond it, and nothing more. I could sense rather than see my younger brother stopping to stand nearby. When I tilted my head to glance at him, he was also looking at the map, as though trying to see what I see. Should I tell him what I saw? Would it ease his mind, or would it only make him more curious? I turned to look back at the map, lifting my hand to touch the surface. "We are called Alpha," I said to Greg without greeting him. As if on cue, he stepped closer to me, looking at the map more carefully. "Did you finally see what it was?" Greg asked me, his tone careful and wise for a newly turned 11-year-old. He turned to look up at me with a frown. "Did you see what was out there?" I looked down at him as well, frowning. Then I looked up at the map again. So it did make him curious rather than satisfied. "There was nothing," I said, remembering the vast world that I had left behind. "Just violence." I recalled the soft touch of new friends and the warmth of Roman's lips on mine. "And misery." Without looking to see if Greg took my words to heart, I turned away to be alone once more. On the night of the harvest moon, I was requested to go to the celebration with my family. A concern was beginning to replace the happiness upon my mother's features. I didn't hunt as I did before. I avoided the forest and stayed by her side, something she was grateful for but knew wasn't typical of me. I agreed to attend if only to ease her concerns even by a fraction. The harvest moon would be the final full moon before the hunter's moon. In just 1 month's time, if Cynthia's predictions were correct, the humans would be attacked. It would also be around my birthday, but this thought seemed so insignificant to me when compared to the grand scheme of things. I got dressed for the celebration carefully, pausing when looking at the blade next to my bed. The hilt was covered in etches of wolves, and if I were to take it from the sheath, the blade would hold the shine of a dangerous silver metal. I'd had it on me when I'd left Roman and the wolves. Every time I looked at it, I could remember Roman gifting it to me. Then my mind slipped to my hand over his mouth. Like a dog, I'd teased him. A sharp ache of pain struck my heart. I grabbed the weapon to strap onto my hip, just in case. When I arrived at the festival for the harvest moon, I stood before the bonfire and music unmoving. How strange. The night that Roman had let me mark him, I'd thought of my home when I stood before the flames. Now I thought only of Trinity and of him. And as I looked into the flames, I also thought of a temple enveloped in its own fatal fire. No one reached for me as they would do in the past. The humans of the village still looked at me warily, as though I were a wandering ghost that they weren't sure what to do with. I went to sit somewhere in the distance, looking over the festivities, as a ghost would, invisible and apart. My eyes slipped to the children running around the outskirts of the celebration, chasing one another with loud laughter. It still felt strange to see small humans of various ages running around so freely here after spending months among the childless pack. The sound of their happiness was almost hypnotizing, and I found myself staring at them whenever they passed me on random days throughout the village. I could feel the blade poking against me, reminding me of its presence on my hip, and I absently lifted it in my hands to look at it almost wistfully. I twisted it in my hands slowly and then carefully removed it from the sheath, watching the flames reflect on the surface of its blade ominously. After a thoughtless moment, I reached to touch the blade just lightly with a fingertip, expecting the sharp fire of silver to burn me as it had Roman. It took a moment to realize the metal only felt cold on my fingertip. And then I paused before touching it further. Even now, my body remained human. Of course the silver wouldn't hurt me. I wasn't a wolf. And yet, as I looked at my same hand, I recalled the claws of a wolf forming over them. I wasn't human either. Where'd you get that? Greg's voice chimed from beside me. I had been so enveloped in my inspection of the blade that I hadn't realized he'd joined me. I snapped the blade into a sheath just as quickly as he spoke, turning to look at him. It was a reward, I said to him simply, for surviving the wolf moon. I suppose in some ways this was true. You don't like it? He inquired thoughtfully with a frown. You looked sad. Did you lose the knife Father gave you? I recalled the blade I'd used during the wolf moon. It had been taken from me so long ago that I wasn't sure when or where I'd lost it. Logan had given me my own blade after that, and then Roman gave me this one. I lost it. I decidedly only answered one of his questions. Greg looked at the blade in my grip with his frown deepening, but then a flash of an idea crossed his mind. He stood quickly, digging at his belt before lifting his own blade, similar to the one I'd lost. He sat next to me again with determination. Take mine and then you can finally hunt again, without being reminded of them, he insisted, holding his blade out to me. It was such an innocent gesture, that for a moment I could only look at his blade, too oversized for him at his current age, in his grip. Did he really think I hadn't gone back to my hunts, because I only had the blade of wolves? A smile lifted on my lips humorously. Well, I suppose that's true. But I can't just leave you empty-handed, can I? I told him fondly, reaching for the blade in his grasp. I looked at the wolf blade Roman had given me, an ache of pain following the glance, and then lifted it to hand to Greg gently. Keep this with you. It'll protect you from any wolf that might want to hurt you. Greg looked at me as though he didn't understand what I meant. He definitely wouldn't have any idea why that particular blade would keep him safe from the shapeshifters, if that's the connection he'd end up with. As for me, I might not be able to save the entire village, but if I could just protect one person, at least it would be him. I lifted my free hand, messing up his hair teasingly before pulling him to me with an arm around his shoulder. His usual grumpy features fell into one of a small relief before relaxing into a smirk. If it was to ease my family's mind, I would try to act normal. After the celebration, I began to hunt again, even if it wasn't with the same wild heart I had before. I smiled with them once more, offering game I'd caught in the forest, and practiced my archery behind the house as I used to. My mother's concern faded, my father's fear was nothing more than a memory, and my brother approached me without hesitation once more. More time passed and my aunt, cousins, and other extended family began to visit more often. I supposed my mother had requested they keep their distance until I felt more at ease back home. On one random day, my birthday had arrived before I'd even noticed. My parents threw a small celebration with just family, gifting me small trinkets, and wishing me decades of life. As we feasted together, chattering away as we used to, I felt a small warmth of comfort. Even if the village couldn't look at me the same, then my family would be enough. I left my quiet musings to the night, when their eyes were no longer on me. Was it nearly the hunter's moon now? I was afraid to look to the sky anymore. Should I demand the village evacuate? Should I at least run with my family? Roman would comb the forest looking for us for the rest of our lives. I'd heard him speak of it already. But more time would be better than nothing, wouldn't it? I wasn't sure what to do. I'll be waiting for you. I recalled my last words to him. And so, with no other ideas, I did as I promised. I waited. As I sat peering out of my window on one particular night, I felt a humming sensation vibrating around me. I lifted my head from leaning on my hand, sitting upright and attentive at the familiar sensation. I could sense a shapeshifter nearby. Was it the pack's come to attack? No, it was only one. Was it Roman? I'd kept him blocked for months now with such focus and determination that I doubt he would have been able to get through just now. I considered reaching out to him, just to check, but hesitated. No, this wasn't Roman. Whoever it was, they were coming closer towards me, moving stealthily and quickly. I stood, moving towards my bedroom door. The old floors squeaked quietly under my steps as I made my escape out of the home, stepping towards the forest towards the shifter with my own care. I was ready to use to my abilities on whoever it was, should it be someone nefarious. I walked purposely into the forest, towards where I sensed the wolf. They weren't far away now. As I stepped into a clearing, I spotted them. A large wolf stood under the moonlight, its fur shades of gold. Whoever it was, they were beautiful. The wolf froze before me, as though surprised, and I peered into their eyes cautiously. Soft, brown eyes peered back at me and I was struck by the familiarity. I stood more relaxed, but yet surprised. Diana, I greeted the wolf quietly. Chapter 24. Diana shifted before me, her body forming into her more familiar presence. She stood warily before me, as though afraid I might run away. My eyes slid to her stomach. She was showing much more unmistakably now. At this point, I was certain the entire pack would know of her condition. They probably would not enjoy the fact that she had traveled all the way to my village by herself. Queen Luna, she greeted me, much too formally in my opinion. I'm not the Queen Luna anymore, in case you haven't noticed, I told her firmly. Your title hasn't been stripped by the King Alpha, so unless you're a spirit, you're still our Queen Luna, Diana informed me with a tone of scolding. It wasn't a tone she took with me often before. I frowned. You shouldn't be here, I told her, a twinge of concern licking at my soul. I purposely ignored her comment about Roman, not willing to dive into that conversation. Diana hesitated at my statement. We need you to come back, Diana said to me, suddenly anxious. She glanced behind her, as though she might have been followed, but I couldn't sense any other wolves nearby. She was alone. I took in her request silently. I could guess why she was saying this. They were probably about to start Roman's world-ending plan. Diana would of course want to stop it, being that she obviously was a follower of the old laws. Mila, please. We need you to come back, she repeated when I didn't answer her. I can't change his mind, I said stiffly. I've already tried. Diana raised her hand to her neck nervously. I'd never seen her so antsy before. Perhaps it was because she was so far from home. Or perhaps it was because she was near a village of humans, and wasn't used to the proximity. You don't understand. He's changed his mind, Diana said almost desperately. I almost didn't hear her. My heart was already pounding heavily in my chest at her presence. Blood was rushing loudly in my ears nervously, as though Roman might step around a corner any moment. Would I want him to? I shook my head. What do you mean? The King Alpha. He's postponing the war on the humans. There's unrest among the packs. Something terrible is brewing. The packs may turn on each other. Some might proceed with the plan without the Trinity Pack, or approval from the King Alpha. Diana burst forward with her words, each one tumbling out of her, as though it had been a river behind a dam building within her. I struggled to follow. Roman postponed the war. I started from the beginning in confusion. He won't attack you, Mila, Diana responded, a confusion washing over her features. You don't know that already. I hesitated, remembering his silence in the forest when I'd left. I'd taken it as a confirmation that he wouldn't be swayed. He's told Caleb already. He'll postpone the war until this generation is gone and then drop it altogether. He'll protect you and your descendants, even if they aren't his own, Diana continued babbling with a renewed vigor. He's honestly talking nonsense at this point. The packs think he's lost his touch, and has been swayed by the goddesses. There's unrest. It's concerning. I finally began to grasp what she was asking. Are you asking me to return so that the plan can continue? I asked incredulously, looking at Diana from her head to toe suspiciously. If you return, if the King Alpha announces you as the Queen Luna to the packs, you could show a united front. You could reveal your abilities, reveal your blessings from the goddesses, and enter us into an age among the goddesses' favor once more. The packs could find peace, and are any other wolves expecting? I interrupted her, my words careful. Diana hesitated. Still only you, then, I confirmed with a frown, the packs won't care until they have a future. I won't go back, Diana. If I go back, Roman would only have an excuse to continue once I'm no longer in the path of danger. I can't risk that. Are you that dense? Diana said in exasperation. I felt a flash of irritation at her insult, but didn't act on it. She only continued, stepping forward to grab me by my arms roughly. You're the reason for everything. The goddesses didn't listen to me. They are only looking at you. Do you really think they wouldn't grant us a future with you? Of course they will. How do you know that? I snapped back, maybe you were just a fluke. Why would they give so many wolves mates in one snap of a finger, but just one a child? It doesn't make sense. They don't make sense. And I'm tired of bothering with them. I'm tired of everything, Diana. I understand that, but this is the entire existence of werewolves on the line. You need to be strong, and are you blind? I interrupted her angrily. The werewolves' lives are on the line. You're deities. You're superior beings holding humans in isolation, and willing to massacre them mercilessly. Figure it out without me. I lifted my hands and shoved her by her shoulders forcefully, making her release me in the process. Just as Diana stumbled back, I saw a blur of movement to my right. In half a moment, I turned to look in surprise, but Greg was already running past me determinedly. He dove into Diana with a look of desperation, his body colliding with hers with a sickening thud. I expected it to be something useless. After all, what can an 11-year-old child do to a full-grown lycan? But a strangled cry of pain erupted from Diana's throat, as she stumbled away from his form quickly, bending forward before screeching in agony. The sound lifted through the trees terrifyingly, causing a stir of commotion as wildlife fled from nearby. I rushed forward towards her, halting with hesitation to look to my younger brother. Greg stood with a wet blade in his grip, panting heavily with widened eyes of horror. I looked from the blade, the hilt engraved in wolves, to Diana. She stumbled further back, yelping in pain before falling to the ground. "Diana!" I cried out, running to her with my heart pounding even louder in my throat. I reached for where her hand gripped her wound and blood seeped dangerously over my own hand. Greg was still too small to aim for the chest. The silver knife had been buried into her stomach mercilessly. "Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!" I whispered the words in rising panic. Diana was gasping in agony, her eyes wide with surprise and fear. "It's silver," Roman had said, "it's lethal to wolves." She was gasping for air in my arms, grasping at her bleeding stomach painfully. You have to. Come back." Diana continued to press me, despite her injury. "I'm sorry, Mila," Greg cried out, no doubt realizing his mistake when seeing my reaction on the ground with this wolf. "I thought she was trying to take you away again. I thought she wanted to hurt you. I didn't. I swear, I didn't mean to." I was looking at Diana helplessly, horror on my face as she struggled to breathe around the pain. And then I lifted my head to look at my brother, who looked just as horrified with blood on his own hands. I looked from Greg to Diana and back again, tense and torn. Diana would die like this. She may die no matter what I do. Either way, she'd been injured. A deity shapeshifter had been injured with a forbidden weapon by the hands of a human. A terror was rising within me and with it a growing dread. Diana was in danger. Greg was in danger. "Hold on, Diana," I told her softly, watching as she began to fade in and out of consciousness. "Just hold on, okay?" I lowered her to the ground carefully, and then stood to walk towards Greg cautiously, yet urgently. He stood frozen before me, a new fear on his face. I didn't have to ask. He was afraid of what I'd think of him. I bent to my knee in front of him, and then held out my hand slowly. "I'm sorry," Greg repeated sincerely, tears in his eyes. "I didn't want her to hurt you." "I know," I said, a warmth of fondness still shining around the sorrow in my heart despite the horrors surrounding us. He looked from me to my hand, and then lifted the blade in his with a trembling grip. Then he dropped the blooded weapon onto the palm of my hand, before stepping forward to wrap his arms around my neck in a fearful embrace. "I'm sorry," he repeated over and over, crying. I touched his hair, closing my eyes to inhale his scent carefully. Behind the blood, he smelled of stolen sweets, woody projects, the heat of welding, and strains of hard work. "You're a good boy," I told him firmly, the words choking in tears in my throat that I stuffed back with a hard swallow. "I need you to go home. Tell Mother and Father that I love them, understand?" "No," Greg cried stubbornly. "Gregory, go home," I demanded, my tone much more sharp. I pushed him from me firmly, but didn't shove him away further. Instead, I lifted my hand and rubbed his head one last time. "Go home and live a long life." His eyes, so similar to my own, were red with tears. He stiffened at my demand, his hands clenched into fists, but then turned abruptly to flee home wildly. I watched him go only for a moment, and then I looked down at the blade in my grasp. The sheath was on the ground not too far away. I covered the weapon, still wet with Diana's blood, and walked back to her form on the ground. Diana was unconscious and bleeding on the ground. Beyond this, I could still hear her heart beating stubbornly in her chest. I had to get her back to Trinity, and I had to be quick, but I had no idea on how to manage this. I attached the blade to my waist determinedly before looking at my own hands. "Shift," I said to myself. The beast that had been quiet all this time was suddenly rising to the surface, stretching within me as though waking up. And yet, I remained human. "Do you hear me?" I said. "Shift." I pushed my own command into the words, my power rising like electricity around me. But I wasn't reaching out for any other creature around me. I only focused on myself. My hands began to form like liquid into that half-shifted form, my feet following close behind. Fangs formed dangerously in my mouth, but still this was only a half shift. All the way, I demanded the beast angrily. It was like speaking to a tree. I could tell it to move all day, but it wouldn't move. This was my limit. I was truly pitiful. I growled in frustration, unable to waste time further, and bent down to grab Diana's form with what shift I could manage. With the power of the beast in my grip, it wasn't so difficult to put her on my back. However, I wasn't sure of the direction to the pack from here on my own. I took a deep breath, opening that part of me that was connected to Roman abruptly. I reached for him almost violently, and I could feel him jolt from the impact with equally violent surprise. With this, I began to go in his direction as quickly as I could. The half shift was trying to fade not long after I'd called it to me, as though it was something borrowed and not natural to me. I had to fight to keep it, fight to hold the strength to carry Diana on my back, and fight further to push myself towards Roman and his pack. My skin was wet with sweat, fear flooding my senses for a wealth of reasons. I could feel Diana's blood leaking over my back and down my legs dangerously, and yet her heart continued to beat stubbornly. I wasn't sure how long I'd carried her through the forest until the shift left me entirely. The weight of Diana's body was suffocating me as I pushed on with nothing more than a human's strength. My muscles burned, my breath tore through my lungs with strain, and I became too slow. Tears were stinging my eyes from frustration and despair, but I couldn't stop. If I stopped, she would die here. I couldn't stop. A sense of alarm jolted within me and I hesitated mid-step. Before I could react, a fully shifted wolf tore into view, running towards me with terrifying power and speed. I'd never seen the wolf before. Its fur was more tan than gold, its form trembling with growls, and those eyes were wide and wild with desperation. "Beat Caleb!" I exclaimed, knowing somehow it was him, and felt immediate relief once he was before us. He didn't shift to human form. Instead, he stood rumbling before me, his head twisting side to side as he looked at his mate on my back. "You have to take her to the healers quickly." Take her. I turned with difficulty, pushing to stand up straighter so that I could lift Diana as high as I could. Caleb understood without me having to command him. In fact, it seemed this was the entire reason he was here. How foolish of me. Of course he felt her injury and would come for her immediately. Despite my terrors, I was relieved. He lowered himself before me and I struggled to hoist Diana's form onto his large back. His fur seemed to envelope her small body, yet I worried she might fall off. I removed the blade from my waist and used my belt to wrap around Caleb's neck, twisting it around her wrists as quickly as I could. It would be the best I could do. When I was done, Caleb didn't wait for my order. He stood and ran, much more carefully than he had before, but with much greater speed than I could dream of achieving. In just a couple of breaths, he was gone from my vision. I stood frozen for a time, my limbs beginning to shake violently as though I had been left stranded in a snowy, harsh winter rather than the cool of autumn. I wanted more than anything to turn back and go home, to hide from everything that had happened, but I knew I couldn't. I bent down stiffly, grabbing the blade from the forest floor, and stood once more to face the direction Caleb had taken Diana. Roman was there. I could still feel him in the distance, but I wasn't sure what kept him from coming for me as well. It was as though he was waiting for me. I took a deep breath and began to continue my path back to the Trinity pack. My heart pounded sickly within me. I was afraid. More than anything, I was afraid of the consequences. I had a wish over and over in my heart that Diana would live and beyond this that her child was also unharmed. But even within this wish was a fear. She would tell them it was Greg who had injured her, wouldn't she? I was so afraid. By the time I reached the outskirts of Trinity, Caleb had already long arrived before me. The village was busy with panic, even if I couldn't see them. And waiting for me along the edge of the village was a smaller group of wolves, all of them familiar. Roman stood in the center, stiff like the statue I had left in the forest months ago. As I approached, I carefully blocked him from within myself, building that wall solidly so that he wouldn't know my heart even if he tried. Behind him, a line of warrior wolves stood just as stiffly. Of these wolves, only two seemed hesitant. My soul, Logan, was looking from Roman to me carefully, trying to keep his face clear of emotions, but even I could see his uncertainty. What kind of greeting was this for his queen Luna? A little further to the side was Kate, silent and unmoving like a shadow. She leaned against her lance, her entire form speaking of an obvious unwillingness to even a hint of a threat towards me. The rest stood prepared to attack, as though I might have brought an army of humans with me. For a moment, I wanted to look behind me to search for this imaginary army, but instead I kept my eyes on Roman. Without a word, I tightened my grip on the wolf blade. I lifted it before me, reaching with my other hand to remove it from its sheath, and revealed the silver blade covered in Diana's blood. My hands didn't tremble, and for this I was at least thankful. I was, after all, pretty much committing suicide. I was the one who stabbed Diana, I declared determinedly. The wolves adjusted their position with confusion, looking to Roman for understanding. "You," Roman said, rather than asked. I could feel him reaching for me, scratching at that wall within me curiously. "Lower your guard and say that again." It was an accident, but it was me. I stabbed her. I ignored his request and declared again, before throwing the blade to the ground. The tip struck the floor, leaving the hilt pointing to the sky proudly. I couldn't breathe as Roman's glare remained on my form so intensely. "Are you hoping your title will save you, Queen Luna?" Roman asked me, his tone careful, and yet I could still hear a hint of anger. "She is with child." "I know my title won't save me," I answered before swallowing heavily with difficulty. I waited, my heart racing as I stared Roman down unwaveringly. After some time, he seemed to come to a decision, turning to the wolves next to him. "Put her in the solitary cell," Roman ordered angrily before turning away entirely. I froze at the statement. Even now, he wouldn't order death. Even hearing what I'd done. Or was he only postponing it? I suppose it didn't matter. If it meant my family would be safe from the wolves' wrath, I would accept imprisonment. As a couple of the warrior wolves approached me, intending to follow their King Alpha's orders, I didn't push them back with my abilities, or refuse their attempts. I let them grip my arms firmly and allowed them to begin leading me away. Chapter 25. I was in a prison cell. As I sat in the corner with my knees to my chest, holding myself in deep thought, I was reminded of the cell I had been held in the night of the wolf moon. This place was different. The door wasn't made of bars, but rather solid steel. There was a barred window just above my own eye level, and a smaller opening on the bottom for things like food to be handed to me. At the top of one wall was a small squared opening, too small for even a child to get through, that allowed in a small ray of daylight. There was also a bed, however uncomfortable it may be, and in one corner a toilet and small sink. The cell itself was fairly cleaned, with no jagged rough edges in corners. I supposed there would be a difference in how humans were imprisoned versus wolves. It was deadly quiet. I had already reached out, ever so carefully, to check the surroundings beyond the prison. The village wasn't close and there weren't even any wolves nearby to guard me. Roman was being smart. Solitary was a good idea, being that he knew of my abilities. I wouldn't be able to call on someone to free me. And with how the entire cell was built, I knew I wouldn't have the strength to break myself out. All I could do was wait. Despite the fact that I wasn't in immediate danger any longer, I couldn't help but feel the concern pulsing throughout me. I clenched my hands into fists, grinding my teeth together, and I wondered if Diana was still alive. Her blood was already dried on my legs and her screams of pain still echoed in my mind. She hadn't deserved that. I looked to my hand absently, her blood almost darkened to black in the shadows. I shouldn't have given something as dangerous as a silver blade to a child. First Cynthia and now Diana. People who showed nothing but kindness to me and paid the price for it. At some point during the day, someone brought me food and water, but left without a word. I wondered if it was Roman himself, but I didn't dare drop that wall within me to check. After some more time passed, I finally gave in to my undaunted hunger, and then used the sink to begin trying to clean my skin of the blood covering it. When my mind couldn't spin around the same thoughts and concerns any more than it already had, I finally slipped into a troubled sleep. "Were you really the one who hurt Diana?" A voice jolted me upright on the steel bed in the night. My heart was immediately racing as I found Roman there, on one knee, beside the bed within the prison cell. "Yes," I lied, my voice cracking from sleep. With him suddenly so near me, I felt flushed with surprised heat. It had been a while since I'd been able to see him so clearly, much less smell that intoxicating scent so heavily. I could feel a hint of anger stretching within him, but he was holding it back with difficulty. "You lied," he stated, and I tensed with further surprise. I could feel him clearly, which meant he could feel me as well. I immediately tried to build the wall that must have fallen when I fell asleep, but his beast reached into me dominatingly, tearing it down. "Don't," I pleaded, "just. It was me. Just accept it was me." "Who did it?" He ignored my plea. "Roman." I reached for him and he immediately gripped my wrists in his hands, holding me back firmly. His touch was like a flame in the night during a long cold winter. My heart was in my throat. "I won't let you take the blame for someone else's mistake," Roman said to me, his features softening ever so slightly before he tensed further to prevent himself from being distracted from what it was he felt he needed to do. "Who was it?" "A human." "Please." I tried to build that wall again, but with his grip on me our connection remained entirely open. He couldn't hide anything from me and I couldn't hide anything from him. "A human, yes." Roman pressed firmly. I shook my head sharply, refusing to answer verbally in hopes that the truth wouldn't be given away. I could feel the anger within him beginning to heat further despite my attempt to lie, that ancient anger that remembered the pain humans had put him through. "So, a human. They had your blade and you're willing to sacrifice yourself for them. It was your family, correct?" I froze under his searching eyes. Without waiting for a response, Roman released me. I remained frozen for a moment, but as he reached the door, I stood quickly to run after him. He gripped the bars of the window and slammed the door shut just as I reached it. I wrapped my hands around the bars, around his hand, making him pause. "What will you do?" I asked him fearfully. Roman's eyes turned to look at my hand, much smaller than his, and then to me carefully through the bars. "Beta Caleb and Diana have lost their child," he told me slowly. "I will do what I should have done a long time ago." I didn't feel panic at his words. I felt a cold so sharp that my muscles became stiff with it. Roman released his grip on the bars, removing himself from my touch, before turning away to leave me in my prison alone again. I was defeated. I sat on the steel bed, leaning my head against the wall solemnly. Roman would be sending the message now, if he hadn't already, for the packs to gather in their designated areas and prepare to attack. It was all for nothing. There had surely been a hope within me that when Diana's child was born, the maiden's blessing would return as the mother's had. Everything would have been solved, as much as I could manage to solve it, but this hope was gone, taken away by the hands of a human holding silver, as our ancestors had done before. And Diana? Was she gone as well? Roman hadn't specified. Either way, it was clear Roman intended to hold me imprisoned until the war was finished. It had been days since he spoke to me, and even now he only briefly stopped by to give me sustenance, before immediately leaving without a word, fully intent on me not taking advantage of some other wolf's weaknesses. It was as I had told Diana, I was out of the way of danger now. This and the fact that a human had destroyed the wolf's future was more than enough to put the wall back on its path to destroy humankind. I clenched my jaws tightly and lifted my head before allowing it to thud lightly against the wall beside me. I was an idiot. I shouldn't have let my guard down. I should have made sure it was up the moment I had awakened. I dug my nails into my hands in frustration before opening them and pausing. Moonlight shone on my hand through the small window high on the cell wall, leaving a line of light across my left hand to the fingertips of my right. I traced the light on my left hand absently, looking at the crescent birthmark under my pinky. I heard a noise at the door to my prison and paused. I couldn't sense any wolf, Roman or otherwise. Had I misheard? A slow, solid tap struck the door 3 times before silence followed. I stood carefully, walking to the door hesitantly. Was it a human? I peered through the barred window to see a familiar face looking back at me. Are you planning to stay in there and miss all the excitement? Kate asked me, her form entirely relaxed despite her bold action of approaching a prisoner. I frowned at her. You look too comfortable for someone who's obviously disobeying an order right now, I said to her. Was she here just to offer me comfort of companionship? You still think I follow the King Alpha? Kate replied before leaning against her lance with ease. I didn't understand her question. Of course she followed him, didn't she? She was part of the Trinity Pack, wasn't she? He's your Alpha, I said slowly, trying to grasp at her meaning. He's an arrogant little runt, in my opinion, but something magnificent in others' opinion. I wouldn't be here if I had it my way, but alas, Kate gestured to her entire body. Here I am, in the flesh. Just for you. I leaned further against the bar to look at her closer. Was she abandoning the Trinity Pack in order to be here for me? When she said just for me, did this mean she was planning on helping me after all? Well, come on. They are waiting for us, Kate said, straightening up before tilting her head for me to follow her. Wait, I responded in confusion. I tried the door and it remained locked firmly. I can't get out or else I would have already. Kate stepped closer to the door, reaching for a part that I couldn't see myself. In just a moment, the door clunked loudly before opening just a crack. My heart jolted in my chest, both excitedly and nervously, as I reached to open the door further. I stepped out of the prison cell I had spent so many days within now and immediately took a deep breath. I lifted my face to the night sky, closing my eyes to feel the cool breeze wrapping around us with relief. I hated contained spaces. I loved the openness of the wild. Are you ready to go? Kate asked me simply. I lowered my head to face her. She looked just as dangerous as usual, but in the most unconcerned way. It was hard to imagine this wolf was the greatest warrior wolf among the Trinity Pack, just by looking at her. But I suppose this is what gave her comfort in times of tension like this. Who's waiting for us? I inquired uncertainly. You'll see. Come on, she lifted her lance over her shoulder and began to easily trot into the forest. A quick glance the opposite direction revealed the village in the far distance, nearly impossible to see from the solitary cell. Wherever Kate was leading me was away from the pack. Mila. Kate sang to me teasingly, and I turned to follow her with a sigh. I hated surprises. I caught up to Kate fairly easily, being that she didn't seem to be in any real hurry. As I walked behind her, I looked to the sky again to see the moon, full and bright as a dangerous omen. It was the hunter's moon. A dread was seeping over me. I looked to Kate's back and wondered, if only for a moment, if this was something of a trap. I had to shake my head to clear it. Kate had never shown herself to oppose me before, so why would she now? Kate, I addressed her carefully. She glanced over her shoulder at me with those bright blue eyes, acknowledging me quietly before continuing ahead. Did you hear of Diana? Is she? Did she? She's alive, Kate answered me simply. She hasn't awoken, yet. The child is gone. I'm not sure if you heard. I heard, I muttered, a sorrow still swelling within me at the thought. To be fair, it was a nice effort on your part. The whole taking the blame thing. If the King Alpha hadn't fallen head over heels for you, it might have worked, Kate continued lightly, as if the child loss wasn't something that bothered her. I looked at her intently, taking in her easy stroll through the trees before sighing once more. She looked far too at ease. It unnerved me when I was an ocean of anxiety, dread, and fear. I guess I'm supposed to think it's normal for lycans to imprison people they've fallen for. I gritted my teeth with irritation. I just couldn't fathom the idea that Roman would actually grow feelings for me beyond that of the duties of being mates. Plus, Kate seemed like a type of person to have her own fantasy-filled life in her mind. Come now, you're not that slow. He didn't want you to get in the way, obviously. Poor luck on his part, Kate flashed a smile at me. That's all you do is get in the way, isn't it? She teased me lightly, something of devious glee in her tone. She was up to something and it didn't seem like it would be something fun on my part. Kate looked to the sky and stretched as she walked. We continued on in silence. I tried to keep watch around us, looking for any sign of a trap I might be walking into. But the further we walked, the more silent the world seemed to get around us. As we continued, I felt a twinge of wolf presence not too far ahead. I hesitated in my step, but Kate didn't seem bothered herself. She had said they were waiting for us. We approached an entrance to a cave. Vines and shrubbery covered the front of it so that it was difficult to see in the night, but Kate merely used her lance to part a path for me to step through. I looked to her hesitantly, once again wondering if I should trust her, but decided there weren't many other options at this point. I stepped into the darkness and paused. This way, Kate said to me, calling me to the left. I followed the sound of her steps in the dark nervously. The further we walked, the more slanted the path became, as though we were descending into the depths of the cave. Instead of becoming darker, the path appeared to become brighter. I glanced up, spotting jewels along the roof of the cave that seemed to have their own glow. There were only a couple at first and then there were many, lighting up the path before us easily. It was like looking at the night stars within the cave. The ground evened out until we were walking beside a stream. The water seemed to glow as I looked at it, those jewels resting underneath. I watched the stream curiously as I followed Kate, not noticing when she threw her own curious glance towards me. They are called the tears of the goddesses, Kate said to me without waiting for me to ask. They are extremely rare. None of the packs know of these hidden places. I looked around the cave more curiously, now that I knew it was a place not many other people or wolves stepped within. Kate led me beyond the stream and into a large, magnificent opening within the cave where the ceiling seemed to rise endlessly above us. My eyes fell from the ceiling to the floor, where a group of wolves were gathered around one large jewel in their own discussions easily. Kate stopped, making me pause next to her, and waited. I didn't recognize a single wolf before us. Their eyes turned to us, first to Kate familiarly and then to me curiously, yet no one spoke out to greet us. I felt too seen with all their eyes on me, but I looked at each one with my own curiosity. Who were these people? Mila, a familiar voice said from behind me. I froze, my heart feeling as though it stopped within me. I almost didn't want to turn around, afraid no one would be there. But I couldn't stand not to. I twisted and took a stumbling step back. Cynthia, I breathed, hesitating as I looked at her. It was her. She stood like a ghost before me, her hair silver under the glow of the jewel-like tears. Cynthia. I had spent months mourning her death, and somehow she was here. I couldn't fathom it. I told you I would be waiting, Cynthia said to me gently, stepping forward to pull me into her arms with warmth only a mother could hold. I felt tears instantly sting my eyes, as I reached to embrace her as well. She was here. She was solid. She wasn't a spirit. I thought you burned, I choked in pain. I didn't think you could get out. I thought you were gone. It was my fault. I left the door opened and led them to the temple. Cynthia pulled away as the words spilled from me, holding me before her. She reached to wipe the tears from my face with a frown. I'm sorry I worried you, Mila, but we have much to discuss and not a lot of time, she said to me with a familiar determination. Even now, when it was clear I had failed, Cynthia had faith in me. I just couldn't understand it. I don't understand. I didn't know how she could have escaped that burning temple. I didn't understand how I could possibly do anything more to stop this impending doom fated on the humans and werewolves alike. I looked to Kate briefly. I didn't understand how Kate knew to come here, that Cynthia would be here, or how she even knew Cynthia. I looked to the random wolves waiting patiently in the hidden cave. I didn't know who they were, either. These are oracle wolves, Cynthia said to me when my eyes fell on them. I looked from them to her in surprise. Oracle wolves? I asked, looking back to them. There were probably 15 of them, male and female altogether. Was this too few or much more than expected? Had they been living their lives in this cave after being banished? There are many more hidden throughout the land nearby their previous packs. These are the ones who survived the banishment from the Trinity pack, Cynthia explained to me before addressing the wolves. This is Milena, the Queen Luna of Trinity. The oracles looked to one another briefly before one by one they began to bow forward, revealing their necks submissively. I was surprised yet again. Why did they accept me so easily despite being banished from the pack I'd just been confirmed Luna of? We will follow you into battle, Queen Luna, a man declared closest to me, lifting his head determinedly. I suddenly felt uncomfortable. Battle? I asked uncertainly. I looked to Cynthia once more. As I said, we have much to discuss. Cynthia turned to address the wolves once more that had stood solidly once my attention was away from them. Prepare as best as you can. We will be leaving soon. She then turned to speak to Kate, who was once again leaning against her lance and looking into the distance as though daydreaming. Are you ready? Kate straightened abruptly with a look of pleasure upon her face. It's about time, Kate declared simply before looking to me with a small smile. I'd never seen her speak to another person before now. I felt like I had stepped into a weird and wild dream. It's a good night for a massacre, don't you think? I opened my mouth, but Kate only began to prance ahead of us with ease. Cynthia reached for me, indicating for me to follow. After taking a moment to be bewildered, I pushed back my confusion and stepped forward. This was the only thing I could do. After all, keep pushing forward. Don't miss Mila's next hunting moment. Subscribe to stay updated. Mila discovers she is not only the Queen Luna of the wolf pack, but also possesses the power to change the fate of the werewolves. How will she use her newfound abilities to prevent the impending war? How will her relationship with Roman evolve, and is she really willing to sacrifice herself for the future of the pack? Explore the secrets of the wolf moon, subscribe to join the adventure. Chapter 26. I was led deeper into the cave until we were in a hollowed-out pocket of a room, which shimmered overwhelmingly, with jewels along the wall and ceiling of the cave. In the center was a pool of water, black as the night sky, but reflective of stars just as the crone's eye within the temple had been. Cynthia stepped to this smaller body of water, and turned to face me patiently. I couldn't stop looking at Cynthia, as though she might disappear at any moment. Flashes of the flames that enveloped the temple kept crossing my mind. I was relieved and happy that she had survived, but there was no sign or hint of any damage from the fire on any of her skin that I saw. There had been so many wolves nearby. And yet she had escaped. Had there been more than one secret passageway out? Kate leaned her lance against the wall before walking towards Cynthia to stand beside her. She looked from Cynthia to me with her own type of patience. I stood before them, filled with uncertainty. I felt out of place suddenly. "You must feel confused right now," Cynthia said to me wisely, clasping her hands together, as she took me in empathetically. "I have a lot of questions." I was proud of myself for containing the questions that were spilling throughout my thoughts wildly. "I want to tell her." "Can I tell her?" Kate looked to Cynthia eagerly. "Patience," Cynthia scolded her. Kate crossed her arms with a frown. "Tell me what?" I asked hesitantly. "First, you must give me your word." Cynthia's tone became so serious that I was unable to take my eyes from her sable gaze. My heart was thudding uncomfortably in my chest. Why was I afraid? "You must promise you will stay and hear everything until the very end, no matter how absurd things may seem or if it angers you." "No running," Kate agreed with a nod. I paused. Where would I run to, anyway? A war was about to start, if it hadn't already. Whether I ran to the wolves or to the humans, there was no refuge for me. "I won't run," I said determinedly, "I swear." "Then, I suggest we begin with introductions," Cynthia began, closing her eyes briefly before opening them again. A glow was beginning to rise along her skin. It was like her skin was turning into shining silver, warm and dangerous at the same time. My eyes widened at the sight. "Is this something Oracle wolves can do?" I asked nervously. "I am no Oracle wolf," Cynthia responded as she stood before me. "I am no wolf, either. I have many names and many forms: Cynthia, Phoebe, Celine, Luna." I stared at her blankly. "The mother," she concluded, exuding that overwhelming and otherworldly energy I had felt so many times before. I only blinked in response. Had I heard her correctly? Kate took a step forward to draw my attention from Cynthia abruptly. I turned to her. A shadow had begun to rise over her own form, black as night despite the glow of the jewels within the room. It looked positively terrifying. "I am no warrior wolf," Kate echoed Cynthia's sentiments. "And I am no wolf. I have many names and many forms. You have called me Kate. Others call me Hecate, Ereshkigal, the crone." My heart was racing at this point as I took in their ethereal figures. My mind couldn't wrap around the idea of what they were telling me. I was speechless. "Do you understand, Mila?" Cynthia asked me gently. I looked from Kate to her and back again. The goddesses had never been actual entities in my own image of the world. They were formless ideas and invisible deities that haunted the sky to watch those below. The thought that they had been here, close to me, this entire time. It was hard to understand. I turned to Cynthia hesitantly. "So you escaped the fire?" My words faltered from my lips before I could finish. "She's a goddess. Fire won't hurt us," Kate said with a laugh of amusement. I looked to Kate with wide eyes. "And you could refuse Roman's commands. Everyone thinks you're mute." My mind was spinning. I can't be commanded by anyone, much less a pup. "And I don't speak to those who I haven't deemed in my favor," Kate answered me, at first a bit prideful, but then her voice softened at my obviously bewildered reaction. "My oracles, of course. I apologize for deceiving you. I also do not speak to those I do not favor, but the oracles are sometimes an exception," Cynthia agreed, nodding slowly. "This is why I remained hidden in the temple. I do apologize for deceiving you, Mila." They spoke to me carefully, as though there were much more beyond what they'd already told me, but they didn't want to rush to divulge information all at once. I stared at them in shock, trying again and again to find logic in how this could even be possible. They didn't press further. Instead, they stood silent, waiting for me to gain control of my own thoughts. After the initial shock, a question echoed in my mind. It was one that had whispered behind every breath since I'd been selected for the wolf moon. And now that two of the moon goddesses stood before me, I could ask them. Why? I asked abruptly before more questions spilled from me rapidly. Why me? Why was I given the same ability Roman has? Why was I chosen to be Roman's mate? Why am I the one who has to stop him? Cynthia and Kate didn't respond immediately. They didn't even look at each other to seek the proper answer. I was expecting something like I had been picked at random, some wild human who was fated to catch the eye of the King Alpha. Well, Kate looked to Cynthia briefly as though checking if she wanted to answer before looking back to me. Why can you turn your hands into claws? I hesitated, glancing at my hands as if they had answers. Because I'm a wolf. I answered uncertainly. Are you? Kate replied with her own question, lifting her hand to her chin thoughtfully. My lance is truthfully laced with silver, so why can you touch it without it hurting you? My brows furrowed in further confusion. I paused, looking at my hands again. When I'd traced my finger along the silver of the blade Roman gave me, it was only cold metal to the touch. The words I had thought as I'd touched it echoed in my mind. I'm no wolf. I'm no wolf, Kate replied immediately. I'm no wolf, Cynthia said as well, shaking her head firmly. I stared at them openly, utterly confused. How did this explain anything? Kate said abruptly, lifting her right hand palm forward towards me. Cynthia followed her lead, lifting her own hand up. Instead of holding her hand palm forward, she held it vertically before her, with the meat of the side of her hand from pinky to wrist showing. Just under her pinky was a mark, ever so small, of a solid circle with a hallowed center. I looked back to Kate's hand to see her own mark under her pinky, a crescent the opposite direction of the one on my hand. I looked from both of theirs to my hand slowly, looking at that birthmark that I'd had my entire life. It was identical to Kate's, but when I looked again to confirm, I knew. It was just reversed. It was reversed. I shook my head. You can't be saying what I think you're saying, I said to them stubbornly, closing my hand into a fist. It depends what you think we are saying, Kate teased, crossing her arms once more before watching me curiously. That I'm like the both of you, I struggled to get the words out. You have many names, Cynthia began, but I shook my head and interrupted her. I have only one. Mila. Milena, I corrected her quickly, a panic beginning to rise within me. This was all madness. They were mad. Diana, Cynthia continued despite my interruption, Agritora. Just Mila. Sometimes Tala. Sometimes Queen Luna, but just Mila, I argued almost desperately. Artemis, the maiden, Cynthia finished softly. That is why. I shook my head firmly yet again. I'm not the maiden. Why not? Kate interjected easily, you have her ability, don't you? I looked to her at a loss, my limbs beginning to tremble at the insane idea they had presented before me. She must have, I don't know, given it to me like she did Roman, I said, refusing to budge from the comfort of my prior world. You were the one who gave it to that boy, Kate responded just as stubbornly. You're asking the wrong question. You're asking why you were chosen. You weren't. You chose him, don't you understand? A hint of irritation came across Kate's features, as she rose her hand to her forehead in slight frustration. You've been going on and on about this beast for centuries. Don't curse him. No, I won't take away his blessing. He can change. My word, Kate turned to look at Cynthia with a groan. Like I told you, when she asked me to take away his punishment, it was like she was back all over again. Cynthia nodded mutely. Lovesick, she agreed, since the beginning. I had paled entirely. They were adamant on this truth. I couldn't help but to look at myself, as though my own body had betrayed me. Was it all true? I couldn't fathom it. But was it true? An unknown pain was rising within me. This idea that I was who they said I was. It was painful. I couldn't say it. The pain was sharpening. I shook my head. Go on, my sister, Cynthia coaxed me gently. I shook my head again. You're telling me the truth, I choked, the pain like fire in my throat. I covered my eyes with my hands suddenly, beginning to struggle to breathe. Then, I cursed them. The thought was like knives in my lungs, slicing at me dangerously. The maiden's blessing. If I was the maiden, as they said, which I couldn't even imagine. I recalled Logan's words. She was pregnant with a pup nearly 2 decades ago, when the maiden took away her blessing. She was one of many who lost their child in their own bellies. I could hear Roman's words echoing behind this. Birth, that's her blessing. The maiden took away our ability to exist. I felt hands wrap around my wrist, pulling my own from my eyes gently. Tears were flooding my sight, but I could see Cynthia's blurry form before me. My mind was overwhelmed. I recalled my hand on Diana's own stomach, as she prayed for fertility, that surge of power that flowed through me to her. Had it truly been me all along? You had to make a sacrifice, Cynthia said to me carefully. The birth of werewolves are a blessing only you manage. When you became mortal, you weren't aware of yourself any longer. The infertility was an unfortunate side effect, though temporarily, Mila. Temporary, as long as you want it to be, this I promise you. I don't understand, I responded in frustration, looking to Kate. You're here, like me. You're here as wolves or humans or whatever, but you remember everything. I don't remember any of this. It doesn't make sense. It's what you asked for, Kate answered firmly. Look. She gestured from her to Cynthia and back again. We were done. The King Alpha was an insult to us. Constantly. He took your blessing, one you never gave to anyone else before, and used it to take over the entire werewolf species. Instead of vying for peace, as we demanded through the oracles, he systematically began to oppress and destroy the humans and any strength they had. Hecate, Cynthia called her name in warning. I'm telling her what she needs to know, Kate answered Cynthia with a hint of irritation before turning back to me. Celine decided to punish him by not giving him a mate. This didn't deter him at all. In fact, he got worse. So I decided, fine, he won't get peace. You would think a couple extra years would give a person time to grow and reflect upon their mistakes. He began to plan humankind extinction instead. And you? Suddenly, Kate looked at me with a frown, not continuing. You refused to punish him, Cynthia continued for her in a much less blunt tone. We asked you to take away his ability, at the least. You refused. You see, you were quite fond of him. And even through his insults, you only saw his pain. Instead of punishment, you asked us to release him. Incessantly, Kate reminded me firmly. I thought maybe we could contain him for a while, give him a bit of solitary confinement for him to come to his senses. This didn't work. He banished all my oracles in response, cutting off the connection between us and the wolves. Whatever we did, it wasn't working. He was moving forward with his plan to wipe out the humans. We couldn't allow this. So we decided. Cynthia hesitated now, as though she wasn't sure she wanted to tell me what they decided. We decided to restart the cycle, Kate said for her, echoing a sentiment I recalled Cynthia mentioning the last night I had saw her. Wipe out the wolves and start over from scratch. The King Alpha had already poisoned so many minds, it wasn't worth the headache. You weren't a fan of this idea, even when I said the King Alpha would be taken as well. I mean, we were offering him peace essentially, right? There was a moment of pause as Kate gave me time to take her words in. Well, you asked for a last chance, she continued simply. You asked to become mortal, a human with no memories of your past, so that you could grow to love him all over again and prove that the man you cared for was still there behind all the anger. I came to assist you and Hecate, too. I would help guide you. She would stay close to you. But this is your path, the one you chose and have been walking. That is why nothing you do will be considered a failure to us. You can stop this, if that's what you want to do, Cynthia spoke me to kindly, reaching to grasp my hands. I was too stunned to pull away. We could just stop here, I mean, Kate suggested with a shrug before smiling deviously. As I said, tonight seems like a great night for a massacre, don't you think? Kate was suddenly much more terrifying than she had ever been before as the shadow of death. This was the crone. She had no qualms with taking the souls of the werewolves here tonight. No, I rejected her offer, my voice firm despite my internal feeling of being so much smaller than the two creatures before me. No? If what you say is true, you. No, we caused this. We interfered. And we have to try to correct it. I can't just give up on them. And I can't just give up on. I thought of Roman, an image of a man that seemed to shine differently in my mind suddenly. Had my own fondness, before I even knew it existed, contributed to this? I couldn't even imagine it. Kate made a noise of satisfaction in her throat. Memories or not, Artemis in the flesh. Cynthia looked entirely pleased and relieved. Then tonight will be the final night in which you can correct what we've damaged, Cynthia said to me determinedly. You are the only one besides us who can kill Roman Stone. You have been able to since your rebirth. If you would have struck him with that arrow, or stabbed him with that blade, he would not have survived. I was cold at her words, shocked. I recalled aiming to kill him and hesitating without knowing why. Had it been a phantom feeling or memory? An inherent knowledge that he would die and that it was something I didn't wish for. You want me to kill him? I asked her with difficulty. I am only telling you so you are aware the paths you can take. If you choose, you can kill him and give him the peace he has wanted for centuries. You can fight his packs, but you are mortal, unlike the way we are. You were born as a human and you can die as one. If this happens, you will return to us as Artemis, Cynthia continued to inform me, careful not to sound too harsh. If you fail to stop him at all, no matter if you live or die, we'll restart the cycle, Kate added firmly, but then seemed to relax further before sighing. It's such a relief to finally get this out here. It's been amusing watching you stumble around, but it's been. A flash of anger crossed her features at a thought or distant memory. Disrespectful. Now, Hecate, they weren't aware of who she truly was, Cynthia scolded Kate lightly. Disrespectful. Kate spelled the word out, stubbornly offended. I shook my head lightly. I still can't wrap my head around it, I said honestly. Well, we don't have all night, so just take it at face value and learn to accept it later, Kate teased humorously before linking her fingers together and lifting her hands up to begin stretching. I watched her mess around for a moment before speaking. What are you doing? Getting ready to get you to shift, of course, Kate responded with a groan as she reached for her toes. Cynthia only closed her eyes as though Kate was beginning to annoy her already. They were so different from one another. I can't, I mumbled uncertainly. I've tried to shift about 100 times. I can only do a half shift. That's because you're not a wolf, Kate said lightly, doing a couple of jumping jacks before jogging in place almost comically. "You're trying to shift like a werewolf and you're not one. It's not going to work." "I don't understand," I repeated my currently favorite phrase. "The first problem is that you have many forms, whereas a werewolf only has two. Their focus is only on shifting from one form, a human, to another, a wolf. And then of course reverse. They don't have to think beyond just allowing the power of transformation wash over them and resulting into whatever they may be," Kate continued to explain firmly. She lifted a finger to point to herself, "But for us, we don't have just one option. For example." Kate seemed to suddenly twist before me, but her movement was like liquid. Her form distorted and then within a single breath, she was airborne, a dark raven, which landed on Cynthia's shoulder proudly. It was official. I had lost my mind. I was obviously in some mad mental state, probably still in the prison cell Roman had left me in. I blinked speechlessly. "Did you notice the difference in how Hecate transformed versus the wolves?" Cynthia drew my attention to her. I hesitated, looking back to the dark raven before thinking back to the actual transformation. I'd seen several werewolves shift at this point. It seemed like an actual beast exploding from within them, forming over their own skin, and twisting them into another creature altogether. I had thought I'd felt the beginnings of that beast, but I remembered how silent it had become among the humans. As for Kate, when she had changed, it was like breathing. In just another breath, she leapt from Cynthia's shoulder, and as though simply stretching, she was suddenly the same Kate I thought I'd known all along. "See?" she asked, lifting her arms as though pleased. I was dumbfounded. I still had doubts about my own ability to shift as easily as she had, no matter what the form would be. Before I could answer Kate, Cynthia spoke. "The second problem you face is that you were reborn. As part of this contract, you won't gain your memories back until you have faced a mortal death. This makes you weaker than if you had simply taken human form. So learning to use your abilities will take more work, and I doubt you'll ever be able to meet your true potential as Mila, no longer how long you live in this life." Cynthia spoke with that serious wisdom I was familiar with. I still couldn't wrap my head around this second identity. I couldn't imagine myself beyond myself. But it was undeniable at this point that they were the actual moon goddesses. This was as clear as the raven-shaped Kate had just turned into. I'd never even heard of another being turning into something beyond a wolf. I sighed and tried to think about how I'd been attempting to shift previously. So, this whole time, I've been telling the wolf within me to form. I even tried to use my ability to command it to shift within me. This isn't what I'm supposed to do. There is no actual wolf within you. You are already a wolf if you want to be. It's not a matter of trying to tell it to take over. You just realize you are the form you want to take, that it's not something you must become because you already have become it. And then you just take a breath and shift," Kate explained as though her teachings made any sense. I frowned further. If there is no beast, what is it I've been feeling? And what about being Roman's mate? How can this be, if I'm not a werewolf? Kate shrugged. "That's Celine's work, not mine or yours. It's a mark I placed on your spirit," Cynthia responded carefully. "When you were made mortal, I attached the connection to your wolf form, so that you could feel something that's similar to what the werewolves feel. It allowed you to make an attachment to King Alpha's spirit, something I must confess may transcend with you after you've left this mortal form. In this way, he may always be a mark on your soul even after he's gone." I flushed at her words at how solid and final they were. No matter what outcome, we would have a part of each other marking that unknown entity that made us who we were. It was like an unseen scar. And yet, a part of me didn't mind such a thought. I drew my attention back to the task at hand. "So, don't command. Just be?" I inquired hesitantly. Kate nodded before gesturing her hand towards me. Go on. Do it. I dare you. She was always so challenging. I couldn't help but smile just slightly at her words. It didn't seem like her idea on how to shift would be any help to me at all, but I would humor her. I closed my eyes and looked within. I could feel that beast just under my skin, stretched out comfortably and yet quiet. It only ever seemed to act up around Roman, probably because he was my mate and the beast knew this. But if I went by Kate's wisdom, there was no actual beast within me, was there? It was just me. I inspected it more carefully than I ever had before. Was this beast not something different from me entirely? It didn't feel normal, but I suppose I wasn't normal. Was there even a creature under my skin at all? No, I thought to it, you're just me, aren't you? There seemed to be a deafening silence in response. Whatever beast had been there was suddenly gone, but not gone. I took a breath. I am the beast. I took another breath. A feeling of cold washed over me and I felt as though gravity suddenly dropped me to the abyss. It was like the ground had opened up under me and I was left to fall into the crone's eye, where the water was cool and yet comfortable. For a moment, I thought I would scream as my senses seemed to alter altogether. I felt my hands and feet plant solidly on the floor below me and despite feeling quite stable, something felt natural, yet strange. I opened my eyes slowly, blinking when my world seemed to look different altogether. My arms and legs trembled periodically, and my breath was heavier than I could ever remember, as I took in my surroundings. I felt entirely different, far more powerful and wild. I swallowed, opening and closing my mouth while running my tongue over my sharpened teeth in confusion. I looked from Cynthia, who had an air of being pleased, to Kate, who looked smug, as they waited for me to say something. When I went to ask if I did something wrong, a strange sound of a beastly whimper came from my chest. I stumbled backwards over unusual steps, looking down to realize I hadn't fallen to my hands and knees at all. They were the paws of an oversized wolf. I lifted one up and then placed it back down, tapping the ground as though I weren't sure it was my hand at all. Then I stumbled back further before collapsing onto my stomach to lie down, overwhelmed. I wasn't human. I was a wolf, but I wasn't a wolf. The urge to shift back wasn't even there any longer. What if I would be stuck like this? It was all too much. Calm down, Cynthia called to me, soothing. You will learn to become used to new forms. It's nothing to be afraid of. Come look. She indicated to the water behind her. I didn't want to look. I was afraid of what I'd see. What if I couldn't even recognize myself? I wasn't even Mila anymore. I lowered my head to the ground as well, still both fearful and yet something else. I was curious. But I was afraid. But I was curious. I crept forward just a bit, crawling with difficulty along the ground before pausing further. Kate groaned and then suddenly took a step towards me, dropping to the ground in her own familiar black wolf. I lifted my head at her presence, feeling an immediate connection to her in this form. What are you afraid of? Her voice suddenly echoed in my head. I froze. I can hear you. I replied loudly, unsure on how this would work at all. You can hear any wolf in this form. Stop being a child and come look at yourself, Kate demanded teasingly, moving next to me to nudge me onto my feet with her nose. I did as she requested, feeling more at ease now that I knew I could at least communicate, even if my tongue didn't speak, as I wanted to. I took hesitant steps towards the surface of the water, glancing at Cynthia. She tilted her head when I paused and then she also abruptly breathed herself into a large wolf beside me. Even in this form, she was something otherworldly. Her fur was the brightest silver, like the blade of the weapon Roman had gifted me. She looked powerful and dangerous, much like Kate did in her onyx wolf form. And yet her eyes were soft, gentle, and soothing. I'm here with you, Cynthia said to me sweetly, coaxing me forward. I took a deep breath, and then stepped further until I could see the surface of the crone's eye. A wolf's face reflected back to me its fur brilliant and almost translucent white. Yet, the eyes were my eyes, the jealous green eyes of the Young family. They spoke to me, reminding me of where I came from and who I was. It was me. Cynthia stood to my right, looking down at the reflection as well, and Kate came to sit next to Cynthia's other side before glancing towards me. I could finally see, despite my mortal eyes, the connection. Together, we were a gradient white to silver to black, a cycle of birth, life, and death. We were Trinity. Chapter 27. The King Alpha is setting up the main army to meet here, Kate explained, raising her hand over the surface of the water to make her own map similar to the one Roman kept in his king's corner. Within the center of 3 of the human villages was a large opening where the 6 packs he had mentioned before would converge before spreading out to take out the human villages, including my own. The packs will be Trinity, of course, along with the Red Moon, Midnight, Polaris, Moonstone, and Crescent packs. What's our plan, then? I asked uncertainly. I glanced at my hand, as though not convinced I had actually transformed into a wolf not long before this discussion. Our primary plan is for you to get to the King Alpha, but we'll also need to protect the villages. He'll send waves and it will start at any time. We may be running late, as it is, Cynthia proceeded to explain with her own frown. There are more wolves joining us now, oracles from other areas and rogues beyond that. Because we will be greatly outnumbered, I'll gift them with temporary intuition. They'll be able to foresee attacks and use this to their advantage. I don't want anyone to be hurt on either side, I stated quickly, a concern growing within me. Was there really going to be a battle, not just between wolves and humans, but also between the wolves themselves? This is a war. It's inevitable, Kate answered with a shrug. We'll push forward with our group. Celine and I will be with you to protect you. If there's no resistance, no order for attack, then we'll just stroll right in to see the King Alpha. But you can see how this won't seem likely. They'll be guarding Roman. I was looking at the image of the packs on the surface of the water thoughtfully. Roman wouldn't be in any danger, being that he was immortal, but maybe not everyone knew this. They won't allow you through because of what you are. His mate, Cynthia confirmed solemnly, you've changed his mind once already. They won't want it to happen again. It'll be the Alphas and Lunas you'll have to watch for once we get through the actual packs. They have already shown an unwillingness to follow you as Queen Luna. You may have to force their hands. I was silent for a moment, thinking. 6 packs would be there. We had 15 wolves, probably more once the other oracles and rogues showed, but I knew it would be nothing to the packs waiting to attack. On the Wolf Moon, there had been hundreds of wolves there, all immersed in their hatred of humankind. Even if half of those would show within the other packs, it was possibly over 1,000 wolves along with a handful of powerful leaders. I had strained just to stop the Trinity pack from harming me. What could I do with 6 packs? We'll be with you, Kate repeated when she seemed to notice my hesitation. We may be outnumbered in bodies, but they'll be outpowered. You just focus on reaching the King Alpha, and doing what you must to stop this war in its tracks, all right? I sighed. Even now, I wasn't sure what they expected of me. Even if I reach Roman, how was I supposed to stop any of this? Would I really be able to kill him, if the time came? Time's passing. We must go, Cynthia said, reaching to place her hand on my shoulder. The wolves are gathered just outside the cave. You must address them as Queen Luna, give them direction, and then lead. My mouth opened immediately in surprise before I groaned. Why can't you just speak to them? You're the mother, I complained unhappily. Cynthia only smiled gently. I turned to glare at Kate, who had already reached for her lance easily. She paused when spotting me looking at her intently. I don't speak to mortals. It's all you, Artie, Kate waved her hand dismissively. I sighed loudly. Right, they only would use their voice around oracles. With rogues around, Kate would become her typical mysterious self and... I looked to Cynthia. I supposed I've never even seen her around other living beings besides the oracles, so who knew how she'd behave herself? The three of us stepped out of the cave to address a crowd of wolves that stood in some human and other wolf forms. They had been whispering to one another with intensity, but upon seeing Cynthia, Kate, and I step into view, they all became silent expectantly. I hesitated, but then cleared my throat. We are all gathered here today. Ridiculous, I hissed to myself. I've called you all here to ask for your help. I know. All of you have no affiliations with any pack. Many of you have been banished, or have left due to your status. I'm sure there are several other reasons. But now, I ask all of you to stand together as wolf kind, rather than a pack. Stand by request of our makers, the ones who watch over us, the Trinity. There were sudden howls and hoots of an agreeable nature. I could feel the intensity growing within the crowd as they mentally prepared themselves for the coming battle. We will have to fight our own people, I interrupted the howls firmly. We may be hurt ourselves. The Mother has granted us temporary intuition. The wolves all became deadly silent. This means two things: you will be able to foresee attacks shortly before they come and be able to avoid or counter them, and we have been blessed by the Mother. So while we may be well outmanned, I turned to glance at Kate before turning back, they are outpowered. More muted howls responded excitedly to my words. Our goal is to protect the human villages. Don't let the packs get through. As the words left my lips, a sharp and loud howl sounded through the trees deafeningly. My body thrilled with the sound, recognizing my mate immediately. I waited until the sound quieted before addressing my wolves in an even tone. Protect the humans. Leave the King Alpha to me. And with that, I stepped forward, allowing my form to mold into that of a wolf. I hesitated unfamiliarly, but then took another step before lifting my head and howling ferociously into the night. I could feel my howl reaching over the wolves, shifting before me, clawing through the trees, startling the wealth of wolves in the far distance, and finally sparking through Roman's commanding form. He immediately aimed to reach for me through our bond, and I blocked him. Only in person would I open myself to him completely. Cynthia stepped next to me, her silver fur glowing in the night like the moon itself. Kate remained in human form, turning to face the direction where the wolves were already beginning to advance towards the humans. With something of devious delight in her features, Kate lifted her lance in her hand. She spun it once in one direction, then again in another, tossed it from one hand to the other, and then tensed her body. With power I'd never witnessed before, she took a step back, pulled her arm back as well, and then launched the lance into the sky. It disappeared from sight, and as though given a signal, the wolves howled around us before lurching forward ferociously. I began to follow, but Cynthia stepped in front of me firmly. Let them have a chance to create a path for you, Cynthia said to me softly. After all the wolves disappeared into the trees, Kate pranced beside me in her own wolf form. Time to play, Kate bit at my neck teasingly before running into the trees with powerful and eager strides. Cynthia followed after her, and I almost fell over myself to run after the both of them. Running through the trees as a wolf was unlike anything I'd ever felt before. I moved far quicker than I could as a human. I felt powerful and dangerous, wild and free. Somehow, despite my speed, I could see everything within my path. I could feel the wind in my fur as I ran. I was in something of a euphoric state. It was short-lived. As we ran, the sound of ferocious growls, yelps, and howls echoed in the air. The smell of blood flooded my senses. Our path was blocked by an entire wave of wolves, all intending on passing us to destroy the humans. Just based on the amount of wolves present, I knew it was only the first wave, but even this was almost too much. Yet, our wolves were avoiding attacks with ease and making lethal moves of their own perfectly. Cynthia went forward to attack any wolves that were coming towards us. "I'll clear a path," Kate snarled from in front of me. Surprisingly, she ran forward, twisting to avoid a wolf before stepping into her human form. In 1 second, she was before us. The next, she disappeared and appeared in the far distance, as though she had teleported. As I watched where she teleported to, I saw she had a hand wrapped around her lance. With amazing strength, she gripped the lance and lifted it, spinning it around furiously. A burst of black aura exploded from the weapon, and the wolves that were intent on attacking Kate were left lifeless around her. I felt sick at the sight, but also amazed. In my amazement, I forgot I was in a battle one in which I was in an unfamiliar form. While I watched Kate, another wolf slipped from the side and collided into me. I yelped with surprise, reaching to snap at the wolf, but they were far more trained than me. The wolf aimed for my neck and I began to reach with my power to stop them when suddenly a second, more familiar wolf bit into the neck of the one above me. The silver and black wolf ripped the unknown wolf from my form furiously, biting down until a snap echoed around the attacks and cries around us. I stood with surprise, smaller than the towering wolf, and yet he bent his head forward to the side to reveal his own neck. "Logan," I said with shock. "You've finally shifted, Queen Luna," Logan answered simply before standing at attention, watching for any more attackers. "Don't look so surprised. I am your soul. I have pledged my life to you and I will follow you in battle. Even against your own King Alpha." I asked in surprise. "The King Alpha is immortal. He'll be fine," Logan stated, only continuing to surprise me further. Kate suddenly landed in front of us, with a look of frustration, in her wolf form, no doubt having thrown the lance further away to obtain later. "Path cleared. Go now," Kate said with frustration. "Holy shit, she speaks," Logan responded. Kate ignored him and immediately bolted to keep the path cleared. Cynthia ran next to me, nipping at my fur, before running forward. I didn't hesitate further. My heart pounded as I followed Kate and Cynthia through the warring wolves with Logan close behind me. Once we got past the first wave, I was sincerely concerned about there being a second wave. However, Roman must have halted any further commands to attack after hearing my own howl of battle. Did he know I was coming for him? We ran until we were nearly at the clearing where the packs would be converged. As we arrived, our path led us four onto the edge of a high cliff. I stepped forward when I saw Kate and Cynthia standing unmoving on the edge. I stepped carefully next to Cynthia with Kate on her other side. Below us were more than just 1,000 wolves. It was thousands. It took my breath away to see, and a sense of terror struck through me. All of them were in wolf form, and as we stepped into view, all of them faced us, as though preparing to attack on command. I could feel Roman's presence in the far distance, hidden from my view beyond the army of wolves. "There's too many," I said to myself. "They are no match for us," Kate answered, unbothered. I shook my head. "There's too many," I was beginning to panic. "They are no match for you," Cynthia said to me, both her and Kate obviously delusional. "You know what makes a wolf not a wolf?" Kate asked, a devilish tone entering her words as she looked at me. "When a wolf can't shift into a wolf," Cynthia entertained Kate with an answer, looking to me as well. "No way. There's too many," Logan suddenly piped in with disbelief. "Who invited this pup?" Kate growled at Logan threateningly, and he stepped back obediently. I understood what it was they wanted, but I was inclined to believe Logan. There were too many. However, if I were to believe I was Artemis, what limits would a moon goddess like her have? Could I ever reach such limits without having her memories? I shifted back into my human form, stepping closer to the edge of the cliff. At first, I looked at the wolves before us, but then I took a deep breath and looked at the horizon before closing my eyes. So many times I'd called out to the creatures of the world, asking them to do my bidding, but never had I attempted such a thing on so many at once. I took another breath. And then another. My heart pounded loudly in my chest at first, but then began to slow down calmly. Artemis. I was Artemis. Even if I couldn't remember it, she was me. Her power was my own power. It was sitting within me, waiting to be tapped into. I lifted my hand before me and I felt Kate and Cynthia move closer to me. A power was rising within me, the same power I used to control the wildlife around me. I didn't reach out as I usually did. Instead, I kept pulling it from me more and more, as though trying to envelope it around me. Holy goddesses, I heard Logan whisper from behind me, but I continued to focus. When I was ready, I thought only one thing and then pushed the command forward shift. The command was small, but the meaning was in depth. It commanded every wolf to shift human, and to be unable to shift back to wolf. The command reached over the thousands of wolves before me, expanding over each of them as easy as breathing. Wolves were shifting into humans fluidly, and the command didn't stop with just the thousands of wolves. The command spread over the trees, reaching all the wolves that were fighting prior. It expanded further than this, all the way to packs beyond the nearby land. I pushed the command further and further, reaching the edges of Moirai until every last werewolf in the land had been left stuck in human form. When there was no werewolf remaining to reach, I released the power, and my breath came back to me in a sharp gasp, as though I had been suffocating. I stumbled back, pulling my trembling hand to my chest. Kate caught me in her arms with a look of pure pride. I knew you could do it. Stopping wars are meager tasks for us, Kate said to me, brushing a hand over my head fondly. I blinked at her as though dazed. I made all of them shift, I said, not sure of the statement myself. You can't stop now. We have a King Alpha to deal with, Kate told me, turning her head towards where Roman had stationed hidden behind trees in the far distance. I shook my head in order to get a hold of my sanity, and then nodded firmly. Let's go, I said with determination. We all walked down the side of the cliff, climbing down into the crowd of quiet wolves stuck in human form. They all stood stunned, and as I approached, they began to step out of the way obediently. After all, they had all just watched me force thousands of wolves into human form with powers equivalent of a goddess. Kate was the first to stop following me the closer I got to approaching Roman. As the trees came closer before me, Cynthia also stepped aside for me to continue before her. Logan was the only one who seemed determined to follow me to the end, but I didn't quite want to allow him to know my secrets. I paused as the group of alphas and lunas that guarded where Roman stayed were before us and turned to Logan. Stay here, Soul, I ordered him softly, and thank you. Logan nodded reluctantly. I turned to step towards the alphas and lunas. They all stepped aside, equally as obedient. I stepped through the trees and my heart was racing violently in my chest. I was so nervous to see him, especially knowing why I was here to see him, but I pushed myself forward until the trees cleared into a small opening. Roman stood in the clearing looking down at a silver blade in his grasp. It was the same blade Greg had used on Diana. The same blade Roman had gifted to me. He watched it with an unknown expression on his features. I stood silently watching him at first. My eyes looked over this man before me. Had I truly been in love with him for centuries? I couldn't remember it, but something in my heart throbbed at the idea, as though confirming it for me. What was it about Roman that had caught a goddess' eyes? Whatever it was, it still remained to this very moment. My heart pulsed with a love irrational, a love unconditional. I wouldn't be able to kill Roman. Not today. Not now. Not ever. I clenched my jaw in determination, knowing this meant I would possibly be the one to die tonight. Is that blade for me? I finally spoke in the silence. Roman didn't respond. He only tightened his grip on the hilt of the blade and continued to observe it determinedly. I looked from his form to the blade as well. What happens when you kill your own mate? A normal wolf would die from it, Roman finally answered, his voice angry. He lifted his head to look at me as though intending to yell at me, but his words were lost on his tongue. A look of pain struck his features and he turned away. I lifted my hand to my face to feel the wet of tears on my cheek. I hadn't realized I was crying. It was very unlike me. I wiped away my tears quickly, trying to force myself to be braver. It's lucky you're not a normal wolf, then, I said softly. If Roman killed me, the wolves would be doomed, but I wasn't sure how to convince him of doing something else at this point. I wouldn't kill him. If he kills me, the curses would return and all the wolves would become extinct. Would you spare me? I asked innocently. Roman abruptly began to walk towards me and I tensed, as though he would stab me with the blade right then. Instead, he paused before me to stare at me determinedly. You've made it clear you're on the human's side. In just one night you enlisted wolves to support you. Wolves fighting wolves to protect humans. He said the words as though they left a bad taste in his mouth. It was my worst scenario. If you also protect the humans, no wolves would have to fight each other, I said to him, a heat of anger slipping into my tone. There you are, Mila, Roman responded quickly, lifting his hand to touch my face. I tensed at the touch, but something about it made my heart sing, and so I held still. I have something to tell you, I struggled to speak the words. I'm Artemis. Would the words make him instantly kill me? Knowing I am a reincarnation of the moon goddess he hates so much. You shifted, I know, he guessed with a frown. Newborn shifter. Even this feels wrong sometimes. I was confused by the comment. Did he mean the age difference? A strangled laugh came from my lips. If I were truly Artemis, and I'd proven already I was, then I was an ancient being far more so than a cursed werewolf. I found out why I can control wolves and why I can shift even though I'm human. I braved to tell Roman, my heart now pounding in my throat. Give up on the fight against humans. Please. You've done it once. I won't, Roman growled lowly. For Diana. And for the countless wolves who suffered under them before Diana. I won't. How about you give up on the humans? No. I cried out desperately. My family. I couldn't give up on my family. That's a shame, Roman released his touch on my face, his eyes cold. I'm Artemis, I blurted, afraid he would impulsively hurt me before I could get the words out. Roman hesitated, but then only frowned. You're what? He asked incredulously. The mother and the crone. They came to me and they said I am Artemis. They said I fell in love with you centuries ago, and I came here to be with you to break your curse. I said the words as quickly as I could. That's why I can control wolves like I do. I just controlled all of them. And I can shift even though I was born human. It's because I'm. Enough, Roman snapped with irritation. It's true, I swear it, I continued despite his command. Oh, I believe it, Roman hissed angrily. So even you were one of their tricks? No. No, it's not a trick. I didn't have my memories. I still don't have my memories, I responded quickly, my body trembling from fear as to what his reaction might be. I just want to break your curse. How? The distrust in Roman's voice was thick as he spoke to me. I bit my lip for a moment, wondering how to word my next statement. Be with me, I said, a blush suddenly rising on my skin. Roman was unresponsive, and I was afraid to look at him. I looked at the blade twisting in his hand instead and hoped I would be able to see it coming for me. "You're not telling me everything," Roman suddenly stated coolly. "I suppose centuries of life would make things like this easy to notice in conversations. Open up to me." I had been keeping a wall around me determinedly, not wanting to let Roman get any hint that I could finally give him his wish and kill him. I shook my head determinedly. He abruptly stepped forward and grabbed me by the back of the neck, pulling me to him with an air of complete danger. I was afraid, both for my own life and afraid he would find out and try to force me to kill him instead. I would pick me. Sanity be damned, if one of us dies, I would want it to be me. I reached to clasp my hands over his grip on my neck, lifting my chin with a whimper in his grasp. Another look of pain crossed Roman's face, but he tried hard to conceal it. "There's something that would save your life and you don't want to say it. How great it must be to be a goddess. You die and you'll still be a goddess. I'm done with your games. I'll admit it, you made me love you. Congratulations, Artemis." As he spoke, Roman's words became more and more emotionless. An air of danger was rising above him. I gasped for air, closing my eyes with a wince, and then opened the wall between us. I put all my love for Roman into the bond, allowing it to tear over him. His grip tightened, but he staggered where he stood as though stunned. "You can kill me if you want," I whimpered fearfully with tears falling down my cheeks, "but I won't kill you. I love you. If I'm Artemis, I've loved you since the beginning. And when I die, I'll love you still." The sound of metal hitting rock echoed at our feet. Before I could try to see what the source of the sound was, Roman released his grip on my neck. Instead, he grasped at my lower back, pulling me to him, and pressed hot lips to my own. My heart sang at his kiss and my body throbbed in his grasp eagerly. Just when I was running out of air, Roman released his lips and said, "You win." Then he claimed my lips as his once again. Epilogue. The wind rushed around me as I flew through the air as an albino white hawk. From the sky, I could see the land of Moirai spanning under me with a wealth of beautiful forests. In the distance, I could see my home village. Members of the Trinity Pack were stationed there, helping with building more profitable farms and furthering new relationships between humans and werewolves. Similar things were happening at all human and pack villages across the lands. After the small battle of Moirai, rumors had spread to all the packs that the goddesses had appeared in person to fight among the wolves. Rumors of a blessed Queen Luna, who could command obedience from all the wolves in the entire land wherever she was, also made their rounds. And so, when I was announced as Queen Luna, there were next to no challenges to greet me. Roman had been pleased. One of the first things I demanded after being officially announced as Queen Luna was the reinstatement of oracles into their designated packs, along with rebuilding all temples that had been torn down. Despite prior concerns, this was actually accepted rather easily. As I flew over Alpha with the sun at my back, I saw my family working diligently towards making a better home for themselves and future humans. I was now able to freely visit them, or have them visit me, if I wished. They weren't brave enough to travel outside the village as of yet, but I knew the day would come when they would. Cynthia and Kate had left after the war had been stopped. "Couldn't kill him, could you?" "Typical," Kate had said with her own amusement. "We'll be watching over you," Cynthia had left her parting words fondly. I missed having them around, but this was a world of mortals and they didn't feel comfortable staying here. After they promised me that Roman's curse of immortality was surely broken, they disappeared into the wind. Roman had tested the fact with a rather alarming cut on his arm, but his joy when seeing it not heal immediately was something wonderful to see. Besides Roman's curse being broken, with Hecate returning to the realm of gods, oracles would be able to receive visions from her once more. I flew towards the Trinity Pack village and saw Roman standing before the clinic, his hand raised towards me as though calling for me. I didn't hesitate. I folded my wings against myself, falling towards him determinedly. When I was close enough, I shifted back into human form, and he caught me in his arms with a small laugh. "You shouldn't do that in the middle of the village like that. Someone could see," he teased, spinning me around slowly. "I don't care," I responded stubbornly. Roman placed a sweet kiss on my pouted lip, making me forget any negative feelings I might have had. I smiled against him delightfully. "Well, I care about keeping you safe," he told me firmly before releasing me from his grasp. I bounced from one foot to the other and then looked at the clinic before becoming more serious. "I think it's time," I said, rubbing my hands together. "I think I can do it. Just try your best. If it doesn't work, we can try again later," Roman answered, crossing his arms in an equally serious manner. I took a deep breath, but then stepped forward to enter the clinic. Roman stayed with me, just as I'd asked him to do before, and silently followed me as I walked to a specific room. I opened the door carefully. There were no other wolves except for the one lying on the clinic bed, and the one sitting next to the bed. Beta Caleb looked up as we entered the room, his features that of confusion and fatigue. "Beta Caleb, I need you to leave us for just a little while. The Queen Luna would like to speak to Diana," Roman requested, much gentler than he would be typically due to the sensitivity of the situation. Beta Caleb looked like he might argue against it, but then only nodded mutely. He reached forward to touch Diana softly, who didn't respond, and left the room without glancing at me. I could understand. My brother had been the one to do this to Diana, accident or not. Once it was just Diana, Roman, and me in the room, I began to step around the bed carefully. Diana's once lively curls were flattened on the bed sheets around her head. She had woken up some time ago, but spent her time just staring in the distance silently after finding out that not only had she lost her miracle baby, she would be unable to have any children in the future. I sat down next to the bed where Beta Caleb had just been. Diana's eyes didn't look at me, as though she couldn't see me. She lied on her side facing me. I pulled my chair close to the bed so that I could reach out to grasp her hand in mine. "Diana," I called to her. She didn't respond. It was as though she was no longer there. I paused, but then reached for her with my power to call to her. "Diana, come back now. Just for a little bit." At my words, Diana stirred. She blinked her eyes, as though she were waking up, turning them to look at me with a look of sadness so sincere that it made my soul ache. "I'm sorry I'm so late. It took me a while to figure this out for you," I said to her. "What?" Diana croaked in exhaustion. "Will you pray to Artemis with me?" I coaxed her, stroking her hand slowly. "Pray?" Diana sounded slightly more awake. I nodded carefully. "I'll pray with you," I said to her. "How does it start?" "Artemis, Huntress of the Moon." I waited to see if Diana would continue. Life slowly grew more throughout her, as she listened to me. "Make my aim true," Diana continued for me, much to my delight. "Give me goals to seek," I said, moving closer to Diana. "And the constant determination to achieve them," Diana spoke with renewed fervor. A deep prayer was echoing in her words that she'd gain back what she'd lost. I could hear it in her prayer, as though I were a goddess listening to my own disciple. "Grant me communion with nature. Allow me to live surrounded by plants and animals." I reached to place my hand on her wounded stomach, a power different from my ability to control wildlife rippling through me just as I'd practiced. I knew it would work this time. I'd been trying to perfect it before bestowing the gift to Diana. That I can grow, protect, and... A look of wonder was rising on Diana's face, as she watched me build the power within me, around me, and to my hand. "You're her. You're her." She looked completely stunned. I only smiled secretively. "I'm your Queen Luna," I said to her, the meaning laced in my words. I abruptly pushed my power into Diana, and she jolted back, gasping for air. The power started with Diana, but then exploded outside the room, touching female wolf after female wolf from the Trinity pack all the way to the ends of Moirai. The curse of infertility was officially broken, starting with Diana. I released her with my own gasp, panting heavily with exhaustion. Diana had sat up in her bed holding her stomach with wonder. For a moment, she didn't say anything, but then she turned to look at me in bewilderment. I couldn't give you back the child you lost, but I could give you the ability to have a family in the future. I hope this is enough. I wanted the curse to be ended with you, I told her, a heartfelt sincerity in my words. The words barely left my mouth before Diana leapt towards me and wrapped her arms around me almost desperately. Thank you, Mila, Diana said softly, bringing tears to my eyes. Thank you, my Queen Luna. I will be loyal to you until death, I swear it to you. I hugged her back, enjoying the warmth in her now lively and happier arms. I'll send Beta Caleb in so you can tell him the good news, I said to her, pulling away lightly. I brushed back her hair a bit, fondly. Then I released her before stepping towards the door where Roman stood. Roman and I left the clinic in silence. When we were far enough away, Roman made a noise of frustration, catching my attention. I turned to look at him in confusion. You stole another wolf from me, Roman said with a teasing tone of false irritation. Didn't you know? I asked him shortly, walking towards the outskirts of the village with him following. Roman tilted his head at my question. Know what? He inquired curiously. They call me the Queen Alpha and you the King Luna, I lied confidently. Name names and I'll correct their mistake, Roman growled dangerously, his tone implying deadly seriousness. I abruptly laughed loudly, imaging him spending who knows how much time in the future wondering if people actually called him a Luna. Catch me and maybe I will, I said simply. I shifted easily into my wolf form, running into the trees. Roman hesitated a moment too long, and I could hear him curse behind me before shifting as well. With a feeling of freedom and joy never felt before, I ran with Roman close behind. All that was left was the wind, the trees, Roman, and me. Don't miss Mila's next hunting moment. Subscribe to stay updated.